He meow meow with blurry drunk eyes cupped the incredibly handsome face in front of her, smiling foolishly. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, she rarely saw a man like this. Now that she finally dreamt of one, she was determined to get closer to him. Yize looked at that chubby face as a foul odor hit him. He furrowed his brows in disgust, unable to suppress the urge to retch. With a forceful push, a loud thud echoed. The plump female who had just been pestering him was ruthlessly flipped over and thrown to the ground. Struggling to prop up his upper body, he glanced at the unfamiliar female, who had fainted on the ground, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He wanted to move, but his legs were severely injured, making it impossible to get out of bed. He couldn't even roll off the bed to crawl out of this strange cave. Yize hated his current state, having fallen into the hands of such an overbearing female. What was even more hateful was his inability to break free. He didn't dare to sleep all night, afraid that the unfamiliar female would wake up and lunge at him again. If this female hadn't secretly formed a mating contract while he was unconscious, he would never be controlled by her. It hurts. He meow meow was still lying on the ground, feeling the bed beneath her was cold and hard, and her head ached terribly as she couldn't help but mutter softly. In a daze, she reached out to touch the back of her head. A piercing pain instantly jolted her awake. Looking at this pitch-black cave and the uneven mud floor, she was very puzzled. Wasn't she working overtime? Why would she be here? Before she could figure it out, suddenly a massive wave of memories that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. Shocked, her face grew increasingly pale. She had actually transmigrated. And it was soul transmigration into a beast world. That aside, the key was that the original owner of this body actually had 5 beast husbands. More importantly, out of the 5, only 1 was willing and the other 4 were all forced. 2 of them absolutely loathed her to the bone. And the one she dreamt of last night was the 5th beast husband the original owner had just secretly acquired, forming a mating contract while he was unconscious. He meow meow felt the sky was falling. What kind of mess was this? And she herself thought it was a dream last night, actually doing such things to him. Thinking of this, she felt incredibly awkward. She shyly glanced at the male on the nearby stone bed, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with that damn beautiful male. The gaze filled with killing intent startled her, making her retreat repeatedly. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. Huh, who would believe that? Yize stared at her coldly, his eyes full of vigilance and killing intent. A female who dared to form a mating contract with him while he was unconscious was now apologizing and claiming it wasn't intentional. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't believe it. Seeing him just staring at her without saying a word, he meow meow, though still afraid, felt a bit better than before. Moreover, they had a mating contract between them. Unless he didn't want to live, he wouldn't kill her now. Although she wasn't currently afraid of this male jumping up to kill her, this cave belonged to her. Now that it was occupied by this male, meow meow admitted she didn't have the guts to kick him out. That gaze just now truly terrified her. If she wanted a roof over her head now, she feared she could only peacefully coexist with him for the time being. Grumble, suddenly her stomach growled. Meow meow subconsciously touched her belly, looking down to shockingly see a large roll of fat. Shocked, her eyes instantly widened. She pinched it in disbelief. It was all fat, and even her fingers were chubby. She had actually transmigrated into the body of a fat person. True, the original owner was gluttonous and lazy, with a doting tribal chief father. How could she not get fat? Her stomach growled again, accompanied by a bout of stomachache, leaving her no time to care about anything else. She had to fill her stomach first and conveniently bring some food back for this severely injured patient to gain some favor. She remembered that among the original owner's 5 beast husbands, only 1 was usually amicable to her. She quickly patted the dust off her body. She apologetically glanced at the severely injured male lying on the bed who couldn't take care of himself. Wait here, I'll go find you something to eat. After saying that, she waddled out of the filthy cave, carrying her body full of fat. She wasn't an irresponsible female. After all, she had offended him last night, not to mention he was a patient. Waking up to see an unfamiliar female pestering him, who wouldn't be angry? Moreover, doing such a thing to a strange male was truly her sin. Once the female left, the cave fell silent, and Yize finally turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance. His tense muscles finally relaxed. Thankfully she left, otherwise, even if he suffered the backlash of the contract today, he would never yield. However, secretly forming a mating contract with him wasn't over. Once he recovered, he would definitely find a way to sever this relationship. He meow meow suddenly felt a chill down her spine and couldn't help but shiver. She looked up at the sun in the sky with confusion. It was still quite bright. Why did it feel a bit cold? Could it be that hunger was making her sensory system malfunction? Thinking of this, she quickly ran to another beast husband's cave. As soon as she entered, she saw Inglu gnawing on a green fruit with a large stone bowl placed in front of him. She wondered which beastman's offering it was. He meow meow smiled at him somewhat shyly. This beast husband was schemed for the original owner by her father when he was still around. But he was considered the best to the original owner, never showing her a dark face, and always thinking of her when he had something good. Hee morning Inglu. She greeted him with a smile, then reached her hand into the stone bowl in front of Inglu, grabbing 3 fruits at once. Seeing that Inglu didn't refuse, she rejoiced inwardly. Losing her previous awkwardness, she took a bite of the fruit in her hand. It wasn't very sweet, but it was juicy and delicious. Inglu, you're still the best to me. Inglu's brows twitched imperceptibly. He lowered his eyes to look at the fruits in the bowl she had touched and discreetly moved them away. He took out 2 bright red fruits from the side and smiled faintly. Meow meow, these green fruits aren't tasty. Eat these, I saved them especially for you. He meow meow felt a surge of emotion in her heart. She looked at the charming male in front of her. His white hair was very smooth, just exactly like his tone of voice. She couldn't help but sigh at the original owner's good fortune. A beast husband gained through scheming, yet there was one who treated her so well. Thank you. After finishing the first green fruit, she grabbed the red fruit and took a bite. Seeing her take a large bite, Lu was incredibly excited inwardly. His gaze fixed intently on her moving lips as the corners of his mouth curled up confidently. Eat, finish these 2 fruits, twitch a couple of times, and it'll be over. From then on, Lu would be free. He would never again be bound by this vicious female in this godforsaken place. Only the female he liked was qualified to be his mate. Such a female Lu would never like. However, with just 1 bite, he meow meow felt it was so sour her teeth were about to fall out and quickly ran to the cave entrance to spit it out. Turning around, she returned the remaining fruit to Lu, sticking out her sour-feeling tongue. This is so sour, not tasty at all. I'll just eat a few green fruits. Saying that, she walked straight to where Lu kept the green fruits, grabbed a few more, and left. Seeing her run off as if nothing happened, Lu was so shocked he couldn't speak for a long time. Was this the he meow meow who usually loved to loudly curse at beastmen? Finding out the fruit wasn't tasty, shouldn't she hurl abuses and then punch and kick him? Moreover, an ugly and vicious female like her actually said thank you. If he remembered correctly, the sun rose from the east today, right? His gaze fell on that poisonous fruit, looking at the snow-white flesh inside, very confused. Sour. He picked up the unbitten poisonous fruit, broke it open, and sniffed it. There was no strange odor, instead it was very fragrant. He tentatively licked it with his tongue. Instantly his handsome brows furrowed tightly together. It really was incredibly sour. What a miscalculation. If he had known, he should have soaked those green fruits in poisonous herbs. He meow meow, clutching several green fruits, hurried straight to her cave and placed 2 beside Yize's head. Here, eat some fruit to tide you over, there'll be meat tonight. Seeing that the male didn't intend to acknowledge her, he meow meow felt a bit bored. It was understandable. After all, this was a male bought back by the original owner who had forged a mate bond while he was severely wounded and unconscious. Who would be happy about that? Still, she was somewhat grateful that the original owner had acted swiftly. Once a male was bonded, he could not actively kill his female partner. Otherwise, he would die as well. This was why among the original owner's 4 beast husbands, 2 loathed her to the core yet dared not lay a hand on her. Meow meow, come out and bask in the sun. Suddenly a familiar female voice called from outside. Meow meow recognized it instantly as the voice of the original owner's best friend. To avoid being discovered as a different soul, she quickly replied and walked to the cave entrance. There under a tree stood a female with a messy nest of hair and wearing a yellow beast hide, smiling at her. Zixian, what brings you here? Zixian, seeing her come out, skillfully hooked her arm, wearing a knowing grin. How was last night? I heard snake beastmen are quite formidable. Suddenly catching the implication, he meow meow instantly understood, her mind flooded with images of the previous night. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she felt a bit awkward. It was just so. She didn't want to continue this topic. In the dark of night she could be bold, but under the bright daylight she felt a twinge of guilt. What do you need me for? Zixian, successfully diverted, pulled her under the tree, stripped off the top half of her beast hide garment, and turned around. Scratch my back for me. Then I'll catch the lice for you, it's so itchy. Seeing her suddenly bare her upper body completely, he meow meow was stunned, speechless. She had absolutely no desire to see another female's naked body. And what in the world was that large ring of black and white grime circling her upper body? She was supposed to scratch that. He meow meow felt she couldn't bring herself to do it. Her fingernails would definitely be filled with filth afterward. She subconsciously glanced at her own pitch-black hands and felt a wave of nausea. Well, even without scratching, her hands were already filthy, and she had used those same dirty hands to eat 2 fruits this very morning. At the thought, her stomach churned violently, and she wanted to vomit. Under the warm sun, her body began to itch unbearably, as if tiny insects were crawling all over her skin. Unable to endure it any longer, she stood up and backed away. Zixian, find someone else to scratch your back. I have something to do right now, I'm leaving. With that, she turned and dashed toward her cave. She had to take a bath. But the moment she rushed into the cave, she met Yi Zhe's gaze. Both were embarrassed, one because she was utterly filthy yet had the audacity to force herself on him last night. The other because he had overheard her conversation with Zi Xian outside. Though he disliked this female, having his prowess questioned by a female was a great humiliation. Moreover, he had just eaten the fruit she gave him. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward. He Meow Meow let out a nervous chuckle. Well, you just keep sleeping. I'm only here to grab a beast hide skirt to change into. With that, she snatched up her beast hide skirt and bolted out of the cave, heading straight for the river. Lowering her head to look at her reflection in the water, she was so startled she fell onto her bottom. Holy crap. Is that me? He Meow Meow couldn't believe it. She leaned closer to the water again, staring at the horrifying reflection. She wanted to cry. She had thought she was just a bit plump, but it turned out her face was equally fat. She was nearly as round as a ball. Her hair was as messy as a bird's nest. And she had the nerve to walk around with that hair all morning, even going to Yinglu's cave to ask for fruit. She quickly stripped off her beast hide skirt and waded into the river. She had to get cleaning. She could accept being ugly or overweight, but she absolutely could not stand being dirty. Meanwhile, in the shade of a nearby tree, a black leopard with golden eyes soaked in the water, its gaze fixed intently on her movements, its heart pounding with heat. Damn heat. Bei Ming couldn't believe he was having a reaction to this vicious female. Yet as he Meow Meow scrubbed off layers of black grime and a swarming mass of lice, the reaction gradually faded. Not only did it fade, but it also caused Bei Ming's heat period to end prematurely. He noticed she was standing on a large protruding rock beneath which yawned a dark abyss. Instantly a wicked idea formed in his mind. If he could just send a tiny jolt of lightning to numb her foot, she would definitely lose her balance and fall into the river. Then she would drown, a natural accident with no connection to him. After all, the amount of lightning he released wouldn't be enough to kill her. At the thought, his mood soared and a faint smile crept into his golden eyes. His thick black tail stirred slightly in the water, sending an invisible bolt of lightning racing toward He Meow Meow. Instantly her entire body went numb. She shuddered, her legs gave way, and she toppled backward into the abyss. As she sank into the darkness, panic seized her. Yet in the blink of an eye she flipped over in the water and steadied her descent. Just as she was about to surface, she suddenly noticed that beneath the rock there were numerous huge mussels, each as big as a cauldron. She had never seen such enormous mussels before. Excitedly, she dove down to grab them. Meanwhile, Bei Ming, seeing that she hadn't surfaced for a long time, leaped out of the water in exhilaration and raced toward the tribe. He found the others and exclaimed joyfully, "Sang Yang Jifeng Yinglu. That vicious female is dead." The group was just discussing in Jifeng's cave how to secretly kill the venomous female when they heard this wonderful news. "Tsing Yang, are you sure?" "Absolutely, she fell into the water and never came up." What else could it be? But Jifeng was cautious. He rubbed his fingers and said, "No, without seeing her corpse, I can't rest easy." Yinglu glanced at his still intact mate mark. "She's not dead yet." The group's hearts sank. The hope that had just risen was extinguished. Yinglu was the shaman, and his sensitivity to the mate bond far surpassed theirs. If he said she wasn't dead, then she truly wasn't, and their own mate marks remained unchanged. Jifeng's eyes narrowed. Why not let the new snake beastman kill her? Hearing this suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. That new snake beastman had suffered far more than they had. Not only was he secretly bonded, but he had also been forced to mate last night. He should hate He Meow Meow even more than they did. After all, at least they were still pure, unlike that snake who had lost his purity. Even if the contract were dissolved later, other females would despise him. Night Zhe, who had been resting on the beast's skin bed, suddenly noticed 4 males at the cave entrance, instantly making the already cramped cave even more crowded. The light inside had grown considerably dimmer as well. Before he could utter a word, Sang Yang impatiently spoke up. "Hey snake beastman, here's your chance. Kill that female and you'll be free." Night Zhe's brows furrowed slightly at those words, discomfort stirring within him. Did these fellows take him for a fool? He had already been forced to bond with that female. If he killed his bonded partner, he wouldn't survive either. Besides, what right did these men have to command him? They wanted him to go to his death so they could gain their freedom. Keep dreaming. I refuse. Bei Ming was quite astonished. This newcomer should have had even greater anger than them, yet he actually refused such a favorable opportunity. Don't you want to be trapped in this desolate place for the rest of your life? Hardly had Bei Ming finished speaking when he heard He Meow Meow's voice from behind. Oh, you're all here. The 4 turned around sharply, only to see her standing there unharmed, clutching an armful of something unidentified in her embrace. Jifeng, Yinglu, Sang Yang, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly disbelieving, all turning their gaze toward Bei Ming. Wasn't she said to have fallen into the water? Weren't they told she hadn't surfaced in ages? How could she appear here so quickly? Bei Ming studied He Meow Meow intently. That wasn't possible. He had personally witnessed her fall into the water, and she truly hadn't emerged for a long time. Could it be? She knows how to swim. The moment he thought of it, he dismissed it as impossible. Females were revered beings, and hers was especially so. As the daughter of the former chieftain, her status was paramount. She simply could not possibly know how to swim. He Miao pointed toward the pile of firewood by the cave entrance. Could you guys help me start a fire? Though she knew that among them only Ji Feng and Ying Lu were decent, the other two openly despised her, she had no choice. She simply couldn't make fire. After all, she was their bonded female. Was it too much to ask for such a small favor? Upon seeing her so casually issuing orders, the men felt as though they'd swallowed something foul. Did she have any idea of her own worth? How could she dare make such a request? Bei Ming shot her an impatient glare, unwilling to waste a single word on this vicious female. Wanted him to gather firewood. Keep dreaming. Tsing Yang answered coldly, we cannot. Ji Feng noticed both of them refusing outright while he Miao's gaze lingered on him and Ying Lu. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Well, I've got other matters to attend to. I'll be going now. Though Ying Lu felt disgust within, he wished to maintain some semblance of propriety. He offered a faint smile. Miao, you know I'm a shaman, I don't know how to make fire. Why not wait until evening when everyone gathers to start one? Looking at the four towering males before her, she could overlook Tseng Yang and Bei Ming. After all, they had always despised the original owner, so their refusal to help was only natural. But why were Ying Lu and Ji Feng so different from what the original owner remembered? This hardly resembled kindness toward her. Their sweet words couldn't hide the fact that they clearly resented her. She wasn't blind to it. Frustration boiled within he Miao. What an awful transmigration. And on top of that, a horde of indifferent males. Kicking discontentedly at a stone beneath her foot, she muttered, what use are you good for? A bunch of useless males. She turned and set down the river muscle meat she carried, heading toward the heart of the tribe to find Zi Xian, one of whose partners possessed fire affinity. The four men abruptly called incompetence stung them deeply. Incompetent. Just look at the Qingshan tribe. These four were the pinnacle of combat strength. This venomous female was not only hateful, but possessed a sharp tongue as well. They wanted to retaliate, but the one who had lied about the situation had already fled. With barely concealed anger, they cast resentful glances at Bei Ming before dispersing. Knight Zhe observed their retreating figures with a mocking smile. Though he harbored little affection for this female, he had never intended to murder anyone.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
He couldn't help but sniff the air, trying to identify what kind of meat was being cooked. The next moment, a small shadow appeared at the cave entrance, clutching several tiny skewers of meat. For you. Knight Zhe was utterly surprised. The female before him was offering him roasted meat. And she had prepared it herself. Females held a revered status everywhere. It was always the males who served the females, never the reverse. For me. He Miao failed to understand his astonishment. She extended the skewer toward him. Of course. Hurry up or the rest will burn. Knight Zhe gazed at the golden brown roasted meat, reached out to take it, and inhaled its fragrance. Having gone without food for several days, he was ravenous. The green fruits he'd eaten that morning had done nothing to satisfy him, and had only made him hungrier. Perhaps having a bonded female wasn't so bad after all. At least she provided him with fruits and roasted meat. Such news, he supposed, would hardly be believed by any beastman. The thought warmed his heart. To have a bonded female and raise a litter of snake cubs, wasn't that his ultimate dream as a wandering beastman? He took a bite of the skewer. The meat tasted excellent, though the portion was small. 2 large river mussels had yielded 40 skewers for he Miao, who had only consumed 10 of them, choosing to eat less as a form of dieting. She carried the remainder inside for the injured. These are all for you. Eat quickly. Knight Zhe accepted the handful of meat skewers, deeply moved. Though he had been injured before, no beastman had ever cared for him so. Even when his father was alive, he received only a piece of raw meat. Lowering his gaze, he inadvertently noticed her beast skin skirt, now worn and threadbare, and felt a pang of unease. He never imagined that a female with 4 beast husbands could live in such hardship. Judging from the behavior of those 4 just now, they likely hoped she would die soon. Reminded of his own father, who had died when he was merely 3 years old, leaving him to wander and survive alone in the forest, he found his circumstances not so different from hers. Surrounded by no one who cared, only enemies who wished him dead, his heart softened. Why didn't you ask me to make the fire? He Miao took the empty wooden skewer from his hand and laughed at his question. How could you help me with fire when you can't even move? If you want to help me make fire, then recover quickly. Touched once more, Knight Zhe felt a twinge of guilt. The young female had treated him with such kindness, yet the night before he had shoved her to the ground. Gazing at the golden roasted meat in his hands, his chest tightened. This meat must have been gathered by the young female herself. Given how those four had behaved, they would never have given her extra rations. This was not the tribe's scheduled meat distribution time either. Suddenly he grew curious about the young female's name. My name is Night Zay. What is yours? He Meow Meow, who was about to leave, paused at his words, a spontaneous joy blooming within her. Now, this was how one should treat another. Turning back, she offered him a brilliant smile. He Meow Meow. You may call me Meow Meow. Standing at the cave entrance, gazing at the dense forest, not far outside, he Meow Meow took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling a profound sense of ease. For the first time, she thought this beast world wasn't entirely unfavorable. At least Night Zay treated her reasonably well, unlike those others. Still, it was understandable that they harbored hatred toward her. Who could blame them when the original owner had behaved so inhumanely, forcing bonds upon others? It was a pity, though, having forced so many bonds and being so strikingly beautiful, the original owner had died without even tasting a single bite of meat. She didn't consider her own life to be any tougher than the original owner's. There was no returning to her past life, so she might as well cherish the present, value her own life, and stay far away from those four. Especially Tseng Yang and Bei Ming, the two who constantly plotted her demise, always engineering accidents to harm the original owner. She had just transmigrated here. She certainly didn't want to die. With that thought, she immediately made up her mind and turned toward Jifeng's cave. He Meow Meow walked in and found the others already there, whispering among themselves about something. But the moment they saw her enter, all conversation ceased. He Meow Meow had no interest in their schemes, for they would all be parting soon anyway. She offered a faint smile. Oh, you're all here. How convenient. I won't have to seek you out later. Bei Ming and Tseng Yang's faces darkened like soot-covered pots. Encountering this cruel female several times in a single day was truly their misfortune. Even Jifeng, the tribe leader, felt a growing impatience. What is it? He Meow Meow looked at them all and got straight to the point. I know none of you wish to be bonded with me. Since we mutually detest one another, why not dissolve our partner bond? However, before dissolving the bond, all of you must swear before the beast god that you will not harm me. The moment these words left her lips, the men, who had just been plotting her death, were taken aback. The men exchanged glances, their good fortune arriving too swiftly to feel entirely real. They knew Bai Ming and Ying Lu had been won through considerable effort by the original owner and her father, so simply abandoning them. As for Jifeng, he had his own agenda from the start, and now that his purpose was fulfilled, the thought of remaining bonded to this repulsive female only deepened his disgust. Only Tseng Yang wore an expression of pure excitement and joy. The title of He Meow Meow's first beast husband was more than he could bear. Had the vicious woman's father not coerced him through threats against his own father's life, he never would have bound himself to this ugly female standing before him. He rose immediately. I agree. The others stared at Tseng Yang as though he'd lost his mind. They couldn't fathom why He Meow Meow would so willingly release them from their bond. She had once threatened to scar their beast marks just to force herself upon them. Without swift action, rendering her unconscious before she could detect their resistance, they would surely be dead by now. Ying Lu spoke cautiously. Meow Meow, don't act impulsively. Dissolving a partner bond is no trivial matter. Jifeng's eyes shifted slightly as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, we would need to announce it to the entire tribe at minimum. He Meow Meow let out a cold chuckle. These two pretended to care for the original host, yet they were the most scheming of them all. And now they wanted to make it public to the entire tribe. They simply wanted to avoid bearing the infamy themselves, forcing her to play the villain. Once announced to the entire tribe, He Meow Meow would be the one branded as the one who abandoned her beast husbands. She wasn't foolish. Regardless of how highly females were regarded, reputation remained crucial within any community. She shrugged indifferently. If all three of you refuse, then let it go. Ying Lu, please help dissolve the bond between Tseng Yang and me first. Right away, no problem. Ying Lu welcomed the chance. He was curious about what schemes this vicious female had in store. It would be best to let that fool Tseng Yang dissolve the bond first and see how things unfold. Meanwhile, Tseng Yang noticed their silence and grew suspicious. He knew his own wits paled compared to these schemers. When he saw Ying Lu preparing to activate his ability, he immediately took a step back. Whenever you're done dissolving yours, I'll do mine too. He Meow Meow glanced at them with an icy stare. Cowards. Her voice was low, but their keen hearing caught every word. Bei Ming, who already despised her, flew into a rage at the insult. He lunged forward, gripping her throat with murderous intent in his eyes. What did you say? The others nearby stirred with excitement, instinctively backing away, their barely concealed thrill palpable. Put your strength into it, squeeze harder. Yes, just like that, crush her throat, they urged in their minds. Yet Bei Ming held her throat firmly without pressing further, growing impatient at his hesitation. Ying Lu fanned the flames of anger. Bei Ming, stay calm. Meow Meow didn't mean it when she called you a coward. Turning to her with a look of desperation, he urged, "Meow Meow, beg for mercy quickly. Tell him you didn't mean it, or Bei Ming will truly kill you." He Meow Meow glared at Ying Lu's gleeful expression. She could see right through his instigation. True to form, her neck erupted in searing pain the next moment. The beast husbands watching her exhibited growing excitement, as though relishing a splendid show. Enduring the intense pain, he Meow Meow refused to believe Bei Ming would actually kill her. Had he wanted to, they could have killed the original host countless times by now. Soon Bei Ming felt the bonding mark on his chest grow hot, a piercing agony forcing him to release his grip. He glared hatefully at He Meow Meow, who coughed violently. "Stay away from me, He Meow Meow. Though I cannot kill you, torturing you is well within my capability." Ying Lu feigned a sigh. "Meow Meow, why must you make things so difficult?" He Meow Meow felt sickened as she rose from the ground, looking at these beast husbands who clearly desired her demise. "I've given you the opportunity, you chose to reject it. Stop plotting against me, or when I lose patience none of you will escape my wrath. And stay away from me from now on." After delivering her warning, she glanced at the men who appeared respectable but harbored sinister intentions, then turned and left the cave. Only then did she reach up to rub her still paining neck. Damn Bei Ming, who had nearly broken it. It took the four men considerable time to process what had just transpired after she departed. Zhang Yang couldn't believe his eyes. Was that truly He Meow Meow, the one who used to fear us? Bei Ming clenched his jaw in silence, his mind consumed by the defiant, fearless gaze He Meow Meow had shown him, a stark contrast to the trembling female who used to cower whenever they raised their voices. Ying Lu scoffed dismissively. "I think this is merely another one of her tricks to grab our attention." Ji Feng agreed wholeheartedly. However, he had to admit this scheme proved far more effective than her previous tantrums and dramatics. At the very least, he found it tolerable. "Let's disperse. It's growing dark and we haven't distributed the food yet." He stepped out of the cave and immediately organized the beastmen to distribute the meat. Suddenly he spotted a petite figure standing out among the towering males in the long queue for rations. Who else could it possibly be but He Meow Meow? The surrounding males in line were quite surprised to see her personally coming out to collect the meat. After all, females never used to do such things. Manual labor like collecting meat was always done by males. Even that vicious female He Meow Meow would normally have Chief Ji Feng collect the meat and deliver it after roasting. And yet she would often complain the meat tasted terrible, throwing tantrums daily. Ji Feng approached her side with a gentle smile. "Meow Meow, why are you here in person? Why don't you head back and wait? I'll bring it to you once it's ready." "No need." He Meow Meow rejected directly. Although the original owner's memories had some inconsistencies, she remembered clearly that Ji Feng's roasted meat was always the worst. She didn't want to suffer through this harsh beast world only to eat terrible food. "I have hands and feet, I can do it myself." Her cold, dismissive attitude left him somewhat embarrassed. He rubbed his nose. It was the first time He Meow Meow had ever refused him. Glancing at her furtively, something about her seemed different. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't even come to a place like this at this hour. She certainly wouldn't have spoken those words. Since she refused, he'd let it go. He wasn't in the mood to roast meat anyway, and having to look at her obsequious face would only make him uncomfortable. Ji Feng collected his own portion and sat at the entrance of his cave to roast. Staring at the fire, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. His mind kept returning to Meow Meow's fierce reproach earlier, her stubborn gaze utterly devoid of fear. It bore no resemblance to her usual blustering cowardice. The sound of fat dripping onto the flames snapped him back. Such a large piece, himself alone couldn't finish it. He might as well deliver a portion to that bitter female. He brought her food nearly every day, so the thought of stopping felt strangely wrong. With the roasted meat in hand, he made his way over. Before reaching the cave entrance, he spotted He Meow Meow crouched alone on a rock, carefully turning the meat skewered on a wooden stick. She sprinkled salt over it with care, then turned and disappeared into the dim cave. He Meow Meow carried the meat over to her lamp, a crude oil container made from animal fur she'd fashioned while rendering fat, and adjusted it with a wooden stick. The flame was small and couldn't illuminate much, but the cave wasn't large, so periodically adjusting the wick with a stick helped enough. She approached the bed and finally handed the roasted meat to Yize. "Eat quickly, I have more outside." Yize examined the lamp casing in wonder. Who would have thought that hard substance from the water could be crafted into something so useful? "Meow Meow, what's that?" She smiled gently. "Oh, it's just an oil lamp. With it the cave won't be so dark." Saying this, she stepped outside, removed the remaining piece from the fire, placed it in a shell she'd collected earlier, and carried it inside before sitting at the stone table to eat slowly with chopsticks. Yize sat up and ate slowly. In the dim yellow light, the small female before him was barely visible, yet wrapped in a warm, gentle glow that left him momentarily transfixed. Standing just outside the cave, Ji Feng strained to hear any movement within. Unfortunately, he caught nothing. Judging by the quantity of meat she'd taken inside, it seemed she truly didn't need his. Suddenly Bei Ming emerged from the nearby woods, glancing at the meat in Jifeng's hand, then at He Miao Miao's cave. He couldn't help but sneer. Why haven't you been delivering the meat lately? Can't keep up the act anymore. Jifeng's gaze fell upon Bei Ming with pure warning. Bei Ming, watch your tone, I am the chief. So, what if you're the chief? Bei Ming showed no fear. He'd already been humiliated by that vicious female earlier, and was looking for someone to take out his frustration on. You're just like me, tied up here by that filthy female and unable to go anywhere. At this, Jifeng turned away, unwilling to waste words with the madman. He was certainly not restrained by that female. He was here voluntarily. To obtain what he desired, he accepted the sacrifice. He Miao Miao sat at the stone table, fully satisfied, after her meal, feeling exceptionally comfortable. She approached Yize and collected his empty stone bowl. You rest, I'll wash these. Yize felt somewhat embarrassed that a female would tend to him, especially since his leg hadn't fully healed yet, and he still needed several more days before he could walk. Carrying the bowl and shell, she grabbed a handful of plant ash and headed to the riverbank. In summer, the riverside was bustling with people bathing and playing in the water. She wanted to wash as well, so she found a secluded spot, set down the cleaned bowl, and quickly splashed herself before climbing back out. She'd bathed that afternoon, so she wasn't particularly dirty. On her way back, she collected some water, dampened a clean animal hide, and handed it to Yize to wipe himself. Yize said nothing. Whatever Miao Miao asked of him, he simply did. Watching her busy figure, Yize thought those males were blind to pass up such a fine female, let alone plot against her. It was simply despicable. Miao Miao refused to deprive herself. There was only one sleeping surface in the entire cave, this animal hide bed. She had no intention of sleeping on the ground, where it would turn cold in the second half of the night. Hugging a large animal hide, she smiled warmly at Yize. Why, Zay, could you shift a bit inward? Don't worry, I won't touch you tonight. Yize felt a slight edge of dissatisfaction at those words. What did she mean she wouldn't touch him tonight? Hadn't she touched him the previous night? Though his expression darkened, he still shifted toward the center. Miao Miao settled at the very edge, close to falling off. Exhausted from the day's labor, she fell asleep the moment her head touched the hide. Yize, who'd slept most of the day, found himself tossing and turning, unable to rest. Recalling everything from when he first awakened through to the present, a sense of regret settled over him. If he'd known she was this wonderful, he should have simply yielded last night. Now she lay beside him, deliberately keeping her distance. Sensing she was deeply asleep, he extended his arm and drew her into his embrace. The faint scent of plants reached him, bringing a measure of peace. A slight smile touched his lips as he gently smoothed her disheveled hair. He murmured softly, Miao Miao, I'll protect you from now on. They slept without dreams throughout the night. The next morning, He Miao Miao woke naturally from her warm coverings, feeling wonderfully refreshed. In her past life, she'd needed multiple alarms to rouse herself each morning. Suddenly turning her head, she was startled to find a handsome face looming close before her. But she quickly understood. While she may have tossed restlessly in her sleep, the arm draped beneath her neck was undoubtedly his doing. Yize harbored affection for her. The realization brought a measure of pleasure. After all, what female wouldn't welcome a handsome male who held no grudge from the previous night's encounter? She'd be hard-pressed to find such a one, even with a lantern. Seeing him asleep with eyes closed, she offered a mischievous smile. Secretly reaching out from beneath the covers, her fingers traced the firm muscles of his abdomen and the subtle curve of his throat. While she reveled in the tactile exploration, Yize struggled silently behind his feigned sleep. Her delicate hands roaming across him felt like kindling, an unbearable heat spreading through him. He caught her wandering hand firmly, his voice rough with restraint. Stop moving. He Miao Miao was caught red-handed, yet showed no hint of panic whatsoever. Instead, she deliberately played innocent. Why? Yize said nothing. He slowly opened his eyes, turned his gaze toward her, and gently guided her hand downward. And you would know how. Suddenly sensing something was amiss, He Miao Miao's pupils contracted instantly. She yanked her hand back. It was scorching hot.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Upon hearing this, He Miao Miao's face flushed crimson in an instant. She scrambled off the bed, words tumbling over one another incoherently. Well, you should rest now. Don't let your mind wander. I'll go outside and see if there's anything to eat. With that, she made a quick escape from the cave, leaving Yize alone inside, who could only offer a helpless smile. Truthfully, the one who had been fantasizing on a weekday morning was her, wasn't she? She had teased him, and then bolted. What a mischievous female indeed. Then again, he liked it. The moment He Miao Miao stepped outside, she ran into Zixian, who was heading her way. Zixian, good morning. Zixian's face lit up when she saw Miao Miao and came running over. Miao Miao, you're up so early, are you going to catch lice? Hearing this, he Meow Meow couldn't help but laugh at her companion's innocent remark. I took a bath yesterday, so I'm not itchy. Then why are you up so early? Zixian looked genuinely puzzled. Females in their tribe rarely ventured far from the cave, especially now with the heat outside. Only when the itching became unbearable would they come out to find a suitable female companion to scratch together and catch lice. Meow Meow patted the beast's skin pouch slung across her body. I'm going to gather some fruit. Wanna come? The mere idea of going outside shocked Zixian. After all, no female in the tribe had ever ventured into the wilderness before. The farthest any of them had gone was the river near their settlement. Glancing at the blazing sun outside, she shook her head. I think I'll skip it. It'll get too hot later. He Meow Meow didn't mind. She had only asked out of politeness anyway. Leaving the tribe behind, she followed the riverbank toward the adjacent hillside. The sun blazed overhead much like the summer season, with cicadas chirping everywhere. Wild vegetables grew all over the ground, though most were a bit too tough. After searching for quite a while, she managed to find some that were still tender enough, perfect for boiling and eating back home. She had already thoroughly fallen out with the other 4 females, and had no intention of eating the food they provided. Besides, the meager portion of meat distributed the previous evening was nowhere near enough for her and Yize. Some wild vegetables to fill her stomach would still be better than nothing. Suddenly a large patch of vivid red caught her eye. She stared for a moment before breaking into an excited sprint toward it. It's chili peppers. And extremely spicy, facing heaven chilies at that. In her past life, chili had been her absolute favorite. She couldn't eat without spice, only abstaining when her hemorrhoids flared up. She quickly picked all the fully ripened red chilies, leaving about half of the green ones on the plants. She intended to let those remain until they matured, completely saving the seeds for next time, so she wouldn't run out again. He Meow Meow wandered around the area for quite a while, but found nothing besides wild vegetables and chilies, no fruits at all. She felt somewhat disappointed. Where were all those wild fruits everyone talked about in the beast world? Why hadn't she spotted a single fruit tree? Never mind, she'd deal with it later. Turning back, she headed to the river to wash the vegetables and chilies, and while she was at it, she'd gather some river clams as well. Though the meat wasn't particularly delicious, it was still better than nothing. She had long grown accustomed to 3 meals a day, and with the sun now high overhead, her stomach was already growling. Checking that no other beastmen were around, she quickly shed her beast skin skirt and dove headfirst into the river. Bei Ming, who had been cooling off in the water, was utterly startled by her sudden plunge. He immediately sank his head below the surface and swam closer, wanting to investigate. After all, he had watched her fall into the water yesterday, and she hadn't surfaced for a long time. Soon he stealthily swam over and watched in disbelief as her plump body moved through the water with the agility of an aquatic beast. His golden pupils widened in astonishment, so she really could swim. Not only could she swim, but she did so remarkably well. Carrying something in her arms, she glided effortlessly through the water using only her legs. What was even more impressive was that she could hold her breath for so long. No wonder she had returned unharmed the day before. He Meow Meow, completely unaware that a beastman was watching her, brought up 2 clams and went back down for 2 more. She had noticed the day before that Yize hadn't eaten his fill. Surfacing once more, she scanned the surroundings. Everything was quiet, no beastmen in sight. She hurried ashore, pulled on her beast skin skirt, and used a nearby flat stone to pry open the clams, cleaning them thoroughly. Then suddenly her fingers brushed against something hard within the pale, tender clam meat. Curious, she squeezed firmly, and a lustrous white pearl suddenly appeared in her palm. He Meow Meow drifted excitedly in the water, examining it closely in the sunlight. It was perfectly round, smooth, and remarkably large, fully the size of her thumb. She never would have guessed she'd be so lucky as to find a pearl in a freshwater clam. She carefully placed it in her beast skin pouch, her spirits soaring, and hurried back to the cave with her findings. But the moment she arrived, she saw Yize supporting himself on the edge of the stone bed, moving slowly. Startled, she immediately set down what she was carrying and rushed over to support him. Do you need to use the restroom? I told you to wait for me to come back before trying to move like this. What if you fell? Watching her flurry back and chattering nonstop, Yize felt no annoyance at all. On the contrary, her concern warmed him deeply. Looking down at the petite female barely reaching his armpit, who was now straining to bear his weight upon herself, his heart swelled with an indescribable sense of happiness. However, he was rather curious about one thing. What is? Using the restroom. Meow Meow finally felt relieved upon seeing him sit down. She had been so hurried earlier that some of her words might have been unfamiliar to him. But they had already shared a bed together. She saw no reason to be shy or reserved about it. It means peeing and pooping. She looked at him earnestly. Do you need to go? If so, I'll help you. Hearing this, Yize felt his heart melt completely. This petite female, whom he had only recently met, not only shared her fruit and roasted meat with him, but was now offering to assist him with his most private needs. No male had ever dared to think of such a thing, himself included. Seeing his silence, he Meow Meow quickly fetched a large clamshell and tossed it into the corner against the cave wall. If you're embarrassed, you can just use this inside. I'll dispose of it later. Yize stared at the iridescent shell, imagining having to relieve himself against it with her having to throw it out afterward. His face flushed red as embarrassment washed over him. And no, it's fine. I don't need to. Go. Even speaking those words felt shameful to him. He would manage on his own when the need arose. Yize had never practiced such habits within his own cave. He walked to the cave wall, retrieved the shell, and set it aside. I can walk slowly on my own now. No need for him to say it. He Meow Meow had already figured it out. Although she walked slowly, there was no sign of pain on her face. She was gradually recovering. She was glad for him. That's perfect. Help me start a fire later. Being given orders by her brought a smile to Yize's face. He truly enjoyed his life now. If only his legs could heal sooner so his Meow Meow wouldn't have to work so hard gathering food from outside. Approaching the woodpile, he flicked his fingers and a roaring fire sprang to life instantly. Meow Meow placed the skewered meat on the fire to roast slowly, then methodically brushed it with animal fat collected the previous evening using fur brushes. A pungent aroma soon filled the air, distinctly different from yesterday's smoke. Yize sneezed twice in quick succession, then covered his nose. Meow Meow, what did you add today? It's so choking. He Meow Meow smiled mysteriously. Good things you'll find out soon enough. The river clam meat today was the same size as yesterday's, but in much greater quantity. Soon they were done roasting. She handed him a large handful, directly keeping only 10 skewers for herself. She was too heavy already and couldn't afford to eat too much. She blew on the roasted meat and took a bite. The tender clam flesh combined with the spiciness of chili peppers was absolutely delicious. Yize examined the meat in his hand, recognizing it as the same kind from yesterday, though he hadn't known what it was before. But with the water beast shells that had appeared in the cave today, he finally understood what kind of meat this was. A wave of sympathy washed over him. Even when the beast people were at their hungriest, no one had ever dared to eat water beast meat. Yet his Meow Meow not only ate it, but had been eating it for 2 consecutive days. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd been surviving on this before. Those beast husbands of hers weren't proper males at all. Even if they held no affection for their young female, they certainly shouldn't have treated her this way. Noticing him lost in thought while staring at the roasted meat, Meow Meow urged him to eat quickly before it grew cold and lost its flavor. When Yize pulled the meat from the small wooden stick in one bite, an entirely new taste exploded across his tongue, brightening his eyes with surprise. Meow Meow, what exactly did you add? This roasted meat tastes even better than yesterday's. A wide smile spread across he Meow Meow's face. At least someone shared her taste, and that brought its own happiness. She picked up a chili pepper and handed it to him. This is what I used, chili. Yize studied the familiar object in his palm, something he'd encountered often while wandering through the forest, never imagining it could actually be eaten. He tossed it into his mouth and chewed, but suddenly froze, his face turning red. Fire burned through his mouth and he spat it out urgently. So spicy. He Meow Meow burst into laughter. This is delicious, but you can't eat too much at once. Her unrestrained laughter irritated Beiming somewhat. He had only been curious about why that vicious female was collecting those hard-shelled water beasts, never expecting to witness this. A female actually preparing food for a male. And not just any male, a disabled one. What right did that snake beast have? If that wicked female already had a snake beast companion, shouldn't she be able to terminate their contract? At the very least, beyond their bond contract, nothing else had transpired between them. With that thought, he moved accordingly, crouching in the nearby brush and waiting for he Meow Meow to gather the shellfish at the riverbank so he could follow. Her swaying, overweight figure turned his stomach. Hey, he Meow Meow, we need to talk. As she reached the riverbank, Beiming's voice rang out behind her. She turned impatiently, glaring at the arrogant male before her. What is there to discuss between us? Beiming crossed his arms and looked down at her, his expression equally sour. Something gnawed at him, a unease he couldn't quite name. You were laughing so happily with that snake beast a moment ago. Why the change? He Meow Meow found his question baffling. What kind of logic produced such words? She furrowed her brow slightly. I'm sorry, but I can't bring myself to smile when talking to someone who wishes me dead. Then her voice hardened. And he's not just some snake beast, he's Yize, my mate. Show him some respect from now on. With that, she let out a cold snort and turned to wash the shells. Beiming's frustration boiled over again, his chest muscles tightening with barely contained anger. It was plain he was furious. Respect. You think you understand respect? His voice rose sharply. If you truly respected anyone, you wouldn't have forced us males into bonds with you. You'd be wise to end this partnership agreement on your own terms now, or else I'll. He hesitated, the threat dying on his tongue. He Meow Meow fought back a laugh and looked down at him with open disdain. Or else what? Come choke my neck again like you did before. Bei Ming's gaze dropped instinctively to her throat, pale beyond its usual tone marked with faint red indentations that bore his handiwork. He couldn't explain the sudden fluster that overcame him whenever he stood before her. Images of her in the water and laughing with Yi Zhe kept resurfacing in his mind. Frustration coiled tight within him. Just remember that. He turned and walked away, acutely aware that staying longer would leave him speechless. He Miao Miao watched him retreat and couldn't help but sneer. Did he truly think she was easy prey? They'd had their chance before and failed. Why were they bothering her again now? He Miao Miao, you're shameless. The insult struck a nerve. She had barely rid herself of one problem only for another to appear. Turning around, she spotted Yuya emerging from the forest with several devoted followers trailing behind. She knew this female was one of Bei Ming's Black Panther suitors. They had clashed frequently in the past. Well, if it isn't Yuya, she drawled. When it comes to shamelessness, you're unmatched, day after day obsessing over someone else's mate and having the audacity to speak. Yuya showed no remorse, lifting her chin with thinly veiled contempt. Bei Ming doesn't want you, yet you forced him into a mating bond. He Miao Miao, you're simply too cruel. Exactly, another chimed in. You disgrace every female in Qingshan tribe. Not only did you seize those mates by force, but not a single one of them actually cares for you. If I were you, I'd just throw myself into the river and end it all. The other females echoed their agreement, their disdain for He Miao Miao rooted not just in her weight, but in her laziness as well. She'd only managed to secure so many distinguished mates because of her father's influence. Now that he was gone, who would still shield her? He Miao Miao tilted her head, slightly cradling the clean shells against her chest before offering them a faint smile. You're so fond of them. If you can convince them to dissolve their partnerships with me, then by all means take them. Really? The instant those words registered, the females who had been hurling insults at her were struck speechless, their eyes widening with sudden hope. After all, everyone in the tribe knew how deeply those males despised her, especially Bei Ming and Zheng Yang, and even Chieftain Jifeng regarded her with visible indifference. Ying Lu may have worn a friendly mask, but everyone understood she held no fondness for He Miao Miao. Yuya's voice quivered with excitement. Then just give me Bei Ming and Jifeng. Another female marked by prominent moles spoke up quickly. I want Wu and Zheng Yang. But the shortest among them protested immediately. You've already picked yours, what's left for me? Yuya and the mole-marked female Ahua exchanged knowing smiles. There's still the snake beast man. We've seen him, he's quite handsome. He's yours. No. The short female pouted in disgust. How could they take the best options and leave her with the crippled one? I want Bei Ming, Wu, and the chieftain, all three. Nobody touches them. Upon hearing this, Yuya and Ahua immediately erupted in anger. Bai Yun, you're shameless. How dare you compete with us for males? As the three seemed on the verge of a brawl, He Miao Miao let out a mocking laugh. Let them fight, the more chaos the better. Those four weren't something they could just take with mere words. As for Yi Zhe, even less likely. She cast a sidelong glance at the three and turned to leave. Yi Zhe, noticing she had been gone for a long time without returning, also saw Bei Ming coming back from the riverbank with a grim expression. A flicker of worry crossed his mind, and he was about to go look for her. Just as he reached not far from the cave entrance, he saw her returning safely, and relief washed over him. Miao Miao, are you all right? He Miao Miao gave him a reassuring smile. I'm fine, perfectly fine. Suddenly she remembered the pearls she had gathered today, still in the leather pouch. She quickly took them out, hiding her hand behind her back with a mysterious air. Yi Zhe, I have something good in my hand. Guess what it is? Seeing her playful smile, Yi Zhe couldn't help but show a faint grin. What is it? Tada! Look, it's a pearl. He Miao Miao excitedly opened her palm before him. Isn't it beautiful? Yi Zhe gazed at the lustrous white orb, astonished. Such a lovely bead, where did you get it? He Miao Miao placed the pearl directly into his palm. I found it inside a clam. Could you drill a small hole in it for me? I want to wear it around my neck. Yi Zhe held the bead in his palm. Though it was his first time seeing such a thing, given its beauty it far surpassed the dogtooth necklaces popular in the big cities, and its value must be considerable. Yet Miao Miao trusted him enough to hand it over, and even told him how she found it. A warmth filled his heart. He gave her a doting smile. No problem. Leave it to me. With that, he took out a brand new leather dress from his own small space, and somewhat shyly placed it before her. Miao Miao, this is for you. Suddenly a black dress shimmering with iridescent hues appeared before her, and He Miao Miao was instantly captivated. It was thin and light, clearly cool to wear, far better than the heavy animal hides. She hugged it to her chest, feeling a cool sensation in her palms, her eyes brimming with joy. Yi Zhe, are you really giving me such a beautiful leather dress? Yi Zhe was a little embarrassed by her intense gaze, but he forced himself to hold her stare. He didn't want to miss a single expression on Miao Miao's face. Of course. We're mates. Making you a leather dress is only natural. Hearing these touching words, He Miao Miao's heart melted into a warm puddle. In all the days she had been here, only Yize had been kind to her. Her eyes grew a little hot. She looked at his handsome face sat on the edge of the stone bed, leaned forward slightly, and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Yize. You're the one who's always been the best to me. Suddenly kissed. Yize didn't even register the words. His mind went completely blank. Only one thing mattered: He Miao Miao had kissed him. Soft, fragrant. How he wanted to kiss her back. With that thought, he pulled her into his arms, pressed her head firmly, and kissed her. Like thunder igniting a wildfire, the passion was unstoppable. Even though his leg was still not fully healed, it didn't hinder him in the least. Jifeng looked at the long queue for meat, but didn't see the little female's figure today. He snorted contemptuously in his heart. He knew it. Yesterday's talk about having her own hands and feet was just another new trick. Sure enough, after just one day she didn't come. That vicious female was probably still lying in her cave, snoring, waiting for him to bring her roasted meat. Chief, He Miao Miao gave you 4 to us this afternoon. Tonight you will mate with me. Yuya, along with her 2 followers, Hua and Baiyun, were all beaming with joy. Throughout the entire tribe there was hardly a female who didn't covet these 4. Yet the 3 of them had lucked into the opportunity. How delighted they were. Hearing this abruptly, everyone around was stunned. They looked incredulously at the chief and at Bei Ming and Zheng Yang standing nearby. For any one of these 3 males taken alone was a figure pursued by females, not only handsome but also extremely formidable in combat. And yet He Miao Miao was giving them away to other females. How could that be? Even the 3 protagonists themselves were astonished. Not only astonished, but deeply humiliated. They did dislike that detestable female He Miao Miao and wished to dissolve the mate contract immediately. But certainly not in this manner. Being tossed to these females was an utter disgrace. Especially for Jifeng and Bei Ming. One was the tribe's chief, the other came from the Shouwang city, both males who prized their dignity above all. Their faces instantly turned ashen. Bei Ming recalled the encounter by the river with He Miao Miao earlier today, and his chest tightened with discomfort. He didn't know why. Now hearing this, his anger surged even more. He strode forward without ceremony, looking down condescendingly at the 3, one short, one dark, one ugly. Who gave you the audacity to set your sights on me? Are you tired of living? At these words the 3 trembled with fear, not daring to meet Bei Ming's eyes. But such authority only made the females more infatuated. Especially Yuya, she was drawn to the very fierceness in Bei Ming. If he showed that during mating, she couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be. At the thought she blushed involuntarily, her face full of coquettish shyness. Bei Ming, don't be angry. He Miao Miao doesn't know what's good for her, she doesn't want you, but we do. We're much more beautiful than her. Hua and Baiyun echoed. But the surrounding beastmen frowned. Did these 3 have no self-awareness at all? Though He Miao Miao was unpopular in the tribe when it came to beauty, she was the true one, just a bit plump now and out of shape. Zheng Yang glared coldly at the 3, his tone equally harsh. He snorted, don't even think about it. Even if we dissolve the mate contract with He Miao Miao, we will never be with you. Jifeng was quite satisfied with the harsh words from the other 2. They said what he wanted to say, but couldn't due to his position lest the tribe members get the wrong idea. Moreover, among the 4 mates, he was the least eager to dissolve the relationship. He had entered the bond with He Miao Miao willingly. Only later, after she repeatedly pressed him to mate, did he grow disgusted and want to be rid of her. And to be honest, he had no inclination for that now. Living apart without interfering with each other was fine. Whether they dissolved the mate contract or not, it didn't matter. Yuya, Hua, Baiyun, you 3 should understand that we 4 are mated. Even if Miao Miao is at fault, we as mates will not be the ones to end the relationship. Whatever Miao Miao said to you, it doesn't count. Yuya smirked at this. She stepped up to Jifeng and said with a laugh, Jifeng, don't worry. I'll make that wretched female He Miao Miao come and dissolve the bond with you. Not you initiating it, she will be the one to do so. Zheng Yang was actually delighted inside, he could not wait to regain his bachelor status. But Bei Ming and Jifeng felt displeased. They did detest He Miao Miao, yet she remained their female mate. And Yuya had dared to call He Miao Miao a cheap female. Was she not insulting all of them alongside her? Bei Ming cast a cold, disdainful glare at the 3 females. Stop dreaming. With your lowly status you dare to desire me, Bei Ming. Have you grown weary of living? The icy tone made all 3 shiver, and they instinctively stepped backward. In the past within the Qingshan tribe their status indeed paled in comparison to He Miao Miao's. After all, she was the former chieftain's offspring. But the former chieftain had died, and now Jifeng served as chieftain, and Jifeng and the others held no fondness for He Miao Miao. Yet now the 3 of them at least had male mates to cherish them, whereas He Miao Miao, though she possessed 5 beast husbands, received nothing but mistreatment from them. If they compared honestly, the 3 of them were far more noble than He Miao Miao. And now Bei Ming had called them lowly. Yuya could not accept this. But fearing Bei Ming's wrath once more, she spoke timidly. Bei Ming, do you not despise her? Why will you not dissolve your mate bond with her? Hearing this, Bei Ming's brow furrowed tightly as he glared at Yuya, who trembled yet attempted to appear brave. Yet his mind drifted back to the memory of his hand gripping He Miao Miao's throat back then. She had stared at him with the same defiant look. But in those eyes beyond resolve there had been absolutely no fear. Noticing his momentary distraction, Bei Ming immediately refocused and glanced at this dark-skinned female, finding even one more look at her to be defiling. He replied irritably, "What I do regarding my mate bond has nothing to do with you." Turning away without another word, he left. The very air here felt foul to him. Sweat and body odor permeated every corner. But Xingyang, his eyes darting with sudden inspiration, stepped forward eagerly. "Yuya, if you truly can get He Miao Miao to dissolve her mate bonds with us, I will give you 10 fine quality beast hides." Ahua, who already harbored feelings for Xingyang, lit up with excitement and exchanged a knowing glance with Yuya and Baiyun. They had just discussed this. The 5 mates would be shared in rotation among them once the bonds were dissolved. After all, they were so handsome, they did not want to miss out on any of them. Ahua stepped forward eagerly. "Let us go find He Miao Miao right now." The mere thought of his imminent freedom sent Xingyang's heart racing with joy. He could not bear to wait another moment. Hurrying after them, he called out, "I am coming with you." The onlookers followed as well. This was clearly going to be a dramatic confrontation. After all, Xingyang was He Miao Miao's primary beast husband obtained through ruthless means, and he might not easily let go. Life in the tribe was dull, nothing but hunting and procreating, so encountering such gossip-worthy drama was an opportunity not to be missed. Jifeng was exasperated. Xingyang truly had a talent for bringing shame upon himself. His title as the primary beast husband had come so effortlessly, and yet he was now having other females cause trouble for his own mate. The bonded beast humans were essentially one entity. Insulting any one of them was an insult to all of them. As Chieftain Jifeng refused to let his mate be humiliated, for to disrespect her was to disrespect him, their chieftain. Bei Ming understood this principle as well. His mate could only be touched by their group of beast husbands. No one else was permitted. The 2 men followed behind, but upon reaching the cave entrance, they found everyone standing at a distance, none of them entering. "What is it? Why have you stopped?" He Miao Miao turned her drowsy gaze toward Yi Zhe behind her. Yi Zhe quickly pulled the beast hide blanket over them, feeling exasperated as he glanced toward the cave entrance. These clueless beast humans actually kept standing outside without leaving. Fortunately, the stone bed was positioned deeper inside, requiring one to enter before it could be seen. He certainly had no inclination toward being watched. Before he could speak, an unwelcoming female voice called from outside. "Hey, He Miao Miao, get your lazy self out here right now." Startled by this hostile voice, He Miao Miao finally snapped back to full awareness and abruptly sat up from the beast hide bed, staring in shock toward the cave opening. Damn it, these beast humans had chosen precisely the worst possible moment to make trouble for her. As she lifted the blanket to get down, Yi Zhe immediately stopped her. He had no intention of letting the other males see He Miao Miao's flushed face. "You stay here, I will go." "But your leg." Yi Zhe climbed out of bed, donned his black beast hide skirt, pressed her back into the covers, and gently kissed her forehead. "It is fine, a walking is not a problem." Seeing him move with considerably less limping than before, He Miao Miao finally felt at ease, letting him go. But she could not bear the thought of him facing them alone. Those voices outside were clearly seeking trouble, and there were quite a few of them. Grabbing the new beast hide skirt Yi Zhe had gifted her, she slipped it on along with her beast hide sandals, and followed him out. As soon as she emerged, she found the cave entrance packed with people. Good lord, nearly the entire tribe had gathered. Remembering what she and Yi Zhe had been doing inside moments ago, her cheeks flushed crimson instantly. She had no idea how much they had overheard. She could only hope they had caught nothing. Unfortunately, Yuya and Xingyang, who had arrived earliest, had heard every word clearly, while Jifeng and Bei Ming, who came later, had not. Yet once those 2 stepped outside, the heavy lingering aura clinging to them, combined with He Miao Miao's fair skin tinged with blush, made it impossible for anyone to remain ignorant. Yi Zhe cast an irritated glance over the beast humans who had disrupted his moment. "What do you think you are doing?" His cold voice cut through the air with remarkable clarity, making it impossible for anyone to ignore his presence. His ink-black hair cascaded loosely down his back, slightly disheveled, a clear sign that the recent encounter had been rather vigorous. Yuya's heart pounded wildly as she gazed at the striking male before her, his beauty edged with a dangerous intensity. She never imagined this crippled serpent beast human would appear so captivating once he stood. Her resentful gaze fell on He Miao Miao, who had just rushed out, and her discontent flared immediately. Pointing an accusing finger at her, she spat, "Hey, He Miao Miao, who would have guessed you would turn out to be such an untrustworthy female? Was it not agreed that you would hand those men over to us? By what right are you still coupling with this serpent beast?" The moment those words left her mouth, He Miao Miao felt a frigid gaze lock onto her. She turned her head slightly and met the displeased stare of Bei Ming. She was not afraid and shot it right back. Her defiant little expression struck something in him, making his heart skip a beat as he fought back an involuntary smile. He quickly lowered his head, unwilling to let the others detect his abnormality. When he looked up again, he saw Meow Meow standing there with unshaken confidence, arms folded across her chest. Yes, I did say that, I admit it. But tell me, did you actually convince them? Are they willing? Of course. Yuya stepped forward, confidently turning to beam at Jifeng and Sangyang. Chieftain Sangyang, did you hear that? She is willing to dissolve her mate bond with you. Sangyang was practically vibrating with excitement, rushing toward Meow Meow with barely contained eagerness. Then let us go find Lu right away. Lu, who had been hiding behind the crowd listening, immediately popped out. No need, I am right here. Meow Meow offered a faint smile. Very well. Both Bei Ming and Jifeng stared at her in astonishment. It did not seem like a trick, but rather something genuine. As the white witchcraft energy slowly manifested, their hearts clenched, and they instinctively stepped back, as though terrified the luminous light might descend upon them. Overcome with sheer panic, Lu moved his hands slightly, withdrawing his shamanic power, and deliberately looked at Meow Meow. The bond has been dissolved. From now on you are no longer partners. Meow Meow gave a sweet smile, finally having gotten rid of one calamity. This Sangyang had given her predecessor no end of trouble in the past. It was better that he left, she would be safer. She raised an eyebrow, adding Lu, Bei Ming, and Jifeng. And, what about you three? Seeing no trace of sorrow or entreaty in Meow Meow's expression, Bei Ming felt a restless agitation stirring within him. He wasn't certain what he wanted to do. His fists clenched tightly as he stared fixedly at her smiling face. The more he looked, the more uneasy he became. The growing weight of gazes from those around him made him feel as though needles pricked his back. He turned away and transformed into a massive black leopard bolting into the forest. Jifeng felt somewhat dejected, having hoped Bei Ming would speak up to ease the awkwardness. Instead, he simply fled. Fortunately, his outward composure had always been well maintained, so whatever he did now would appear reasonable enough. With a gentle smile, he replied, Meow Meow, don't speak nonsense. I chose to bind myself to you willingly. How could I ever wish to leave you? Lu observed the two of them, his thoughts churning. Bei Ming was the one who despised Meow Meow the most, so why had he run off? Only that fool Sangyang had dissolved his partnership. Should he do the same? Meow Meow glanced at the silent Lu, then offered a smile to Yuya and the other three. I'm sorry, but there are three left who aren't willing to let go. Sangyang studied Lu and Jifeng with confusion. Aren't you both harboring hatred for her as well? Break free from this bond quickly. If you miss this chance, it may never come again. Ahua Bayun and Yuya grew anxious too. With only Sangyang gone, that wouldn't be nearly enough for them. Exactly, Elder and Shaman, have you forgotten how she coerced you back then? Lu genuinely wanted to dissolve the partnership, but with Bei Ming and Jifeng both refusing, it was clear the situation ran deeper than it appeared. Rather than decide now, he thought it better to wait and see. Given that the newcomer Yizhe seemed to harbor feelings for this venomous female, she likely wouldn't bother him anymore. Glancing irritably at Sangyang, who had so bluntly exposed his true intentions, Lu felt a surge of frustration. Sangyang, don't drag us into your foolishness. When have I ever harbored resentment toward Meow Meow? Don't speak rashly. Hasn't it always been my custom to share the finest provisions with her? Sangyang watched the exchange with bewilderment, puzzled by their cryptic behavior. Hadn't they always been the ones most hostile toward Meow Meow? Why were they hesitating now that the opportunity to sever ties had presented itself? Was it possible that ending his partnership with her had been the wrong choice all along? His gaze drifted toward Meow Meow standing beside Yizhe, radiating confidence, with a bright smile on her face. She had always been attractive, but she looked even more striking now. The two of them made a remarkably handsome pair. Without hesitation, Meow Meow linked her arm through Yizhe's, making her declaration before all the beast men present. From this day forward, Yizhe shall be my primary beast husband. Upon hearing her words, a surge of joy bloomed within Yizhe's heart. When he had been clarifying his own feelings, the ranking in Meow Meow's mind had never once crossed his thoughts. He had believed that her affection for him was all that mattered. Yet now he found himself designated as her first beast husband, and to claim he wasn't overjoyed would be a lie. With tender indulgence, he brushed his fingers through her slightly disheveled hair and spoke softly. Meow Meow, meeting you has been my good fortune. Their sweet exchange somehow left Jifeng feeling distinctly uncomfortable. All he had done was prepare grilled meat. Was that really worth such devotion to a female? He couldn't bear to stay another moment, his spirits thoroughly dampened. Meanwhile, Lu was taken aback, a female so venomous and finding affection from a male. Could it be that some males were drawn to vicious females? Such refined tastes indeed. With this spectacle concluded, the crowd dispersed. Zixian felt genuine happiness for her friend. It seemed entirely natural that her best companion would favor handsome males. She admired them too. She merely lacked a formidable father to secure one for her, otherwise she would certainly claim several for herself. Bouncing before he Meow Meow, with a radiant grin, she radiated pure excitement. Meow Meow, congratulations on finding a male partner who truly treats you well. The heartfelt blessing from a sister stirred warmth in he Meow Meow's chest. Turning to face her delicate oval visage, he Meow Meow smiled gently. Thank you. I'd like to invite you to my cave tonight for meat. Zixian's eyes lit up instantly at the prospect. Really? Absolutely. He Meow Meow turned toward Yize. We haven't yet treated our friends to a meal since we formed our bond. How about tonight? Yize had no objections. Meow Meow's desire to celebrate signaled how much she valued him. Judging from her relationships with the other females, they had likely never received such consideration before. I'll go catch some game, he offered. She nodded in approval. Be careful. While she joined the line for meat distribution, Zixian kept her distance, unwilling to endure the unpleasant odor. Only when he Meow Meow emerged carrying a large slab of raw meat did she approach. Meow Meow, why didn't you have Elder Jifeng bring it to you? He Meow Meow had no desire to mention the beastman who had upset her. His meat doesn't taste good. Standing nearby, Jifeng heard this remark and fell utterly speechless. She remained as dismissive of his grilling as ever. Carrying the meat to the riverbank, she diced it into small pieces, washed them, thoroughly marinated them with chili and salt water, then threaded them onto branches to slow roast over low heat. Zixian watched with curiosity, peppering her with questions along the way. Studying the modest flame, she furrowed her brow. Meow Meow, why aren't you using high heat? This is taking so long. She was eager to taste the result of this novel grilling method. He Meow Meow added a piece of firewood to the flames. The meat is rather thick. High heat would char the outside before the inside is cooked through. Zixian frowned in confusion. Isn't that how it always is? Wasn't every piece of grilled meat they'd ever eaten charred on the outside and raw within? How could one achieve thorough cooking without burning? He Meow Meow was amused by her words. She poked the roasted meat with a small stick, some of it was already cooked. She quickly took it off and divided it into 2 shells and a stone bowl. Yize ate a lot, so the stone bowl was just right for him. She handed the other shell to Zixian. Here, try it. Zixian looked at the meat container handed to her with great surprise. Inside it was a gleaming white, and under the light it emitted a colorful radiance. Meow Meow, this bowl is so beautiful. What is it made of? Meow Meow picked up a piece of roasted meat with chopsticks and began to eat. It's made from shells from the river. Hearing this, Zixian was confused. What are shells? They're the shells of water beasts. What? The shells of water beasts can be this beautiful. She examined the beautiful shell in her hand again, liking it more and more. It was far better than the rough and heavy stone bowl at home. Can I ask my mate to catch 2 of them? Seeing her cautious look, he Meow Meow laughed. Go ahead, catch them if you want. The water beasts in there aren't mine alone. Zixian scratched her head sheepishly. In the tribe it had always been that whoever discovered something owned it, and anyone who wanted to take it must obtain the permission of the discoverer. Unexpectedly, Meow Meow didn't care at all. Thank you, Meow Meow. She looked at the meat in the shell. The outside was a golden brown without any black hard shell. She grabbed it with her hand and took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. She looked at the grilled meat in her hand in disbelief. This grilled meat is so delicious. It's not only juicy and tender, but also has no gamey taste at all. He Meow Meow smiled slightly. She was good at cooking, and although the food here was simple, the ingredients were healthy, so no matter how you cooked it, it tasted good. Then eat more. Yize handed her a large leg of a gidge beast. Meow Meow, try the one I grilled. He Meow Meow looked at the roasted meat. The color was excellent golden yellow with salt grains evenly sprinkled on it. She took a bite and found it very delicious. Her eyes turned slightly, looking at Yize sitting next to her, and she gave a sly smile. Yize, your grilled meat is much better than mine. How about you do the grilling next time? Pfft. Yize couldn't help but burst out laughing. In terms of grilling skills, he was far inferior to Meow Meow, but since she liked his cooking, he would do it. Even if his cooking wasn't good now, he could learn. Okay. His soft voice fell gently on Meow Meow's ears, and she couldn't help but curl her lips upward. Snap. Suddenly the branch in his hand broke with a sound, and Bei Ming came back to his senses. Outwardly he looked disdainful, but inside he was extremely displeased. Hadn't that vicious female always liked to pester him before? Now that she had a snake beastman, she stopped coming. She was truly fickle and heartless. He glared deeply at the two who were laughing and talking, feeling a tightness in his heart. He threw away the branch in his hand, fiercely jumped down from the tree, and headed toward his own cave. However, just as he passed by Yinglu's cave, he saw Yinglu running out excitedly holding a gray beast hide belt. Bei Ming, I have a new plan. I will make her die without a trace. Hearing this, suddenly Bei Ming's heart tightened. He looked at Yinglu warily, his body involuntarily leaning back. What plan? Inglu looked around, confirmed again that no one was there, lowered his voice, and whispered a few words in his ear. This instantly made Bei Ming furious, and his face was full of contempt. If you want to kill her, just do it openly. Why be so secretive and come up with such an excuse? Inglu, you are truly treacherous. Having said that, he snorted coldly and left in dissatisfaction. Inglu frowned deeply, watching his retreating back, and found this Black Panther beastman quite baffling. How dare he call him treacherous? Inglu was the shaman of the Qingshan tribe. He was the kindest beastman, how could he be treacherous? He muttered back in annoyance, psycho. If he didn't want to go, fine. He would go alone. With his charm, this matter would surely be a piece of cake. He turned and went back to his cave, found his favorite white beast-hide skirt, and put it on. He also ran his fingers through his snow-white hair. Looking at the moonlight that had already risen outside, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Tonight, he would be free. His life, Inglu's life, would no longer be bound by that damned vicious female. He was not like Jifeng, that power-hungry guy who tied himself to the evil female just for the position of chief. His mate's position could only be for the female he loved most, and no one else could usurp it. At this moment, he, Miao Miao, and Yize were washing dishes and shells by the river, taking the opportunity to wash up. Yize hadn't had a proper wash for several days, so he planned to go down and have a good bath. Just as he was about to step into the water, he, Miao Miao, grabbed him. No, your wounds haven't healed yet. Don't go into the water, it's dangerous. I'll wipe you down. You can wash after you've recovered. Yize lowered his head slightly and saw her eyes full of concern as she tightly held his arm, preventing him from going into the water. His heart felt warm and very comfortable. It's fine, Miao Miao. I'm a snake beastman, I'm not afraid of water. Miao Miao was still worried. She could swim too, but yesterday she had almost drowned in the water due to numbness. She didn't want anything to happen to Yize. She held his arm tightly, pouted, and turned her head away in dissatisfaction. I don't want you to go into the water anyway. Yize was amused by her cute action and really wanted to kiss her right now. He leaned down slightly to her ear and said softly with a smile. Tonight I want to continue what we didn't finish today. The warm breath landed on Miao Miao's ear and her face instantly flushed red. She no longer dared to meet his eyes. But her hand didn't let go. Then no. If not, we can skip tonight. It's the same after you heal. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, and Yize knew she was shy. In fact, if Miao Miao had looked up at that moment, she would have noticed that she wasn't the only one blushing. The atmosphere between them was extremely intimate. Watching from the side, Inglu felt very displeased. These two beastmen really hadn't they had enough during the day. Now they were still at it. If they wanted to do it, they should wait until they returned to the cave. He glared at the big black snake male in dissatisfaction. What a nuisance. Who's there? Suddenly Yize's warning voice came, and he looked in this direction, startling Inglu's heart. However, only for a moment. He quickly composed himself, walked out of the woods with a gentle smile. Miao Miao, Yize, are you here to bathe in the river? What a coincidence, me too. Yize frowned slightly. This male was not unfamiliar to him, he had seen him twice before. But judging from the first encounter and the second time when he was so eager to dissolve the mate bond between Miao Miao and Zheng Yang, this male was not as kind as he appeared on the surface. On the contrary, he was a male with extremely deep scheming. The original host was foolish, but that didn't mean the current Miao Miao was also foolish. She didn't think it was a coincidence at all that Inglu appeared here at this time. In fact, he might have done it on purpose. She cast a cold glance at Inglu, who was all in white beast-hide white hair and pale white skin. Under the backlit moonlight, he looked no different from a ghost. We came here first. Go wash somewhere else. The icy tone surprised Inglu, and he looked at Miao Miao in disbelief. But he saw that her face was full of disgust towards him. Had he slipped up somewhere? No, impossible. He had never revealed any clues in front of her. It must be that big-mouthed snake beast man Yize who told her. Yes, it must be him. His eyes shifted slightly, his face overflowing with grievance. He slowly approached Miao Miao. I'm sorry, Miao Miao. If there's something I did wrong, tell me and I'll change. That pitiful look made Miao Miao feel nothing but disgust. If she hadn't known what he was truly made of underneath, she might well have been fooled by him today. She quickly raised her hand to stop him, not wanting to be so close. Stop. Inglu, the world is vast. It's not just you who are clever. I, Miao Miao, am no fool. You need not put on such a performance for me. We got here first, so scram. She had no desire to waste her time on an unworthy beastman. Turning away, she picked up a small animal hide cloth nearby, wet it at the river, and handed it to Yize. If you want to enter the water, wait until your wounds heal first. Her commanding tone left Yize little room to refuse. He took the small piece of beast hide from her hand and looked up at Inglu, who was putting on such an act. Aren't you leaving yet? Don't tell me you still want to watch us bathe. Inglu. He had no interest in watching males bathe. That snake beast was truly detestable. He was definitely behind everything happening to He Meow Meow now. With grievance in his eyes, he glanced at the pair before him and gripped the beast hide strap tightly. Yize's eyes were filled with warnings and hostility. It was clear that any plan he had for tonight was impossible now. Lowering his gaze, he said, "Meow Meow, I truly like you. Yize has only just arrived. Will you really turn me away?" Those words made He Meow Meow feel sick to her stomach. That pretentious affectation sent goosebumps cascading over her. "Inglu, your words make it sound as though we were close before. Spare me this nonsense and don't let Yize misunderstand. Other than the bonding contract we share, there is nothing between us." At this, Inglu's brows twitched almost imperceptibly. Hey, after all that talk, she actually wanted to mate with him. Didn't she have any sense of shame? What did she think she looked like? For the sake of his goal, he would endure it. Looking up at the displeased He Meow Meow, he stepped forward eagerly. "Meow Meow, as long as you're willing, we can mate tonight." Before the words had barely left his mouth, a cold glare shot toward him. He turned to see Yize glaring at him impatiently. "Inglu, if you cannot understand what Meow Meow is saying, I wouldn't mind having you wash your ears in the river." Meow Meow was his, no one would take her away. Besides, the cunning fox in front of him was clearly bad for Meow Meow. He saw no reason to show him any courtesy. The aggressive tone, thick with hostility, made Inglu feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was not fear on his part, but simply a lack of reason. Fighting openly for a vicious female would undermine his dignified position as a shaman. Tilting his head, he glanced down at Yize with disdain. "Yize, considering you are injured, I will let this slide. And also, tonight Meow Meow is yours, tomorrow night she is mine." After speaking, he looked at the two leaning together and felt deeply annoyed. This female no longer obeyed his words. In the past, he only needed to curl a single finger, and He Meow Meow would come running eagerly. But now, even with him putting on such a display, she remained unmoved and stayed by Yize's side, never once considering coming over. It seemed he would not have the chance to make his move tonight. He turned and walked away, his eyes narrowing slightly. He refused to believe that Yize would stay by this female's side forever. Originally, both He Meow Meow and Yize were in good spirits, but after his interference, they simply wanted to finish washing up and return to rest early. Especially He Meow Meow, who could be described as exhausted from a full day's labor and had long since grown drowsy. When she bent down to pick up the seashells and stone bowl from the rock, Yize beat her to it. "Let me handle this." Yize held the stone bowl in one hand and grasped hers with the other, slowly making their way back to the cave. The dim yellow lamplight cast a gentle glow over the cavern. The moment He Meow Meow returned, she noticed that the disordered beast hides on the bed had long disappeared, replaced by clean and soft ones. She looked around in confusion. These were not her hides. Where did these new beast hides come from? Yize couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reached out and pulled her onto his lap. He chuckled softly. "I changed these out this afternoon, of course they are ours now." He Meow Meow's brows furrowed slightly, and she looked up to meet his handsome face. "But I don't have these beast hides." Yize took her hand and played with it in his palm, soft and smoother than any beast hide. "This is mine, and since we are bonded partners, it is naturally yours as well." His gentle words and the intimate atmosphere made He Meow Meow's heart race, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. She had completely forgotten that nearly all the male beastmen here possessed spatial abilities. They simply varied in size. However, just as she lowered her head, a slender finger gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet the gaze that made her flustered. She tried to pull away, but was caught in a deep kiss, momentarily forgetting to breathe until her chest grew tight with stifled breath. Her hands pressed against Yize's broad, solid chest. "No, we can't. We just did this during the day." Her voice was barely a whisper, lacking any conviction, which only amused Yize further. This version of Meow Meow was completely unlike the fierce woman who had confronted Inglu by the river earlier. Remembering his own recklessness from this afternoon, guilt stirred within him. He had assumed Meow Meow had already mated with other males, but it turned out this afternoon had been her very first time. Even if Meow Meow wanted him now, he would not take advantage. "What are you thinking?" "I am merely kissing you." He rubbed her soft hair, chuckled, and then turned to lie back with her in his arms. How embarrassing, she had actually been teased. The air around them was thick with pheromones. In the quiet of night, alone together, it was impossible not to let her mind wander. She tugged at the fur of the beast hide beneath her, and behind her were strong arms gently wrapped around her waist. At this moment, He Meow Meow was not as detached as she claimed, rather her heart churned with restless emotion. The long night stretched ahead, and she felt unwilling to sleep so soon. Taking a deep breath, she turned and wrapped her arms around Yize's neck, pressing her lips to his. Earlier that afternoon, he had been interrupted before things could conclude, and Yize could be said to have carried a pent-up fire within him ever since. Now, with Meow Meow being so forward, how could he resist? With a single flip, he turned from passive to dominant. The rich male scent intoxicated He Meow Meow deeply. The oil lamp obediently went out, plunging the entire cave into darkness. Unable to see the person before her, her sense of touch and hearing expanded, infinitely emboldening her further. The frenzy of the night ultimately left her unable to even rise the next morning. She didn't awaken until sunlight was nearly streaming into the cave. Sitting up, she picked up a black beast hide skirt from beside her and pulled it on. However, the moment her feet touched the ground, her legs weakened, and she began to topple forward. The next instant, a pair of strong arms caught her and gently placed her onto the bed, his eyes full of affectionate reproach. "Why are you up so early? Go back to sleep for a while." He Meow Meow was pleasantly surprised. She had been certain Yize was not in the cave, yet he appeared just as she was about to fall. Clearly his speed was remarkable. "Yize, your leg is healed." Yize was rendered speechless by her words. She had nearly toppled over, and yet was still concerned about his leg. He crouched beside the bed and massaged her aching thighs. "As a male, my recovery speed is quite rapid. It is you who nearly fell." He Meow Meow thought nothing of it. She would be fine after moving around for a while. Even if she had fallen, it would hardly matter since the cave floor was merely packed earth and would not cause pain. She stood up and hopped about, smiling. "I am fine, see. I merely lost my balance for a moment." Seeing she was truly unharmed, Yize finally relaxed. He pinched her round soft cheeks. They felt wonderful to the touch. "Then stay home and take care of yourself. I am going hunting. Be good and wait for me to return." "MHM." He Meow Meow nodded in agreement. Although Yize had been purchased by her once they had formed a mating bond, he became a male of the Qingshan tribe. Of course, he would need to participate in the hunt, otherwise there would be no meat for him to eat. The rations he Meow Meow had received just days prior consisted only of her own share. There was absolutely nothing allocated for Yize. Otherwise, he Meow Meow would not have been reduced to eating river clam meat. "I want to eat giggling beast meat." Hearing her make demands of him, Yize smiled indulgently. Nothing brought him greater joy than his beloved partner relying on him. Alright, the two exited the cave chatting and laughing. This was Yize's first time participating in a collective activity of the Qingshan tribe. He Meow Meow wanted to see him off. But the moment they reached the tribal square, they saw a large crowd of beastmen gathered together, engaged in loud and animated discussion. Suddenly one beastman turned and spotted the approaching He Meow Meow, immediately calling out loudly, "He Meow Meow is here." The crowd instantly parted to make way, leaving her thoroughly bewildered. Only when she walked inside did she realize people were quarreling. Yuya charged angrily straight toward He Meow Meow. Seeing the situation, Yize immediately pulled her behind him for protection. "What do you think you are doing?" His deep voice, laced with barely restrained anger, only fueled Yuya's fury further. "Mind your own business. This is a matter between females. You outsider snake beast, get lost." The term outsider instantly irked Jifeng, Bei Ming, and Ying Lu, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines. All three of them were outsiders themselves. Smack. The sharp sound of a slap stunned everyone in an instant. No one had expected He Meow Meow to actually strike. Even Yuya had not anticipated it, for females among them typically settled disputes with words alone. Physical confrontation was nearly unheard of. Holding her burning cheek, Yuya glared at He Meow Meow in utter disbelief. "You dare strike me?" He Meow Meow's brows furrowed slightly. Her entire morning's good mood had now vanished completely. She said coldly, "Yize is my partner, which makes him a member of the Qingshan tribe, not some outsider male. If you tell him to leave, you are telling me to go as well. A single slap is mercy compared to what you deserve. Should you dare throw another tantrum, it will not be just one slap." Her tone carried undeniable authority, yet it was starkly different from her usual domineering manner, leaving the surrounding beast men dumbfounded. Was this really the He Meow Meow they knew? Something felt distinctly different. Yet Yize, being defended, felt a sweetness bloom in his chest like honey. That his own partner would protect him, the discomfort he had harbored earlier vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Jifeng and Bei Ming beside them were in foul spirits. They glanced resentfully at Yize standing beside Meow Meow. Had a female needed to protect him? Did he even deserve to be called a male? Ying Lu, on the other hand, wore a bewildered expression. Was this really the same He Meow Meow who used to put on a brave front while being inwardly cowardly? She could even defend her own beastmen now. Moreover, He Meow Meow's attitude earlier had triggered an inexplicable sense of envy in him. In all of Qingshan tribe, females held reverence and esteem, while males were so plentiful they seemed like a plague. Consequently, many females treated males with contempt rather than respect, frequently subjecting them to verbal abuse and physical violence. This mistreatment occurred even when the male's own partner stood right beside him, and in such cases the abuse would only intensify. Struck and shouted at, Yuya could not accept the injustice. Her already boiling anger only intensified further. He Meow Meow, stop pretending to be some virtuous female. Everyone knows your 5 beast husbands were either purchased or taken by force. If you had not handed me that ungrateful mail, would I have had to cause such a scene here? He meow glanced at Sangyang, who stood behind Yuya with his head bowed in silence. Are you referring to him? At the mention of Sangyang, Yuya's wrath surged. Who else could it be? He is ungrateful for the face I have given him. Sangyang was visibly shaken by the accusation, his chest heaving with anger. Yuya, the fact that I ended my partnership with he meow yesterday does not mean I am obligated to be with you. Many beastmen agreed with his words. These were two entirely separate matters. Besides, Sangyang and Yuya shared no bond whatsoever at present. Not to mention others, even his former partner, he meow had never succeeded with him. Yet these words enraged Yuya, who kicked out and struck Sangyang's leg. Sangyang, you are utterly ungrateful. Without me, do you truly believe you could have ended things with that contemptible female, he meow yesterday? The insulting words nearly spilled from her lips before she caught herself. She had no desire to endure another slap. He meow stood beside Yuze, watching the spectacle unfold with complete emotional detachment. Given Sangyang's past treatment of the original host and his actions toward her, she held no affection for this male whatsoever. Moreover, they now shared no connection at all. She simply found their argument here to be a waste of time. The sun had climbed high overhead. Jifeng glanced impatiently at the bickering pair, particularly resentful toward Sangyang. To argue with a female first thing in the morning and be completely dominated by such a fierce woman. Enough. Whatever grievances you have can wait until we return from the hunt. The hour grows late. Yuya, still intent on continuing her quarrel, fell silent upon hearing the chieftain's words, though resentment lingered beneath her compliance. She could only swallow her anger and shoot Sangyang a venomous glare. We will see about this. Then she turned and stormed back to her cave. With the spectacle over, the surrounding beastmen dispersed quickly. Zixian approached with a smile. Meow, may I accompany you today? He meow had just watched Yize depart when she spotted Zixian bouncing toward her, a small beast-hide bag slung over her shoulder. She was somewhat surprised. Last time she had invited her, she had declined. What had sparked this sudden interest today? Still, having someone along would make the outing more lively. Of course, you are welcome to join me. Let us go gather together. Delighted by the affirmative response, Zixian beamed with joy as the two departed the settlement together, though Yinglu's expression darkened at their side. Damn it. Yize was a nuisance last night, and now Zixian is here today. No, he couldn't just sit idly and wait for an opportunity to come to him. With a flicker of his eyes, he stealthily followed them, only to see the two females whispering to each other, chatting and laughing while pulling some strange weeds. He watched, somewhat puzzled. What could be so delightful? Zixian, inhaling the scent of the mint in her hand, was enraptured. Meow, this peppermint smells so wonderful. He meow chuckled softly. Of course, it can be used to make tea or roast meat, but it's also great for cleaning teeth and mouth. She understood the tea and roasting meat since the herb was fragrant, but cleaning teeth and mouth puzzled her. Teeth need cleaning. Pfft. He meow was amused by her words. Of course. If you don't believe me, cover your mouth with your hand, breathe out and take a whiff. Zixian tried it, and instantly a foul stench made her retch repeatedly. It took a while for her to recover. So stinky. She had always despised her mate's bad breath, but now she realized her own was just as rank. Quickly grabbing a handful of mint leaves and putting them into her mouth, a wave of coolness instantly filled her oral cavity, leaving her astonished. Meow, it's so refreshing. He meow pulled off a few more mint leaves and said with a smile, let's gather more. We can make tooth powder from it, making daily brushing much more convenient. Zixian had no objections. Now her mouth was filled with the fresh scent of mint and her mood had lifted considerably. I'll help. Just tell me what to do. Just then Yinglu came rushing over urgently. Zixian, what are you doing here? Hurry back. Xianglai is looking for you everywhere. Zixian was puzzled. Xianglai was her first beast husband and usually never clingy. Why was he looking for her today, and why had he sent the shaman to inform her? What does he want me for? Yinglu shot the troublesome female a glance. I don't know. Just go back. It's boiling hot out here. Why are you even out? Go back, don't make Xianglai worry. Hearing this, Zixian laughed. She rarely left the tribe. Xianglai must have returned and found her absent, so he was worried. Meow, I'll head back then. I'll come find you later. He meow smiled faintly, and then take care on your way back. With the troublesome one gone, the anxious look on Yinglu's face faded, replaced by a faint smile as he cast a scrutinizing gaze upon he meow. He glanced at the wild herbs in her animal skin pouch and raised an eyebrow in disgust. How disgusting, eating grass. But it was none of his concern, even if he meow ate feces, it didn't matter. Today he would make this odious female die. He cast a sidelong glance at the cliff beside them and deliberately stepped closer. Meow, the sun is so fierce. What are you doing out here? Suddenly approached he meow felt an intense discomfort. His gentle gaze seemed laced with venom, sending a chill down her spine. She instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. Nothing. With that she tried to sidestep and leave. She didn't believe Lu's appearance here boded well. Among her several beast husbands, he was probably the most inscrutable. On the surface, he acted better than anyone, but in reality, he was the most calculating. Yet to her surprise, Lu stretched out his arm and blocked her path. His eyes were full of hurt and grievance. Meow meow, you've been a bit cold to me lately. Don't you like me anymore? These words again. Meow meow was growing impatient. She couldn't fathom what was going on in this male's mind. She had already told him twice that she was willing to dissolve their bond at any time. Why did he insist on putting on this act? Life in this beast world was already hard enough, as she didn't need this messy drama. She was exasperated. Lifting her head, she met his fox-like affectionate eyes. Lu, I've made myself very clear. If you want to dissolve the bond, you can do it any time. I have no objections. Don't spout nonsense at me. I really don't understand what you males are thinking. Hearing these words again, Lu's eyes turned sharp as he studied Meow Meow's expression, searching for any sign she was lying. But her determined gaze revealed only impatience. It didn't seem like a lie. At this thought his heart tightened. No, impossible. Meow Meow had once even used the love fruit to bond with him. She couldn't have stopped liking him just because a snake beast man had arrived. It must be a new trick of hers. He stepped closer again. Meow Meow, why do you always want to break our bond? Is it because of Yize's arrival? Don't you like us anymore? Meow Meow retreated several steps. She didn't want to be this close to Lu at all. Now being falsely accused by him, she was furious. Lu, how dare you say that? You all want my life, every single one of you. I let you go, but you refused to leave. And now you talk about liking or not liking. Are you out of your mind? Seeing her anger, Lu cast another sidelong glance at the cliff behind Meow Meow, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Whether she truly knew or not, or whatever means she used today, everything would come to an end. He leaned forward slightly, now inches away from her. Meow Meow, no matter what you say, it won't change the fact that I like you. Let's mate tonight. At these words, Meow Meow's fury erupted. This bastard was completely ignoring everything she said. In a rage, she shoved her palm against the repulsive male, but instead of pushing him away, she lost her balance, stepped on empty air, and fell backward. In her panic, she grabbed hold of the animal skin skirt around Lu's waist, and they both plunged down together. Lu's eyes widened in shock as he glared at Meow Meow, who had dragged him down with her. But the next moment a pair of soft arms wrapped around his waist, and for a brief instant his mind wavered. His nostrils were filled with the scent of grass. Meanwhile, Meow Meow, terrified, clung tightly to the male before her. She didn't want to die. If she could use Lu as a cushion, maybe she still had a chance to survive. But the beastman was too heavy, she couldn't manage to swap positions with him. She shot a furious glare at the culprit and sank her teeth into his bare shoulder, her mouth instantly filling with warm coppery blood. MMPH, Lu let out a pained grunt. Just as he was about to push her away, the next moment they crashed heavily onto the water's surface and sank rapidly. The cushioning Meow Meow upon hitting the water felt an excruciating pain throughout her body, as if her internal organs had shattered. She was forced to release her grip on Lu. He transformed into his fox beast form and immediately swam toward the surface, while she, paralyzed by the agony, could not move and slowly sank into the depths. All around was silence, the light growing dimmer. Was she going to drown? The last air in her lungs escaped as a string of tiny bubbles vanishing into the water. Suddenly a dark silhouette appeared above her head, approaching slowly. She stared in shock at the male before her. It was Lu. She couldn't understand why he had come back. Lu himself did not know why. He had climbed out of the water, intending to leave, when the bond mark on his body suddenly grew scorching hot. He knew this was a harbinger that the female was near death. Yet looking down at the 2 neat rows of bite marks on his shoulder, he involuntarily recalled recent events. She had already dissolved her partnership with Sang Yang, harboring no secret schemes or revenge. That morning when Sang Yang and Yuya had quarreled, she had not once glanced at him. Had he truly misread the situation? Perhaps what Meow Meow had said about willingly dissolving their partnership was genuine. As long as he agreed, they could sever their bond and never be partners again. Suddenly, as these thoughts crossed his mind, unease stirred within his heart. He was a wooer, he could have attempted to dissolve their partnership, yet he had never done so. His mind was flooded with images of Meow Meow thanking him for the green fruits and her fierce confrontation with Bei Ming, resolute in ending her partnership with Sang Yang. His gaze fell upon the dark green lake, its surface tranquil, yet his heart churned with anxiety. For the first time, he did not want Meow Meow to die. At this thought, he plunged into the water and pulled the drowning Meow Meow to safety. Seeing her lying on the ground coughing violently, an inexplicable panic seized him, and he hastily stepped back. Meow Meow glanced at Lu beside her, who seemed somewhat uncomfortable, unable to fathom why he had suddenly come to her rescue. Why did you save me? Lu gazed deeply at her, shedding his usual gentle pretense for a cold, stern countenance. With a raised hand he used his Wu power to heal her wounds. He meow meow, from this day forward all debts between us are wiped clean. Should you continue to pester me, I can ensure you truly die. He suddenly realized that his earlier pretense, all to bring about her death, had been a waste of time. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Watching his damp back recede, he meow meow felt a pang of discomfort. She had not expected him to let go of his resentment toward the original owner. When he first arrived at Qingshan tribe, he had been so carefree and dashing. With his striking appearance and formidable Wu power, he became the object of every female's pursuit throughout the entire tribe. Yet the original owner had set her sights on him. In her bid to possess him, she spared no expense, even inviting the Wu and beastmen from the neighboring Dashu tribe as guests. She drugged his food with copious amounts of passion fruit juice, orchestrating a scandalous scene where he was caught in a cave, ultimately forced by the Dashu tribe's Wu into a bond with the original owner. The original owner had even threatened to sever the beast mark to truly claim him. Remembering all this, he meow meow felt utterly ashamed, for she was the one who had taken over the original owner's body. I'm sorry. The sudden utterance of those 3 words caused Lu to pause mid-step. He turned his head, slightly casting a glance at the disheveled he meow meow. To his surprise, he actually detected genuine remorse in her eyes. Just stay away from me from now on. His figure vanished into the forest, and only then did he meow meow breathe a sigh of relief. She would surely keep her distance from Lu henceforth. The sun outside was fierce, and by the time she made her way back to the tribe, the moisture on her clothes had long since dried. Baiming spotted her disheveled state at a glance, her tangled hair, her tattered beast skin pouch, and his heart clenched instantly. Recalling the recent response of his bond mark, he rushed over, brows furrowed with worry. Where have you been? How did you end up like this? Did you encounter Lu? The sudden questioning left he meow meow momentarily stunned. She looked up at Baiming in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? Could he possibly be showing concern for her? And how did he know she had encountered Lu? How did you know I ran into Lu? Her puzzled expression made Baiming flustered, his heartbeat quickening. I guessed. He turned and fled before finishing his sentence. Somehow he had grown unable to meet Meow Meow's gaze, directly, growing flustered even when speaking face to face with her. He stormed straight to Lu's cave, standing at the entrance with an aggressive demeanor. Lu, let's fight in the forest. Lu, already irritated by the day's events, found his frustration intensifying at these words. He had no desire to brawl with some random beastman. Glancing dismissively at Baiming, he replied coldly, no. Baiming's contemptuous snort followed. All you know is bullying females. What kind of male are you? Don't think I don't know. You made a move on he meow meow today, didn't you? Lu was genuinely surprised, turning to study him carefully before letting out a light laugh. Weren't you eager to kill her before? Why are you defending her now? Could it be you've fallen for he meow meow? The words sent both their hearts racing, though Lu masked his reaction better. Baiming, however, froze, a momentary flicker in his eyes as he realized the cunning fox had not only seen through him but called him out directly. Angrily he retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? If you've got the courage, let's fight outside. Fine. Lu raised an eyebrow, rose to his feet, and strode outside. He could not explain the sudden surge of anger welling within him. It was as if he needed to vent through a fight. Meanwhile, he meow meow returned to the cave, planning to shed her beast skin skirt and change into something clean. The moment she entered, she ran into Yize coming out. Remembering everything that had just transpired, she felt wronged. The original owner had committed these transgressions, yet she was the one forced to bear the consequences, nearly losing her life in the process. Yize immediately sensed something was amiss and nervously circled her, checking that apart from her disheveled hair and torn beast skin pouch, she was otherwise unharmed before his relief washed over him. Meow meow, what happened to you? He meow meow's lips trembled. I accidentally fell into the water today. I almost didn't survive to see you again. Hearing this, Yize's heart clenched with terror. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, overwhelmed with fear. He had only been gone a single day, and already Meow Meow had faced danger. From now on, wherever you're going, tell me, I'll accompany you. He Meow Meow had expected him to forbid her from going out, but instead felt warmth bloom in her chest. She wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. I'll find other beastmen to accompany me in the future. Yize, understanding that she was frightened, took on all the household chores without hesitation. He Meow Meow sat beside him, her head gently resting against his shoulder, finally finding some measure of peace. The events of the day had genuinely terrified her. If not for the deep pool below the cliff, she would likely have been crushed to death. And if Lu had not finally shown mercy, she would have drowned in those waters. Recalling this, the image of Lu before he departed flashed through her mind, cold and resolute, a complete departure from his usual gentle demeanor. Perhaps this was the real him all along, revealed this afternoon. Despicable fox, you deserve to die. Biming glared at the nine-tailed white fox before him with his golden eyes, his voice dripping with hatred. Huh, you loser, you have no right to order me around. Yinglu showed no fear of the Black Panther. In terms of status, I'm above you now. Suddenly exposed, murderous intent blazed in Biming's eyes. I may be a loser, but killing you is child's play. As the words fell, a violet-red lightning bolt tore through the darkness, hurtling toward Yinglu with such speed that escape was impossible. Yet Yinglu did not dodge. Instead, the white fox's front paw twitched and a white shamanic force surged around him, blocking Biming's attack. Is that all the strength you have? No wonder you were banished to this wretched place. A useless male, and you still dare to fancy a female. These words enraged Biming. Lightning instantly enveloped his entire body, a bolt 100 times thicker than before, racing toward Yinglu. The white defensive barrier shattered in an instant, and the lightning struck Yinglu with full force, sending him flying far away. Biming's facade had long been torn apart by Yinglu, so he no longer bothered to conceal anything. Looking down at him with contempt, he declared, "Today I, Biming, will make it clear he Meow Meow is my mate. If you dare lay a hand on her again, I won't hesitate to skin your fox hide." Heh! Yinglu lay on the ground paralyzed, yet he cared not a whit. He had originally intended to vent his anger through a fight, but now a trace of helplessness rose within him. Hearing Biming's blunt words, an inexplicable discomfort gnawed at him. He knew what was happening to him. Ever since Meow Meow had taken the green fruit from him, his attention had been riveted on her. Thus, when Meow Meow repeatedly mentioned dissolving their mate bond, he deliberately ignored it. Not only that, but he also deceived himself into believing it was just another of her tricks. He had spoken such heartless words when he left. Covering his eyes with his hand, his spirits plummeted. He lay there all night without sleep, and Biming too had spent the night awake. At dawn, Biming waited near Meow Meow's cave. Seeing her emerge and head out, he followed. He Meow Meow, carrying a new beast skin bag, glanced at the male behind her, but thought nothing of it. Perhaps he was just going the same way. She quickened her pace toward a nearby hillside. Yesterday, she and Zixuan had discovered mint here. A large patch still grew enough to make plenty of tooth powder. But as she crouched down, she heard crunching footsteps behind her. Whirling around, she saw Biming standing there. She stood up warily and stepped back. "What are you doing?" Biming hadn't expected her to be so wary of him. Recalling his past behavior, never giving her a kind word, he felt a flicker of awkwardness. Turning his head away, he said, "Nothing, just passing by." He Meow Meow frowned, scanning the area. There was no path, nor was it a place where hunting parties would come. "Then you go first." Seeing her so tense, Biming almost laughed. Where had the fierce spirit she'd shown before gone? He turned and headed into the nearby woods. He Meow Meow watched him until he disappeared from sight, then breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to be constantly on guard against anyone who might harm her. She quickly stripped a handful of mint leaves from the plants into her beast skin pouch. The day was still early, so she decided to look for more. Yesterday she had picked plenty, but unfortunately she had run into Yinglu and lost them all. Suddenly a fruit tree appeared ahead, laden with green fruits. He Meow Meow was overjoyed. She recognized this fruit. She had eaten it before at Yinglu's place. Though not very sweet, it had a pleasant taste. She emptied the mint from her pouch, set it aside, then climbed the tree, hand over foot, picked a fruit, and took an eager bite. The entire mouth was filled with the fruit's fresh fragrance and indescribable pleasure. From morning till nearly noon, this was her first bite of food. He Meow Meow felt she had grown thinner lately. The beast skin skirt around her waist had become noticeably looser. After finishing the fruit, she began filling her pouch. Suddenly her foot slipped and she plummeted uncontrollably. She screamed in terror, "Ah! Help!" But the next moment a pair of sturdy arms caught her tight, landing her safely on the ground. When she saw who it was, He Meow Meow quickly retreated. "It's you." Biming was annoyed by her standoffish manner. He had been near her all along, but she just hadn't noticed. Just happened to be passing by. He Meow Meow didn't believe him. She suspected he had been lurking nearby. Frowning, she guessed, "You weren't following me, were you?" Caught off guard, Biming panicked slightly. He retorted stubbornly, "You wish. Why would I, Biming, follow you?" Fine. He Meow Meow didn't want to dwell on it. Regardless, he had just saved her. She took 2 green fruits from her pouch and held them out to him. "Here, thanks for saving my life." Biming, still flustered from being exposed, suddenly saw the 2 green fruits she offered, and his heart swelled with joy. He took the fruits, a faint smile in his eyes, though he avoided her gaze. "It was nothing. Just a coincidence. Don't overthink it. I just didn't want you to get hurt and end up needing me to serve you." He Meow Meow had just taken a bite of fruit when she heard this. She looked up in surprise and saw the towering Biming, whose ears were now almost bright red. His evasive eyes betrayed his guilt. A mischievous impulse stirred in her. With a twinkle in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Oh, I see. I thought you liked me." At these words, Biming bristled. Impossible. But the moment he said it, he regretted it. He should have agreed. I He didn't know what to say. Denying it wasn't what he wanted, but admitting it made his heart race with panic. He didn't even know what he was afraid of. He Meow Meow hadn't expected such a strong reaction, almost to the point of incoherence. She shrugged. Relax, I don't like you. No need to get so worked up. From now on, let's keep our distance. Stay out of each other's way. But the moment she finished, Biming, as if stung, rushed over and pressed her hard against the fruit tree. His eyes were bloodshot. Why? Why can Yize be with you but you want to stay away from me? He Meow Meow was startled by his sudden move. Looking at his crimson eyes and the bulging veins on his arms, she felt that if she said no, his hands would be around her neck again. She ventured softly, aren't you repulsed by me? Looking down at the frightened Meow Meow in his arms, his heart softened. He was deeply remorseful for his rough action which had scared her. Since things had come to this, he no longer wanted to hide anything. That was before, not now. I want to be with you just like Yize. I want to become your true mate. His voice grew softer, leaving He Meow Meow's mind a blank. What on earth? Just a few days ago he had wanted to strangle her, and now he was confessing. The shift was too sudden. She was confused. She tried to push him away, but the male's chest was like a thick wall. Not only did it not budge, but the scorching heat pierced through her palm straight into her heart, making her pulse race. Seeing the female before him like a startled fawn, Biming's heart softened, and he leaned down to kiss her. The warm, soft touch relaxed his tense muscles. But the action terrified He Meow Meow. Her whole body stiffened, and she slapped him across the face. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. He Meow Meow won't fall for that. After hurling her threat, she ran off, but after 2 steps she realized she had left her mint leaves behind. She had lost yesterday's batch, she didn't want to lose today's. Turning around, she ran back. Having just been slapped, Biming felt somewhat disheartened. This was the first time he had ever confessed his feelings to a female, only to be rejected in such a manner. Suddenly, hurried footsteps reached his ears. He looked up and saw the female who had just fled running back. A smile of excitement instantly bloomed on his face as he dashed over and tightly embraced her shoulders. Meow Meow, I knew you liked me too, he said. He Meow Meow hadn't expected him to dare to be so handsy after being slapped. She broke free from his arms. Stop flattering yourself. I came back to pick up my mint leaves. With that, she ran over to retrieve the leaves placed at the foot of a tree, casting a warning glare at Biming as she left. Yet in Biming's eyes, her return was intentional. Those few wild weeds weren't worth a single beast crystal, so it simply wasn't worth Meow Meow's trouble to come back for them. At this thought, his heart leaped with joy. He followed Meow Meow's steps, utterly delighted. He Meow Meow returned to the cave, picked up 2 large shells, and headed straight for the river to wash the mint and fruits. Biming snatched the fruits from her hand, his face beaming with smiles. I'll wash them for you. He Meow Meow, seeing his assertiveness, didn't bother to argue. She washed the mint leaves and spread them out to dry in the sun. Here. Suddenly a green fruit was offered to her lips. Looking up, she saw Biming's handsome, smiling face. Truly, he was a feast for the eyes. Her hand reluctantly took the fruit, but her words were stubborn. Don't think washing a fruit for me means I've forgiven you. Last time you pinched me, it hurt for ages. Speaking of that incident, Biming was filled with regret. I'm sorry, Meow Meow. Why don't you scold me a few more times? Or, you can pinch me back. He Meow Meow rolled her eyes at him. She took a fruit from the shell in his arms and stuffed it into his mouth. If you ever dare to be rough with me again, I'll choke you to death with this fruit. Biming removed the fruit from his mouth, understanding that she had forgiven him. Recalling how harsh he had been, he felt even more self-reproachful. Such a wonderful Meow Meow. What had he done back then? He wished he could slap himself twice. Then you'll need to find a bigger one next time. This green fruit is too small. Hearing this, He Meow Meow couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yize returned from hunting and saw the 2 of them drying things by the cave entrance. He frowned slightly. When had they become so close? And hadn't Biming hated Meow Meow before? He walked over, smiling gently. Meow Meow, I'm back. He Meow Meow suddenly heard the warm voice. Turning, she saw Yize standing not far away and ran over excitedly. Yize, you're back. I collected a lot of mint today. Let's sprinkle some mint leaves on the roasted meat tonight. It should taste great. Yize affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I'll go to the river to prepare the meat. By the way, why is Biming here? Biming felt uncomfortable seeing the 2 of them so clingy. Why was Meow Meow always so distant with him yet so intimate with Yize? Before He Meow Meow could speak, Biming stepped forward. Meow Meow doesn't have only you as her mate. I am also her beast husband, and it's only natural for me to be here. Hearing this, Yize raised an eyebrow. Had this fellow changed so much? Not long ago he had come with the others wanting to kill Meow Meow. How is it that now he was voluntarily claiming to be Meow Meow's beast husband? He turned to look at Meow Meow. He Meow Meow felt a little embarrassed, and then recounted everything that had happened today. When Yize heard that she had fallen from a tree, his heart leaped into his throat. After confirming that Meow Meow was unharmed, he finally relaxed. It seemed that having only him as her beast husband was truly too dangerous. He spoke solemnly to Baiming. Baiming, I want you to swear an oath to the beast god. Do you dare? Baiming understood Yuzei's caution. After all, he would have done the same in his place. He raised his hand above his head. Of course. I Baiming swear to the beast god, if I ever treat he Meow Meow badly, may I die a miserable death, be devoured by wild beasts, and left to rot in the wilderness. Having obtained the answer he wanted, the wariness and solemnity on Yuzei's face gradually faded, replaced by a faint smile. He Meow Meow, however, was stunned into silence by the weight of the oath. Although she wasn't a native beastman, she knew how seriously they regarded oaths. She couldn't understand how in such a short time Baiming could set aside their past differences. The roasted meat that evening was fragrant, but she hardly tasted it. She picked up a few pieces of charcoal, doused them with water, and set them aside to dry. Yuzei picked up the stone pot and shells, glancing at Meow Meow and Baiming, who had been mostly silent. Baiming, take Meow Meow to wash up tonight. At these words he Meow Meow's face flushed crimson. She wasn't foolish, she understood the implication. Baiming, however, cast a grateful smile at Yuzei. Although Yuzei was the last-ranked beast husband, Baiming knew that in Meow Meow's heart Yuzei was now first. Moreover, last time Meow Meow had publicly declared Yuzei as her first beast husband, completely replacing Sang Yang's position. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and looked down at Meow Meow, who was still sitting on the rock. His eyes were filled with joy. Come on, if we're late there won't be any place left. He Meow Meow felt resistant. She had never bathed in front of a male before, not even Yuzei had seen her. You go first. I can wash myself. Baiming saw her turn her head and pout, looking somewhat averse to him, and wanted to laugh. Though it was dark now, he could clearly see that the little female's face was bright red. Suddenly, he bent down, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and strode toward the river. Startled by being lifted so abruptly, he Meow Meow pounded his back fiercely. Put me down. Baiming couldn't help but smirk, lowering her from his shoulder and cradling her in his arms. He glanced down at the frightened Meow Meow. Oh, so you wanted to be carried like this? Why didn't you say so earlier? The sudden close-up of his handsome face made he Meow Meow's cheeks burn even hotter. Surrounded by curious gazes, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Unable to break free, she could only bury her face in Baiming's chest. I'll just go with it, at least he's a feast for the eyes. Baiming watched as her face pressed against his chest, her expression radiant with joy. Reaching the riverbank, he glanced around. The area was filled with beastmen, bathing their laughter and chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. However, he had no intention of leaving Meow Meow here to be ogled by so many foul-smelling males. He turned and headed in another direction, toward the place where he usually bathed. Only when she heard the sound of someone entering the water did he Meow Meow lift her head and wiggle her body slightly. Now you can put me down, right? Yet Baiming offered her a gentle smile. No. Yuzei asked me to help you wash. You must finish cleaning before you can come down. Boom. Hearing those words, suddenly he Meow Meow's face flushed crimson once more, her mind overflowing with intimate suggestive images. She instinctively covered the beast hide skirt on her body. She had barely managed to accept him carrying her on the road, but that didn't mean he could bathe her. Wouldn't that mean he would touch every inch of her body? And no, that won't do. You'd better stay far away from me. I can wash myself. Seeing her words tumbling out awkwardly, Baiming fought back a smile. Why hadn't he noticed how adorable she was before? His handsome blade-like eyebrows arched slightly as an idea came to mind. He released his hold. Very well then, wash yourself. He Meow Meow hurriedly took 2 steps to the side. But the next moment her feet suddenly went numb, her body went limp, and she fell straight into the water. Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the water surface, an arm wrapped firmly around her waist and lifted her up. Baiming's eyes were filled with unconcealed mirth. Look, it's quite dangerous here. It would be better if I carry you while you wash. He Meow Meow. She didn't understand why her feet had suddenly gone numb. The first time she had collected river clams in this river, something similar had happened. Could it be that she was sick? The thought made her fearfully wrap her arms tightly around Baiming's arm. If his grip loosened and her legs grew numb again, she would truly drown here. Taking a deep breath, she decided to accept it, let him touch if he must. Given their current relationship, nothing would happen between them, it was impossible. Baiming saw her martyred expression and wanted to laugh badly. However, this was also his first time helping a female bathe, and he found himself flustered and awkward. Not only that, but the estrus period that had been interrupted last time suddenly struck, making him suffer unbearably. He couldn't help but press closer. His suppressed low voice, tinged with slight pain, sounded behind he Meow Meow's ear. Help me. Sensing his unusual state, he Meow Meow's heart began racing uncontrollably. She had anticipated this moment the moment she agreed to let him help her bathe. Turning to look at his extraordinarily handsome face, his hazy eyes held a pitiful, delicate quality under the bright moonlight. He Meow Meow couldn't resist licking her dry lips. With such beauty before her, it would be a waste not to partake. You're doing this voluntarily, right? No one is forcing you. Before she finished speaking, a warm pair of lips descended upon hers. I am acting of my own will. No one forced me. The estrus period from last time had been abruptly interrupted, causing this cycle to hit far more fiercely than ever before. The moment his lips touched her soft ones, his desire expanded infinitely within his heart. His powerful arms held her tightly, his entire strength melting into the warm river water, scattering with the rippling waves. Yize reached over to touch the empty space beside him, a trace of loneliness in his heart. But soon a faint smile appeared on his face. Miao Miao would be safer with a male like Baiming by her side. Last time she fell into the water, this time she tumbled from a tree. Next time, who knew what might happen? He didn't want Miao Miao to encounter such danger again. He had finally found a home, and he didn't want it to fall apart like this. I beg you, let me go. He Miao Miao pleaded in a low voice. This damn black leopard had promised it would only take a moment, yet dawn was approaching, and it still wasn't over. She felt as though she were about to lose her breath. Baiming looked down, dried the sweat from her forehead, and pressed a kiss to her lips. I really will be done soon. He Miao Miao furrowed her brows tightly. He had said those words many times already. Unable it any longer, she kicked him off the beast-hide bed. Only then did she gasp for breath, pull the nearby beast-hide blanket over herself, and fall into a deep sleep. Baiming never expected she would kick him down. Sitting on the ground, he saw the marks all over her body, and only then did his consciousness return. Regret surged within him. He had gone too far. This estrus period had struck more fiercely than any before. It was normal that Miao Miao couldn't handle it. As for him, his mind had been overtaken by lust, leaving many bruises on her body. He rose and climbed back onto the beast-hide bed, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. From tonight onward, he Baiming and Miao Miao would be true mates. At this thought, the corners of his mouth could not stop rising. Closing his eyes, he buried his face in the crook of Miao Miao's neck, deeply inhaling her fragrance before falling asleep. As daylight broke, the entire Qingshan tribe grew lively once more. Why hasn't Baiming arrived yet? Has he entered his estrus period? Impossible, he just finished a few days ago. Everyone was waiting for him, but hour after hour passed, and he never appeared. Yize walked up to Chief Jifeng. There's no need to wait for him. He won't be coming today. Jifeng, who had grown impatient and was about to go looking for him himself, was startled by these words. How do you know? Yize replied, he was with Miao Miao last night. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into uproarious laughter. How didn't we think of that? We saw him carrying he Miao Miao last night. Who would have guessed they actually paired up? What's so surprising? They were always meant to be mates. The surrounding area was filled with laughter discussing he Miao Miao and Baiming, which made Jifeng rather annoyed. He could never have imagined that Baiming, who supposedly despised he Miao Miao the most, would end up together with her so quickly. Frowning, he said, enough, everyone quiet down. Since Baiming cannot come for now, you shall set off first. Sangyang, you lead the team today. Seeing him still lost in thought, Jifeng called out again. Sangyang, did you hear me? You are leading the team today. Oh. Sangyang suddenly snapped back to attention, his mind in disarray. Previously, he had thought the days of mating with he Miao Miao were the most agonizing of his life. But now that their mate bond had been dissolved, he realized this was even more unbearable. Every night, several females from the Yulia tribe would come to harass him, driving him to distraction. For the past few days, he had been sleeping outdoors, too afraid to return to his cave. But upon suddenly hearing that Baiming and he Miao Miao were together, he suddenly realized he seemed to have missed something important. Leading the hunting party, he departed in a daze. After everyone dispersed, Jifeng subconsciously turned his head to glance at Baiming's cave in the distance, giving it a deep look. How things were going for him had nothing to do with him. All that so-called romance had nothing to do with him. He Jifeng didn't crave it, nor did he need it. When he Miao Miao saw the sunlight again, it was already 3 days later. During these 3 days, she felt she was nearly exhausted, confined by Baiming in the cave, doing nothing but eating and sleeping. During these 3 days, every morning Zixian would come to the cave entrance to peek. Today she indeed caught her. Seeing Miao Miao standing at the cave entrance, she quickly ran over. Miao Miao, you've finally come out. I've been waiting for you for so long. Wait for me. Right, last time you mentioned making tooth powder, but it's not done yet. I want to get it done early. Recently Yuya and the others found out that mint can make mouths clean, and they've all gone to pick mint. If we don't make it soon, there won't be any mint leaves left. He Miao Miao thought it was something serious and smiled slightly. Don't worry, we picked so many last time, it's enough. And I've prepared everything, let's go. Hearing this, Zixian excitedly hurried to help. He Miao Miao handed her a large pile of dried mint leaves, asking her to grind them into fine powder, while she took the dried charcoal, poured it into a stone bowl, and crushed it into powder with a wooden stick. Finally, she mixed the charcoal powder and mint powder until it gave off a faint fragrance, then stopped. Looking at the large bowl of black sticky substance, Zixian frowned a bit skeptical. Meow meow, this thing of yours, can it really clean mouths without making them even blacker? He meow meow laughed at this. Not only will it not make them black, it will actually make our teeth whiter. But we still lack a toothbrush. We can only make it after our mate's return. Zixian's heart itched with anticipation. She couldn't wait. Unfortunately, the tribe had been busy lately, all preparing for the autumn trade fair, and almost all the males who could go hunting had gone out. Speak of the devil. Yi Zhe and Bei Ming returned one after the other. Bei Ming, upon seeing Meow Meow, happily trotted over holding out a large handful of small fruits. Meow Meow, look, I picked these fruits for you. Yi Zhe, on the other hand, produced a bunch of red and yellow wildflowers from behind his back. Meow Meow, for you. Receiving the fruits and the flowers, he Meow Meow was overjoyed. Taking the flowers with both hands, she couldn't help lowering her head to sniff them, a faint floral scent, very pleasant. So beautiful. I love it. Zixian stood by watching the scene and felt extremely envious. Having flowers and fruits, her own mates, when they went out and came back, wouldn't even bring her a stone. Thinking of this, she felt a pang of sourness. Meow Meow, you are so blessed. Hearing this, he Meow Meow remembered that Zixian was still beside her. Putting down the flowers, she picked up a small fruit and directly stuffed it into her mouth. You are also very blessed. Look, your mate is coming to find you. Zixian subconsciously turned her head, instantly beaming with joy, and quickly ran over to hug Xianglai's waist. Xianglai, did you come looking for me? Did you bring me any delicious food? Xianglai then took out small red fruits from his small space and handed them to her. Let's go home. However, Zixian took the fruits, but shook her head and pulled him over to he Meow Meow. She divided half of her fruits to Meow Meow. Just now I ate yours, now I have some, so I'll share half with you. He Meow Meow didn't expect her to give so much. She had only given Zixian one fruit. So she also gave half of her own to her, and then spoke to Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe, I want to make toothbrushes. Can you help me get some jiejia wood and some hung beast fur? No problem. Although he didn't know what a toothbrush was, he had been with Meow Meow for a while and often heard unfamiliar words from her, so he had long gotten used to it. Zixian, seeing Meow Meow making toothbrushes, immediately volunteered. Meow Meow, let Xianglai find the hung beast fur, that way it will be faster. As long as Xianglai had no objection, she was fine with it. The two males divided the work clearly and soon found the materials. He Meow Meow asked Yi Zhe to cut a palm-length piece of jiejia, would then split it into 2 finger-wide strips. She picked up a sharp stone shard and was about to draw on it. Yi Zhe took out a snow-white bone knife. Use this. He Meow Meow's eyes fell on the beautiful bone knife, very surprised. This knife is so beautiful. If you like it, keep it, but be careful, it's very sharp. Meow Meow nodded excitedly. Previously, she had used stone shards, never expecting Yi Zhe to have such a bone knife. Any male could make a bone knife, but not all males would do so. Polishing it required a lot of effort and time, and besides, males had claws, they wouldn't use bone knives for tasks they could do with their claws. She took the bone knife and carved the approximate shape of a toothbrush on the bamboo board, then handed it to Yi Zhe and Xianglai to finish. Bei Ming was not idle either. He had gone early to get meat and roast it. His Meow Meow had been exhausted by him these past few days. She needed to recuperate. He picked up the wild onions and chili peppers nearby, marinated the meat inside and out, then put it on the fire. The toothbrush was simple and was soon made. He Meow Meow picked one up and handed it to him. Bei Ming, this is yours. Bei Ming was roasting meat, and when he saw the thing Meow Meow handed him, he was very surprised. He didn't know what it could do, but as long as it was from Meow Meow, he liked it. He happily accepted. How do you use this? This was also what Zixian, Xianglai, and Yi Zhe wanted to ask. He Meow Meow simply filled a bamboo tube with water from a nearby large stone tank, then wet the toothbrush and dipped it in some charcoal tooth powder. This is specially used to clean our teeth and mouth. I'll demonstrate for you, it's very simple. Soon her mouth was full of black stuff, making Zixian and the others frown slightly. However, after he Meow Meow spat out the last mouthful of rinse water, she revealed a row of neat teeth, instantly stunning them all. They really turned white. Zixian hurriedly leaned in to look, and there's a faint mint scent so fragrant. Yi Zhe and Bei Ming looked at the item in their hands, never expecting it to have such a great effect. Both were eager to try it. Meow Meow, I want to try it too, said Bei Ming. He Meow Meow smiled. No hurry, it's better to brush after eating meat. If you brush now, it will get dirty when you eat. Meow Meow, thank you for teaching us to make this toothbrush. I'll have Xianglai bring you some meat later. Xianglai nodded in agreement. With a toothbrush, he would no longer have to worry about his bad breath. Yes, he Meow Meow, just say which part of the meat you want. He Meow Meow didn't expect them to be so polite. The hung beast fur was found by Xianglai, and even the toothbrushes in their hands were made by themselves. Moreover, she was not short of meat. The weather was still a bit hot, and too much meat couldn't be stored. Forget the meat, Yi Zhe and Bei Ming have already divided enough. Besides, that thing was made by yourselves. Hearing this, Zixian and Xianglai suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Although they made the items themselves, the idea was hers. They didn't want to take such a big advantage. Xianglai, then I'll send 2 animal hides. Hearing this, Zixian nodded repeatedly. You must not refuse, otherwise we'll be embarrassed to use this toothbrush. He Miao Miao was defeated by them. She took a small palm-sized bamboo tube, filled it with some charcoal tooth powder, and handed it to Zixian. Fine, I'll accept your animal hides. Is that okay? Seeing that she didn't refuse, Zixian finally smiled and hurried back to get the animal hides. After the 2 left, he Miao Miao asked Yize to make 2 more bamboo tubes, 1 large and 1 small, and then carve lids for them. She put the remaining tooth powder inside, and that was that. She told them very solemnly, Yize Beiming, from now on we must brush our teeth every morning and every night before going to bed, understand? Okay, no problem. How could they refuse Miao Miao's little request? Moreover, this thing was obviously much better than using fingers. That night, Yize took the toothbrush and dental powder to the riverside and brushed his teeth repeatedly 3 times, only stopping when his breath carried the pleasant fragrance of mint. He breathed out toward Miao Miao beside him with a smile, asking how it felt. She leaned in close, drawn by the refreshing mint aroma, and could not resist pressing a kiss to his lips. Fragrant. The unexpected kiss sent ripples through Yize's heart. Without a word, he simply took her hand and led her back to their cave dwelling. He forcefully took the bamboo cup and toothbrush from her grasp, then pressed himself against her. Miao Miao, do you have any idea what I have endured these past days? He Miao Miao had sensed his restlessness throughout the journey and had remained silent. Fearing he might take her right there in the wilderness, surrounded by passing beastmen, she had no desire for such exposure. Fortunately, Yize had held back until they returned to the cave. She reached out and gently traced his firm back. Before she could finish, his lips silenced her completely, and before she knew it, his powerful legs had transformed into a serpent-like coil wrapping tightly around her waist. Meanwhile, over by the river, Xianglai and Zixian were marching proudly with their bamboo cups and toothbrushes, but Jifeng intercepted them with growing curiosity. What are you holding? At the sight of their tribal leader, Zixian recoiled in fright, but Xianglai stepped forward and offered the items to him. Chief, these are the toothbrush and dental powder he Miao Miao taught us to make. She said they are perfect for cleaning teeth. Upon hearing this, Jifeng's brows furrowed in disbelief. He Miao Miao. Yes. Xianglai could not fathom why the chieftain reacted this way upon hearing his mate's name. Though their bond was not particularly close, surely it did not warrant such skepticism. Suddenly aware he was being scrutinized, Jifeng immediately recognized his misstep. Examining the items in his hand, he found them unusual, then caught the faint fragrance rising from the dark powder. A gentle smile touched his lips. How is this used? Xianglai had been eager to try it himself. Chief, he Miao Miao just demonstrated the method for us. Allow me to show you. With that, the group headed straight to the riverbank, where Xianglai and Zixian crouched down to brush their teeth carefully, their mouths filled with the dark substance. But within moments after rinsing with clean water, their teeth gleamed brilliantly white, an unexpected transformation that amazed Jifeng. Your teeth have actually become so clean. Xianglai chuckled. Not only clean, but my breath smells wonderful too. This Jifeng could believe, for he himself had already detected the fragrance emanating from that dark powder. Yet he remained skeptical about one thing, such an excellent product actually coming from that female he Miao Miao. He asked again, is it really he Miao Miao who made this? Upon hearing this, Xianglai showed some confusion but nodded nonetheless. Yes, it was her. With this confirmation, Jifeng's initial shock gradually subsided. Nevertheless, he was still taken aback. It seemed genuine after all. Xianglai had no reason to deceive him. Only when the chieftain departed did Zixian dare to speak. Among all the females of the Qingshan tribe, none inspired more fear than this chieftain. Though quiet in demeanor, his wrath when roused was truly formidable. To put it plainly, you simply do not trust Miao Miao. No sooner had she spoken than Xianglai clamped his hand over her mouth. Stop talking nonsense, let us go home. Good heavens, if the chieftain overheard this, neither of them would escape unscathed. After all, the chieftain cared deeply about his image and reputation above all else. The following morning, he Miao Miao rose early, a rarity for her. As soon as Yize had left, she stirred from her slumber, donned the beast skin dress he had gifted her, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and grabbed her rinsing cup and dental powder before stepping outside. But barely had she emerged from the cave when she spotted a tall figure standing nearby. Good morning, he Miao Miao. The sudden warmth in his voice startled her awake instantly, all traces of sleepiness vanishing. Her brows knit slightly. Jifeng, what are you doing here? This man would never seek her out unless something was amiss, certainly not at such an early hour. Jifeng wasted no time on pleasantries, getting straight to the point. I have heard you crafted that dental powder and those brushes. Yes. Receiving this confirmation, a faint smile graced his features. Stepping forward, he noticed the powder and brush still in her hands. Finish your ablutions first. Once you are done, we shall have a proper discussion. He Miao regarded him with a steady gaze, his visit centered entirely on these matters. She scooped water from the nearby vat and squatted at a distance, methodically completing her morning routine. She gathered her disheveled hair into a high ponytail with a small leather cord, adjusted her beast skin dress, and finally approached Ji-Fong. Speak. What do you want? His cold tone unsettled him slightly. His brows furrowed involuntarily. He remembered when she would eagerly throw herself at him upon seeing him. Yet wasn't this precisely what he desired, a partnership without interference? Shaking off the fleeting discomfort, he offered a measured smile. I wish to ask, might you share your toothbrush and dental powder recipes with our tribe? If we produce some to sell at the autumn trade gathering, we would earn considerable beast crystals and ensure our tribe a warm winter. He Miao had anticipated the request. She never intended to withhold the recipe, yet giving it away freely was unthinkable. A smile curved her lips. It can be arranged on one condition. The unexpected radiance of her expression sent a jolt through his heart, struck by her luminous beauty. What condition? He Miao held up 3 fingers. I want 30% of the profits. Hearing this, Ji-Fong gave her a long look. She was still the same as before, just a bit thinner. But her mind seemed sharper than before. Never expecting her to propose such terms, the handsome man raised his brows slightly. All right, no problem. The request seemed fair to him. At most, he would have demanded half the profits himself. I'll gather the beastmen shortly. Having said this, he turned and left, an amused smile playing on his lips. He hurried to summon all the beastmen remaining in the tribe. The beastmen stood puzzled under the sun, glancing around and at their chieftain, unsure of what was required. Ji-Fong wasted no time and explained the situation directly. Upon hearing they were being called to work, some beastmen didn't mind, but others muttered their dissatisfaction. What is this? We barely get 1 day of rest in the tribe, and I was thinking of finding a female. Now I have to work. Exactly, hunting is exhausting enough as it is. Yuya stood among the beastmen and immediately spotted He Miao beside her. Seeing her acting as if nothing had happened, anger welled up inside Yuya. Every notable male in the Qingshan tribe had become her beast husband, and after finally winning over Zhang Yang, this one refused to stay with her. As a female herself, Yuya did not consider herself inferior to He Miao in any way. She sneered, if you want someone to blame, blame He Miao. I heard all these tooth powders and toothbrushes are her doing. Hearing this, the complaining beastmen turned their grievances toward He Miao. Though the chieftain was strict, they reasoned that with so many of them objecting together, he would not punish them severely. Besides, they had not challenged the chieftain himself, only He Miao. After all, everyone in the tribe knew the chieftain did not favor her. Well, perhaps he had been somewhat kinder toward Bei Ming and Zhang Yang in the past. No, wait, that was indifference. Yuya's mate stepped forward resentfully. He Miao, is Yuya telling the truth? He Miao's brows furrowed slightly. She could read his expression and knew he was looking for trouble. She shrugged indifferently. If you don't want to work, that's fine. No beastman is forcing you. Why glare at me like that? Just don't come crying to us later and claim we didn't warn you. Ji-Fong was surprised. The He Miao who used to only act fierce at home had actually spoken up. She had even ignored Lumi's aggression outright. Moreover, he found himself agreeing with her words. He had only gathered the beastmen to select those willing to go. He stepped forward and swept a cold gaze over the sea of beastmen below. Those who wish to go may stay, those who don't may disperse. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuya and Lumi, who had been looking for trouble, scattered quickly, afraid they might be the ones chosen. Zixian, however, slipped up to He Miao and whispered, Miao, I want to go too. Could you speak to the chieftain for me? Even as she asked, she cast a wary glance at Ji-Fong, whose expression was ice cold. She truly feared him. He Miao was not particularly surprised by Zixian's request. During their last gathering trip together, she had noticed how diligent the female was. A slight smile appeared. Very well, I'll speak to him for you now. Since you're here, at least I'll have a companion. She patted Zixian's hand reassuringly and walked toward Ji-Fong. When she stated her purpose directly, Ji-Fong was somewhat taken aback and glanced at Zixian standing behind her. No, He Miao. You should understand, females hold a sacred position. If anything were to happen to one away from the tribe, it would be a loss to Qingshan tribe. Moreover, females bear the heavy responsibility of bearing offspring. They must be kept safe at all costs. Upon hearing this, a wave of irritation rose within He Miao. What did he mean by a tribe's loss? What responsibility of bearing children? Females were not objects, nor were they mere breeding machines. She lifted her chin and met Ji Feng's stern gaze, speaking with equal firmness. Yes, females are precious, but we are not flowers kept safe in a greenhouse by you males, nor are we tools bred solely for reproduction. Ji-Fong felt unsettled by her boldness in front of everyone. What greenhouse flower was she talking about? He didn't understand. But wasn't a female's purpose in the tribe always to bear children? What else could she do? As chieftain, he had to consider the tribe's future. A tribe without females would surely perish. Not only Zixian, you'd best not wander outside either. When he suddenly restricted her as well, he Miao watched his retreating figure, fury boiling within her. In a fit of rage, she kicked a stone on the ground hard and sharp pain shot through her toe. She immediately crouched down, clutching her foot, and screamed angrily at Jifeng. Jifeng, you wait and see. Making tooth powder involved countless delicate details. She couldn't believe he wouldn't come to her eventually. When that day came, she would make this damn male pay. Jifeng, just having turned to leave, heard her furious shouts behind him and found them grating. He had hoped she had changed, but she was still the same, throwing out threats like before. He couldn't fathom what Yizhe and Bei Ming saw in her. Are you alright, Miao Miao? Zixian asked quickly as she saw He Miao crouching on the ground, clutching her foot in pain. He Miao shook her head. I'm fine. Though she had kicked a stone, it was only painful, no serious injury, just a slight redness on her toe. But the chieftain won't let us go out. What should we do? The thought depressed Zixian. After that one trip out with Miao, she had grown eager to explore beyond the tribe. Every wildflower and blade of grass outside seemed more beautiful to her than anything in the tribe. She had hoped to accompany the males on this journey, only to have the chieftain refuse. And, because of her, Miao couldn't go either. Thinking of this, she sighed heavily. He Miao stood up from the ground and cast a disdainful glance in the direction where Jifeng had left. If we can't go, that's fine. We'll make something delicious at home. Upon hearing that they would make something delicious, Zixian immediately cast aside her earlier displeasure. Great. What are we making? He Miao's eyes twinkled, and she immediately broke into a smile, pulling Zixian toward the riverbank. Snails. She had noticed them earlier when gathering clams. Many shallow areas were covered with snails, but at that time she was only concerned with filling her stomach and had no interest in those shell-covered creatures. Fortunately, there were still some chili peppers and scallions at home, perfect for stir-frying the snails. Zixian didn't care what snails were, she just wanted to play with Miao. As long as she followed Miao, she could learn many things she didn't know, which was fascinating. However, when she ran to the river and saw the pile of dark, grimy shells in He Miao's hand, she immediately frowned. Miao, can these water bugs be eaten? They look so disgusting. He Miao tossed all the snails she had fished out onto the rocks nearby. She said with a smile, don't be fooled by how little meat they have, they taste much better than game meat. Zixian was skeptical, but since Miao said they were edible, they probably were, so she simply kept quiet. She went into the water to help her catch them. The cool river water rose to their calves, feeling very pleasant. The two of them soon gathered a large pile at the riverbank. Zixian sat under the shade of a tree, unwilling to go ashore at all. Miao, this place is so comfortable, I don't want to go back. He Miao was amused by her playful demeanor and said, let's go back. The hunting party will be returning soon. Zixian looked at the distant sun and saw that it was indeed beginning to set. She then stood up, brushed the grass clippings off her pants, wrapped the snails in large leaves, and headed back. Back at the cave, the two set up a stone pot and began to cook the snails. Zixian, who had originally been uninterested in these things, saw He Miao's operation and how the originally hideous creatures emitted a rich aroma under the stir-frying, causing her to swallow involuntarily. Miao, are they ready? I really want to taste. Without a spatula at home, she had to use the leftover wide bamboo slice from last night to scoop the snails from the stone pot into a stone bowl. She handed it to Zixian. Quick, try it. Zixian excitedly picked one up with her hand and threw it into her mouth, her eyes instantly lighting up. This snail is so fragrant. But the next moment a crunch was heard and Zixian frowned, spitting out a mouthful of shells. Miao, these snails are delicious, but they sure are hard on the teeth. Ha ha. He Miao was amused by her and picked up a long bamboo skewer that had just been carved with a bone knife, demonstrating. You have to use the skewer to pick out the meat. The shell is not edible. Seeing He Miao effortlessly extract the meat, Zixian realized she had made a big fool of herself and let out an embarrassed chuckle. Imitating her, she was able to easily get the meat out and excitedly threw it into her mouth. A burst of savory and spicy flavor instantly filled her mouth, making her unable to stop. Miao, these snails are really delicious. Let's go catch more tomorrow. Hey, what are you eating? Suddenly Bei Ming's playful voice came from beside them. He Miao turned around and saw that he and Yizhe had returned from hunting. She quickly handed each of them a bamboo skewer. These are snails that Zixian and I caught at the river. Eat them while they're hot. Zixian saw that He Miao's mate had returned and felt it was best to leave. She was about to say goodbye when He Miao grabbed her arm. She picked up a large stone bowl of snails that had been prepared earlier. Take this back and share it with your family. Remember to return the bowl to me. Originally, she had wanted to refuse, but hearing Miao's last words, she couldn't help but laugh. And I'll return the bowl tomorrow. When Yi and Bei Ming had returned, they had already seen Miao Miao eating these things. Looking at the bamboo skewers and snails in their hands, they knew how to eat. With a gentle flick, a small piece of meat came out. Yi looked at the meat, which was smaller than his thumb, and felt a bit amused. Probably no one else in the entire Qingshan tribe could be as food-loving as Miao Miao, not letting even this tiny bit of meat go. On the other hand, Bei Ming felt a lump in his throat looking at the small piece of meat in his hand, and unable to bring himself to eat. It must be that the two of them went hunting and Miao Miao, alone female at home, was hungry and had to eat this. Miao Miao, from now on I'll catch a clucking beast for you every morning. Miao Miao shook her head. No need, I don't like eating too greasy in the morning. When she had first transmigrated, she indeed couldn't adapt to eating only one meal a day, but after so long she had long gotten used to it. Moreover, she was now covered in fat and urgently needed to lose weight, being too fat put a heavy burden on her body. Yi said, Miao Miao, from now on I'll keep enough fruit at home for you to eat in the morning. That was acceptable. Miao Miao smiled slightly. Thank you, Yi. Bei Ming looked at the two of them, exchanging glances, and felt a bit uncomfortable. Miao Miao used to love meat the most, yet she actually refused his meat and instead ate those bland fruits. Miao Miao, do you have a problem with me? Why did you accept Yi's fruit but not my roast meat? Miao Miao didn't expect that her casual remark would make Bei Ming show such an expression. After all, he used to be quite arrogant in front of her, so aloof that he wouldn't even speak more than a few words. Yi, on the other hand, was amused by the remark and let out a light laugh. Haven't you noticed that Miao Miao never eats the fatty parts of meat? And when she wakes up early in the morning, she has no appetite. How could she stomach greasy roast meat? He stood up and patted his shoulder. Come on, let's go get the meat. Suddenly hearing this, Bei Ming's mind instantly flashed back to the scenes of them eating meat together these past few days. It was indeed true, every time Miao Miao ate roast meat, she wouldn't touch even a bit of fat. Recalling his somewhat petulant words just now, he felt a little embarrassed. Then when I go to get the meat tonight, I'll take only lean meat. The two left one after another, heading straight to the place for distributing meat. But as soon as they arrived, they saw Jifeng surrounded by a group of males, his face full of worry. He pricked up his ears curiously. He had rarely seen such an expression on Jifeng's face. Chieftain, truly we have searched everywhere near the tribe and really haven't seen any fragrant mint leaves. Yes, all that's left are stems. The females have stripped them all. In fact, they had long known that many females had been searching the area for mint leaves to clean their mouths or to season their roast meat. They just hadn't expected it to be so severe that there wasn't a single leaf left near the tribe. Only bare stems remained. Xianglai tried to keep a low profile at this moment. He didn't want to expose himself. It was Zixian who had spread the word about mint being used for cleaning teeth and roasting meat. If the chieftain insisted on getting to the bottom of it at this moment, he would definitely not escape a punishment. Jifeng never imagined that the tribe's newfound path to prosperity would wither before it even began. A wave of irritation swept over him as he glanced toward the cave where Miao Miao resided. Was he truly going to humble himself before her so soon? He had rejected her this morning, and she had been furious. Drawing a deep breath, he resigned himself. When he had asked her for the method earlier, that was already a concession. One more time would not make a difference. He looked at Xianglai and the others who had returned empty-handed and waved a hand. Go rest. We'll deal with this tomorrow. Xianglai, relieved at the order, scurried away without a second glance. Standing in the long line for meat, he cast a glance toward the direction the chieftain had disappeared, then finally let out a sigh of relief. Miao Miao was beside the stone pot, reheating the cooled river snails inside. She ladled them into a stone bowl so they would still be warm when Yi and Bei Ming returned. Jifeng stood not far away, watching her deft movements with surprise. He had not expected her to be capable of cooking. Suddenly, he recalled the time she had asked the males to start a fire. She must have been preparing this herself back then. But the dark, unrecognizable food made him frown. What kind of meal is this? What are you eating? The sudden voice beside her startled Miao Miao so much that her hand trembled, nearly dropping the stone bowl. Turning around, she saw it was Jifeng and glared at him in displeasure. Can you walk more quietly? You scared me half to death. Jifeng raised an eyebrow, surprised that his sudden appearance had startled her. He offered a polite, apologetic smile. Sorry for startling you. Miao Miao carried the stone bowl into the cave, placed it on the stone table, then came back out and tossed 2 pieces of firewood onto the flames. She sat on a rock waiting for Yi and Bei Ming to return. Neither spoke. Miao Miao simply did not want to talk to Jifeng. The words he had said during the day were unpleasant, and she had no desire to hear him now. As for Jifeng, he found it difficult to begin. Miao Miao had told him that the first step in making tooth powder was to collect mint leaves. But even this small task, which he as chieftain should have handled, had eluded him, and he had to come back to her. He could not help but feel useless. When Bei Ming returned and saw Jifeng standing there, his heart leaped into his throat. He rushed over and positioned himself between the two. He glared at Jifeng warily. What are you doing here? Though Jifeng had never personally made a move on He Miao Miao, he had never stopped the others when they discussed it. Moreover, among her several beast husbands, Jifeng and Ying Lu were the most scheming. He dared not leave them alone with He Miao Miao. Jifeng, already struggling to maintain his dignity, grew irritated at Bei Ming's outburst. What business is it of yours that I am here? But Bei Ming was not afraid and shot back directly. This is He Miao Miao's cave. I am her mate. Tell me, does it have anything to do with me? Yi Zhe glanced at the two of them, approving of Bei Ming's stance, then turned to roast the meat. But He Miao Miao found it annoying. Jifeng had already angered her during the day, and now he was lingering at her cave entrance. She did not want to be upset while eating, so she turned to Jifeng impatiently. Chieftain Jifeng, we are about to eat. Would you like to stay and join us? At these words, Jifeng's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. He was a male, and there was no meat here for him. If he stayed, it would be like mooching off Yi Zhe and Bei Ming. But time was of the essence. Before long, the weather would turn cold, and then the snowy winter would follow. He still had so much to do, he could not afford to waste time. Taking a deep breath and fortifying his resolve, he addressed He Miao Miao earnestly. He Miao Miao, I came to ask if there is anything that can replace mint. He Miao Miao was momentarily puzzled, her brows furrowing, but soon she understood. A few days ago, Zixian had flaunted the mint leaves all over the tribe, prompting many beastmen to go searching. It was no wonder the area had been stripped bare. There were substitutes for mint, but they would likely be even harder to find. Besides, He Miao Miao held a long memory. The matter from earlier today was not yet settled. Sorry, but I'm just a female who can only bear cubs. I know nothing. At these words, both Yi Zhe and Bei Ming sensed the tension in the air. Jifeng of course understood that she was still angry about what had happened in the morning. Yet he did not think he had said anything wrong. A female who left the tribe deprived of protection was inherently weak and vulnerable. Moreover, the reason males sheltered females was ultimately to secure the right to bear offspring. Other beastmen might not see it, but as chieftain he understood clearly. Otherwise, how could there still be traffickers in the trading markets who made a living selling females? But he also knew that given He Miao Miao's current temperament, if he did not humble himself, she would never tell the truth. Gritting his teeth, he said, tomorrow you and Zixian can go gather with Xiang Lai and the others. Now can you tell me what can replace mint? Seeing his demeanor, He Miao Miao finally felt the resentment in her heart ease, and she could not help but grin. Not at the moment. But I have a way to harvest a large amount of mint leaves in a short time. What way? Jifeng was instantly excited. He knew He Miao Miao would have a solution. He Miao Miao replied, it's too complicated to explain now. Leave it to me. Just give me a few beastmen tomorrow. Her refusal to elaborate only piqued Jifeng's curiosity further, but since it was already dark, he would have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Only after Jifeng left did Bei Ming lower his guard and say discontentedly, He Miao Miao, how could you work with him? They had overheard while waiting in line for meat. They had thought that since Jifeng could not find the mint leaves he wanted, he would give up. Who would have guessed he would humble himself and ask her for a solution? He Miao Miao picked out a piece of snail meat with a bamboo skewer, tossed it into her mouth and laughed. Why not? If we actually sell it, I'll get a 30% cut for free. Speaking of this, her heart swelled with delight. It was easy to make, and for the males it was practically effortless. Even if we fail and can't sell it, it's no big deal. The tribe can just use it internally. Hearing this, Bei Ming's heart jolted. He looked incredulously at He Miao Miao's confident face. She was so carefree, unafraid of failure. Aren't you afraid Jifeng will cheat you? She was so carefree, unafraid of failure. Aren't you afraid Jifeng will cheat you? He Miao Miao suddenly laughed upon hearing Bei Ming's words. What's there to fear? As soon as she said this, Bei Ming was struck with sudden enlightenment. Indeed, Jifeng valued his reputation above all else. The entire tribe knew that this plan was Miao Miao's idea. Jifeng would never compromise his honor for such trivial gains. He couldn't help but gaze at He Miao Miao with renewed appreciation. Miao Miao, you're so clever. He Miao Miao was amused by his words and reached up to gently tap his prominent nose bridge. You're not stupid either, or you wouldn't like me. Yi Zhe, overhearing her self-praise, also chuckled. Come in and eat the grilled meat. The family of three, illuminated by 2 oil lamps, filled the entire cave with brightness, yet it wasn't hot at all. After the meal, Bei Ming carried He Miao Miao to bathe, but the moment he entered the water he grew restless. Though this spot was secluded from other beastmen, they could still hear the sounds of others splashing nearby. If they were to engage in intimacy, Bei Ming with his lack of restraint would easily draw an audience. Seeing her absolute refusal, Bei Ming had no choice but to finish the bath quickly, then scoop her up and dash toward his cave. Yet just as he reached the entrance, a dark figure blocked his path. Being stopped at such a moment ignited his fury. What are you doing here? Zhang Yong stepped out from the shadows, glanced at the female in Bei Ming's arms, and knew he had come at a bad time. but he desperately needed to understand what was going on. Brazenly he said, "I want to talk to you." Baiming brushed past him impatiently, heading straight into the cave. No time. He gently set He Miao Miao down before lighting the oil lamp. He Miao Miao was curious. It had been too dark outside, and the male standing in the shadow of the tree had made it impossible to see who it was. Who was that? Did they have something important to discuss? Baiming stood inside the cave, sensing that the fellow was still lingering outside, and his irritation flared. He had no desire to be watched during intimacy either, and Sangyong's lingering presence displeased him. He pulled the blanket over He Miao Miao, pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, and smiled softly. "Don't fall asleep yet, okay? I'll be right back." With that he turned and left the cave, casting a glance at Sangyong, who still stood motionless. He strode away, not wanting Miao Miao to recognize Sangyong's voice. Having Yi Zhe and himself as her mates was enough now. Only when he was certain no beastman could overhear them did he stop and turn to face Sangyong. "Alright, what is it?" Sangyong's face was dark with gloom. "I want to know, back when He Miao Miao offered to dissolve the mate bond twice, why didn't you agree? You clearly hated her too back then. Why am I the only one who severed the bond while you two are still her mates? Especially you, Baiming. Why, so soon after, did you mate with her? Did you know something back then that you kept from me alone?" Hearing this, Baiming immediately understood his meaning. Since dissolving his mate bond with He Miao Miao, Sangyong had regained his single status and was now pursued by many females in the tribe. Led by 3 females, Yuea, Bayun, and Ahua, they all claimed to want to rescue him from misery and sought to mate with him. "Isn't this what you wanted? Free from the bond with Miao Miao, you're liberated." "Liberated my ass." The very word sent Sangyong into a rage. Those females were like flies. During the day he could evade them, but at night he couldn't even return to his own cave to rest. Every evening there were females lurking there. He was utterly fed up. It was better when he was with He Miao Miao. At least after a few roars she would leave. Baiming didn't want to waste any more time and stated bluntly, "This was your own choice. Whatever the consequences, you must bear them. And don't block my cave entrance again for no reason." With that he turned to leave, but Sangyong blocked his way. "You still haven't told me. Did you know something in advance, which is why you didn't dissolve the mate bond with her?" Recalling this, Baiming felt a surge of gratitude even now. Not dissolving the bond with Miao Miao was the most important decision of his life. But Miao Miao was still waiting for him at home. Leaving her alone for too long made him uneasy. "Sangyong, for the sake of our former brotherhood, I only came out tonight to listen to your nonsense. This is entirely your own doing. As a male you should bear the responsibility for your own decisions instead of blaming us. And don't stand in my way or I won't hesitate to turn my back on you." Baiming strode away, and Sangyong knew where he was heading. An inexplicable jealousy burned within him, tormenting him endlessly. They had all once been mates of He Miao Miao. Why did Yi Zhe and Baiming now enjoy a good life, while Jifeng and Yinglu were free from her entanglement? Only he was left unable even to return to his own cave. He Miao Miao heard the noise at the entrance and sat up, abruptly staring intently at the opening. Seeing it was Baiming returning, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Who is it coming to see you so late?" Baiming was overjoyed to find she was still waiting for him. He smiled faintly and sat on the edge of the bed. "Just an insignificant beastman." The mountain night was chilly, and after a few words He Miao Miao eagerly slipped into the blankets. She deliberately moved inward to leave room for Baiming, but he merely glanced at her, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He rolled over and slipped in beside her, making He Miao Miao giggle uncontrollably. The night's frolicking directly resulted in her failing to rise the next morning. Jifeng got up early and waited in the tribe square, but as time passed there was no sign of her. He had no choice but to go to her cave. As soon as he reached the entrance, a potent scent hit him, making it impossible not to know what had occurred the night before. He involuntarily stepped back a few paces, but after glancing at the sun hanging high in the sky he called out, "He Miao Miao! He Miao Miao!" Still no response from inside. Jifeng frowned slightly. How wild had the two been last night that they were still unrousable? He moved closer. "He Miao Miao." Startled awake, He Miao Miao answered quickly, then remembered her agreement with Jifeng yesterday. She dressed and got up swiftly. "Hey, I'll be right out." As her voice faded, a small figure darted out, clutching her toothbrush, settling down nearby to brush her teeth diligently. Seeing her speed, Jifeng's earlier irritation dissipated. At least she was savvy enough to realize she was late and was hurrying up. He Miao Miao washed her face, brushed her teeth, and tied up her hair as fast as she could. But her hair, long uncombed, tugged painfully at her scalp. Watching her suffer, Jifeng was puzzled. If it hurts so much, why bother? She shot him a glare. She had no idea how the male's hair stayed so sleek and smooth, while hers, like other females', was always tangled. "If I don't fix it, I'll look like I have a bird's nest on my head." Hearing this comparison, Jifeng suddenly recalled the disheveled way she had rushed out earlier. It really did resemble a nest, and he couldn't help but smirk. "You could go to Yinglu. He might be able to help." He Miao Miao, who had just tied her hair, felt a twinge of reluctance at these words. Yinglu was a shaman, a smoothing hair would be effortless for him, but she didn't want to see him. She had already experienced the feeling of near death once and had no desire for a repeat. It would be best if they never met again, lest they grow tired of each other's sight. He Miao Miao did not wish to bring up that male Yinglu and tugged at her beast skin skirt. Let us go. How many beastmen did you call? Jifeng, sharp and perceptive, immediately caught onto her clumsy attempt to change the subject. He lifted his gaze and took a long look at her retreating figure. There had certainly been something between her and Yinglu. Otherwise, given Yinglu's nature, he would have been causing trouble for her long ago, but lately Yinglu had been unusually quiet. He had barely left the cave since then. Jifeng fell into step beside her. I only called 5 beastmen today. He did not need to explain. He Miao Miao had already spotted them. A group of males led by Xianglai lounged idly beneath a tree, laughing and chatting. Clearly they had been waiting there specifically for them. She walked forward and spoke directly. Xianglai, take 2 of the males and gather some mint. You must pull it up by the roots. The rest follow me. Xianglai and the others had never been commanded by a female before, and for a moment they did not quite register what was happening. Only when they saw Elder Jifeng nod did they quickly select 2 males and set off. The remaining ones followed He Miao Miao straight to the rocky patch by the river. She chose a spot bathed in excellent sunlight and pointed. Jifeng, you, take them and clear this land. Huh. Taken aback, Jifeng frowned. Clear it how? It was not only him. The 2 other males nearby looked equally bewildered. This entire expanse was overrun with weeds and scattered stones. How could they possibly clear it? He Miao Miao sat upon a stone beneath the shade of a tree. Pull up all the wild vegetables, preferably leaving no roots behind, then pile the stones to one side. That will suffice. The 2 males beside her finally understood and immediately got to work. This sort of labor was far easier than hunting after all. Bored, He Miao Miao plucked a blade of wild grass and chewed on it, idly casting a glance at Jifeng standing nearby. Why aren't you working? Me. Jifeng was utterly astonished, staring down at her in disbelief. Exactly. With only those 2, who knows when this will be done? You should help, it will be much faster. Jifeng was at a loss for words. He was the clan leader. Did the leader really need to labor with his own hands? But he could not voice such an objection, or it would seem as though he were abusing his status. Then why aren't you going? Upon hearing this, He Miao Miao turned to him and smiled gently. Because I am a noble female. With those words, Jifeng felt as though the remarks he had made yesterday had come back to haunt him like a boomerang. He could not help but laugh, realizing she was clever enough to use his own words against him. No longer arguing, he stepped forward twice and transformed into a gigantic black eagle. With a single flap of his wings, he blew all the stones lying on the ground into a neat pile. Then countless wind blades descended, turning over the soil beneath in an instant. Ma Ji and Nyo, on the 2 males, could only stare in utter amazement. They had always known Elder Jifeng was extraordinarily powerful in combat, but they never imagined he could also excel at manual labor. They could not help but give him a thumbs up. Elder, you are so impressive. Indeed. If it were us, it would have taken far too long. Jifeng had not expected that such a minor display of power would earn him such admiration from the 2 males, their eyes brimming with reverence. As an outsider beastman, he had only been the leader of the Qingshan tribe for half a year. Most beastmen feared him, but very few looked upon him with such heartfelt worship. He offered a genuine smile. You 2 are not bad either. I will leave the rest to you. Suddenly praised Ma Ji, and Nyo Wan blushed awkwardly. In all their lives they had never been complimented by another beastman. Instantly filled with motivation, they diligently worked through the mud, pulling out every root. He Miao Miao was quite surprised to see Jifeng finish clearing the land so quickly. She had not realized he possessed such natural aptitude for labor. Elder, we are back. Suddenly the voices of Xianglai and the others came from nearby. The next moment, a large pile of mint stems, mostly leafless, was stacked before He Miao Miao. Jifeng looked at this enormous heap of nearly leafless stalks and felt a headache coming on. He was eager to know what method He Miao Miao intended to use to make them all grow in such a short time. What do we do next? Rising to her feet, He Miao Miao moved to another spot and sat down. She picked up a mint seedling and broke off the longer stems, separating those with roots from those without. Prepare all of them this way. We will need to plant them in the ground shortly. The task was not difficult. Xianglai and the others understood after a brief glance, found their own spots, and began working. This time no one called upon Jifeng either, and he squatted beside them to help. None of them spoke until they had finished preparing the mint seedlings, planted them according to He Miao Miao's method, and watered them. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing at the neatly arranged mint seedlings on the ground, a sense of accomplishment rose within each of them. Jifeng said, so now we just wait, right? He Miao Miao squatted by the river and washed the mud from her hands. We should prepare for both possibilities. Let us make toothbrushes and carbon powder first. Hearing her say this, Ji Feng instinctively turned to look at her. Her chubby face actually seemed rather cute at this moment. His thoughts aligned perfectly with hers, and the corners of his mouth rose almost imperceptibly. Let us head back. He Meow Meow felt so exhausted that her waist could barely stay upright. Although she had not participated in clearing the land, she had planted more than half of the mint herself. However, as soon as they arrived at the tribe, they heard a great commotion. Zixuan spotted her approach from afar and hurried over, her face filled with anxiety. Meow Meow, where have you been? Beiming is injured. Upon hearing this news, He Meow Meow's heart leaped into her throat, overcome with sudden tension. Where is he? Just ahead. It was only then that He Meow Meow noticed a large crowd of beastmen gathered in front. She quickly pushed through the throng and squeezed inside. In an instant she spotted Beiming covered in blood with a long gruesome wound across his back. Her hands trembled as she rushed forward to support him. Beiming, how could you be injured so severely? Beiming turned his head and saw the anxious expression on He Meow Meow's face. His heart felt suddenly warm. He smiled faintly. I am fine. You say you are fine when you are covered in blood and have such a massive wound on your back. Where is Yinglu? Why can I not see him? The surrounding beastmen, seeing her worried demeanor, could not help but smirk. To them, Beiming's injuries were hardly serious. Were they not blind? There was another male lying on the ground, who could fail to notice him. Zhang Yang's injuries were far worse than Beiming's. His breaths were growing weaker, each exhale longer than the last. Yi Zhe gently patted her shoulder and said, Meow Meow, don't worry. The blood on Beiming is from Zhang Yang, not his. Having said that, He Meow Meow still felt uneasy. She glanced at the wound on his back, as seeing that there was no heavy bleeding, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Yinglu hurried over, He Meow Meow immediately stopped him and said, Yinglu, quickly check Beiming's injuries. Yinglu cast a cold glance at her without a word, then walked straight ahead, crouched down beside a large pile of prey, and immediately activated the white shamanic power within him. It was then that He Meow Meow realized there was actually a male lying there covered in blood, already unrecognizable. She had just assumed it was just a pile of prey. Upon hearing Yi Zhe say that Zhang Yang was severely injured, she had subconsciously assumed that the male was already in Yinglu's cave. She never expected him to still be lying on the ground. Suddenly a mocking voice came from the side. He Meow Meow, you are truly heartless. Hearing this, a surge of inexplicable anger rose within her. She turned around and lashed out at the speaker. Yuya, why are you everywhere? Whether I'm heartless or not is none of your damn business. Look at yourself. Your hair is like a bird's nest, not even combed, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. Hearing the term bird's nest, again Ji Feng, who was nearby, subconsciously glanced at Yuya's hair. The metaphor was indeed quite vivid. He felt like laughing, but in this situation he absolutely could not laugh, so he had to hold it in. Yuya was not afraid of He Meow Meow at all. She was just a female who had lost her backing and was not favored by her own male mates. She had clearly seen the icy look in Yinglu's eyes just now. It was obvious that he didn't like He Meow Meow. And as for the tribe leader Ji Feng, after all this time, she had never heard that the two of them had mated. In the past he would still give He Meow Meow meat to eat, but now he didn't even give her any, which showed how much he despised her. She snorted coldly. Zhang Yang was once your mate after all. His injuries are far worse than Beiming's, yet you only have eyes for Beiming. Calling you heartless is an understatement. At these words, many of the surrounding beastmen nodded in agreement. After all, they had once been mates, and it had only been a short while since they ended the relationship. Was it too much to even ask about him? Moreover, they had all seen how much He Meow Meow used to like Zhang Yang. Now that she had Yi Zhe and Beiming, she had cast Zhang Yang aside. Truly fickle and ungrateful. He Meow Meow was so angered by these words that she let out a bitter laugh. You know, we were mates before, but now I have no relationship with Zhang Yang. Beiming is my mate. If he's injured, shouldn't I care for my own mate instead of worrying about some outsider? Saying this, He Meow Meow slowly walked up to Yuya, crossed her arms, and glanced at her disdainfully. You haven't you always liked him? Now that he's so severely injured, you still have time to yell at me here? Or could it be that you've stopped liking him now that you see him like this? The surrounding beastmen, especially the females, found this reasoning quite sound. To be honest, He Meow Meow had indeed been Zhang Yang's mate, but that was in the past. If their own male mates had been with a female before and the two had ended the relationship, they would certainly hope that the other party would cut ties completely, just like He Meow Meow did. Rather than acting like Yuya, who would jump out and bite someone from time to time, even if it didn't hurt, it was still quite annoying. Moreover, back when the mate relationship was dissolved, it was Zhang Yang himself who led a group of beastmen to approach He Meow Meow and propose the termination. So it was only natural that He Meow Meow didn't care about him now that he was injured. Yuya hadn't expected that her own thoughts would be exposed by He Meow Meow. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Zhang Yang, who was still lying on the ground covered in blood, and felt a bit of disgust and a twinge of guilt. She had indeed liked Sang Yang before, but that was because of his bravery and handsomeness. Now Sang Yang lay on the ground like a heap of mud, so severely injured that, even if he recovered, he would likely be left with lingering ailments. Yu was not a collector of trash, she didn't want such a male. But she would never admit it. You're lying. I am not that kind of female. I'm just standing up for Sang Yang. He meow curled her lips. Then you'd better remember to take him back and let him recover properly. With things having come to this point, Yuya didn't want to back down, especially with all the beastmen watching. She would take him in and care for him. If he recovered, she would earn a good reputation, if not, she could deal with it slowly later. After all, she had many male mates, she could let them do the work. Today, she absolutely could not lose in this confrontation with he meow. Then stiffening her neck, she snorted sarcastically, I'll take him in. I am not as heartless as you, he meow. Good. You well done. That's right. This is what a good female should be. The beastmen immediately cheered, looking at Yuya with excitement and admiration. At the same time, the looks they cast at he meow were filled with contempt. Yuya raised her chin triumphantly, unable to hide her smile, never expecting that her decision just now would be so correct. He meow, you'd better not regret this. He meow was amused by this remark. A male who had no relationship with her, why would she regret anything? She spread her hands and shrugged slightly. Does it have anything to do with me? The gentle tone of her words sounded exceptionally cold to Ying Lu and Sang Yang's ears. Sang Yang's half-closed eyes fell on her cold, distant face, and his heart turned icy. Lately he had been unable to eat or sleep well because of this female, and in the end he had suffered such severe injuries, yet she remained so indifferent. Her eyes were full of Bei Ming, and she hadn't even glanced at him once. He felt as if he were trapped in a massive whirlpool, slowly sinking, slowly drifting away from his former life. Meeting Ying Lu's serious gaze, he blurted out the question he had been wanting to ask. Are you all hiding something from me, the only male? Ying Lu, startled by this inexplicable remark, glanced up at him, but said nothing. He withdrew the shamanic power from his hands and slowly stood up. You're out of danger. You just need to rest for a while and you'll fully recover. Seeing that Ying Lu was free, he meow quickly ran over to him. Ying Lu quickly treated Bei Ming. There's a huge wound on his back. Bei Ming felt a little embarrassed. In truth, such a wound was nothing to a male like him, it would heal on its own in a few days. However, he was not an ungrateful male. He knew that Meow was concerned about him, and although he felt a bit embarrassed, he also enjoyed the warmth of the moment. I'm sorry for the trouble. Hearing such polite words from Bei Ming, Ying Lu was somewhat surprised. This fellow had been hot-tempered ever since he arrived at the Qingshan tribe. He had hardly ever heard him speak so courteously. And he Meow, who used to be so arrogant, domineering, and vicious, was now actually showing concern for her male mate. Yet he felt no surprise in his heart. Instead, he felt a bit displeased. Since the last time he rescued he Meow from the pond, the two of them had not met again. He never expected that upon their reunion he would witness her showing such care for Bei Ming. And Sang Yang had once been her mate too, yet she hadn't even spared him a single glance. Suddenly a thought arose in his mind. He and Jifeng were still her mates now, but if the two of them were injured like this, he Meow would probably treat them the same way she treated Sang Yang. With this comparison, he suddenly felt that he and Jifeng were worse off than Sang Yang. At least Sang Yang was free. How frustrating. With a mere gesture, the wound on Bei Ming's back healed at a visible speed. Only when he Meow witnessed the injury restore to its former state did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. She smiled politely at Ying Lu. Thank you, witch doctor. I'll prepare some fine beast hides for you later. Suddenly hearing this address, Ying Lu, already irritated, felt a surge of inexplicable anger rise within him, a fury he himself could not understand. He wished to linger not a moment longer, even the sight of that grinning face vexed him immensely. With a mere grunt from his nose, he acknowledged her tribute and immediately turned to leave. Now that the wounded were settled, Jifeng began to gently inquire about the situation. There were no ferocious beasts near their Qingshan tribe, so he could not fathom why Sang Yang had sustained such severe injuries. Moreover, Sang Yang possessed a speed ability. Even beastmen could hardly harm him. What happened today? At the mention of this, Lu Mi's face darkened with gloom. Yuya was his mate. Ever since Sang Yang and he Meow dissolved their bond, the two of them would quarrel over Sang Yang, and Yuya often sneaked off to Sang Yang's cave in the dead of night. Because of this, she left him aside, and now she had even moved into his home. The mere thought infuriated him. If those two were truly together, his position as the primary beastman in this household would be precarious. Now that the chieftain asked about this matter, he was brimming with resentment. He snorted coldly. What else could it be? He overestimated himself and challenged a pack of leopards got attacked. If not for Bei Ming saving him, he would have been bitten to death and turned into a pile of dung. These words, dripping with bitterness, were audible to every beastman present. Yet everyone understood his grudge against Sang Yang, who would want an extra rival in their home. He Miao Miao remained silent, standing quietly between Yi Zhe and Bei Ming, feeling a sense of pride. She took pride in having such courageous male mates. After briefing the matter and confirming that it was indeed an accident, all the beastmen dispersed. He Miao Miao quickly retrieved Bei Ming's beast-hide skirt and urged him to wash off the bloodstains. Then she gathered a fine leopard hide in her hands, but as she stepped out of the cave she halted. Turning in another direction, she headed toward Yi Zhe, who was roasting meat. Yi Zhe, could you take this hide to Yinglu? Truly, Yi Zhe was also uneasy about her going alone to see Yinglu. Even though they were mates, that very fact made him more apprehensive. Bei Ming wore his heart on his sleeve. Liking was liking, disliking was disliking, with no convoluted twists and turns. He was different from a male like Yinglu, who never revealed his emotions. Such a male was far more formidable. Moreover, this male had once harbored intentions to kill Miao Miao. Yi Zhe smiled, gently ruffling her hair. All right, I'll go. Remember to flip the meat for me. Seeing him agree, He Miao Miao instantly hopped over to the fire to roast the meat. She had no desire to face that sly Yinglu alone. She evenly smeared animal fat over the meat. Although the chunks were large, this task was still within her ability. Yi Zhe strode directly to Yinglu's cave with the hide. He needed to go and return quickly, as roasting so much meat would be strenuous for Miao Miao alone. Upon entering the cave, he saw Yinglu sitting at the stone table, expressionless, aloof, and cold. Yinglu, I've brought the tribute for healing Bei Ming. Suddenly hearing a male voice, Yinglu's previously impassive face slightly furrowed, a mixture of irritation and surprise. Why him? Hadn't that female He Miao Miao said she would deliver it herself? So quickly did she delegate the task to another. Saying one thing and doing another, just as consistently detestable as ever. He cast a cold glance at Yi Zhe. His handsome brows and dark eyes carried a faint chill, a good-looking male indeed. No wonder he could charm that lecherous He Miao Miao into ceasing her harassment of him and Ji Feng. His eyes lowered, put it down. Yi Zhe knew Yinglu was sizing him up, but he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, so he set down the hide and left the cave. Yet Yinglu's gaze lingered on the leopard hide. The hide was of fine quality, but the pattern was hideous. Moreover, it carried the scent of Bei Ming's male aura, which made him rather disgusted. He Miao Miao did not wait long before Yi Zhe returned. She promptly vacated the roasting spot for him, and said with a smile, Yi Zhe, you roast the best meat. Yi Zhe was amused by her little trick. Sitting beside her, he casually handed her something. A gift for you. He Miao Miao was astonished by the crude comb with wide teeth. She had never seen such an item in the tribe. For me. Of course. Who else would it be for? Her heart filled with joy, but even more with curiosity. How did you make this? Yi Zhe smiled at her. I noticed you using your fingers to arrange your hair every morning, so I thought I'd carve a wooden hand to replace it. But as I kept modifying it, ended up like this. He Miao Miao examined the wooden comb. Though the teeth were sparse, it was far better than fingers, and the edges were smooth with no splinters. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Yi Zhe, thank you for the gift. I adore it. I won't have to fear the pain of combing my hair every morning anymore. Speaking of this, she suddenly realized how troublesome it was to tie her hair with a beast hide strip every morning. Could you make me a hairpin? Hearing this unfamiliar word, Yi Zhe tilted his head and asked, what is that? At this, He Miao Miao became instantly animated, gesticulating with joy. If she had a hairpin, arranging her hair in the morning would be so much easier. It's something to hold up your hair. Make it about the length of the chopsticks we use for eating, but a bit thicker. Yi Zhe listened attentively, careful not to miss any important detail. Only after forming a clear image of the hairpin in his mind did he nod. All right, I'll make it for you tomorrow. I'm back. Bei Ming came trotting over and sat directly on He Miao Miao's other side, extending his arm under her nose with a grin. Smell it, isn't it fragrant? Suddenly a muscular arm appeared before her eyes, carrying a faint, refreshing scent of soap pots. He Miao Miao smirked mischievously, grabbed the arm, and bit into it. Fragrant. On hearing this, both Bei Ming and Yi Zhe burst into laughter. That was Miao Miao's nature. When she said fragrant, she certainly meant more than just the scent. In contrast to the lively scene here, Ji Feng's cave not far away stood higher, offering a panoramic view of most of the tribe's caves. With a sweep of his eyes, he spotted the three chatting and laughing. A quick glance at other cave entrances showed that although no females were laughing, several males were roasting meat together, still a lively sight. He alone crouched at the cave entrance roasting meat. A sudden wave of loneliness washed over him. Hey, your meat's burning. Suddenly a cold reminder came from beside him, and he realized that there was another person grilling meat alone like him, Yinglu. He quickly turned the meat over only to find it already charred black on the outside. Taking the stick, he bit into the roasted meat, and his mouth was instantly filled with black ash. Apart from a hint of salt, there was nothing else, and it was even a bit bitter. He glanced at the golden crispy meat of He Meow Meow and Ing Lu next to him, so different from his own. Suddenly he lost his appetite for that blackened, unsightly meat. But to go begging for food from other beastmen just because of his craving would be too damaging to his dignity as the tribal chief. Helplessly, he looked up at the sky. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Autumn was not far off. Suddenly a spark of inspiration struck, and Jifang's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten? After autumn began, the grand bonfire banquet with the neighboring Dashu tribe was to be held. Last year their Qingshan tribe had gone to the Dashu tribe, so this year it was the Dashu tribe's turn to come. With that thought, he quickly finished the meat in his hand and rose to head toward He Meow Meow and the others. He Meow Meow took a bite of the tender meat, but found it a bit dry. Although she had a bamboo cup of cool boiled water, it still felt lacking. Bai Ming, could you make me a larger stone pot tomorrow? I want to boil some soup. Eating only roasted meat is so dry. Bai Ming nodded in agreement. As a male, he used to just run to the river to drink when thirsty. But since living with Meow Meow, he realized that her life was far more refined than his. Alright, no problem. I'll definitely make you a big stone pot. Oh, everyone's here. Suddenly a familiar voice came from the cave entrance. He Meow Meow turned and saw Jifeng walking in. She was very surprised. Why would he come to her cave so late? After all, he never came without a reason. Before she could speak, Yizhe put down his bowl. Chief Jifeng, coming here so late. Is there something important? Jifeng glanced at the roasted meat on their stone table. It was golden and moist, clearly delicious. He smiled at them. It's about the upcoming bonfire gathering between our two tribes. I'd like to ask for your help. At these words, the three of them looked at him in surprise. Especially Yizhe. Though he had been a wandering beastman before he knew that neighboring tribes held such gatherings. But he had only just arrived, what could he help with? Moreover, shouldn't such tasks be handled by the chief's trusted followers? Bai Ming, upon hearing this, felt that Jifeng was up to no good. Before he got together with Meow Meow, he had once been on the same side as Jifeng. Back then, he had witnessed Jifeng's schemes. If anyone was sold by him, they'd probably still be counting the money for him. Besides, he didn't think their current relationship was suitable for helping. But Meow Meow had been getting close to Jifeng lately. Could it be that he was after her? With that thought, he turned his head suspiciously to look at Meow Meow, who also looked surprised. What can we help with? He Meow Meow heard Bai Ming ask her, and she was wondering the same thing. Bewildered, she looked at Jifeng. What can we help with? Hearing the expected response, Jifeng met her dazed gaze. I've observed that your roasted meat is the best in the entire tribe. I'd like you to be in charge of the barbecue that evening. Hearing this, He Meow Meow sprang up from the stone stool and waved her hands in refusal. No, absolutely not. Ask anyone else but not us. Seeing her strong reaction, Bai Ming and Yizhe understood everything and couldn't help but laugh. The thought of Jifeng asking He Meow Meow to help with the barbecue was just laughable. Heaven knows how much she hated doing such greasy work. Seeing the two males suddenly burst into laughter, Jifeng felt a bit annoyed. He Meow Meow's refusal was one thing, but now they were mocking him. What was that about? Frowning in displeasure, he asked, what are you laughing at? Yizhe knew that Jifeng was getting angry. If he didn't explain, the chief would take it to heart. He wasn't afraid of Jifeng holding a grudge, but he feared that when he and Bai Ming were away from the tribe, this scheming chief might harm Meow Meow. After all, Jifeng had a history of wanting Meow Meow dead. He quickly explained, Chief Jifeng, you may not know this, but Meow Meow, though she can roast meat, absolutely hates doing it. And with so many beastmen, she a female simply can't handle it. Yes. He Meow Meow quickly chimed in. Good heavens, she didn't want to cook at all. She just wanted to be a foodie, who had meals brought to her effortlessly. Chief Jifeng, Yizhe is right. I used to only roast meat for 1 or 2 people. Even when Bai Ming came, I hardly did it. With so many beastmen, I simply don't have the skill. Jifeng thought it was something serious, but it was just this. He had already anticipated this problem on the way. Don't worry, you don't need to make a lot. Just help prepare the food for the 2 tribal chiefs. I'll arrange other beastmen for the rest. Hearing this, He Meow Meow breathed a sigh of relief. The thought of a vast crowd of beastmen all eating her food had given her a headache. But even just the 2 chiefs' food couldn't be taken lightly. Moreover, she would be putting in all the effort with no benefit. If things went wrong, she'd have to bear the blame. No matter how she looked at it, it wasn't worth it. He Meow Meow gave an awkward smile. Hee Jifeng, this is a big matter. As a member of Qingshan tribe, I should follow orders, of course. But you know, I've been busy all day today and my legs are really hurting. Perhaps you could ask another beastman. Jifeng was no fool. This was clearly an excuse. Though she was tired today, the banquet was still several days away, and she had plenty of time to rest. In short, He Meow Meow didn't want to help. At this thought, an inexplicable irritation rose in his heart. He couldn't even understand why he had come here in the first place. Was he out of his mind? But he was reluctant to give up just like that, not only because of his authority as chief, but also due to some factors he himself didn't fully comprehend. Suddenly Jifeng recalled how Miao Miao had been diligently working in the fields that day. She had been profoundly exhausted, yet she hadn't complained a single word from start to finish. Now she was merely being asked to help prepare roasted meat for the two tribal chiefs, yet she was making every excuse to dodge it. Clearly she was doing this on purpose. Was there truly any difference between the two situations? Both were labor for the tribe. Suddenly everything clicked into place. His eyes brightened as he met Miao Miao's helpless expression, and he couldn't help the corners of his mouth turning upward. Confidently straightening his back, he said, "I'll take you to Ing Lu later to treat your leg pain. And if you help me with this task, I'll reward you with 10 animal hides in the name of the chief. 10 premium large animal hides." Upon hearing this, Miao Miao's eyes lit up instantly. Her earlier complaint about leg pain was merely an excuse. She didn't particularly enjoy cooking, and she also disliked appearing at such gatherings. But 10 animal hides. She was somewhat tempted. Although Baiming and Yizhe already had hides, she wanted to possess ones she had earned through her own efforts. From the original owner's memories, winter was extremely bitter and cold. She needed to prepare early to avoid having to beg for what she needed when the time came. That wasn't her style. 10 premium large animal hides. Hearing him say this, Jifeng understood. The female was far more calculating than he had imagined. This female had too many schemes. The reason she was so eager to plant mint was because she wanted a share of the profits. And since she couldn't gain anything from this joint tribal evening gathering, she simply used leg pain as an excuse. She's quite cunning indeed. He chuckled lightly. Of course, 10 premium large animal hides. Miao Miao smiled and said, "Deal. Then I'll need Baiming and Yizhe to assist me. Both skipping hunting for a couple of days should be fine, correct?" Agreed. He hadn't expected a female like Miao Miao to handle this alone. Rather than having other males assist her, it made more sense to rely on Baiming and Yizhe. "Starting tomorrow, you can begin preparing at your own pace." Miao Miao nodded eagerly and said with a grin, "Don't worry, leave it to the three of us." Meanwhile, Baiming kept a grim expression throughout, but seeing Miao Miao so enthusiastic, he held his tongue in front of Jifeng. Only after they had departed did he eagerly speak up. "Miao Miao, why are you helping him with the meat?" Yizhe was equally puzzled. They weren't short of those 10 animal hides. Why take on such work for them? "Miao Miao, if you need animal hides, just tell us. We'll make them for you. Are your hide skirt not enough, or is your hide blanket too worn out?" Miao Miao was amused by their contrasting reactions, one firm, the other gentle. "Because I want to give you both hide skirts too. If only I knew how to hunt, I'd definitely catch 2 tigers for you to wear. It would look so formidable." Pfft. Both couldn't help but laugh. Especially Baiming, whose face had been as sour as a rock in a dung pit moments before, now broke into a wide smile. He had nearly thought Miao Miao had taken a fancy to Jifeng again. But Yizhe was deeply moved inside. Throughout his entire life apart from his father, no beastman had ever cared for him this way. Miao Miao, as a female, actually wanted to give him a hide skirt. The thing was, animal hides were crucial resources for their small tribe to survive the winter. It was nearly always males who gave hides to females. Females giving to males was unheard of. In that moment his heart melted into water, and he could not extricate himself from the emotion. His voice grew gentle and low, his eyes soft as flowing water. "Miao Miao, I don't need you to give me a hide skirt. Your peace and happiness are the greatest blessing for me, Yizhe." Baiming glanced awkwardly at Yizhe, who rarely spoke, surprised that he could utter such tender words at a critical moment. "I don't care for tiger hides anyway. They're dreadful to look at." Miao Miao knew he was feeling shy. This fellow, though usually so bold and decisive, was naturally at a loss during such tender moments. She took both their hands and smiled. "Then I'll ask Jifeng for solid-colored hides. When the time comes, the three of us will all wear matching outfits. As soon as we step outside, no one will need to ask. They'll know we're one family just by looking." Yizhe smiled gently. He loved Miao Miao's lively and spirited nature. Moreover, he quite liked the term family of 3. Here he would give Miao Miao the greatest freedom possible. "Good, then I'll wait for your hide skirt." With males supporting her, Miao Miao was overjoyed. Though she currently relied on Baiming and Yizhe for food and supplies, she also wanted to contribute to the family. Rather than being a parasite who simply waited to die idle during the day and expecting males to return for breeding. Besides, she wasn't ready for cubs yet. Baiming hadn't expected that his casual remark about disliking tiger hides would prompt her to seek solid-colored ones from Jifeng. It was impossible not to feel pleased. His lips curved into an overflowing smile. "That's not bad, but if it's too ugly, I won't have it." That evening Yizhe took her to the river to bathe. There were fewer beastmen at the river tonight than usual. Especially females, there weren't even 2 here. Like the night before, Miao Miao stripped at her usual spot and dove straight into the water. But the next moment a bone-chilling coldness seized her entire body. She shivered uncontrollably in the water, her limbs cramping, instantly unbearable pain shooting through every part of her. Watching her body sink toward the deeper waters behind her, terror gripped her heart. She didn't want to die. Her gaze fixed desperately on Yise's figure still on the shore, not yet in the water. She tried to scream, but the moment she opened her mouth, water flooded in. Yise had just set down the hide clothes he was changing when he suddenly realized Meow Meow had jumped in some time ago and still hadn't surfaced. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately entered the water, transforming into his beast form. The moment he entered the water, he saw her sinking. His long snake tail moved slightly, wrapping around her waist and dragging her to the surface. Cough, cough, cough. He Meow Meow greedily breathed in air, nearly coughing up her lungs. Yise anxiously patted her back. Perhaps I should take you to Inglu. At the mention of Inglu, she quickly shook her head and refused. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to see that male. I'm fine. I just didn't expect the river water to be so cold tonight. I got a cramp as soon as I went in. Hearing this was the reason, Yise felt a moment of frustration. How could he forget? The current weather was different from before, especially after sunset when the river water cooled rapidly. From now on, let's not bathe at this river. I'll make you a large stone tub. Stone tub? Upon hearing this, he Meow Meow furrowed her brows slightly. That seemed far too cumbersome, and she couldn't imagine sitting in a stone tub to bathe would be comfortable. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she remembered something. Oh, how could I have forgotten this? True, both Bai Ming and Yise were so diligent that sometimes when the household lacked something they would prepare it before she even noticed, causing her to forget altogether. What? Yise saw her eyes shining as brightly as stars in the sky, so eager to know what happy news she had remembered. He Meow Meow smiled coyly. We could make an extra-large wooden bathtub and also plenty of plates and bowls. He knew about plates and bowls, but what was a bathtub? What's a bathtub? Whenever this topic came up, he Meow Meow grew excited. It's for bathing. If we make it large enough, we can squat inside to bathe. Even in winter's coldest weather, we won't fear the cold. Hearing this purpose, Yise pondered thoughtfully. This forest was full of trees apart from wild grass and beasts. Some were so large that several males needed to wrap their arms around them together. Using such timber to make a bathtub would indeed be quite splendid. All right, leave it to me, I'll make it. He Meow Meow smiled and hooked her arm around his neck from behind. Then I'll trouble you, Yise. Also make a few extra plates. They'll come in handy at the evening gathering between the two tribes. Hearing her say this, Yise wanted to laugh. As a male, doing these things was his duty. Besides, this wasn't much effort at all. Yet Meow Meow thought he would be working very hard. Looking down at her delicate face, he licked his slightly dry lips and smiled faintly. Then you need to make it up to me tonight. Before he finished speaking, Meow Meow sensed his change in mood. She had nearly drowned here moments ago and had no desire to stay after finishing her bath. Frowning slightly, she quickly reached out to stop him. No, let's go back. Her soft voice whispered near Yise's ear, warm breath landing on his earlobe, quite alluring. But Meow Meow was right, he had been reckless. The river water was so cold, and while he as a male had tough skin and could withstand it, even if he fell, she couldn't. She was too delicate. He lifted her, stepped out of the water, and quickly wrapped her in a large animal hide blanket, fearing even the slightest mountain breeze might reach her. Are you cold? He Meow Meow rested her entire face against his strong chest muscles, her hand occasionally stroking his waist. His burning body heat spread through her entire frame, and she felt no cold at all. Not cold. Meow Meow, are you up yet? He Meow Meow, still lost in dreams, suddenly heard the call and sat bolt upright on her bed. She glanced outside. The sun had barely risen. Even Yise wasn't up yet. Why was Zixuan coming to find her so early? She had been so exhausted the night before and hadn't had enough sleep. She wasn't particularly eager to get up. Sitting on her beast hide bed, she called out toward the cave entrance. What is it? Zixuan sounded quite anxious. Meow Meow, you'd better come out quickly. The charcoal powder that Xiong Lai and the others made has the wrong color. Upon hearing this, a dozen questions swirled through he Meow Meow's mind. What was wrong with it? Hadn't she explained the entire method? She put on her beast hide skirt, did a quick wash, grabbed a fruit from the table, nodded to Yise, and headed out. Zixuan was relieved to finally see her emerge and immediately grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the center of the tribe. Last night Xiong Lai had eagerly informed her that the charcoal-making task was nearly complete. Excited, she had come to check first thing in the morning, only to discover 2 large beast hide sacks filled with charcoal powder of different colors. Panic-stricken, she yanked open the nearby sack containing the charcoal powder. Look. He Meow Meow approached with confusion, but as she took a closer look, she suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Good heavens, this wasn't charcoal powder at all. It was nothing but white ash burned past the point of use. No wonder Zixuan had spotted the problem at a glance. Anyone with working eyes could tell something was wrong. Xiang Lai and the other males had insisted they were right, claiming it was merely a difference in color. They saw nothing wrong with it. They had followed Miao Miao's instructions to the letter without a single mistake. But now seeing the expression on He Miao Miao's face, what more could they possibly need to understand? They really had worked diligently. Miao Miao, we truly did everything exactly as you told us. He Miao Miao reached out and touched both large sacks of white ash. It had absolutely no grainy texture. This was caused by overburning. It's all ruined. We'll have to start over. Upon hearing this, the male's spirits plummeted instantly. What? This can't be. We followed your method exactly. Xianglai Niuwan and Ma Ji and the other males all wore expressions of sheer anxiety. These were the results of their hard labor. And they had already noticed the peppermint in the fields beginning to sprout new leaves. If the charcoal powder was compromised and they missed the window to attend the trading gathering, they would be considered traitors to the tribe. Zixuan saw them still making excuses and felt her anger boil over. Xianglai Ma Ji, you two have actually used charcoal before. You know what real charcoal powder looks like. When the first batch turned out wrong, why didn't you go ask Miao Miao? Now you've burned a whole pile of useless stuff, which is nothing but a waste of time. Being reprimanded by their own mates, the two males felt quite embarrassed. Ma Ji looked rather wronged. He had noticed something was off back then, but Xianglai had insisted the steps were correct and that the color difference might simply be due to the different types of wood used. That was precisely why he was now being scolded alongside him. I noticed it earlier, but Xianglai said the procedure was fine and that the difference in color was probably because of the trees. His voice was low, for he himself knew that arguing now would change nothing. It was merely an attempt to lighten his share of the blame. He Miao Miao scanned their faces. She bore some responsibility for this as well. She had assumed the task was straightforward, tell them once and they would understand. She hadn't checked on them afterward, which had led to this outcome. Still, she hadn't expected Zixuan to be so observant as to notice the problem and come find her. Zixuan was far smarter than these males who relied solely on brute force. Seeing them all wearing expressions of deep remorse, He Miao Miao offered them a gentle smile. It's not entirely wasted. We can spread it on the peppermint seedling field as fertilizer. The males felt crestfallen. All their hard work reduced to nothing more than fertilizer, on par with dung and urine. Lumi had stumbled upon this comedic spectacle as soon as he woke up that morning, and he was thoroughly amused. Leaning against the stone cave in trance with one hand, he watched the drama unfold. Oh, looks like you failed. TSK tisk, such a pity. Yuya suddenly popped her head out from behind him, her expression full of curiosity. What failed? Lumi briefly recounted the incident, which sent Yuya into fits of laughter. She cast a disdainful side-eye toward He Miao Miao. Xianglai, you fools. You've been conned by that shameless female He Miao Miao. All that effort for nothing. And now she's going to lecture you too. Who knows? Maybe she did this on purpose. Perhaps she never intended to teach you how to make charcoal powder in the first place. At these words, several males immediately felt a ripple of doubt in their hearts. They cast skeptical glances at He Miao Miao. She had only given them a rough explanation back then and had never come to check on them since. If Zixuan hadn't discovered the anomalies, they would likely have been scolded by the tribe leader. Niuwan looked at He Miao Miao, feeling that she should not be the kind of female they described, yet he couldn't help but harbor his own doubts. He Miao Miao, you're not really like what they say, are you? You're not trying to get us punished by the tribe leader. Seeing a beastman question, He Miao Miao Yuya instantly seized the opportunity with excitement, her voice shrill and piercing. She'd rather admit it than not, otherwise why has she only just shown up now? Yuya, stop talking nonsense. Miao Miao is not the kind of female you describe. Zixuan could take it no longer and stepped forward, pointing at Yuya's nose and scolding her. I think you're simply taking out your frustration on her because you couldn't get Sangyang. Don't think we don't know, you dragged him into the cave and he refused to mate with you. So you colluded with Lumi and the others to beat him up. Boom. With this revelation, the surrounding beastmen who had been watching the spectacle erupted into chaos. Inquisitive gazes shifted entirely from He Miao Miao to Yuya and Lumi. Both Lumi and Yuya felt intensely uncomfortable under the stares of all the beastmen, as if they were being roasted alive in the scorching sun. Especially Yuya. Just a few days ago some beastman had praised her kind heart. Now they were beginning to doubt her. It was impossible not to feel flustered. She roared irritably at Zixuan, stop spouting nonsense. I bet you're colluding with that cheap female He Miao Miao, specifically coming here to pick on me. Lumi was equally guilty conscience. He never expected this matter to leak out, let alone be exposed by another female. Seeing Yuya being so aggressive, he instantly straightened his posture. If they refused to admit it, no one could force them. At this thought, he immediately raised his chin and stepped forward. He glared viciously at Zixuan and warned, don't talk nonsense, we never abused Sangyang. Besides, he was the one who agreed to go to our cave in the first place. He Miao Miao frowned slightly and glanced at the sky. The sun had already climbed high. Today she had to resolve the charcoal powder matter. In 2 days there would be the gathering of the two tribes followed by their joint participation in the trading conference. There simply wasn't time to make these things again. Now she had even less time to argue with these beastmen over Tsangyang. Seeing Zixuan still ready to continue her tirade, she held her back. She stepped forward. Yueya, Lumi, as members of the Qingshan tribe, not only are you refusing to help, but you're making snide remarks here. And you insult me by calling me a cheap female? I won't let this slide. Tonight he Miao Miao and Yize will challenge you. Do you dare accept? At these words the beastmen who had been chattering noisily fell completely silent. All eyes turned to the three of them, he Miao Miao, Yueya, and Lumi. Undoubtedly, he Miao Miao would fight Yueya. Female combat was hardly worth watching, just hair-pulling and face-scratching. But males were different. Normally such serious stakes meant death or severe injury. Lumi was one of the strongest males of the Qingshan tribe, yet he was mocking a female here, which was hard to justify. Furthermore, the concerned parties, Xianglai and the others, hadn't said anything yet. However, in their view, Yize was just a snake beast who performed adequately in every hunt, never showing exceptional combat power. He probably wasn't Lumi's match at all, and even Xianglai was somewhat worried. Although the charcoal powder matter had failed for now, he didn't want anything to happen to Yize. After all, this was Miao Miao's partner. They had interacted during several hunts, and this snake beast man Yize was truly good. But Lumi was petty. If these two males fought, Lumi would definitely strike to kill. He was somewhat worried. Miao Miao, how about we just drop it? We'll quickly remake the carbon powder. It'll definitely be in time. Zixuan rolled her eyes at her partner, seeing him as cowardly. Huh. Xianglai, your attitude makes me look down on you. Others have insulted you to your face, yet you tell Miao Miao to endure it. If it were me, I'd challenge them too, just to vent this anger. Xianglai was speechless for a moment, but still secretly compared himself to Lumi. With his power ability against wood ability, they should be able to even the score. The beastmen who loved drama started egging them on. Yueya, Lumi, show them what you've got. As soon as these words fell, some beastmen glanced resentfully at those who were just enjoying the drama. They were only so arrogant because the fists weren't hitting them. Moreover, they wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly probe Yize's capabilities and also get ranked among the males. In their male world, strength was supreme. But in females' eyes it was different. Whoever was handsome was number one. Yize was not only good-looking, but also had a better temper and was gentler than the other handsome males, deeply favored by those females. This was also the reason why many males were egging them on. They wanted their females to see that a good-looking male had no real ability. He Miao Miao stepped forward and looked coldly at these two disgusting creatures. They were nowhere to be seen when work needed doing, but always there to rub salt in the wound when trouble struck. Truly disgusting. What dare not accept it? Yueya was somewhat intimidated. The slap from last time was still vivid in her mind. Not to mention fighting her tonight, she couldn't even bear to meet her gaze now. Those words just now were only said because she had the surrounding onlookers and her partner Lumi nearby for support. But if she truly accepted, these beastmen would only watch the drama, and Lumi couldn't help her either. In the end, she would be the one getting beaten. Thinking of this, she was somewhat frightened, but refusing outright would cost her face. She didn't want to show weakness before he Miao Miao. Before she could speak, Lumi snorted coldly and looked down on him Miao Miao. What's not to dare? He's just a purchased snake beast. I Lumi don't even put him in my eyes. I Lumi will wait for him tonight. Whoever doesn't show up is the beast. He Miao Miao's mouth curved, fine, no problem. She wanted to take this opportunity to give them a thorough beating so they wouldn't keep jumping out to bite her from time to time in the future. Though it wouldn't hurt, it was too fucking annoying. After saying this, she turned and said to Xianglai and the others, let's move to a different place and remake the charcoal. After all this disturbance, Xianglai and the others didn't want to do this work in front of so many beastmen's eyes either. Even Yuewan, who had some doubts about Miao Miao, silently followed. These beastmen were all harboring ill intentions. They just wanted to see their show. Zixuan gave Yueya and Lumi a fierce, resentful glare, then turned and followed. She hated these two the most. They were terribly wicked. Following he Miao Miao, the group arrived at the forest beyond the tribe. He Miao Miao glanced around and finally chose a relatively open slope, drawing an approximate circle on the ground with stones. Xianglai, dig a hole here. Remember, keep the entrance modest. The interior should be larger. Xianglai, Ma Jin, Yuewan, and the others were puzzled as to why they needed to dig a hole there, but they followed his instructions without question. Having failed last time making charcoal powder, they had come out with Miao Miao, with everyone watching. If this attempt also failed, they would have no face to return home. They worked in silence, heads down. The ground was all soft mud, making excavation effortless. Before long, a small cave had taken shape. He Miao Miao sent Xianglai to cut firewood and gather dry branches, which they cut into sections and threw into the pit to burn. Once the fire had burned sufficiently, they sealed the entrance with stones. Zixuan grew anxious, unable to see inside the sealed pit. Meow meow, now that we cannot see, and could it have been overburned into white ash? He meow meow dusted the mud from her hands and asked Nyo Wan to bring a little clean water to wash. She offered her a gentle smile. Do not worry. I left a loose stone on the side, we will be able to check shortly. She had been making charcoal to sell since childhood, controlling the fire was no difficulty at all. The group waited patiently until afternoon when he meow meow moved the loose stone aside to peer inside. With the fire already extinguished, she finally felt reassured. It should be cool enough by tomorrow afternoon. We will come back and inspect them. Let us return first. But Nyo Wan and Ma Ji were uneasy and chose to stay behind. They could not bear for anything to go wrong again. He meow meow had no objection. The location was close enough to the tribe to be considered safe. If anything happens tonight, simply shout loudly. We will hear you and come immediately. The two males, already feeling restless about the day's events, suddenly brightened at her words. They had not expected he meow meow to not only refrain from blaming them for their failure, but to actually show concern for them. Spending a night outdoors was nothing unusual to them, but having another beastman care was a completely different feeling. They nodded solemnly. Yes, we will. On the way back, Zixian was lost in thought. In her opinion, with Meow Meow personally overseeing matters, the charcoal powder would certainly succeed. Yet the moment she recalled the wager between Meow Meow and Yuya, anxiety seized her heart. It was not that she feared Yuya herself, but that female often resorted to vicious tactics, and she worried Meow Meow might suffer. For a female, nothing mattered more than her face and her skin. Without those, no male would desire her. Meow Meow had finally begun living a good life with Yi Zhe and Bei Ming, and she did not wish for her dearest sister to lose it all. Meow Meow, perhaps we should just give up. He Meow Meow was deeply puzzled. Zixian was not a female who gave up easily, and she never took back her words. Why? Zixian quickly grasped her wrist, her brows furrowed with deep concern. Have you forgotten what happened to Mulan? The moment that name came to mind, he Meow Meow instantly pictured a face marred by a terrible scar stretching diagonally from the eye to the corner of the mouth. And yet that disfigured face had once belonged to the most beautiful female in the entire Qingshan tribe. Lumi had also been one of her suitors. In order to win, Lumi, Yuya had challenged Mulan before the whole tribe, using the bone spike hung around her neck to slash Mulan's face open, a wound so deep it exposed bone, shocking to behold. She claimed it was not deliberate, arguing that during a fight between two females she had simply been giving her full strength. All the beastmen had watched, and indeed she had not actively used her hands to touch the bone spike. Instead, she had grabbed Mulan's head and forced it against the spike. As punishment, the tribe leader only fined her compensation of 10 animal hides and 1 month's roasted meat, and the matter was closed. From then on, the title of the tribe's most beautiful female fell to the original host, but she was not yet of age, so she posed no threat to Yuya. The two females had little interaction before until he Meow Meow arrived. Recalling these events, he Meow Meow could not help but clench her fists. She realized she had underestimated that female Yuya. Suddenly she remembered the freshly made chili powder at home, and a smile touched her lips. She smiled at Zixian. Do not worry about me. Go on ahead first, I will return to change into a beast skin dress, and then join you. Zixian looked at her mud-stained appearance with concern, but went on ahead. Challenges were major affairs, and this was 2 in 1. She needed to arrive early and secure a good seat to cheer Meow Meow on. He Meow Meow shook the bamboo tube filled with potent chili water. If Yuya did not use dangerous weapons like bone spikes, she would not need to use this. She changed into the moon-white gauze shorts and beast skin garments that Yi Zhe had made for her, secured the chili water at her waist, and strode forward with confidence. By the time she arrived, the entire tribe square was already packed with beastmen. Watching her approach with such vigor and pride, Yi Zhe wanted to laugh. He had only gone hunting, and upon his return he learned she had set up a challenge on his behalf. Xiong Lai and the others had already filled him in on the full sequence of events. He felt genuinely proud that Meow Meow, seeking to stand up and exact justice, had thought of him. But Bei Ming, standing nearby, was furious. Seeing Meow Meow arrive, he stepped forward discontentedly. Meow Meow, why did you not call me for something this good? Why must you call Yi Zhe? Why? Naturally, because Yi Zhe had just arrived in the tribe and needed to establish his authority. Moreover, if Bei Ming had been called Lumi and the others might have played dirty and refused the challenge, then her goal of teaching them a lesson would have been defeated. He Meow Meow smiled gently. Your strength is well known to everyone. If I had called you, what if Lumi and the others refused to accept the challenge? Besides, they have always bullied me because they think both Yi Zhe and I are easy targets. Today I will make them see exactly how difficult we are to push around. Hearing her words, Bei Ming's earlier frustration finally dissipated. He turned and glared sharply at Yi Zhe. If Yi Zhe could not even defeat Lumi, then he himself should take the position of the first beast husband. His blatant, unguarded stare left Yi Zhe with no misunderstanding. It seemed he had been too lenient with them in this tribe, giving them too much face. That leniency had bred the illusion that he was easy to bully, and that had allowed Miao Miao to be bullied as well. Meeting Bei Ming's restless gaze directly, he spoke with icy composure. Rest assured. This position of the first beast husband is mine forever, and no one will ever take it from me. With that, his gaze swept toward the arrogantly standing Lumi. Show me your true strength. If you die, it is only because you lacked the power to survive. His calm words drifted into the ears of every beastman present, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Especially Lumi, who met Yi Zhe's gaze. An invisible pressure pressed upon him, filling him with an unmistakable sense of fear. And yet it was precisely such battles that made for the most thrilling spectacle. Especially among the males whose days revolved around nothing but hunting and mating, sometimes not even hunting every day, which meant they were constantly bursting with surplus brute strength, perpetually yearning for an outlet. Witnessing a brawl like this was as exhilarating as if they themselves were, that their blood boiled with fervor. Lumi, charge. Aim your horns at his belly. Tear into Yi's. Break off his grand horns. Jifeng as tribe chief was thoroughly pleased with this open and honorable challenge, a proper way to settle disputes. It was far preferable to them settling scores in secret, nursing grudges, and later seeking bloody vengeance. Yuya, Lumi, have you both willingly accepted this challenge? Yuya brushed her fingers over the curved bone spine hanging at her neck and lifted her chin with unshakable confidence. Of course. That woman Hemiaomio not only schemed against Xiang Lai and the others and callously abandoned Sangyang, but now she comes crawling to challenge me. Why should I refuse? Today Yuya shall teach her Hemiaomio how to behave like a proper female. Lumi chimed in enthusiastically. Precisely. Today Lumi shall demand justice on behalf of Xiang Lai and the rest. Xiang Lai and the other males were taken aback. They had merely engaged in a scuffle and somehow found themselves dragged into this drama. Already resentful of Lumi and Yuya, the crowd's distaste only deepened. Xiang Lai could no longer contain himself. Fight your own battles if you must, but don't drag us into it, acting all righteous. Several beastmen who harbored similar grievances nodded in agreement. They knew exactly how the incident had unfolded, some had even witnessed it from beginning to end. Exactly. If you've got a problem, just fight, stop spouting so much nonsense. Yuya, a female, stood at the center, while numerous beastmen pointed and murmured behind her, her heart filling with dark resentment. She glared furiously at Hemiaomio, the one who had stirred this mess in the first place. Why did all these beastmen direct their mockery solely at her and Lumi? Unfair. She clenched both hands around the 90-degree curved bone pendant at her chest. Spirit beast, bless me. Today Yuya shall act on his behalf and give Hemiaomio a lesson she will not forget. At these words, the previously raucous crowd fell into an abrupt, breathless silence. Yuya had invoked the spirit beast, now blessed with divine sanction. One wondered whether Hemiaomio could possibly defeat her. Yet from the back of the crowd a pair of venomous eyes fixed themselves mercilessly upon Yuya, standing on the earthen platform. It was the same trick she had played before, invoking the spirit beast's name, carving her own face, after which many beastmen came to believe she was a female cursed by the spirit beast. And now she was repeating the same ploy. If any spirit beast existed at all, she prayed heaven would send down a bolt of lightning and strike her dead. Hemiaomio, however, was rather amused by the statement. It reminded her strangely of some line from a magical girl anime. As tribe chief and witness to this duel, Jifeng gave the signal and Yuya charged forth, without hesitation, her raised fist laden with murderous intent. Miao Miao, quick, hit her. Zixuan shouted frantically from below. Hemiaomio rarely fought, but if it came to it, she feared no one. After all, she was the one who had initiated this very battle. Seeing her charging forward, Miao Miao sidestepped swiftly and reached out, grabbing hold of her opponent's wild mop of hair and yanking it backward with all her might, sending Yuya tumbling uncontrollably to the ground. Seizing the opening, Hemiaomio mounted her opponent and delivered 2 stinging slaps to her face. Yuya's already disheveled hair became an even more chaotic tangle. Enraged and stinging with pain, Yuya let out a shrill wail. Hemiaomio, how dare you strike me? I am acting on behalf of the spirit beast. Save your vile breath. Who do you think you are? Only the shaman represents the spirit beast. You're not even worthy of being called dog. Don't presume to speak for anyone. Hearing Hemiaomio's words, the beastmen instantly realized she spoke the truth. They had been fooled by Yuya's devout countenance, forgetting that throughout the entire beastman world only the shaman could serve as the spirit beast's voice. They all turned to look at the shaman standing afar, quietly observing the scene. Fortunately, their shaman possessed a patient temperament and had not yet held Yuya's blasphemous words against her. Otherwise, her fate would have been far worse than what befell her now. Yinglu watched this entire farce, noting how freely Hemiaomio's mouth dispensed coarse language. Yet for the first time he found those harsh words not unpleasant at all. They rang strangely melodious to his ears. Within the entire Qingshan tribe beyond him, no one else could claim to represent the spirit beast. This female Yue dared to usurp his authority in front of so many beastmen. She truly possessed enormous audacity. Lumi saw his female companion suffer such humiliation and instantly flew into a rage. Yet as a male surrounded by so many watching eyes, he dared not lay a hand on Hemiaomio. So he redirected his fury entirely toward Yi's. In an instant his beast form erupted, a towering elk over 3 meters in height, its magnificent antlers razor-sharp and deadly. Its forehooves lifted slightly, and with thunderous force it charged straight at Yi's. The speed was so astonishing that the onlooking beastmen collectively gasped. After all, Lumi's strength within the tribe was undeniable, yet Yi's had never shown himself to be particularly formidable. Boom! A colossal impact reverberated through the ground, shaking the earth itself. Every beastman stared in utter shock at the massive elk body soaring through the air. What just happened? How did Lumi get launched like that? Biming stood aside, thoroughly pleased, arms crossed, casting a proud glance at the stunned onlookers. He had known it. Any male worthy of being his brother was truly extraordinary. A smirk curled his lips. How was he sent flying? By Yi's tail, swatted clean out of the ring. At these words, everyone finally turned their attention to the long black serpentine tail coiling behind Yi's, thick, powerful, and terrifyingly muscular. Any creature foolish enough to collide with it would not survive, or would at best be left crippled for life. Yi's cast a cold, piercing glance toward the enormous elk that had been flung far away and now struggled helplessly on the ground. Yi's have no desire to cause trouble within the tribe. But should you dare lay a hand on Meow Meow next time, this will not be so simple as a single tail strike. You are welcome to test my fangs. His chilling words caused every male present to shiver involuntarily. Terrible. They had always believed Yi's to be easygoing, wearing a perpetual smile, never raising his voice. Yet this furious aspect of him felt far more terrifying than Biming himself. That wrathful countenance of Yi's was strangely familiar to Hemiaomio. It was precisely the expression he had worn when she first transmigrated into this world. Afterward, he had never once darkened his face at her, and she had nearly forgotten what an angry Yi's looked like. Yueya couldn't believe her primary mate Lumi had been defeated so swiftly and so utterly that he still couldn't rise to his feet. Indu glared venomously at Meow Meow, who was still astride him. With a sudden twist of his hips, he threw off her balance and flipped them over, reversing their positions. But she would show no mercy. She glanced at the bone spike around her neck, aimed directly at Meow Meow's throat. Then she pressed down abruptly. With such an obvious intention, Meow Meow understood instantly. Yueya wanted her dead. In a panic, Meow Meow pressed both hands firmly against Yueya's shoulders, preventing the bone spike from drawing any closer. But with one above and one below, it was difficult to resist. With Yueya's hands still straining to pry hers apart, she leaned close and whispered, sneering. Meow Meow, you'd better die. Once you're gone, all your mates will belong to me, Yueya. Puh. Keep dreaming. Seeing the bone spike inching closer, now only a finger's width from her throat, Meow Meow grew desperate. She raised her head and slammed it hard against Yueya's forehead. A sharp, piercing cry rang out. Several females shrank back, clutching their own foreheads. All the beastmen had heard the dull thud of the collision clearly. Jifeng and Yinglu had both thought she was about to lose, never expecting her to attack Yueya with her head. But to them this method seemed rather foolish. Visibly a huge bump was already swelling on Meow Meow's forehead. Meow Meow would not give her another chance to counterattack. Seeing Yueya charging at her wildly again, she grabbed the chilly water from her waist and splashed it onto Yueya's face. Ah, my eyes. Yueya clutched her eyes tightly frozen in place, too agonized to move. The burning pain made her suffer unbearably. Lumi, save me. Wu, save me. My eyes are blind. Yinglu glanced dismissively at Yueya. Didn't you claim to represent the beast god? Then kneel down properly and pray devoutly for the beast god to save you. Hearing Wu's words, the beastmen understood that Yueya's remarks on the platform had thoroughly offended him. Indeed, Yueya had been too disrespectful. She even dared to usurp Wu's position, acting as the beast god. If such words were said casually, it might have been overlooked, but spoken on the platform just now, it crossed the line. Most beastmen felt no sympathy for Wu's refusal to heal her. Some even felt it was satisfying. Mulan, watching from behind, felt an indescribable sense of relief. Good, let her suffer. I wish the pain would kill her. But some softer-hearted beastmen couldn't bear to watch. Wu, why don't you heal her? After all, she is a female. Yes, if something happens to Yueya, our tribe will lose one female. Jifeng agreed with this. Setting aside personal grudges, as clan leader, he should speak well to encourage Yinglu to treat her. However, emotionally, he didn't particularly wish for Yueya to recover so easily. After much deliberation, reason ultimately prevailed over sentiment, and he calmly said to Yinglu, Enough. The challenge has reached its limit. Yinglu, please help her. Don't let her actually die. By then Lumi had finally gotten up. Turning around, he saw his mate in agony with eyes severely swollen and red. He angrily cursed at him. Meow meow. You cheap female, how dare you try to kill Yuea? I'll kill you. Empowered by his presence, Yuea no longer begged for mercy, but instead urged Lumi on. Lumi, avenge me. I can't see anymore. Kill him. Meow meow, avenge me. No sooner had she spoken than Yinglu, who was already reluctant to save her, had a perfect excuse to stand aside. However, Bei Ming and Yizhe immediately shielded Meow Meow behind them. Yizhe spoke calmly, can't you handle the loss? If you lose, you call your mate to attack my female partner. Bei Ming detested beastmen with no spirit of fair play the most. If you have the courage, come at me. Attacking a female, what kind of worthy male is that? He Meow Meow hadn't expected them to be so unsportsmanlike. Stepping forward directly, she said, what? Only your female Yuya is allowed to stab me with a bone spike, but I'm not allowed to use some minor tactics. If I hadn't just rammed my head into hers, that bone spike around her neck would likely have pierced my throat by now. I only made her suffer a little, yet you can't stand it. Hearing about the bone spike, Zixian felt a chill. Heaven knew how much she had sweated on Meow Meow's behalf during that scene. Yuya, you are too ruthless. You previously slashed Mulan's face with a bone spike, and now you want to kill Meow Meow with it. That you only go blind in one eye is simply too merciful. Upon hearing this, the beastman's gaze all fell upon the right-angled bone spike around Yuya's neck. They had seen it clearly just now. The spike was within inches of Meow Meow's throat. If not for Meow Meow headbutting her, the spike would likely have pierced her throat indeed. They had witnessed this moment, yet no one had thought to mention it. But after Zixian's reminder, some females recalled the fight between Yuya and Mulan years ago. The bone spike around her neck was exactly the same one. To think after 2 years she still kept it with her and brought it out today. And she had the audacity to claim she was disciplining he Meow Meow in the name of the beast god. Ahua, who had always been friendly with her, couldn't help but frown. Yuya, how can you be so ruthless? Exactly. You were in the wrong from the start. When Meow Meow challenged you, you used such despicable tactics trying to take her life. It's too vicious. Yuya was furious beyond measure. She wanted to open her eyes, but the moment she did, a stinging pain forced them shut again. Clearly I am the victim here. My eyes are blind while he Meow Meow is perfectly fine. Why do you always target me? Is it only because her father is the clan leader and her mate is also a clan leader? Don't forget, her clan leader father is dead and clan leader Jifeng doesn't favor her at all. My eyes are blind, I can't see. I want he Meow Meow's eyes dug out to compensate me. Yuya, in a frenzy of anger, screamed hoarsely. Lumi Zhugang Quanxing. All of you come at me. Otherwise you'll never be allowed to mate with me again. He Meow Meow shook her slightly sore wrists. It seemed she still knew too little about this Yuya. If not for today's provocation, she might never have realized what kind of female Yuya was. Truly heartless and cruel. Snorting coldly, she said, Yuya, stop inciting hatred. You keep claiming your eyes are blind, then how can you still see me in that direction? As for you deliberately hanging a bone spike around your neck intending to kill me, splashing you with some chilly water is already being lenient. At this moment, the onlooking beastmen finally noticed that Yuya's tightly shut eyes had opened somehow. They were just somewhat swollen, as if stung by bees. But apparently it didn't affect her vision at all. Her hair was disheveled, covered in dust with that conspicuous thing around her neck, and a ferocious expression. She looked terrifying from every angle. Some males instantly thought he Meow Meow was still too kind-hearted. Meow Meow, you're too kind. If it were me, I'd really want to blind her eyes. That's right. When she ruined Mulan's face back then, she showed absolutely no remorse. Upon hearing this, Zixian snorted contemptuously. Regret my ass. Don't forget, Lumi was originally paired with Mulan. The searing pain in her eyes had made Yu truly believe she was blind. Unexpectedly, after shedding tears all over the ground, she could finally open them again, and the worries in her heart had lessened considerably. But she did not believe this was he Meow Meow showing mercy. She sneered, Huh, are you all blind? All 5 of he Meow Meow's beast husbands were taken by force, not a single one was willing. If Ayayue had not taken charge, Theng Yang would still be suffering. And my eyes definitely remained unblind, because the beast god protected me. The beast god stands on my side. Upon hearing these words again, Jifeng and Yinglu were seething with discontent within. Bringing this up in broad daylight was nothing short of slapping their faces. After all, one was a shaman and the other was the tribal chief. Both were distinguished males of the Qingshan tribe. Yinglu's expression remained composed, one hand tucked behind his back, just about to teach the lowly female Yayu a lesson. But suddenly his gaze fell upon he Meow Meow's face. Acting now would only cause her trouble. He Yinglu never needed another beastman to take the blame for him. Especially not a female. Jifeng shot a glance at this woman acting like a madman, deeply displeased within. Does he really think he wouldn't lay hands on a female? I reiterate once more, My bonding with he Meow Meow was entirely willing from beginning to end. There was no so-called coercion. Yeah, you repeatedly stir up trouble in the tribe, except he Meow Meow's challenges resort to underhanded tricks, fly into rages when they fail, and even try to get your beast husband to sabotage her. As a female like you, the tribal chief, will absolutely punish you today. Xiang Lai dragged her into the tide cave. Upon the order, the surrounding beastmen all agreed this punishment was well-deserved. After all, you had truly gone too far. When her schemes failed, she lost, and then tried to manipulate Lumi and the others into attacking Meow Meow. Fortunately, Meow Meow's mates were no pushovers. Had she mated with an ordinary female's companion, they might very well have suffered today. Xiang Lai and Ma Ji and the other males stepped forward, dragging her toward the tide cave. You was terrified, endlessly cursing. He Meow Meow, you're only relying on having a tribal chief as your mate. Have the courage to fight me one-on-one. You cursed womb, let me go. I'm not going to the tide cave. Lumi and the others could only watch helplessly as their mate was dragged away. They wanted to plead for mercy, but feared angering the tribal chief and being locked up themselves. Who would then bring you food and beast hides? The tide cave was bitterly cold and damp, a place no beastman could bear to stay in. They cast imploring glances toward he Meow Meow, hoping she would speak up to beg for mercy. He Meow Meow, you're the one who started all of this today. You is injured because of you, and now she's been locked in the tide cave by the tribal chief. Do you want her dead? Come on, quickly beg the tribal chief to let her out, and we'll pretend this never happened. He Meow Meow was dumbfounded by the absurd logic. She stared at Lumi in utter disbelief. No wonder he was matched with Yu. Suddenly she realized she could never reason with such a shameless beastman. She had barely punished Yu and had absolutely no intention of saying anything kind. Better still to give them another lasting lesson, so these beastmen wouldn't continue to think she was easy to bully. She then smiled faintly at Lumi. What you say makes sense. I'll go beg the tribal chief right away. Upon hearing this, all the beastmen were stunned, speechless. Was he Meow Meow crazy? Just moments ago she was firmly standing on principle, and now that the troublesome female had finally received her punishment, why would she beg for mercy? Mulan, standing at the back of the beastmen, narrowed her eyes coldly. So he Meow Meow was all thunder and no rain after all. Zixian was exasperated. Meow Meow, you can't do this. If you do, you will only become even more arrogant when she comes out. Shut up. This is between us, and he Meow Meow, what does it concern you? Lumi, fearing that he Meow Meow might be influenced by the other beastmen and refused to beg, quickly spoke up to silence them. He Meow Meow shot Lumi a mocking smile, then turned and offered a gentle smile to Jifeng. Tribal chief, since Lumi cares for you so much, why not let him go in to keep her company? That way she won't suffer from malnutrition or starvation inside, and later won't lay the blame on us. Jifeng, who had genuinely worried she might grow soft and beg for mercy, never expected her to request this instead. He couldn't help but feel his lips twitch, struggling to suppress his laughter. Lumi, would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Lumi was momentarily rendered speechless. He glared resentfully at he Meow Meow, then looked toward the tribal chief. Going along with this was not what he intended at all. He only wanted you released, not to accompany her into the tide cave. After all, the autumn tide caves were bone-chillingly cold at night. The beastmen, who had just assumed he Meow Meow would make a fool of herself, burst into laughter upon seeing Lumi's expression. Tribal chief, just grant his wish. It seems Lumi is so excited he can hardly speak. Yize grinned cunningly. These two beastmen clearly needed to be put in their place. Perfect. This time he would thoroughly teach them a lesson. Jifeng nodded thoughtfully. Lumi will temporarily go in to attend to you. In 1 month's time you will naturally be released. After all, a female confined there without a male companion's care will suffer greatly. Tribal chief, no, that's not. Before he could finish, Jifeng had already turned and left. He Meow Meow gave him an amused glance and also departed. Whether he went in or not, the entire tribe already knew the tribal chief had ordered him to tend to the female inside. This matter would eventually reach Yu's ears. If he refused, he would surely not fare well once she was released. But if he did go in, escaping easily would not be so simple. Mulan gazed deeply at the direction where he Meow Meow had left, filled with sincere admiration and reverence. If she had possessed even half of he Meow Meow's capability back then, she would never have ended up in her current predicament. She raised her hand to touch the deep scar upon her face. Alas, though both were females, their fates were vastly different. At that moment, in a dark cave not far away, a filthy beastman lay upon the icy ground. Were it not for his tall frame, one could hardly tell whether he was male or female. A mess of black-yellow hair covered his face, yet he had listened to everything happening outside. His heart felt terribly unsettled. He had once been he Meow Meow's first beast husband. Yet now Yize had taken his place and even challenged Lumi on he Meow Meow's behalf. Thinking back to the deeds he and the others had done to escape he Meow Meow, it filled him with heartache. In the past, he had believed those days were hopeless with no light at the end of the tunnel. Later, after he dissolved his bond with Meow Meow and was chased and harassed by those females, he had found those days tiresome and wretched. It was only after Yu brought him back to this cave that he truly understood what despair meant. A single disagreement would prompt them to team up with Lumi and others to pummel him. Compared to Meow Meow's soft, feeble punches, these were far harder. Still, he had just heard Jifeng lock Yu in the Tide Cave. Given Lumi's nature, he would likely be spending the night with her tonight. Then perhaps, he might have a chance to escape tonight. Thinking of this, he moved his head slightly, his desperate gaze fixed upon the sunlight beyond the cave entrance. He was Sangyang, a warrior of the tribe. He ought not be restrained in this wretched cave by a single female. Even before reaching the cave, Yize had glanced at Meow Meow several times. To be honest, he was reluctant to letting Lu treat her forehead wound. But with such a large swelling, he was worried something might go wrong if it left any sequelae. After much deliberation, he finally decided to speak up. Meow Meow, let me take you to seeing Lu about your forehead. Bei Ming, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly. He had been thinking the same thing. Yet he shared Yize's reservations, knowing all too well what kind of mailing Lu was. He was simply too cunning. Don't worry, Meow Meow. With us two here, if he dares to lay a hand on you, we'll definitely pull out his foxtail. Meow Meow was amused by Bei Ming's words and knew they were genuinely concerned for her. She reached up to touch the swelling on her forehead. It hurt. Aside from feeling a bit dizzy at first, there were no other discomforts. Besides, her forehead was far safer than the back of her head. What's more, she really didn't want to see that man. Smiling, she said, "It's nothing. The swelling will go down in a couple of days." But despite her words, Bei Ming and Yize remained uneasy. Such a large bump made them wince just looking at it. The last time she had choked on water was one thing, she had bounced back quickly enough. This head injury was different. If it was going to heal on its own, it would take considerable time. Yize took a firm stance this time, not seeking her permission, and simply picked her up before turning toward Lu's cave. "Be reasonable. If we don't get this treated, we won't be at ease." "Exactly, Meow Meow. You can rest assured. With us two around, Lu wouldn't dare to harm you." Bei Ming immediately chimed in to comfort her. But Meow Meow felt her heart race. She hadn't forgotten what she and Lu had said by the water pool last time. She dreaded facing Lu. She didn't want to die. "I'm truly fine, really. Please put me down." No sooner had she spoken than a cool voice came from behind. "Not that guy, Lu. Who else could it be? What brings you here?" Embarrassed, Meow Meow simply buried her face against Yize's chest and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, refusing to get down. Fortunately, Yize had no intention of setting her down. Bei Ming couldn't wait to speak up. "Lu, hurry up and heal Meow Meow's injuries." That commanding tone made Lu deeply uncomfortable. He cast a dissatisfied glance at the anxious Bei Ming, sizing him up with open disdain before asking, "Who are you?" Bei Ming was momentarily thrown off by the question, but quickly snapped back to attention. Lu clearly held no respect for him whatsoever. A surge of anger erupted within him, but he knew better than to let it show now. Swallowing his pride, he forced his tone to soften. "Lu, please treat Meow Meow's forehead injury." Only when he saw Bei Ming yield slightly did Lu reluctantly retract his icy gaze. He glanced at Meow Meow hiding in Yize's arms. "She won't die." Upon hearing this, Meow Meow was left utterly speechless. "Yize, let's go back. I'm really fine." But Yize remained uneasy. Such a visible bump would be painful even without complications. He refused to let Meow Meow suffer. "Lu, I understand you and Meow Meow have history, but you are still mate bonded. And since I arrived, she hasn't done anything to offend you. Whether as the tribal shaman or as Meow Meow's mate, you have a duty to treat her. Rest assured we'll provide the proper compensation. Deeply grateful." Hearing this, Lu looked at the snake beast man with genuine surprise. He rarely interacted with others, and was unaccustomed to such reasoning being directed at him. He never expected him to articulate such sound arguments. Though he held the position of shaman in Qingshan tribe, it was hardly the role he desired. With a cold sneer, his gaze fell upon Meow Meow nestled in Yize's embrace. "Then have you ever questioned how I came by this title?" The mention of this brought an awkward expression to Meow Meow's face. She genuinely believed her head injury wasn't serious and would heal after 2 days of rest. "Forget it, Yize, let's go back. I'm hungry." Bei Ming grew frustrated. Yize had already appealed to him reasonably, yet the stubborn fox continued fixating on irrelevant matters. "Then if you're so unhappy, leave. No beastman in Qingshan tribe has bound your limbs. Meow Meow has told you multiple times you and Jifeng can dissolve your mate bond whenever you wish. What is there to complain about now?" Those words struck Lu's heart directly, leaving him momentarily speechless himself. Indeed, he could leave. His female mate had repeatedly told him they could end their bond at any time, and even when they had fallen into the water together last time, she hadn't mentioned it to the other beastmen.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Meow Meow still cradled in Yize's arms, her curvaceous figure, fair skin, delicate profile, and straight black hair pulled high at the nape revealing a bruised back. These were clearly fresh injuries from her fight with Yuya. His heart, which should have been as hard as stone, had unexpectedly softened without him realizing it. Meow Meow, get down. The slight impatience in his tone only added to her displeasure. She was already reluctant to be there. But she knew this moment came only because Yize had pleaded for her, and she didn't want either of them worrying. She slipped from his arms, stood on the ground, and avoided his irritated expression, focusing instead on her slightly dirty feet. Her soles were coated in soot from the battle. Earlier, when she had hidden her face against Yize's chest, he hadn't seen the full extent of her condition. Now that she stood freely before him, he could see everything clearly. The bruises and scratches on her chest and back were superficial, but the swelling on her forehead was indeed quite severe. Recalling how she had used her head as a weapon against Yuya in her desperation to win, his brow furrowed with disapproval. A beastman's head was their most vulnerable point. No wonder Yize and Bei Ming had come seeking his help. As he raised his hand, a cool sensation drifted across her forehead. Meow Meow felt it was so gentle and comfortable, as if floating on clouds. She couldn't help but look up, only to find herself facing his skull. Still, she forced through her discomfort to offer a thank you. Well, thank you. Lu was not a fool. Seeing her reluctant expression, he knew how insincere her words were. He wasn't the one eager to treat her, so why wear such an ugly face? A wave of irritation rose within him as he glanced at Meow Meow, picking at her fingers. No need for thanks. Just stay away from my sight unless it's urgent. It's irritating to look at you. And bring 5 beast hides as payment later. She swallowed her pride at his first remark. Today was her fault for coming here. But what did 5 beast hides mean? Other beastmen, even with severe injuries, required at most 2 hides. Lu was suddenly demanding 5, a clear overreach. It was obvious this was targeting her. Meow 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 felt deeply distressed. After all, those 5 beast hides were no ordinary commodity. Just any skin would simply not suffice. Each one had to be lustrous and supple, generously sized and luxuriously soft. Huhulu hides and swift rabbit pelts were absolutely unacceptable, either too coarse or far too small. Even with daily hunts, the tribe could scarce afford to set aside many hides for trade. Whatever grievances existed between them, there was no justification for such an outrageous demand. The hides in her home had been earned through sheer hardship, not conjured from thin air. They had been painstakingly hunted and processed by Yize and Bei Ming. Looking up, she pleaded in a negotiating tone, how about 2? If that won't work, 3 would also suffice. This was the absolute maximum she could offer. Compared to what other beastmen typically charged, giving an extra 2 hides was already her concession for crossing boundaries today. But 5? That would truly break her. Yet Lu had entirely different sentiments. This Meow Meow lacks integrity. If I let her off the hook this time, she'll surely return next time under the guise of seeking treatment, he thought. No. 5 it is, 1 cannot be spared. His words left no room for negotiation whatsoever. Meow Meow's fingers dug tightly into the webbing between her thumb and forefinger, a suffocating frustration tightening her chest. This was pure revenge on his part, seizing the hides she and Bei Ming had prepared for the winter. Though they could afford the loss, handing them over so willingly gnawed at her spirit. Moreover, she had never wronged him since arriving in this place. With stubborn defiance, she met his gaze. Lu, what exactly do you mean by that? Lu's breath hitched under her direct stare. That unyielding gaze mirrored the same fierce intensity she had shown when Bei Ming had pinned her down before. A flicker of unease passed through him. He turned away, slightly affecting calm. Nothing personal. Consider this a lesson, do not come to me again. Wrath surged through Meow Meow. If she hadn't been wounded today, would she ever have set foot in this wretched cave? He mocked Bei Ming and now dared to lecture her. She still hadn't settled scores for his previous attempt to send her plummeting from the cliff into the water. With a derisive snort, she openly scrutinized the fox beast man before her, a creature draped in the veneer of humanity. TSK tisking, Lu, how I wish I had discovered sooner the sheer audacity of your shamelessness. Your face rivals the river stones in size, ugly and impenetrable. Other beastmen would ask for merely 1 hide from you, yet you demand 5 from me. Was his posterior truly so enormous that 5 hides were required to cover it? Ji Feng's dwelling lay nearby, and he had overheard their entire exchange. Yet, deeming it a matter between them, he remained concealed, unwilling to intervene. What caught him off guard was Lu's brazen ambition, daring to make such exorbitant demands of none other than the famously thrifty Meow Meow. Given how Lu had treated the injured Meow Meow with cruelty and insults in his role as shaman, her fury was entirely justified. Any other beastman would have long since erupted. Yet the manner in which she berated Lu was almost comical. Eager to witness his reaction, he slipped quietly from his hiding place. True to form, Lu's face had flushed an alarming crimson. He stared in utter disbelief at the female who moments before had submissively lowered her gaze, now uttering such crude and outrageous words. How dare she imply his posterior was so vast? Enraged, he ground his teeth. Meow meow, I am the one who healed your injuries. Show some gratitude instead of biting the hand that tends you. Meow meow offered no acknowledgement of his reminder. Yes, you did heal me, I appreciate that. Other beastmen asked for merely 1 hide, yet I offered 2, perhaps 3. But what right do you claim to demand 5? Do you grasp the significance of 5 hides? That constitutes half a year's supply for a family of 3. She pressed further. And I am fully aware that your demand stems from vengeance, not necessity. Ji-Feng concurred. 5 hides was indeed excessive. During the annual winter distribution, each beastman received no more than 2 pelts. To acquire additional supplies meant relying on a companion's extra hunting efforts. Ing Lu, aren't 5 hides rather excessive? Setting that aside, Meow Meow is a member of our tribe. You ought not discriminate against her. Meow Meow fumed inwardly. In her estimation, she owed nothing, not a single hide. If debt existed, it was Ing Lu who owed her. She had nearly perished, yet where could she seek redress? Was she destined to bear every burden simply because she now occupied another's body? No longer would she shoulder this weight. Whoever sought to harm her would face consequences in kind. Marching forward, she stood before Ing Lu and lifted her chin to meet his darkened glare. Ing Lu, I Meow 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 owe you nothing, but Yi Zhe cut her off before she could finish her sentence. Ing Lu, as the shaman of Qingshan tribe when Meow Meow was wounded by Ming, and I naturally turned to you first. What we failed to anticipate was the depth of your prejudice against her. These 5 hides, we can spare them. Consider this our contribution to your winter provisions. From this point forward, should we require anything, we shall not seek your assistance again. Without awaiting Ing Lu's response, he gathered Meow Meow into his arms and turned toward home. After a few paces, he glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes sharp with menace. This stands as both first and final warning. Should you speak disrespectfully toward Meow Meow again, shaman, or not, Yi Zhe will kill you without hesitation. Upon returning home, Bai Ming produced all 30 hides, the entirety of their worldly possessions. In all of Qingshan tribe, only Ing Lu and Ji-Feng possessed greater wealth. Yet the thought of surrendering 4 extra hides left Meow Meow churning with indignation. She sat aside and directed Bai Ming, select the worst and ugliest ones for me. These had been meticulously chosen by him and Yi Zhe, all prime quality pelts. Detecting any flaw would require magnification. Bai Ming examined them closely. Rest assured, Meow Meow. Since Ing Lu is so eager to exploit us, I shall not be foolish enough to hand over the fine ones. Standing at the cave entrance, Yi Zhe fought back laughter at the scene before him, one female seething upon her hide-covered bed, the other sprawled across the ground searching for the poorest quality. He approached and gently ruffled her hair, speaking in a soothing tone. Do not be angry. It is merely 5 hides, Bai Ming, and I can readily spare them. The moment she heard these words, Meow Meow erupted with fury. This was never about 5 hides. That man is specifically targeting me. If he demands 5 now, next time he'll demand 10. Speaking of which, Yi Zhe understood all too well. Do not fear. Next time we simply will not approach him. The neighboring Big Tree tribe has their own shaman. Should we need assistance in the future, we can seek their aid instead. Hearing Yi Zhe's reassurance, the tightness in Meow Meow's chest gradually eased. Had she not considered that Ing Lu was the sole shaman in all of Qingshan tribe, and that they would inevitably need him someday, she would never have proposed offering 2 or 3 hides. The mere thought of it still rankled. And poor Bai Ming had been mocked as well. She cast a venomous glare toward the cave mouth. Damnable Ing Lu, just wait and see. In the end, after Bai Ming's painstaking selection, 5 beast hides that he considered rather ugly and overly gaudy were finally chosen. As he was about to take them to Ing Lu himself, he Meow Meow snatched them away. I'll go. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming's heart skipped a beat. Given the atmosphere between him and Ing Lu just now, to shake the feeling that if she went it would surely lead to an argument. But it was probably impossible not to let her go. In the past, he hadn't truly understood Meow Meow, but now that they were together, he had come to realize that she was a female with a mind of her own. Once she had made up her mind, not even 10 beastmen as powerful as Xiong Lai could turn her back. I'll go with you lest you be at a disadvantage. He Meow Meow, who had still been somewhat angry, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Don't worry, I'm only going to deliver the beast hides. Nothing will happen. Yi Zhe was also uneasy. Given Ing Lu's attitude just now, he couldn't bear the thought of Meow Meow going alone. Meow Meow, choose between me and Bai Ming, whomever you pick will accompany you. He Meow Meow shook her head. She wasn't delivering beast hides merely to deliver beast hides. She grinned at them both. Rest assured, I'll be quick. You make the roasted meat here. I want it ready the moment I return. She rubbed her empty stomach. I've fought all day today, I'm starving. Bei Ming and Yize understood at once. He Miao Miao had made up her mind to go alone. Yize cautioned, very well. But if we finish grilling the meat and you still haven't returned, we'll come looking for you. He Miao Miao hugged the 5 folded beast hides to her chest, nearly burying her head beneath them. She walked carefully toward Yinglu's cave. As soon as she entered, she piled them directly onto the stone table. Yinglu, who was drinking water, suddenly saw her emerge from behind the heap of hides. He frowned slightly. What are you doing here? He Miao Miao patted the beast hides. Bringing you these, of course. Count them, 5, not 1 short. Yinglu glanced at the hides and saw they were indeed of excellent quality. He waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. Leave quickly. Yet he Miao Miao acted as if she hadn't heard and simply sat down. She glanced at her somewhat long fingernails, planning to have Yize trim them with a bone knife once she returned. Being ignored by a female in his own cave made Yinglu feel most irritated. He set down his bamboo cup. Hey, he Miao Miao, are your ears deaf? I told you to leave quickly. He Miao Miao raised her eyelids and shot him a scornful look. You have it wrong, I'm not deaf. My brain is simply a bit addled, so I couldn't hear clearly. Hearing this, Yinglu was perplexed. Why would any female call herself addled? He looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by that? He Miao Miao turned to face him squarely, slowly rose to her feet, and let out a contemptuous little laugh. Shaman, you really do have a busy mind that forgets things. How could you have forgotten so soon about last time when you scared me off a cliff? At these words, Yinglu understood. She was here to pick a quarrel with him. But he also realized that he Miao Miao's coming alone this time was in fact sparing both of them embarrassment. Otherwise, she would have said it right then when Yize and Bei Ming were present rather than making a special trip. Her tone compared to earlier was somewhat softened. Regarding what happened last time, I believe I've already explained it clearly. The grievances between us are settled. At this, he Miao Miao laughed in exasperation. Hey, right, you did say that. But is this extravagant demand of yours today any indication that there's no bad blood? And you mocked Bei Ming. Say that's not revenge, who would believe you? Yinglu lifted his gaze to meet hers, eyes blazing with fury, yet his heart grew somehow unsettled. True enough, he had said before that their grievances were settled. But why, upon seeing her arrive today with Yize and Bei Ming, had he instinctively wanted to make things difficult for her? Moreover, the female before him had actually come to confront him on behalf of Bei Ming, that black leopard. A sour feeling welled up in his chest, his eyes tinged with heat, his brows furrowing in impatience. What is it you want? He Miao Miao lifted her chin. I want nothing. I merely wish to claim justice that belongs to us. Hearing this word, Yinglu couldn't help but sneer. Justice. He had never known the meaning of justice. In his world, strength was justice. Still, he was quite curious about what justice meant in He Miao Miao's mouth. Then tell me, what exactly is this so-called justice you speak of? He Miao Miao, when other beastmen seek your help, the offering is but a single beast hide. You yourself just said that our past grievances are long settled. You should only charge me 1 beast hide. Hearing this argument, Yinglu's brows gave an imperceptible flicker. Charging her a single beast hide, yes, that was indeed the fairest approach. Fine, I'll accept 1 beast hide from you. Take the rest away. He Miao Miao's lips curled upward slightly. Very well then, this matter is settled. Now, let's discuss your insult to Bei Ming. Yinglu was utterly perplexed. He had merely asked, who are you? How did that become an insult? All right, he admitted that his words had carried an element of mockery. But if anyone should raise a complaint, it should be Bei Ming. What business did she, a female, have in this matter? A discomfort stirred within him. This is between Bei Ming and myself. If he wishes to address it, let him come himself. What right do you have? I count as his mate. He Miao Miao declared firmly, no outsider may bully my family, not even you, shaman. At these words, Yinglu's entire mind went numb. Family. Mate. How could such utterly ordinary words make his heart ache ever so slightly? What was he thinking about? And bullying. Outsider. You're saying I bullied Bei Ming. You're saying I'm an outsider. His expression brimmed with hurt, and his somewhat suppressed tone made He Miao Miao feel rather bewildered. Her brows furrowed slightly as she met those reddened eyes. By all rights, he should have been pleased by what she'd said. Isn't that so? Bei Ming asked you to help heal my injuries, and you humiliated him right there. Wasn't that bullying? Yinglu was so irritated by these words that he let out a cold scoff. Was that a request? It was clearly. The words rose to his lips, but Yinglu moved his mouth and swallowed them back down. What was he doing dragging this out with a female? It would only make him seem overly calculating. He turned, swept his arm, and faced away from her. Leave. I have no patience for idle chatter. Leaving a sentence unfinished, He Miao Miao was at a loss. In her mind, she replayed Bei Ming's words from that moment over and over. But back then she had been too embarrassed hiding in Yize's embrace, and hadn't caught a single word he'd said. What did he say? Yinglu found her irritating, yet for the first time this irritation was tinged with something else. Though his lips told her to leave, deep within his heart he feared something. Feared what he knew well. He couldn't pinpoint when it had begun, but this feeling had slowly taken root within him. By the time he noticed it, he found himself unable to uproot it even if he tried. Moreover, beneath this strange emotion lay a trace of bitterness. This female had only caught his words mocking Bei Ming, and absolutely missed what Bei Ming had said to him. After all, he was the shaman. At a place like the cave entrance, even a moderately raised voice could be heard by other beastmen. Yet Bei Ming had spoken to him in a commanding tone. How could he, as shaman, not be furious? Throughout the entire Qishan tribe, in terms of status, even clan leader Jifeng owed him some measure of respect. Especially someone like Bei Ming, who amounted to nothing. What did he say to me? Don't you know? He Meow Meow shook her head. She genuinely hadn't paid attention. Yinglu turned and looked down at her from above, her baffled expression clear. She truly hadn't noticed. Of course not, in her heart he was merely an outsider. If he pressed further, it would only make him seem petty and narrow-minded. Take your beast hides and go. He Meow Meow felt uneasy at his despondent tone. Originally her purpose in personally delivering the beast hides was to take back a few more. But now she felt something remained unclear. Taking them back, without resolution, left her restless. Yet, she also understood if she didn't take them now, she'd never get another chance. Forget it, she'd take what was rightfully hers and leave the rest. She hugged the 3 beast hides tightly and stepped back 2 paces. Yinglu, get this straight. I'm taking 3 and leaving 2. This is fair compensation for the treatment you provided, not because of anything else. As for the matter with Bei Ming, I reserve my right to pursue it. And rest assured, from now on, unless absolutely necessary, I will not appear before you. Having delivered her words, he Meow Meow turned and ran out of the cave. She had a nagging feeling that Yinglu hadn't finished saying everything. Worse still, he might backtrack and demand the beast hides back. It had already grown dark outside. Watching her scurry off, Yinglu felt a hollow ache spread through his chest. The entire cave, just moments ago bustling with noise and commotion, suddenly fell cold and desolate. For the first time he harbored a dislike for this cave that echoed with nothing but silence. Even more so, he loathed this conflicted self. He ran his fingers through his snow-white hair in irritation, and his gaze finally settled on the 2 black beast hides on the table. Oh my god, a ghost. A terrified scream suddenly rang out from outside. His heart jumped and he rushed out in haste. But as soon as he stepped out of the cave, he sensed his own overreaction. Seeing he Meow Meow clutching a beast hide standing in the crowd with nothing amiss, he finally exhaled in relief. Zixian, who had been roasting meat nearby, heard the commotion and hurried over. Meow Meow, what's wrong? He Meow Meow pointed fearfully toward the dense weeds ahead, her voice frantic and trembling. I just saw something suddenly shoot past my feet and dash into the bushes. Long hair on all fours, so terrifying. Bei Ming and Yize heard the outcry and rushed over, finding her in a state of sheer fright. Yize pulled her tightly into his arms. Don't be afraid. I'll go see what it is. I'll go. Bei Ming turned and strode toward the bushes. He wanted to see exactly what could have frightened his Meow Meow. However, only 2 steps into the grass he saw Xianglai striding out, carrying a long pitch-black object over his shoulder. The surrounding beastmen were highly curious. Some timid females, upon seeing it, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Ahua was so frightened that she immediately hid in her male partner's arms. What is that? So scary. Zixian was equally terrified, nestling into her partner's embrace. It doesn't look like a wild beast. Bei Ming hurried forward to ask, Xianglai, what is that thing? Xianglai glanced at Bei Ming, then fixed his gaze on he Meow Meow's face. He set the object from his shoulder onto the square, then stepped back a pace. With a hesitant expression, he finally spoke. It's not some creature. It's a beastman. He didn't need to say it. The moment the figure hit the ground, every beastman around knew this was a beastman. Only his face was obscured, completely hidden beneath thick fur. He Meow Meow realized it was a beastman, not a ghost or a demon, and instantly felt relieved. She patted her chest and gasped for breath. Oh, that scared me to death. I thought it was some ghost or spirit darting past my feet like that. The enormous commotion at night meant Jifeng, as tribal leader, could hardly remain unaware. He squeezed through the crowd, glanced at the beastman on the ground, and could tell it was male. Who is this? A beastman guest, elder. Could this be a wandering beastman? One who sneaks into our tribe to steal things. These words sent waves of anxiety through the gathered beastmen, who immediately expressed their desire to return and check whether anything was missing from their caves. It was Xianglai who spoke from the sidelines. Elder, this is no wandering beastman. He is Xingyan. All the beastmen froze in place, utterly unable to believe it. Their gazes shifted from Xianglai's face to the male lying on the ground. None could accept that this was their Qingshan tribe's own #1 warrior. Even he Meow Meow was astonished. Wasn't he taken back to the cave by Yuya to recover from his injuries? How could he end up here? Zixian, however, accepted the news almost immediately. Besides, Xiong Lai was her partner. There was no way he would lie at a time like this. How could this not be? This afternoon I told you all that Yuya and Lumi never cared for Tsang Yang's wounds. They abused him. The beastmen. Indeed, Zixian had said that, but their attention at the time had been entirely consumed by the fight between He Miao Miao and the others. He Miao Miao stepped forward wanting to get a clearer look, but the moment she drew near, a pungent stench of urine and feces assaulted her, forcing her to retreat 2 steps. Bei Ming, however, stepped forward and tried to push aside the fur covering the face, only to be blocked by a raised hand from Tsang Yang. At this moment no beastman knew that he had reached the depths of despair. The brighter he had once been, the more wretched he became. In a nearly hoarse, imploring voice he whispered, "No." Bei Ming's hand froze midair. Whose voice could that be if not Tsang Yang's? His brows knitted slightly. Only recently he had been so vibrant and full of life, and now he had become this. Straightening his posture, he said nothing. For this beastman who had once been a brother, he felt a measure of emotion, but nothing more. "Elder, it's Tsang Yang." Jifeng recognized it as well. The once mighty male had become skeletal, covered in wounds and filth. Females' night vision was poor, but the males could see everything clearly. A collective fury bubbled within them. One male bluntly declared, "Elder, Yuya and Lumi must be involved in this." Absolutely. Zhu Gang and the others are definitely complicit. Zhu Gang and Quan Xing, who had been watching the drama from within the crowd, instantly felt their legs go weak. They had participated, but under no circumstances could they admit it now. After all, Tsang Yang was the #1 warrior of Qingshan tribe sent to their cave for recovery after sustaining severe injuries. His injuries hadn't even healed, and he'd ended up in this condition. If the elder and the other beastmen found out, they would become the target of universal condemnation. They quickly protested, "No, we never laid a hand on him. It was Lumi and Yuya who beat him." Hearing Zhu Gang's rebuttal, Quan Xing hastily chimed in, Yes. Zhu Gang is right. They did it all. It has nothing to do with us. Yuya and the others didn't just beat Tsang Yang with stones, they also defecated and urinated on him. You can go sniff for yourselves. There's no son of us 2 on him." Hearing this, Yizhe frowned and pulled Miao Miao a step back. He held no fondness for this male named Tsang Yang. In fact, he felt a touch of distaste. After all, this was the very one who had led Yuya and the others to threaten Miao Miao. He would never forget such things. "Don't look anymore. You'll soil your eyes." He Miao Miao felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She never expected Tsang Yang to suffer so grievously. All the beastmen were denouncing Yuya and Lumi. I never would have guessed Yuya was so vicious. Last time I actually praised her for being kind. How disgusting. Exactly. And I praised her too. Thinking back now, such a female is truly terrifying. Elder, you must give Tsang Yang justice. Yes, if we don't act now, those 2 will only grow bolder next time. Tsang Yang is our tribe's warrior. We cannot let this pass. Those 2 vicious beasts must be severely punished. Jifeng was somewhat troubled. As for punishing Lumi, he had no objection. But Yuya was a female. With winter approaching, it was precisely the prime season for females to conceive and bear offspring. Losing a female would be a loss to the tribe. Yinglu instinctively glanced at He Miao Miao, who was nestled in Yizhe's arms. He remembered the scratches all over her body and the swelling on her forehead from that afternoon, and resentment stirred within him. All of this had been done by that vicious female. Since Jifeng found it so difficult to decide, he would lend a hand. He glanced once more at the hesitant Jifeng before slowly speaking. A vicious female is likely to bear vicious cubs as well. It would be wiser to eliminate the trouble at its source. Moreover, Tsang Yang's injuries were worse than before. 1 leg bone broken, 3 ribs fractured. It must have cost him considerable strength to break out of Yuya and Lumi's cave. The surrounding beastmen had long suspected Tsang Yang's dire condition, otherwise so many would not have gathered to watch him without departing. Instead, he lay motionless on the ground. No one expected it to be this severe. He Miao Miao examined the beast hide in her hand, then handed one to Yizhe. Yizhe immediately grasped her intention, his eyes shifting subtly as he unfolded the beast hide and stepped forward to drape it over Tsang Yang. This thoroughly shocked Bei Ming beside him, for he knew how much Miao Miao treasured these beast hides. She would not have quarreled with Yinglu over them otherwise. Even Yinglu looked surprised, casting a hostile glare at Tsang Yang, who lay on the ground like rotting mud. Even in this state, he could still draw Miao Miao's attention. Annoyance surged within him. Speaking loudly, he declared, "Elder Yuya and Lumi must face severe punishment to quell everyone's fury. There must be harsh consequences." With the Wu leading the charge, the other beastmen quickly joined in. "Indeed, Elder, you must seek justice for Tsang Yang. We cannot let this go unanswered." Jifeng sighed. It seemed Yuya had to be punished after all. Enough. Rest assured, Yuya and Lumi have shown such brutality that I, as chieftain of the Qingshan tribe, cannot let this pass. However, tomorrow is an important evening gathering between the Qingshan tribe and the Dashu tribe. Nothing must go wrong. Once this matter is resolved, I will personally punish them both according to tribal law. Hearing this, the beastmen finally felt some relief. Such vicious females and males deserved punishment by tribal law, though locking them in Chaodong Cave felt too lenient. Yinglu's lips curved slightly and his gaze instinctively fell upon He Miao Miao, only to find that the three had not looked at him once. It felt as though they had heard none of his words. A wave of frustration overwhelmed him. He turned to leave this noisy place, but Yifeng called out to stop him. Resigned, he treated Sang Yang's wounds before rising coldly. Glancing at the clean beast hide now covering a filthy male, his irritation deepened. He won't die. A couple days of rest, and he'll be jumping around again. His dismissive tone drove Sang Yang to the brink of humiliation and fury. Sang Yang understood Yinglu's meaning all too well, yet it only deepened his hatred. Previously, he had asked whether the three of them conspired together while deliberately keeping him in the dark. At that time, Yinglu offered no reply, which Sang Yang took as tacit confirmation. Now he faced such mockery once more. Bitterness surged within his chest like a tide erupting from his throat in a sarcastic laugh that twisted alongside the mottled tear tracks on his cheeks. Ha ha ha. Yinglu, do you feel so superior saying such things? We are nothing but ants in your eyes. You may trample us however you wish. Since you saved me, I ought to be grateful. The beastmen were bewildered by his words. What else should he do? Wu had rescued him twice. Without those saves, he barely had the strength to speak. Yinglu's brows lifted, slightly perplexed. What do you mean by this? Sang Yang slowly rose to his feet, his filthy hair partially concealing his face. Those once passionate eyes now held only despair and rage. He approached Yinglu and Jifeng with a cold sneer. You two should understand my meaning better than anyone. Jifeng straightened himself, convinced he had always acted righteously in handling these matters. He could not fathom why Sang Yang harbored such deep hostility, especially undermining him before so many beastmen. His voice carried annoyance. Sang Yang, stop being cryptic and hostile. Speak clearly. I'm being cryptic and hostile. Sang Yang pointed to his own chest, his voice trembling with emotion. If it weren't for you and Bei Ming conspiring to deceive me alone, would I have fallen to this state? Bei Ming, who had been watching from the sidelines, never expected the accusation to land on him. Stepping forward, he said in confusion, what were we hiding from you, Sang Yang? Do not make baseless accusations. Among Jifeng, Yinglu, and Bei Ming, Sang Yang harbored the deepest resentment toward Bei Ming. Once the four of them had all been mates of He Miao Miao, yet he alone had fared the worst. How could they claim they never concealed anything from him? No longer willing to hold back, he poured out everything he had harbored for so long, his eyes burning crimson as he glared at all of them. Don't deny it. Before all this, I asked Yinglu directly, and he implicitly admitted it. Back then the three of you plotted together, urging me to sever my mate bond with He Miao Miao. Yet what did you do? You took no action yourselves. Not only did you take no action, you drew ever closer to her, especially you, Bei Ming. You and Yinglu once hated her the most, even wishing for her death on multiple occasions. Wasn't it you who caused He Miao Miao to fall into the river by the water's edge? And you, Yinglu, her gaining so much weight, can you truly claim no part in that? Speaking thus, Sang Yang approached Jifeng and let out a derisive snort. And you, the most despicable of all, a fence-sitter wavering between sides. You claimed willingness with your mouth, yet never once stopped us from targeting her. You merely sought to use our hands to achieve your own ends. Bei Ming, Yinglu, and Jifeng all felt a jolt of alarm. They never expected him to lay bare everything from the past. Unconsciously, all three turned to gaze at He Miao Miao. Though her expression remained impassive, their hearts felt as though clenched in someone's grip, trembling with unease. Regret washed over all three. They should never have rescued this ungrateful beastman. As Chieftain Jifeng immediately stepped forward to counter, Sang Yang, I think you've lost your mind spouting nonsense here. The three of us never plotted against you or kept anything hidden. Sang Yang threw back his head and laughed aloud, then turned to meet He Miao Miao's calm gaze. Do you believe me? All three men's hearts skipped a beat, rising to their throats. Every pair of eyes turned toward He Miao Miao, standing beside Yizhe, as though awaiting a final judgment. Even the other beastmen nearby held their breath. Though the chieftain, the Wu, and the others were indeed her mates, their relationship was far from harmonious. Yet they refused to believe the respected chieftain and the Wu would ever inflict such cruelty upon a female. All the beastmen awaited He Miao Miao's answer. He Miao Miao swept her gaze across all the beastmen, finally settling on Sang Yang's slightly deranged face. She truly hadn't expected him to say such things at this moment. It seemed he had indeed thrown caution to the wind. With a composed demeanor, she said, I don't know whether they have concealed anything or schemed against you. But as for the other matters you mentioned, I am aware of them. The beastmen gasped sharply upon hearing this, staring in disbelief at He Miao Miao, as well as Jifeng, Yinglu, and Bei Ming. Sang Yang was even more stunned. He had thought that exposing these matters would shock He Miao Miao to the core, perhaps even drive her to attack Bei Ming and the others in a frenzy. His dark eyes filled with astonishment. You know. Then why are you still with Beiming? He's the male who nearly caused your death. Zixian and Xianglai turned their gaze toward He Miao Miao. This was what they too wished to know. Especially Zixian, who as the original He Miao Miao's close confidant knew many things, sometimes even more than the original herself. Yet, she also understood that this was not the occasion for her to speak. Since the conversation had reached this point, He Miao Miao decided to be straightforward and walked directly up to Zheng Yang. With a slight smile she said, "You all are mates I obtained through unconventional means. If you harbor resentment toward me and have acted against me, I see it merely as a cycle of grievances and retribution." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Beiming, whose face had paled with self-reproach. "Moreover, Beiming is different from you. He dares to love and hate, acts with honor and integrity. For my sake, he fought Yinglu. For my sake, he swore an oath to the beast god. If I don't want a male like him, what kind of male should I want?" Beiming's heart tightened upon hearing these words. Meeting He Miao Miao's clear eyes, he was overwhelmed with emotion. He had never imagined he appeared as such a male in her eyes. It would be false to say he wasn't elated. Yet he was curious. "Miao Miao, how did you know I fought Yinglu?" He Miao Miao walked up to him gently, took his tense hand, and smiled softly. "Do you take me for a fool? Even if you don't tell me and I don't ask, can I see it with my own eyes? That day you rushed out of my place in a hurry. The next day when you appeared there were scratches on your back. What else could it be but a fight?" Beiming's eyes grew hot. He hadn't realized that while he was constantly watching her, Miao Miao was also observing him. Recalling what he had done to her before, he felt he was worse than a beast. "Miao Miao, I'm sorry. From now on I will always be good to you. I swear by the beast god." He Miao Miao smiled gently. "I believe you." She was no fool. Over time she had come to see that Beiming truly treated her extraordinarily well. He was almost ready to lay his heart at her feet. Although Beiming and Yizhe had both been dragged back to the tribe by He Miao Miao herself was a female born and raised in Qingshan tribe. The onlookers felt a measure of relief at the scene. Who would want their tribe embroiled in constant chaos every day? Having Yuya and Lumi around was already troublesome enough. Zixian couldn't help but speak. "Miao Miao, I'm so happy you can find happiness." The other beastmen nodded in agreement. Indeed, being able to live your own life well is more important than anything. Jifeng and Yinglu standing nearby felt deeply uncomfortable. They hadn't anticipated that Zheng Yang's outburst would allow them to hear He Miao Miao's reason for choosing Beiming. "What about them? Why are you still keeping those two?" Zheng Yang pointed angrily at Jifeng and Yinglu. He had seen through it all. Among He Miao Miao's mates, these two harbored the most schemes. Surely it was they who had engineered the dissolution of his mate bond with He Miao Miao. He Miao Miao hadn't expected that even now Zheng Yang would persist in such entanglement. Why keep them? Was it because she wanted to? Clearly those two simply hadn't agreed to dissolve the mate bond. Moreover, He Miao Miao was not the type of female to lose her mind over a mere relationship. These two normally didn't cause trouble, and she couldn't be bothered to manage them. As long as everyone coexisted peacefully, she found it quite acceptable. Sometimes by virtue of being the chieftain's wife and the shaman's mate, she could still enjoy a measure of respect and benefits within the tribe. However, she couldn't say these things outright lest she offend Jifeng and Yinglu. Though these two males spoke little on ordinary days, they were extraordinarily cunning. Moreover, their status in the tribe was second to none, so she had to save face for them. Leave some leeway in dealing with others, and it would be easier to meet again later. Seeing that she remained silent for a long time, Jifeng and Yinglu knew she was stumped. But deep down they found themselves somewhat eager to hear Miao Miao's assessment of them. He Miao Miao frowned. She had let Zheng Yang lead her by the nose. Why should she obediently answer every question he threw at her? She turned a displeased gaze toward him, filthy and disheveled, lifted her chin, and spoke disdainfully. "What does my relationship with my mates have to do with you? By what authority do you stand here interrogating me? Back then it was you who brought Yuya and a crowd of beastmen to my cave to dissolve the mate bond. Now what are you raving about here? What's the matter? Dissatisfied with your life, so you think others have plotted against you and take your anger out on us?" The beastmen hearing this came to their senses. That was right. They had all been witnesses on the day Zheng Yang dissolved the mate bond. He had led a large group of beastmen marching in a mighty procession to find Miao Miao and sever the relationship. No one had forced him, it had been his own choice. So why was he saying all this now? In an instant many contemptuous glances fell upon him. Yizhe hadn't expected He Miao Miao to recover her wits so quickly. He was afraid she might be led astray again. Jifeng and Yinglu, having not heard Miao Miao's evaluation of them, felt a slight pang of disappointment. But they hadn't anticipated that she would so swiftly extricate herself from Zheng Yang's topic. They gazed at her deeply. She was nothing like her former willful and domineering self. Instead, she appeared far more intelligent and resolute. As for Yinglu, a faint flicker of secret delight stirred within him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Fearing that other beastmen might notice, he quickly lowered his head to conceal it. He feigned a couple of coughs, composed his expression, and slowly stepped forward. Xingyang, none of us have wronged you nor have we concealed anything from you. Dissolving the mate bond with Miao Miao was your own decision. As a male you should take responsibility for your choices, not come here to interrogate us. Bullshit. Xingyang erupted in a furious curse. He pointed a finger at all the beastmen present. If it weren't for you lot, would I Xingyang have fallen to this state? He glared fiercely at He Miao Miao charging toward her. Yi Zhe and Bei Ming swiftly shielded Miao Miao behind them. He snarled, especially you He Miao Miao. You are the most venomous female of all. You snatched us, forced us, and then schemed to discard me. As he spoke he threw his head back and laughed. I Xingyang am the first. But you Jifeng, Ying Lu, and Bei Ming, and finally Yi Zhe, none of you will escape. I Xingyang am your future. Staggering to the edge of the grass, he cast a cold smile at He Miao Miao. He Miao Miao, I owe my downfall today to you. One day I Xingyang will return. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. After spitting out his threats, Xingyang turned and vanished into the darkness, taking on beast form. The scene fell silent. None of the beastmen had expected him to simply leave like that. He had left the Qingshan tribe, the place that had raised him. Yi Zhe held Miao Miao's shoulders tightly, his eyes flickering with thought. This Xingyang, he seemed like a danger worth keeping around. He turned to Bei Ming and said, take Miao Miao back to eat the roasted meat. I'll be right back. Hearing that Yi Zhe was leaving, He Miao Miao was quite puzzled. It was already dark. Where are you going? As soon as Yi Zhe took a step, Miao Miao grabbed him. He turned and leaned down to whisper something in her ear, which instantly earned him an exasperated eye roll from her. Hurry up and go and come back quickly. What a fellow. He waited until mealtime to go relieve himself. As soon as Yi Zhe entered the forest, he began searching the air for that repulsive aura and immediately tracked it. However, not long after he discovered that beside that loathsome scent there was also another male aura that felt somewhat familiar. He immediately shifted into beast form and concealed himself as he followed. Xingyang, who had been sprinting through the forest, suddenly found a white figure appearing before him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Upon looking carefully, he instantly grew alert, and all the fur on his beast form bristled. Ying Lu. What are you doing blocking my path? Ying Lu held one hand behind his back, a faint smile gracing the corners of his narrow eyes. Clad in a snow-white beast skin skirt, he stood beneath the bright moonlight as handsome and ethereal as a deity who had descended to the mortal world. Naturally, I've come to see you off. After all, we were once brothers after all. This gentle voice and that smile were all too familiar to Xingyang. This was the very expression Ying Lu had worn before scheming against He Miao Miao each time. Back then he hadn't thought much of it. But now seeing that expression directed at himself, every hair on his body stood on end. Ying Lu, I have no grievance against you. Move aside at once. Hey! Ying Lu chuckled softly, lifting his sharply defined jaw to look down upon the disheveled male beast man from above. Xingyang, you really are foolish. Do you truly believe that because you attacked a few of us in Qingshan tribe you can walk away unscathed? With a sweeping, piercing gaze he made Xingyang, who was already flustered, shiver inwardly. Yet his heart brimmed with frustration and viciousness. He despised Ying Lu's serene and carefree demeanor the most. You outsider fox, what right do you have to call me foolish? If the former chieftain and He Miao Miao hadn't taken a liking to you, you'd be nothing at all right now, and yet you dare call me stupid. I'm at least free now, the first warrior of Qingshan tribe. Who the hell are you? Scram. Thud. The moment those words left his mouth, Xingyang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground as he spat a mouthful of blood. He looked up at the towering Ying Lu in utter disbelief. How is this possible? You barely moved at all. Ying Lu stepped forward and placed a foot upon his chest, his eyes utterly cold and indifferent. Do you really think that because we were once brothers you could best me? Either which can let you live or let you die. Pressing down with his foot, he heard the crunching sound of breaking bones. The beast man beneath his foot had already lost all signs of life. Lifting his foot, he kicked the corpse into the river, and in the blink of an eye he was gone. Standing in the shadows, Yi Zhe quietly witnessed the entire scene. The purpose of his coming here was to eradicate the threat completely. Since someone else had already done it, there was no need for him to reveal himself. He turned and slipped away quietly, leaving only Ying Lu alone in this forest. With both hands behind his back, he gazed at the round moon hanging between the mountains. At this moment he understood his own heart with absolute clarity. From the moment he had followed Xingyang outside, he had known that He Miao Miao had taken root in his heart. It was just that Xingyang had been right. He had hurt Miao Miao, not once but many times. How could a male like him ever be worthy of such a brilliant, resilient, tenacious, and gently endearing female as Miao Miao? To occupy the position of her beast husband was already the greatest fortune the beast god had granted him. From the day he was born, Ying Lu had been destined to live a solitary life. This was his fate. However, what he did not know was that beneath the same moon someone else was gazing at the night sky just as he was. Unlike his melancholic mood, the other person was rather anxious. He Meow Meow had checked repeatedly, the moon had risen quite high and the roasted meat had been reheated again and again. But there was still no sign of Yize returning. Bei Ming was nearly dizzy from being paced around. Meow Meow, sit down and wait. Yize is very capable, don't worry about him. Come eat first. He Meow Meow stood outside the cave entrance, gazing into the dark forest, wishing she could go out and search for him herself. Bei Ming, why don't you go look for him, eh? Yize only went to relieve himself. How could it take so long? Before the words had even finished leaving her mouth, a familiar figure emerged from the darkness. She ran toward him as fast as she could, overjoyed. Yize, you're finally back. Are you feeling unwell? Why did it take so long? Yize had not expected her to wait for him at the cave entrance. It was impossible not to be touched. He simply lifted her into his arms and headed toward the cave. I was a bit uncomfortable, but I'm fine now. Hearing this, he Meow Meow grew worried. Is it diarrhea or can't you pass it? Yize hadn't anticipated she would dig so deep. Seeing how earnestly she cared, he knew that if he didn't tell her she would keep asking. So he plucked up his courage. A little bit blocked up. Upon hearing this, he Meow Meow breathed a sigh of relief and wrapped her arms around his neck. Oh, it's just constipation. As long as it's not diarrhea, it's fine. I'll dig up some wild vegetables for you tomorrow and it'll be cured. Bei Ming, leaning against the cave entrance, felt a sense of relief seeing Yize return. He hurriedly placed a large bowl of meat in front of Meow Meow. Eat quickly and then sleep, it's already so late. If you hadn't come back, Meow Meow wouldn't have touched the meat. A happy smile tugged at the corners of Yize's lips as he personally placed a piece of meat into Meow Meow's bowl. Don't wait for me next time. You all eat first. He Meow Meow took a bite of the roasted meat. The meat had a bit of fat, which made it taste even better than pure lean meat. She shook her head. That won't do. You only want to relieve yourself. How could we not wait for you? A family eats meat together. If even one is missing, I can't bring myself to eat. After eating the meat, Yize voluntarily took the pots and pans to the river to wash them, while Bei Ming eagerly brought out the large wooden bucket he and Yize had made in their spare time over the past 2 days, heading straight to the river to fill it with a full bucket of water. Meow Meow, get ready quickly, you can take a bath now. He Meow Meow walked over to the wooden bucket, which stood as tall as half her height, and reached out to touch the water temperature, her brow slightly furrowed. The water is still cold. Bei Ming smiled and took out a new set of goose yellow beast skin skirt, placing it aside. Watch me, it'll be warm in no time. He extended his palm into the water, and soon a visible layer of white steam rose from the surface. He Meow Meow excitedly reached her hand in wanting to feel the warmth of the hot water. But the next moment, as her fingers touched the water, a powerful electric current struck her directly, startling her into a cry as she quickly withdrew her hand. There's electricity. Bei Ming anxiously grabbed her hand. Are you all right, Meow Meow? Just now he had seen Meow Meow's hand entering the water and immediately withdrew his ability, leaving only some residual lightning in the water that transmitted to her. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The moment she was directly electrocuted, she was truly terrified. After confirming she was fine, he Meow Meow shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit startled. Seeing her still shaken, Bei Ming suddenly recalled the time he had tried to drown her in the river. His heart was filled with guilt. Back then he had watched as Meow Meow sank to the bottom. She must have been just as terrified and frightened as she was now. No, she must have been even more afraid. Meow Meow, I'm sorry. You can hit me or yell at me if you want. He Meow Meow, still recovering from the sudden scare, heard his self-reproachful words. She was quite puzzled. Bei Ming, what are you talking about? I forgot that your ability is lightning. Bei Ming stood before her, looking at this little female who only reached his chest, and thought of the hateful things he had done to her. He wished he could punch himself right now. I once electrified you in the water. He Meow Meow tested the water temperature. It was just right, and the electricity was gone. She quickly took off her beast skin skirt and sat inside. Feeling comfortable all over, she suddenly heard Bei Ming's words and was full of confusion. Turning to look at him, what did you say? Now that it had come to this, Bei Ming didn't want to hide it anymore. If he didn't speak out, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. He would be plagued by guilt forever, so he simply recounted the whole story from beginning to end. He Meow Meow suddenly woke up with a start, staring at him in disbelief, his face full of self-blame and sorrow. So that drowning was your doing? I thought Yang was talking about something that happened long ago. Bei Ming was a bit afraid to look at her, but still admitted He Meow Meow suddenly felt extremely upset. She glared fiercely at the culprit. She had almost died that time. She had even thought it was just a leg cramp. Bei Ming knew she was truly angry, his heart pounding wildly, and he knelt down beside the bucket, his legs giving way. Meow Meow, it's only right that you're angry, but please don't ignore me. You can hit me, scold me, or even bite me if you want. Saying this, he extended his arm, hoping only that he Meow Meow would vent her anger. He Meow Meow looked at the sturdy arm, her anger rising. Although this happened before they had confirmed their relationship, the more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. She bit down on his arm only to find his skin as hard as steel and iron. She couldn't hurt him but instead hurt her own mouth. Dissatisfied, she slapped his arm. Are you made of stone? So hard. Raising her eyes to meet his guilty gaze, she saw his sleek black hair beautiful under the dim oil lamp. Looking at such a handsome male, the slight anger he Meow Meow had just felt dissipated, replaced instead by a playful desire. Her face darkened and she let out a cold snort. You show your leopard ears. Bei Ming, still immersed in guilt and sorrow, was puzzled by the sudden request, but seeing Meow Meow's serious expression, he immediately complied. In the next moment, a pair of furry black round ears appeared on Bei Ming's head, and he Meow Meow's eyes lit up instantly. She had wanted to touch his beast form before, but he always refused her. This time she was determined to get her fill. Her fingers uncontrollably reached out to touch them. Soft, furry, they melted her heart into a puddle of water. So adorable, so comfortable. Bei Ming heard the soft, sweet voice and looked up to see Meow Meow's face full of bliss. Her soft fingertips stroked his ears, making them tingle, and a wave of heat coursed through his body, gathering in the middle. He swallowed hard and his ears couldn't help but twitch slightly. Meow Meow, are you still angry? He Meow Meow immediately changed her expression upon hearing this. She hadn't had enough yet. She deliberately put on a haughty face and snorted coldly, still angry. As she said this, a gleaming smile spread across her face, and she looked at Bei Ming's waist. Unless you let me see your tail. In her past life, what she loved most was petting cats, but unfortunately her family didn't allow pets, so she could only pet other people's. Leopards belong to the feline family. They should feel just like stroking a cat. After all, the ears were as soft and comfortable as a cat's. Seeing her like this, Bei Ming understood everything. She was deliberately putting on this angry act just to get to touch his beast form. She had mentioned it before, but he had refused. Now she was taking this opportunity to bring it up again. A glint flashed in his eyes. All right, but you'll have to bear the consequences. As he spoke, a long black tail with not a single stray hair appeared. He Meow Meow couldn't help but reach out and stroke it, finding it incredibly pleasant. However, Bei Ming's face was flushed, his expression full of restraint, and his breathing rapid. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pulled her out of the water and placed her on the beast's skin bed nearby. He Meow Meow wasn't foolish. She knew exactly what he intended with such a big commotion. But she was still dripping wet, not even dried off, and now the whole beast's skin bed was soaked. She quickly jumped up to find a hide to dry herself. What are you doing? You've wet the bed. Yet the next moment Bei Ming pressed himself against her, his eyes clouded with desire, his hot breath falling on her neck. Don't you know that a male's beast form shouldn't be touched recklessly? Especially the ears and tail. With those words, countless kisses rained down fervently as if he were about to devour her whole. This tempest of passion raged far more fiercely than any before. Had it not been for the important matters awaiting the next day, the beast would not have stopped for rest. When she awoke from her dreams, a face marked by insatiable desire appeared before her. He Meow Meow, vexed at the sight, reached out to push it away. Move aside. Throwing off the blanket, she was just about to rise when Bei Ming caught her around the waist and pulled her back into the warm cocoon of the bed, wrapping them both tightly. No, you were the one who teased me last night, and now you want to drive me away. You are truly wicked. He Meow Meow had now witnessed the power of petting the great cat. Had she known that stroking this beast would lead to such a transformation, she would never have done it. His temperament had shifted far too drastically. She sighed. Enough, stop playing. We can continue after we see off the beasts of the Dashu tribe. It won't be too late then. Bei Ming's golden eyes glinted cunningly beneath the covers. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Fine, you said it yourself. You can't go back on your word. I won't break my promise. Bei Ming greedily planted a kiss on her lips before finally releasing her, then attentively helped her put on her animal skin skirt and applied tooth powder. By the time the two had finished preparing, the autumn sun had already risen. At this moment, the entire Chishan tribe was bustling with activity. Jifeng cast a glance at the tardy pair, and the way Bei Ming's eyes clung to Meow Meow without respite. He knew exactly what had transpired. These two had certainly been busy through the night. At this thought, a pang of bitterness gnawed at his heart. Unable to contain himself, he walked up to Bei Ming and spoke in a low voice. Bei Ming, did you not know that today is the important day when the Dashu tribe arrives? How could you only appear now? Hearing this, Bei Ming understood that Jifeng was feeling uncomfortable and somewhat reproachful toward him. But his mood was exceedingly good today, and he had no intention of letting a single remark from another beast ruin his fine spirits so early in the morning. He replied indifferently, if I recall correctly, Meow Meow, Yize and I are only responsible for preparing food for you and the two chieftains of the Dashu tribe today. Bei Ming, Meow Meow, you're up. Come and see how we'll handle things today. Just then Yize returned carrying some prey on his shoulder. He Meow Meow's eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful spotted deer, and she rushed over. Wow, Yize, you're amazing. You actually managed to hunt a deer. The other beasts nearby also saw it and showed envious expressions. Though the deer was a herbivore, it was incredibly swift, and its ears were exceptionally keen, not an easy catch. On ordinary days they might have gotten a share, but today another tribe was coming, so it seemed they could only watch. Yize gave a faint smile, he knew Meow Meow would love it, and it was well worth his early morning hunt. Then tell me what other meat you need and Bai Ming, and I will follow your orders. Meow Meow selected 3 more clucking beasts and 3 swift rabbits. She said directly to Jifeng, Chief Jifeng, when you slaughter that boar, save the white fat for me, okay? Jifeng frowned slightly at this address. Why call him Chief Jifeng? It was either Jifeng or just Chieftain. Was their relationship really so distant? Still today he had asked Meow Meow and the others for help, so he would naturally agree. Alright. Zixian had been waiting beside the cooking utensils for a while. Seeing Meow Meow and the other 2 finally arrive, she breathed a sigh of relief. Meow Meow, you've finally come. I thought you were going to sleep until noon. At this Meow Meow chuckled long past the initial awkwardness. She told Bai Ming and Yize to go to the river to process the meat while she and Zixian went to the mint patch nearby to dig up the wild ginger they had discovered earlier and plucked a good number of fresh mint leaves. Finally, they gathered large leaves and returned to start the fire. The beasts of the entire Qingshan tribe were almost all busy. The females, however, were exempt. They only needed to clean themselves up and dress neatly. Thus in the whole tribe only Zixian and Meow Meow were busy females. Ahua and the others were very curious, wondering why the chieftain had them prepare roasted meat separately. When Meow Meow and Zixian returned from the river, they found several females gathered around their cooking stove. They pointed at the strange stove, touching it all over. Ahua was particularly curious. She had never seen such a thing, only recognizing the stone pot embedded on top. However, recalling the small friction they had before, she felt a bit embarrassed. She nudged the female beside her to ask. That female, who was also curious, asked, Meow Meow, Zixian, what is this? Zixian certainly knew what it was, but she had no intention of telling them now. After all, these females, especially Ahua and Baiyun, had often caused trouble for her and Meow Meow before. Meow Meow, however, gave them a faint smile. It's just a stove. Why don't you go see if the males need help? My space here is a bit small. At these words, Bai Ming and Yize returned carrying a large pile of meat that immediately covered the wooden board beside the stone wall. The area was already cramped, and now a crowd of curious females stood around. Bai Ming stood nearby and shook the water from his hands toward the crowd. The females in front immediately stepped back in disgust, afraid the dirty water would splash onto their clean animal skin skirts. Make way. We're busy today, and I wouldn't want to get any dirt on you. Ahua felt a little embarrassed. Not only had their relationship never been good, but now they were indeed very busy. The dozen or so females standing there were indeed in the way. She tugged at Baiyun beside her and gave an awkward smile. Let's go look elsewhere. Baiyun was pulled away, feeling quite displeased. Once they were far off, she pouted and complained, what's so great about it? It's just an ugly thing made of stone and mud. The whole tribe was bustling with activity, and only this group of females had nothing to do. Baiyun suddenly had an idea. Hey, why don't we go visit Yuya? After all, she used to be so close to us. At these words, the other females frowned. They had no desire to be associated with a female like Yuya now. Ahua in particular had grown to despise Yuya. Her mate Nyowan had once followed Meow Meow to make charcoal powder, but after a single failure, Yuya and Lumi had mocked and ridiculed him. She disliked this female. Being friends with her before was a mistake of her own blindness. Her face darkened. You go if you want to. I'm not going. With that, she turned and left. The other females, seeing Ahua go, also turned away. They had no intention of visiting the damp cave, that unlucky place. Seeing them all leave, Baiyun rolled her eyes. What airs? You won't go, but I will. So saying, she made her way alone to the back of the tribe. Few beasts ever came here, only a narrow path led through. Baiyun struggled along with thorns and vines everywhere. No, I won't leave. I refuse to slink away like this. Yuya screamed in hysterics inside the damp cave. Suddenly Lumi covered her mouth. Someone's coming. Zhu Gang and Quan Sheng pricked up their ears at this, and sure enough heard footsteps approaching. They quickly hid behind the dripping rocks deeper inside the cave. No sooner had they hidden than Baiyun entered, cursing under her breath. She tiptoed, lifting the leopard skin skirt that barely covered her rear. Oh yeah, what a terrible place you live in. It's so hard to get here. Seeing Lumi was also there, Baiyun plopped down on a relatively dry rock nearby and crossed her legs. With feigned intimacy, she grabbed Yuya's hand. You don't know this, but that bitch Ahua actually wants to cozy up to Meow Meow. Too bad. Meow Meow looks down on her. She wrinkled her nose, leaned back, and covered her nose. What's that smell on you? It's so foul. Yuya's face was full of impatience, the veins on her forehead almost bulging. She had thought Bayun came to comfort her, but instead, she was just making sarcastic remarks. Did Bayun think that just because Yuya was banished to the damp cave she could be bullied? She said darkly, if you find it stinks you don't have to come. Hearing this, Bayun knew she was angry, but she wasn't afraid. In the past, Yuya had been the most popular female in the tribe. But now, confined to the damp cave, saddled with the foul reputation of abusing males. Moreover, Bayun's purpose in coming here was to feel superior. She remembered that even when she danced around Yuya, those males never noticed her. Seeing Yuya angry, Bayun was not afraid, but secretly delighted. She chuckled softly. Yuya, what are you saying? We're the best of sisters. Oh, I've got to go now. The Dashu tribe will be arriving soon, and I hear their new shaman is a young male. With that, she wiggled her hips as she stood up. I'm off. I'll come see you again in a few days. Watching that backside practically sway to the sky, Yuya, being a female herself, knew exactly what was on Bayun's mind. She cast a cold glance at Lumi, whose eyes were glued to Bayun. What do you want to mate with her? Lumi, lost in thought, was startled back to reality. He hadn't expected his own female mate to see through his thoughts so easily. He quickly gave an awkward smile. How could that be? She's nowhere near your level. How about we slip away tonight while the tribe is busy? Zhu Gang and Quan Sheng also emerged from behind. Yes, Yuya. Our abuse of Zhengyang has already been exposed, and the chieftain has made it clear that after tonight's gathering he will punish you and Lumi. If we don't leave tonight, there will be no chance tomorrow. Originally, Yuya hadn't wanted to leave. In her eyes, the culprit behind all this was he Miao Miao. If it weren't for her giving her a disobedient male, she wouldn't have earned the reputation of a vicious female. But Bayun's visit and her mockery changed her mind. A creature that once groveled before her now dared to flaunt its power. If she really did go out, she would likely face death. Still, slinking away like this was not in Yuya's nature. A cold, venomous voice whispered softly. She raised her head to meet Lumi's somewhat guilty eyes. Go kill Bayun. We leave tonight. Seeing that Yuya had finally agreed, her male companions felt immense excitement in their hearts. Yet faced with this demand, the beastmen exchanged uneasy glances. Killing a female, one from their own tribe, was something they found difficult to do. Seeing their reluctance, Yuya let out a cold snort. Huh, you find it so hard to kill a single female, and you still expect me to run off with you? Lumi, you go. The one called Lumi was utterly shocked. Though he could be fierce among the males, that did not mean he could treat a female the same way. Yuya stared at him intently. You could bring yourself to harm he Miao Miao and Zhengyang, but now you can't bear to touch Bayun. She touched the elk beast mark on her arm, or is it that you've taken a liking to her and want to be with her? Lumi felt a chill at her threatening gaze, his heart tightening. If he refused again, she would likely slash his beast mark. Then death would be his fate. Though reluctant, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth in agreement. Fine, I'll go. As he strode out of the cave entrance, the expression on Yuya's face softened slightly. But then her eyes fell on Zhu Gang and Xuanqing, a calculating smile spreading across her face. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere was lively. The beastmen of the Big Tree tribe arrived punctually in the afternoon. Accompanying them were sturdy males and beautiful females. The annual gathering was not only for strengthening ties between the two tribes and discussing the upcoming winter trade fair, but also for intermarriage between the tribes. Thus the males who came were almost all bachelors. As soon as they entered, their eyes roamed over the females welcoming them. Perhaps tonight something good would come of it. He Miao Miao double-checked that all the food was ready, then let out a sigh of relief. Grilled deer meat, clear stewed deer bone soup, charcoal grilled pork belly, with wild leek rolls, charcoal grilled pork belly, with mint rolls, charcoal grilled beggar's chicken, and spicy rabbit chunks. There were 6 dishes in total. Though not many varieties, the portions were generous. And she had set aside half of each portion. Xionglia rushed over urgently. Miao Miao, the chief told me to inform you that the roast meat can be served. They will be back from touring the tribe soon. He Miao Miao nodded and immediately instructed Bai Ming and Yi's to start. Meanwhile, she and Zixuan hurried to set out the bowls and chopsticks. As for the other beastmen, Xionglia and his team would handle their arrangements. Except for he Miao Miao, Zixuan, Yi's, and Bai Ming, who were newcomers, the other beastmen were all experienced. Soon the entire open space was filled with makeshift tables made from split logs with wooden stumps placed beside them. To ensure cleanliness and to present the food better, Miao Miao had all her dishes covered with large leaves. Without lifting them, no one could see what was underneath. No sooner had they finished setting out the food than they heard Jifeng talking with a strange male. The sound of footsteps approached. She and Zixuan quickly stepped aside to clear the way. Soon they saw Jifeng leading a group of unfamiliar males and females walking slowly toward them, a polite smile on his face. You have traveled a long way and the journey must have been tiring. Our Qingshan tribe has prepared roast meat to welcome you. Please take your seats. Sualu nodded politely. This was not his first visit to the tribe, but it was his first collaboration with the new chief. Turning his head, he noticed the seats of honor. The wooden tables were all covered with large tree leaves. He was puzzled. Chief Jifeng, what is the meaning of this? Jifeng, also noticing the anomaly, did not understand either. He turned to look at He Miao Miao, signaling her to explain. He Miao Miao stepped out from the side with a smile and spoke respectfully. Chief, you may not know, but autumn has arrived and our tribe often has mountain winds. Covering the food with leaves prevents dust and leaves from falling and keeping it cleaner. As she spoke, she quickly stepped forward and lifted all the leaves, revealing the food, full of color, aroma, and flavor. The two chiefs, with their keen senses, were instantly captivated. Jifeng, who had been waiting for this meal, couldn't help but swallow. All this food was prepared by He Miao Miao with baiming and yeast, and it was far better than his own charred roast meat. No wonder she had complained about his cooking. Seeing the look of admiration on Chief Sualu's face, Jifeng's own face beamed with pride. Chief Sualu, please take your seat. It won't taste as good when it gets cold. Chief Sualu nodded repeatedly. He often ate roast meat at home, but he had never seen such exquisite preparation. Each piece of roasted deer meat was cut into small bite-sized slices topped with 2 tiny unknown wild herbs. Though he did not care for wild herbs, the presentation made the meat look delicious. Jifeng picked up the chopsticks in front of him, placed a large piece into Sualu's bowl, and smiled. Go ahead, try it. Sualu was about to grab it with his hands, but seeing the 2 small sticks placed before each beastman and Jifeng's gesture, he immediately understood what they were for. To avoid appearing crude, he reluctantly picked up the chopsticks, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't control them. He Miao Miao quickly had Xionglia bring a wooden basin of water. Jifeng was surprised when Xionglia approached, but when he heard that Xionglia was asking him to wash his hands, he suddenly understood and shook his head with a smile. He cast an appreciative glance at the lovely Miao Miao beside him and dipped his hands into the basin to wash them. Tonight's gathering was not only to showcase the wealth of the Qingshan tribe, but also to strengthen the bond between the two tribes. If Sualu felt humiliated, their future relationship might be difficult to manage. He smiled and said, "Oh, my memory. Chief Sualu, my fault. We usually eat roast meat with our hands, we only use chopsticks for stewed dishes." Then he shouted to all the beastmen, "Tonight, everyone eat with your hands. Eat as much as you like." The other beastmen who had been waiting below cheered loudly at this. For a moment, the entire gathering was filled with lively excitement. Chief Sualu had been getting a little irritated after failing to pick up the meat several times. But when he saw the young Chief Jifeng bring a basin of water, wash his own hands first, and then eat with his hands, he felt much better. At the same time, he gained a new respect for Jifeng, not only handsome and capable but also so perceptive. He was a chief with a promising future. Turning his head to look at his daughter sitting beside him, he leaned slightly toward Jifeng and whispered with a smile, "Chief Jifeng, do you have a mate?" Jifeng, as the chieftain, could not possibly be unaware of the multiple purposes of this gathering. Upon hearing those words, he immediately understood her implication and instinctively glanced at He Miao Miao, who stood to the side, having not yet taken a seat. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I already have a mate." "Ah." Sualu's somewhat murky gaze was filled with disappointment as he looked at him upon hearing this news. After a long moment, he let out a sigh. "That is indeed a pity." Lost in thought, he picked up a piece of roasted meat from the stone bowl and took a bite. The rich aroma instantly pulled back his wandering mind. He looked incredulously at the remaining piece of roasted meat in the bowl. How can this meat be so tender and so juicy? More importantly, it has a fragrant and refreshing taste. Jifeng, who had been silent on the side, had already eaten 2 pieces. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and couldn't help licking the corner of his lips. This was the most delicious roasted meat he had ever eaten since birth. Moreover, it was made by Miao Miao at his special request, and he felt exceptionally pleased. But he didn't know the answers to these questions, so he could only wave at He Miao Miao. Miao Miao, who had been about to slip away with Yi's Baiming and the others, was suddenly called back, and she felt speechless. If she didn't go back soon, the roasted meat in her cave would get cold. Cold meat wouldn't be tasty. However, this was a major event for the entire tribe, so she had to grin and go forward to explain. "It's just that I brushed oil on the meat while roasting." Sualu and Jifeng frowned, looking at the roasted meat before them. Indeed, each piece was glossy and smooth, clearly much oilier than the dry roasted meat they usually ate. But could simply brushing oil make such delicious roasted meat? No matter how they thought about it, it seemed a bit unreal. Of course, He Miao Miao hadn't finished speaking. It was not just about brushing oil. The marination beforehand was even more important. She just didn't want to say it, because mentioning it would lead to more questions. Seeing that they remained silent, He Miao Miao tentatively spoke. "Two chieftains, if there's nothing else, may I take my leave?" As soon as she finished speaking, a clear female voice sounded from beside. "Wait." He Meow Meow instinctively turned her head and saw a fair-skinned female sitting near the high seat with an arrogant expression. A large red flower was pinned in her hair, making her stand out conspicuously among the group of unadorned females. Xueli looked up and down at this female, who was actually more beautiful than herself, and a hint of jealousy arose in her heart. However, seeing that she didn't even have a seat at such an occasion, she realized how low her status was in the tribe. Her tone immediately adopted the posture of a superior. Why is our food different from that of your chieftain and my father? He Meow Meow. Different. She should ask Jifeng the chieftain about that. Why ask her? She was just a laborer who took animal hides in exchange for work. Jifeng hadn't expected a beastman to cause trouble, and of all people, Sualu's daughter. He had only prepared these special foods, as such good food was never meant for every beastman. Moreover, he had never expected this willful female to come. He could only brace himself and explain, this deer was accidentally hunted by our tribe this morning, so we only made this much food. If you like it, I'll have Xionglia share some with you. Upon hearing this, Xueli immediately frowned and refused. No. She raised her hand and pointed at He Meow Meow. Since she's so good at making roasted meat, let her go and make it for me right now. Xueli would never eat leftovers from other beastmen. Wang Defa. He Meow Meow looked at her in shock. Good heavens, here came a spoiled young lady comparable to the original owner. It was late at night, and she insisted on having her roast meat now. Not to mention whether there were ingredients. Even if there were, didn't she as a guest have any self-awareness? Zixuan, standing nearby, was extremely anxious. The former He Meow Meow might have been able to contend with this female. After all, both had doting fathers to back them up, but the current Meow Meow. She quickly stepped forward and whispered in her ear, Meow Meow, how about we? Before she could finish, He Meow Meow stopped her, as there were many beastmen watching, and there might be some with sharp ears listening. The roasted meat she had kept privately. If no other beastman mentioned it, she could just eat it. But now this female insisted on having it, and she didn't want to give it. If other beastmen found out, she would inevitably get into trouble. She said politely, hee, well, it's not that I won't roast it, but all the fresh meat in the tribe was used up to entertain you all. Then go hunting now. Xueli said with full confidence. Hearing this, all the beastmen of Qingshan tribe felt displeased. The forest at night was the most dangerous. They had worked from dawn to dusk to entertain these guests, and now they were being forced to go hunting at night. How infuriating. Meanwhile, the males of Dashu tribe looked embarrassed. They knew very well what kind of temper Xueli had. She was comparable to the daughter of Qingshan tribe's former chieftain. Both were willful and arrogant. Tonight, Jifeng had been looking forward to it for a long time, finally eating the delicacies specially made by He Meow Meow that he had been longing for. But suddenly this creature appeared, spoiling the mood. She was even worse than the former He Meow Meow. Now that he thought about it, Meow Meow used to be fierce only at home, and never acted so willfully outside. She was much better than this piece in front of him, who had brought shame even outside her own tribe. And this old thing beside her actually didn't care, looking like he was just enjoying the show. Since that was the case, don't blame him, Jifeng, for being impolite. He clapped his hands, slowly stood up with a gentle smile all over his face. Good idea. Sualu, I never expected your daughter to be so heroic and spirited, even more valiant than the males of our Qingshan tribe. How about we have a competition between the two tribes tonight, and specially hunt a deer for Xueli? Upon hearing this praise, Xueli's proud chin nearly poked a hole in the moon. Without waiting for her father to speak, she directly agreed. Good. Let your Qingshan tribe see the prowess of our Dashu tribe's warriors. As soon as she finished, Sualu, who had been thinking of how to decline, suddenly stood up. He glared at his foolish daughter with dissatisfaction. Wasn't competing with Qingshan tribe at this time, just asking for humiliation. After all, this area was Qingshan tribe's territory. Their males were surely familiar with the terrain. Moreover, it was nighttime, and they had to hunt. Damn, it wasn't this just slapping oneself in the face. He then scolded Xueli heavily. Xueli, we came here as guests, not to participate in any competition. It's just a few pieces of roasted deer meat, and when we get back, I'll let you eat your fill. No, I want to eat it now. Xueli stomped her foot and pouted. Now in her mind, it was no longer just about eating venison. She glanced shyly at Inglio, who sat opposite her. To be able to sit in that seat, he must be of high status, perhaps the foremost warrior of Qingshan tribe. Tonight, whoever can hunt a deer, I will choose him as my 18th beast husband. Jifeng's heart filled with a touch of excitement upon hearing this. If a male from their Qingshan tribe caught the eye of the chieftain's daughter from the Dashu tribe, it would undoubtedly benefit the development of both clans. He exclaimed with delight, Excellent, Chieftain Sualu. Our warriors from Qingshan tribe have long wished to test their prowess against yours. Chieftain Sualu's expression darkened. He was not in favor of holding a hunting contest so late at night on someone else's territory. Nevertheless, his daughter's proposal was quite clever. To hunt a deer beast from among so many males would undoubtedly prove he was the bravest warrior of Qingshan tribe. If he were to become a partner to his daughter Xueli, he would naturally follow them back to the Dashu tribe. This would undoubtedly become a great asset to their clan. Thinking of this, he who was originally displeased agreed somewhat reluctantly. Very well, then we shall wait here tonight. All of this had been decided by the two chieftains and Xueli without ever asking whether the warriors of both tribes were willing. Originally, there were still several single males in Qingshan tribe who had developed a soft spot for the newcomer Xueli. Just look at how she was making things difficult for him, Miao Miao, insisting on eating roasted deer meat this late at night. So bothersome. As for the males who had come to Dashu tribe knowing what kind of female she was, they felt even less inclined. But the chieftain had given orders, they could not simply sit idle. Hunting deep into the night specifically for deer. In an instant many single males from Qingshan set out. He Miao Miao found it all vexing and could only hope they would not succeed in hunting deer. Otherwise she feared she would be working late into the night. She tugged at Yi Zhe and Bei Ming. Let us return. They did not wish to stand around idly either. Having been busy all day, they were already hungry. But the moment they turned, Ji Feng approached and beckoned Yi Zhe and Bei Ming over, whispering softly. Soon Yi Zhe and Bei Ming returned. Miao Miao, why don't you go back and eat first? We will be back shortly. He Miao Miao wore a puzzled expression. Wait, weren't we just agreeing to go home? Where are you two going? Yi Zhe smiled faintly and put a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. You will know when we return. With that, the two quietly slipped away from the crowd. With those who could dine with her now gone, he Miao Miao momentarily found the prospect of eating alone unappealing. Perhaps it was better to wait for them here. She simply chose an empty seat, picked up a clean pair of chopsticks nearby, and stuffed a piece of roasted meat into her mouth. However, after just one bite, an unpleasant fishy stench surged straight to the crown of her head. Glancing around to ensure no other beastmen were watching, she quickly lowered her head and discreetly spat it out. Unexpectedly, her little gesture was entirely observed by Ji Feng, seated above. Looking at the food before him, he immediately prepared an empty wooden plate and divided half of his own portion onto it. He personally carried it over to her. Eat this portion of mine. The bored Miao Miao beside her suddenly saw a large plate of meat being pushed toward her. Looking up, she met Ji Feng's gentle gaze. This fellow had brought her meat before, but never with such an expression. For a moment her heart skipped a beat. Remembering she had identical food in her cave, she quickly refused. No need. I will wait for Yi Zhe and Bei Ming to return. Ji Feng's hand, which was just about to withdraw, suddenly halted at these words, his heart feeling a tight ache. They were all her partners, so why did it seem as though he Ji Feng was not one? It was nothing more than grilling meat for her. Did she not even wish to accept it? Suppressing his inner displeasure, he maintained a gentle expression. They will need to wait a while before returning. Eat something first to hold you over. He Miao Miao was truly very hungry. Looking at the large plate of meat, she decided to eat only 1 or 2 pieces, then wait for Yi Zhe and Bei Ming to come back and eat together. Then I will only eat 2 pieces. Ji Feng showed a sincere smile. He did not care how many pieces Miao Miao ate. As long as she accepted his roasted meat, that was all that mattered. Meanwhile, Ying Lu beside her looked thoroughly displeased. He simply walked over, directly sat right next to him Miao Miao, and took some without asking. This roasted meat really is different from what we have been eating. Let me taste it. What does it taste like? Is it really that good? Saying this, the chopsticks picked up a piece of roasted deer meat and put it into his mouth without the slightest embarrassment. He even pretended to nod approvingly. Not bad, the flavor is passable. He Miao Miao shifted her body to the side, not wanting to be so close to him. They had recently had a quarrel, and she did not wish to seek trouble in such a setting. She whispered, this meat is from Ji Feng. I know. Ying Lu acted casually, looking up and smiling at Ji Feng. Ji Feng, may I eat this? As the chieftain, Ji Feng knew that Ying Lu was also a shaman. The beastmen of Dashu tribe might not understand their relationship, but those of Qingshan tribe certainly did. If he refused, it would only give the outsiders something to laugh at, and he would appear petty before his own tribe members. But honestly speaking, on a personal level, he was reluctant. Yet at this moment he could only grit his teeth and say, of course. Xueli, sitting opposite, watched the 3 of them so close together with a face full of displeasure. Especially Ying Lu. Instead of joining the hunt, he was getting so close to another female. A surge of anger rose within her, and she abruptly stood up, pointing at Ying Lu. Hey, why aren't you following them to hunt deer beasts? Hearing this, suddenly all 3 turned their heads in surprise to look at the speaking Xueli. Without needing to think, they knew who she was referring to. Ying Lu strongly disliked being spoken to in such a commanding manner by another beastman, his slender, handsome eyebrows slightly raised. Are you addressing the shaman? Upon hearing shaman, Xueli's face immediately showed a hint of awkward coquettishness. This was unexpected for her. The male she had taken a liking to turned out to be the shaman of Qingshan tribe. She had heard of this shaman, a male of the Fox clan and natural-born shaman. No wonder he was so handsome. Her voice softened considerably. Then why are you sitting so close to that female who makes the roasted meat? Hearing this, Lu's lips curved upward, and he could not help but chuckle softly, glancing at He Miao Miao, who was deliberately keeping her distance. Because she is my partner. These words sent both He Miao Miao and Xueli into disbelief as they stared at him. Xueli's eyes widened in shock. You actually have a partner? He Miao Miao was no less surprised than she was. These two had been arguing just the other day. For him to say something like this in front of so many beastmen today made her feel deeply suspicious. Her body instinctively leaned backward in alertness. What do you want to do, eh? To Lu, this was merely stating facts. But he had not expected He Miao Miao to react so strongly. It was understandable. If he could do such things, her being wary of him made perfect sense. However, at this moment his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a thorn. Not wanting to show weakness before her, he instead smiled gently and reached out to touch the corner of her mouth. Nothing, your mouth corner is dirty. His warm fingertip swept across the corner of He Miao Miao's mouth in one smooth motion, the grease on his fingers wiping onto the snow-white beast's skin. It came fast and went fast. By the time she regained her senses, this troublemaker was already sitting comfortably nearby, leisurely eating roasted meat. However, to Xueli's eyes such a scene was particularly jarring. Especially upon seeing Lu wipe the corners of He Miao Miao's mouth, she flew into a rage and stormed straight toward He Miao Miao. With an air of arrogant superiority, she issued commands in an imperious tone. Hey you, hand him over to me at once. The moment those words left her lips, the surrounding beastmen stared at her in shock. She wanted to seize a male who already had a mate. He was even more detestable than the old He Miao Miao used to be. He Miao Miao's brows furrowed. She glanced at Lu standing aloof nearby, then shot a cold look at the haughty female. Who gave her the right to speak to her in such a commanding tone? As if she were some kind of superior being. Letting out a sneer, she directly locked eyes with Chief Sua Lu, who was watching the spectacle with amusement. Chief Sua Lu, the females of your Dashu tribe truly have no shame. You even go after males who already have mates. Sua Lu could not have anticipated that this female who had spoken so softly just moments before would directly address him. And to boldly insult his daughter as shameless, it instantly darkened his expression. He let out a discontented snort. Young female, words carry consequences. You dare publicly defame my daughter. Have you lost your will to live? The surrounding beastmen immediately tensed, the atmosphere spiraling into confrontation. Jifeng never expected the evening gathering to devolve so swiftly. Just as he prepared to intervene and ease the tension, Lu's voice cut through the air. Those beautiful fox-like eyes shot icy glares at both father and daughter. This shaman suspects it is you who should worry about living or dying. You dare threaten the shaman's mate. Such overwhelming pressure sent both Chief Sua Lu and Xueli frozen in place, unable to snap out of their shock. They had never encountered a shaman so suffocatingly formidable. Meanwhile, Li Si watched with palpable excitement, rushing forward with an expression brimming with reverence. You are a beastman of the Fox clan, a naturally gifted shaman. I am Li Si, the shaman of Dashu tribe. I have come specifically to seek your wisdom in shamanic arts. Upon hearing these words, Lu's pupils contracted sharply. He turned his gaze toward the male who had just burst forward. Sealed memories suddenly surged from the deepest recesses of his mind. His face darkened, and without uttering a single word he strode away. He Miao Miao had been watching him the entire time. She noticed that upon hearing Li Si's words, an inexplicable panic flickered in his eyes. All the beastkin were utterly bewildered. He had been radiating such commanding presence just moments ago. Why had he departed without saying a word? Jifeng quickly replayed the events in his mind. Given Lu's notoriously cold and detached nature, he would never have openly acknowledged his relationship with Miao Miao solely because of Xueli's interference. He had deliberately made an appearance before Miao Miao, seeking her attention, and had even accepted the roasted meat Jifeng offered. All these anomalies pointed to only one possibility. That was Lu, much like himself, was beginning to care for Miao Miao. Their family had been forced together from the very beginning, yet now that things were gradually improving, as Chief Jifeng was glad to see it. Perhaps he should give them a push in the right direction. He offered Miao Miao a gentle smile. Miao Miao, go check on him. I sense something is troubling him. He spoke those final words in barely a whisper, and He Miao Miao almost missed them entirely. It took a moment for her to process what he had said. Given Lu's reaction just now, she would not believe him if he claimed everything was fine. Still, considering their strained relationship, she was somewhat reluctant to go. She raised her gaze and looked at Chief Sua Lu and Xueli before her, two sour-faced individuals, one old and one young. Compared to Lu, she decided it was better to go. Staying here meant risking whatever schemes Xueli might concoct next. All right then. Watching her make her way toward Lu's cave, Jifeng finally felt at ease. He already knew all too well what kind of person Xueli was. With both Yi Zhe and Bei Ming absent from the tribe at this hour, he could not bear the thought of Miao Miao being alone. If Xueli were to make any moves, he had to be prepared. Sending her to Yinglu at least ensured her temporary safety. Yinglu returned to his cave and lay quietly on the bed, his mind consumed by that one sentence from the Dashu tribe shaman. "You are a beastmen of the Fox clan, a naturally gifted shaman." He let out a self-deprecating snort. Hey, the Fox clan. A naturally gifted shaman. He was probably nothing more than a monster, a cursed abomination at that. Why is your cave so pitch black? Don't you light any lamps? As he meow meow approached, the entrance darkness swallowed everything. She could see nothing and had to grope along the walls to find her way inside. Hearing the noise, Yinglu was startled. He turned toward the cave entrance, watching he meow meow creep in with cautious steps. Her careful demeanor almost made him chuckle. But the words that left his mouth were cold as ice. What are you doing here? He meow meow followed her memory and soon found the stone table. She plopped down and reached out her hand, closing around a fruit on the table. Without needing to think, she knew it was an offering from one of the other beastmen. She wiped it on her clothes and took a bite. Nothing important. Jifeng simply asked me to check if you were feeling unwell. In truth, she understood the real reason. It was because Yi Zhe and Bei Ming were absent from the tribe tonight. Jifeng was worried about her safety, which is why he had sent her. This evening, foreign beastmen had arrived at Qingshan tribe. As a female who had offended Chief Sua Lu of Dashu tribe, she was hardly in a safe position to be alone. Pfft. Hearing her words, Yinglu sneered dismissively. So, if he told you to eat shit, would you do it? The moment those words left his mouth, a fruit flew straight at him. He meow meow shot a withering glare into the darkness upon hearing that remark. She threw the fruit in her hand straight toward the source of his voice. You're the one who eats shit, and your whole family does too. Pfft. Hearing he meow meow's words, Yinglu's mind involuntarily pictured his entire beastmen family devouring shit together, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. His gaze in the darkness fixed upon the female before him, bright and alert. You make a valid point. My whole family does eat shit. He meow meow tilted her head slightly, and it took her a split second to catch on. This guy was mocking her. Enraged, she bit into the fruit in her hand. Yinglu, if you've got any guts, stop hiding in the dark and come out. Before she could finish her sentence, a shadow darted forward with astonishing speed and a hand reached toward her mouth. Yinglu dug around repeatedly, growing increasingly anxious. Did you swallow the fruit? He meow meow had never expected him to suddenly reach into her mouth. Furious, she tried to push him away, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't budge him an inch. What are you doing? Yinglu's brows knitted together tightly. He quickly asked, are you feeling unwell anywhere? He meow meow was instantly consumed by rage, glaring at him fiercely. Yinglu, you're impossible. I merely took a bite of your fruit and you go digging in my mouth, and now you're accusing me of feeling unwell. Seeing that he was still holding her, she said coldly, let go. Yinglu swept his hand and a roaring fire erupted in the cave, illuminating everything with crystal clarity. Look carefully at what fruit you just ate. He meow meow subconsciously glanced at the fruit in her hand, now bearing a large bite mark. Its deep purple-red hue and rich intoxicating aroma caused her mind to instantly erupt in a deafening roar. This is a passion fruit. Why do you have something like this in your cave? How would Yinglu know? He had only just returned and had not paid any attention to whatever had appeared in his cave. If not for he meow meow's bite releasing that overpowering fragrance, he would never have realized it was a passion fruit. Moreover, this was no ordinary passion fruit. Consuming a regular one might only awaken fierce mating urges in beastmen.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Otherwise, he would not have panicked and reached for her mouth in such a hurry. How would I know? Before he could finish, a pair of soft, supple arms wrapped around his neck. He froze, instantly staring at the female before him, her eyes hazy and unfocused. He knew then that passion fruit had taken effect. He meow meow felt an unbearable heat surging through her body, a desire so intense she had never experienced before. Gazing at the male before her, his form flickered between Yi Zhe and Bei Ming, and she couldn't help but smile. Are you Yi Zhe or Bei Ming? Why do you keep changing? Cradling that handsome face in her hands, she pouted and leaned in for a kiss. Yet the next moment he evaded her. Yinglu grabbed her disheveled beast skin skirt, his heart racing, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. He had never imagined a day like this with her. Yet now that it had arrived, besides a fluttering anticipation, what consumed him more was a deep chill in his heart. The female before him clung to his neck, but called out another male's name. Yinglu was no opportunist who would take advantage of her in such a state. Raising his hand, a white shamanic energy rose in his palm. He meow meow felt a cool, soothing sensation wash over her, and she yearned for more. Yinglu whispered gently in her ear, close your eyes and sleep well. Obediently, he meow meow shut her eyes as a heavy drowsiness enveloped her, and she sank into a deep slumber. Seeing her fall asleep in his arms, Yinglu remained still, uncertain of what to do now. He yearned to hold Meow Meow quietly in his embrace to satisfy the secret desire deep within his heart. But he knew that Meow Meow did not like him, otherwise she would not have been absent from her own hallucinations just now. Time ticked by, and after a long silence outside, the commotion resumed. He knew the hunting party must have returned. Sure enough, hurried footsteps soon echoed from outside. He knew it was Yize's. For the first time he felt a pang of guilt, wanting to hide the little female in his arms. He quickly walked to the bed and laid her down, raising his hand to summon a stream of white shamanic energy that floated in the air. As Yize approached the cave, he heard the unmistakable sounds of intimacy within. The words he was about to call out died in his throat. It seemed that from now on between him and Beiming there would be another suitor, Yinglu, waiting in line. But that was fine. After all, Yinglu was already Meow Meow's mate. Though they had had their disagreements before, he understood how Yinglu had become her beast husband. As a fox, a member of the White Fox clan, he was naturally a shaman, a being of noble status. Forced into a mate contract through deception and coercion, it was only natural that he was reluctant. Now that Yinglu had come to terms with it, it was undoubtedly the best outcome for their small family. With this thought, Yize felt no displeasure. Instead, he was glad that Meow Meow had gained such a powerful beast husband. Though Beiming was strong, his mind was too simple. Meow Meow needed a male as clever as Yinglu by her side. In the dead of night, the lively Qingshan tribe finally fell silent. All the beastmen, exhausted, collapsed onto their beast skin beds and sank into a deep sleep. Beiming waited in the cave for Yize to bring Meow Meow back. But when he saw him return alone, he asked in confusion, "Where's Meow Meow?" Yize glanced at Beiming and sat directly at the stone table, which was covered with the food they had prepared together with Meow Meow that day. It had long gone cold, but not a single bite had been taken. "She's staying with Yinglu tonight." Hearing this, Beiming was utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, huh?" Yize looked up, meeting his golden pupils, which were filled with confusion. He really was a bit simple-minded. Yize picked up a piece of grilled meat and put it into his bowl. They're together now. This time Beiming understood. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. They were at odds before even arguing. How could they be together?
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Saying this, he rushed out of the cave until he saw that all the surrounding caves were pitch black except for Yinglu's, which still glowed with firelight. A sour ache filled his heart, and his eyes grew hot. He had never imagined that one day he would have to share Meow Meow with a male other than Yize.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Overwhelmed with disappointment, Beiming lost his appetite for the grilled meat. He turned and trudged back to his own cave. Yize ate a few bites, but found little interest in the food. After waiting a while, Beiming did not return. Knowing he would, Yize cleared away all the food. He carried the pots and dishes to the river and washed them clean. Meow Meow disliked leaving dirty things overnight. Besides, he didn't like it either. If not clean, the cave would have an unpleasant smell. He was probably the only beastman in the entire tribe still outside. He looked up at the moon. It was already past midnight. Suddenly a flash of fiery red appeared not far away. His heart lurched, and he immediately shifted into his beast form and sprinted toward it. A long tongue of flame was rapidly devouring the forest. Yize's heart sank. The fire spread too fast for him to extinguish alone. He turned and raced back to the tribe. He ran straight to Jifeng's cave. Jifeng, fire. Jifeng, already sensing movement heading his way, heard the news and immediately leaped out of his cave. He saw the towering flames. Without a word, he shifted into his beast form, and a sharp eagle cry pierced the air. In an instant, the entire Qingshan tribe erupted into chaos. Xiong Lai and Niu Wan scrambled out, pulling on their skirts as they ran. What's happening? The words had barely left their mouths when they saw the blazing inferno that lit up the entire tribe. Jifeng shouted, "All males join the firefighting." The commotion raged outside. Yinglu stood at the cave entrance watching. Seeing Yize and Beiming already fighting the flames, he felt relieved. Though the fire was massive, it was visibly shrinking and would soon be extinguished. He returned inside, sat by the beast's skin bed, tucked the little female in, and shut out the noise of the outside world. But outside, all was chaos. The wildfire was put out, but it had also awakened the beastmen of the Dashu tribe. Sualu glared at the disarrayed Qingshan tribe, his eyes burning with displeasure. These beastmen were all worthless. Tonight they had even humiliated his Shui Li in front of everyone. They hadn't caught a deer yet. They had returned with its antlers and legs, no complete deer in sight. They claimed the deer was too difficult to hunt, and that they only brought back these parts. Who were they fooling? It was an outright slight against his daughter Shui Li. Insulting Shui Li meant insulting the Dashu tribe. This grievance had been festering in his heart, and now within a single night an outlet for his anger had appeared. He let out a cold snort. I didn't expect that after the old chief of Qingshan tribe died, your new chief would be so useless. Not only did you fail to hunt a deer, but you also let the forest catch fire at this time of year. I think we need to reconsider our cooperation between the two tribes this year. Since matters had come to this point, Jifeng had no need to put on a friendly face anymore. Did they think he, the newly appointed clan leader, was someone to be trifled with? With his hands clasped behind his back, he said impatiently, "Then do as you please." Xiong Lai and the others who already held grudges against them straightened their backs upon hearing their clan leader's words. What a bunch of nonsense. In the past, the two tribes were evenly matched. But now their Qingshan tribe, thanks to he Miao Miao, had gained several formidable warriors. They were far more powerful than the Dashu tribe. This evening's gathering was merely a continuation of the two tribes' long-standing partnership. Yet to their surprise, upon arrival, the Dashu tribe dared to order the Qingshan tribe's beastmen to hunt in the dead of night. Truly detestable. Zixuan pursed her lips, recalling the arrogant demeanor of Xueli earlier that day, and felt a surge of disgust. She muttered under her breath, "If we don't cooperate, so be it. We can trade without you." Though her voice was low, every male of the Dashu tribe heard it clearly. Lizzie felt embarrassed, unable to lift his head. Tonight's incident was entirely the fault of the Dashu tribe. Not only had they behaved rudely as guests, but now, after the Qingshan tribe suffered a fire, their own clan leader dared to call the other leader incompetent. Sualu was stunned upon hearing these words, still expecting Jifeng to speak well of him. He never expected this fellow to directly issue an eviction order. His chest heaved with fury as he pointed at Jifeng's cold expression. "Fine, very fine. Then let's see if you Qingshan tribe can make it to Shiyuan City alive without our Dashu tribe." He raised his hand and waved, "Let's go." Immediately, a large group of Dashu tribe beastmen followed him away. Only Xueli lingered reluctantly, but she had no choice. She stomped her foot hard, glanced at the dark crowd of beastmen, but couldn't find the male she was looking for. She could only say arrogantly to Jifeng, "Clan leader Jifeng Inglu is destined to be my male. Tell him to wait for me." Sualu, standing nearby, felt utterly ashamed. Were all the males of the Dashu tribe dead? Even now she still insisted on a male from the Qingshan tribe, and a mated one at that. He grabbed Xueli and scolded, "Come with me. Don't ever set foot in Qingshan tribe again." The Dashu tribe beastmen departed quickly, and the entire Qingshan tribe finally fell silent. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The tone and gaze Xueli had used earlier made even the beastmen deeply uncomfortable. Once the fire was extinguished, Jifeng immediately ordered Xiong Lai and the others to count the number of people and check for casualties. All the beastmen gathered together. Xiong Lai and his men counted twice. Clan leader except for Yueya and her several mates by Yun the shaman, and he Miao Miao, every other beastman is present. Maji suddenly recalled something. "Clan leader, when I passed by the tide cave during the firefighting, there was no sign of them inside." As soon as these words were spoken, Jifeng immediately realized something and ordered all beastmen to search for them. They were all members of their own tribe. Although there were often rifts among them at this moment, everyone searched with all their might. After all, no one wanted anything bad to happen to them. However, soon several males came running back, weeping and carrying a female's body. They fell to their knees with a thud before Jifeng. "Clan leader, you must avenge Bayun. She was killed." The sudden tragic news shocked all the beastmen present. They stared in disbelief at the female in Tulu's arms. It was indeed Bayun. But she had already stopped breathing, her body covered in scratches, and there was a clear bruise on her neck. Xiong Lai clenched his fists in fury. It must have been done by the males of the Dashu tribe. Hearing this, the surrounding beastmen chimed in agreement. "That's right. They couldn't beat us in the hunt, so they bore a grudge and killed our female. Clan leader, we must avenge Bayun." Jifeng glanced at Bayun's stiff body, his heart heavier than anyone else's. This was his first year as clan leader, and before winter had even arrived, a female had died. It was undoubtedly a declaration of war against him. He would never let this go. "I'll go get the shaman." With that, he headed toward Inglu's cave. The firelight within still flickered, but the cave was eerily quiet, so quiet that only the faint sound of 2 breaths could be heard. "Inglu, something's happened. Come out." Inglu had already heard about the death of the female. He wasn't deaf. Tulu and Xiong Lai's voices had been loud. It was hard for him not to hear. But he didn't want to go out. After tonight, he didn't know when he would have another chance to be alone with Miao Miao. This precious time he didn't want to waste. He just hadn't expected Jifeng to come personally to call him. He looked at the sleeping face on the bed and reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair, but as soon as his hand extended, he remembered he Miao Miao's disdain for him and the terrifying voices echoing in his ears. He had to pull back. He was nothing but an ill-omened fox beast man. What right did he have to like Miao Miao? With a firm resolve, he stood up and strode out of the cave. Pretending to be nonchalant, he asked, "What's happened?" Jifeng's face was dark. "Bayun is dead." Upon hearing this, Lu quickly walked to the crowd. The beastmen made way for him as he approached. Tulu and a few other males were sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing the shaman, they immediately rushed over with Baiyun's body. "Shaman, you must find the killer for us." Yinglu gestured for them to lay Baiyun flat. His hands moved slightly, and a white light gently flowed over her body. "It's Lumi." His faint voice fell like a bombshell among the beastmen, leaving everyone stunned and wide-eyed with disbelief. Some males who had been on good terms with Lumi instinctively retorted, "No, that can't be." "Yeah, how could it be Lumi?" Even Tu Lu was doubtful. "Shaman, please check again. Could it be a mistake? Wasn't she killed by the beastmen of the Dashu tribe? Baiyun usually got along well with Lumi and Yuya. How could it be him?" Yinglu glanced down at Tu Lu and the other mates. "If you don't believe me, smell her neck and fingernails." A canine beastman immediately grabbed his mate's fingers and saw flesh and blood hidden beneath the nails. He took a deep sniff, and a familiar scent hit his nose. His heart skipped a beat, and the next moment his face was filled with rage. "It really is him. Damn it, Lumi. Why did you kill my mate? If you have the guts, come at me, Quan Ming." He roared and charged toward the tide cave. Xiong Lai and Maji saw Quan Ming like this and felt for him. It was too hard for males to find a mate. Losing one so soon after forming a bond was cruel beyond words. "Clan leader, we've searched everywhere but couldn't find Lumi and the others. They must have fled long ago." "Impossible. I saw Lumi eating meat here during the gathering." When Maji said this, other beastmen who had seen Lumi nodded in agreement. "Yes, we saw him too." Jifeng remained silent as the crowd buzzed with discussion. But the conclusion wasn't hard to draw. Baiyun was dead, killed by Lumi. And after the fire started, Yuya and Lumi had vanished. The fire was undoubtedly connected to them. He could think of this, and so could Yizhe and Yinglu. But they didn't voice it in front of so many beastmen. Baiming, however, blurted out indignantly, "It must have been Lumi and his group who set the fire. Yuya's mate Quanxing has a fire ability." At these words, the other beastmen suddenly realized. How could they have forgotten? During the gathering, they had only seen Lumi, never Yuya's other mates. From the end of the gathering until now, they had been missing, and Baiyun had been killed. No one would believe they hadn't set the fire. Furious, everyone wanted to find them and beat them up. Jifeng hadn't expected Baiming to react so quickly this time. But now that Yuya and Lumi had fled, they had to prepare for the coming winter. There was no time to dwell on this. He could only tell all the beastmen to go back and rest. Tomorrow they would prepare for the hunt, and in a few days they would have to set out. Quan Ming ran to the tide cave, but found no one. He vented his rage there and returned dejectedly. Together with Tu Lu and the others, he silently went to the river to cremate his mate's body. "Baiyun, rest assured, I Quan Ming will avenge you. Not a single beastman who harmed you will escape." Last night many things happened in the Qingshan tribe. At daybreak the entire tribe had returned to normal except for some beastmen who looked pale. He Meow Meow stretched lazily in her bed. The soft fur blanket brushed gently against her nose. A faint unfamiliar scent wafted over, and she sniffed slightly. She had never smelled the scent before. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar cave ceiling and an unfamiliar fur bed. Realizing this, she abruptly sat up and immediately spotted Yinglu sitting at a stone table. Her heart tightened instantly. Gripping the fur blanket tightly, she asked, "How are you here?" Yinglu cast a faint glance at her, picked up a bamboo cup from the table, and took a light sip of hot water. "This is my cave. If I'm not here, where would I be?" Hearing this, he Meow Meow suddenly realized that the cave indeed belonged to Yinglu. She quickly threw off the fur blanket. Fortunately, her fur skirt was still intact. She slipped on her fur sandals and rushed outside. Seeing her flustered state, Yinglu felt greatly displeased. Was his own cave so repulsive to her? After sleeping, she wanted to run away the moment she woke up. To go find Yizhe or Beiming. At this thought, a sour feeling rose in his heart. He blocked her path and looked down at her panicked expression. "What, you just want to leave like this?" He Meow Meow only wanted to escape immediately. She didn't know what had happened last night, but judging from the fact that she had slept here, it couldn't be anything good. But she didn't expect to be blocked by him. It would be a lie to say she wasn't flustered. She couldn't even pretend to be calm. Meeting Yinglu's scrutinizing gaze, she nervously clutched her fur skirt. "You. What do you want?" Yinglu's lips curled into a faint cold smile. "What do I want?" "That's what I should be asking you. What do you want?" "Don't you remember what happened last night?" He Meow Meow frowned. "Last night? What happened?" Suddenly fragments flashed through her mind. First she had accidentally eaten a love fruit, and then Yinglu had gripped her neck. After that she seemed to have seen Yizhe and Beiming, and she had clung to them. The more he Meow Meow thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She knew that the love fruit was highly toxic and could cause hallucinations. That meant last night she had mistaken Yinglu for Yizhe and Beiming, and had forced herself on him again. At this thought she swallowed in shock. She knew Yinglu's temper all too well. It seemed she might not live long. She shrank back in fear. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it. I thought you were Yizhe and Beiming." Don't worry, I'll keep it secret. I won't tell anyone. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at the gap beside her and prepared to bolt. But unexpectedly, Lu gave her no chance. With a slight shift of his body, he blocked her way. He stared intently at her every move. He had stayed awake all night here only to be met with a request for secrecy. Was it so shameful to be alone in a cave with him? Somewhat annoyed, he said in a low voice, "Secret? I don't need that." Hearing this, Meow Meow couldn't help but shudder. She could tell that Lu was dissatisfied with her answer. Normally she could still shout at Lu because she had never done anything to wrong him, so she could be confident. But now she had taken advantage of him to the fullest, and she simply didn't have the courage to yell at him. Then, what compensation do you want? As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly thought of something and immediately added, "Anything but fur." Hearing this, Lu was momentarily surprised. But soon he understood. In truth, he had only stopped her because he didn't want her to leave so quickly. He hadn't expected her to misunderstand. This little female must have taken last night's hallucinations as reality. Looking at her guilt-ridden face, the displeasure in Lu's heart instantly vanished. Instead, a hint of secret delight took its place. His eyes roamed over her with a provocative look. "Tell me, what can you offer as compensation?" Such an undisguised look. Meow Meow was no fool, how could she not see it? But she wouldn't fall for it. For one thing, if she offered that kind of compensation, Lu would probably be the first to strike her dead. Besides, she herself wouldn't agree. Last night, she hadn't felt anything at all, to be honest. If she really used that as compensation, it would be too much of a loss. I don't have anything for now. I'll compensate you after winter. Lu's handsome long eyebrows raised slightly, and he touched his chiseled jaw with interest. And then I can see that you have nothing. So how about you cook grilled meat for me for 30 days, and then we'll call it even. Hearing that she had to cook, Meow Meow looked at him in surprise, holding up 3 fingers. 30 days. What? Too little. Then 60 days. Seeing that he was about to increase the time, Meow Meow immediately waved her hands in refusal. No, that's not necessary. Gritting her teeth, she said, 30 days it is, but you can't be picky. You'll eat whatever I make. Lu only showed a faint smile when she agreed. Fine. Meow Meow said, then move aside. Lu stepped aside, slightly making way, and she quickly ran out, as if there were some ferocious beast behind her. But compared to his earlier gloomy mood, he was now much happier because he knew that with Meow Meow's character, she would definitely follow through on what she promised. Then, tonight, she would come again. Thinking this, Lu looked around his cave. So crude, so ugly. He then took out a large pile of things from his own storage space. Meanwhile, Meow Meow, who had run out, only wanted to slap herself twice. The first time she had forced herself on Yize might be excusable, at least Yize had a good temper. But this second time it was that scheming Lu. Heaven knows how this happened. She would never have listened to Jifeng's advice last night and gone to Lu's cave. Just thinking about having to cook for that guy for 30 days gave her a headache. If she liked cooking, she wouldn't have given the cooking tasks to Yize and Bei Ming. Suddenly she had a brainwave. If she got them to cooking, Lu probably wouldn't know right. Thinking this, she felt the plan was feasible. Then she would deliver it herself and claim she had made it. She immediately felt quite clever and couldn't help but laugh. Her steps became much lighter. Zixian, carrying a leather pouch, saw Meow Meow approaching from the side, her face brimming with uncontainable smiles. Instantly understanding, she hurried over, raising an eyebrow, her face full of gossipy delight. Meow Meow, what good thing has made you so happy? Meow Meow, seeing Zixian's beaming expression, felt her own spirits lift considerably. What happy thing could there be? Where are you going? But this time Zixian was not led by Meow Meow's topic. She whispered excitedly. I know it even if you don't say. Last night when the chieftain counted the people, only you and the shaman were missing. You two must have made it. Meow Meow's face instantly flushed crimson. She truly hadn't expected Zixian's sharp mind to guess it so accurately. She was terribly embarrassed, yet she was curious. Why had Jifeng counted people last night instead of sleeping? Puzzled, she asked, what were you all doing counting people last night instead of sleeping? At this, Zixian's face filled with anger and a hint of sorrow. She recounted everything that had happened last night, leaving Meow Meow utterly stunned. She hadn't imagined that after she left, so many things had occurred, including a fire. Glancing at the beastmen walking nearby, she indeed saw no unfamiliar faces. It seemed they had all left last night. Under the big tree where the females usually sunbathed and picked lice, there was no trace of Baiyun either. Many females were gathered discussing Baiyun's death. Meow Meow didn't have a deep impression of that female. She had only interacted with her twice. She never expected Baiyun to die at the hands of Lumi. It was truly unexpected. After all, Yuya and Baiyun were close sisters, and Lumi, as Yuya's first mate, had no reason to harm Baiyun. Moreover, no one had heard of any conflict between Yuya and Baiyun. In fact, this was also what Baiyun's mate Quan Ming and others couldn't understand. Even without any grudge, taking Baiyun's life was what made Lumi most detestable. Zixian sighed, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Meow Meow, grab a pouch and let's go help gather mint leaves. Hearing this, he Meow Meow remembered that the freshly grown mint leaves needed picking. It would be perfect to dry them in the crisp autumn weather over the next few days. Wait for me then. With that, she ran back to her cave, took a leather pouch from the stone wall and slung it diagonally across her body. Jifeng was nearby directing several males to gather leaves and was surprised to see he Meow Meow approaching. He wondered when had Ying Lu changed his ways. Already letting her out so soon. Why are you here? He Meow Meow, recalling the 30 days of barbecue she had to make for Ying Lu, showed no goodwill toward Jifeng. If it weren't for his words last night, she wouldn't have gone to Ying Lu's cave. She shot him a glare, unwilling to acknowledge him, and pulled Zixian away. Let's go pick over there. Zixian didn't notice Meow Meow's expression. She looked at the direction Meow Meow pointed, which was under the shade of a tree, much better than in the sun. Sounds good. The two went to the corner. Mint leaves were easy to pick, a handful could strip many. He Meow Meow cupped them in her hands and smelled them. A refreshing fragrance assailed her nose, quite pleasant. Her face was full of smiles, wondering what price they could fetch. Jifeng saw that he Meow Meow wasn't acknowledging him, and had even rolled her eyes, finding it inexplicable. When had he offended her? Besides, hadn't she wanted to mate with Ying Lu? Last night it should have worked out, she ought to be thanking him. Taking advantage of Zixian going to gather elsewhere, Jifeng checked around to ensure no other beastmen were watching, then sidled up to he Meow Meow. With one hand behind his back, he lowered his voice, are you all right? He Meow Meow knew he was speaking to her, but she simply didn't want to respond. She turned and headed to another direction to pick mint. Such an obvious move made Jifeng certain this little female was angry with him. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he quietly took 2 steps closer to he Meow Meow. This position was just behind a parasol tree, blocking the view of other beastmen. Jifeng coughed awkwardly. Did you not succeed last night? As he said this, he subconsciously sniffed the air. Indeed, he didn't detect that special scent on he Meow Meow. But these words successfully angered he Meow Meow. She straightened up and glared at Jifeng, feeling that she had to do 30 days of labor for nothing, a huge loss. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. She snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. If you hadn't ordered me to go see her, I wouldn't be so unlucky. Jifeng was puzzled. Aren't you fond of him? How is it unlucky? He Meow Meow was angered by this remark. What did he mean by she liked him? The one who liked Ying Lu, that sly fox, was the original owner, not her. Even if she liked him, it was merely lust. Compared to cooking 30 days of meals, she would rather stay far away from Ying Lu. That was before. I stopped liking him long ago, back when I told you to dissolve the mate bond. Last night, only because you're the chieftain did I go to his cave. It made him unhappy and I almost couldn't come back. I'm still terrified. Jifeng felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. No wonder she hadn't been seeking him and Ying Lu out lately. She had stopped liking them long ago. And saying only because you're the chieftain, when had their relationship become so distant? But when she said she almost couldn't come back, his heart skipped a beat. How could she have almost not come back? Anxiously he asked, did he use force? He Meow Meow glanced at Jifeng, secretly seeing his brows full of coldness. Thinking of last night, she supposed it could be considered using force. With a fearful face she said, I've thoroughly offended him now. My heart is still in turmoil. Jifeng's face darkened at this. He knew Ying Lu's temper. If he Meow Meow had truly stepped on his landmine last night, he probably would have laid hands on her. Otherwise she wouldn't be so frightened, not even acknowledging him this morning. And besides, even if they were mates now, no male should lay hands on a female, let alone a shaman. I'm going to find him right now. Seeing him about to leave, he Meow Meow quickly stopped him. No. Jifeng was surprised. He had never seen her so timid. Where was her fearless spirit? He straightened his expression. Meow Meow, don't interfere in this. Ying Lu may be a shaman, but he is still a male. And a male must respect females, never lay a hand on them, especially when he is your mate. He Meow Meow quickly blocked his way. She had promised Ying Lu to keep it secret. Even if the news leaked, it couldn't come from her. She said somewhat plaintively, forget it, Jifeng. Autumn is here, everyone is busy. Our family hasn't even gathered enough hides yet. Let's not add to your troubles. Jifeng had never seen Meow Meow speak so softly before. Her gentle, timid expression stirred a protective instinct in him. Suddenly remembering that he had promised her 10 hides and not yet given them, he quickly said, don't worry. With Yi Zhe and Bei Ming's skills, they'll surely get enough. And those 10 hides I promised for helping me with barbecue, I'll give them to you soon, plus 3 extra as compensation for Ying Lu's matter. Hearing compensation, he Meow Meow's eyes lit up instantly. This was exactly what she had been circling around. But she couldn't show it directly. If she brought it up, Jifeng with his sharp mind would surely sense something. She looked up at Jifeng. Really? Then thank you, Chieftain Jifeng. Her sweet voice full of anticipation and joy was a stark contrast to her earlier plaintive timidity. Jifeng couldn't help but smile at her changeable nature. He lowered his head with a light laugh. She was so easy to satisfy, just 3 extra hides. I mean it. Suddenly he remembered something. He looked up at her radiant smile, feeling a stir in his heart. He wanted to grow closer to her. In a few days we'll be heading to the West Plains City for trade. Would you like to come? He meow was greatly surprised. She never expected Jifeng to ask her such a question, and her heart swelled with indescribable excitement. Can I go? Jifeng knew she would love it and no female would refuse a trip to the Western Plains City. His lips curved upward slightly. Yes. Since the toothbrush and tooth powder were your idea, you should go and see for yourself. He meow nodded repeatedly as though afraid he might change his mind. Then it's settled, you must take me. Yes. Jifeng nodded solemnly. He was the one who had proposed this in the first place, and with Meow's agreement the decision was final. Upon receiving that affirmative answer, he Meow was so overjoyed she felt as though she might take flight. She truly wanted to accompany them to the trade fair, yet neither Yizhe nor Beiming nor Jifeng had mentioned it themselves, so she hadn't dared to bring it up. Moreover, the journey was long and arduous and few females undertook it. Without a powerful male protector she would simply be a burden. If she went though, either Beiming or Yizhe would surely accompany her, which meant she wouldn't be a mere liability. The thought made her smile despite herself, and her movements among the mint became noticeably quicker. The beasts around her worked with equal alacrity, and by midday most of the herb patch had already been harvested. He Meow sat down heavily beside the mint field to rest. Zixian approached with a fruit and offered it to her. Here. He Meow took it, a common green fruit. After a long day's labor it was the perfect thirst quencher. One bite and the fatigue on her body seemed to lessen considerably. Thank you. Hua, who had been gathering mint alongside the other beast people, noticed the two of them sitting apart eating fruit and resting. She wanted to approach but felt somewhat shy about it. Finally summoning her courage, she walked over with a broad smile. Meow Zixian, what are you two doing here? Zixian held no warmth for this female who had once trailed Munya like a shadow, so she simply darkened her expression and said nothing. He Meow also felt a twinge of awkwardness. She had never felt particularly close to this woman either. She offered a polite smile. We'll be staying a while longer before heading back. Zixian ignored her entirely, and although he Meow had smiled at her, Hua could feel that the gesture was distant and restrained. Then I'll head back first, you can join us later. With that she departed dejectedly. The moment she was gone, Zixian couldn't help but let out a scornful snort. What a joke. Her former close companion ran off, and the other one died. With no female left to play with, she's come crawling to us. He Meow had no interest in commenting on such matters. What others thought of her had nothing to do with her, she only hoped they would leave her in peace. Suddenly a round brown shape caught her eye and she instinctively looked over. Recognizing its familiar appearance, she quickly reached out and carefully pulled it from among the wild grass. When she saw that the wounded underside had turned green, she burst into excited laughter. It's a wuzong mushroom. In her childhood these were the mushrooms she had gathered most abundantly on the mountains. Zixian, who had just discarded her fruit pit, heard he Meow's joyful cry and turned to see her holding something rather unappealing. Meow, what is that? He Meow gently placed the wuzong mushroom on the dry grass, then discovered several more in the surrounding area. Excitedly, she crouched down to gather them. These are edible mushrooms with a delicious flavor. Zixian picked up a small mushroom, examined it, and noticed the green discoloration on the underside. It looked utterly inedible at first glance. But since Meow said it was safe to eat, she presumed it was. Frowning deeply, she took a tentative bite and savored it for a moment. Meow, this has no real flavor, but the texture is quite tender. Hearing this, he Meow turned and saw her eating it raw, and she immediately burst out laughing. These must be cooked thoroughly before eating. Consuming them raw can cause diarrhea. Zixian froze at those words, suddenly terrified. Will my stomach hurt tonight? She dreaded having to seek the shaman's treatment. It cost a whole hide per visit, far too expensive. Though her family wasn't short on 1 or 2 hides, winter was approaching, and what if she became pregnant during the cold season? Every hide saved now would become skirts and blankets for her future children. She could not afford to waste them. He Meow picked up a wuzong mushroom and pointed to the ring pattern on its surface. This one is not poisonous. At worst, eating it raw might cause diarrhea, but it will pass quickly. However, you must never eat unfamiliar mushrooms blindly. Notice the distinctive features, those ring patterns on top and the green discoloration when damaged. Zixian listened carefully. Though the mushroom looked ugly to her, she had already eaten a bite and felt no pain, so it must be safe. It lacked flavor, but the texture was indeed tender. I remember now, I will absolutely not pick anything I cannot identify. How should we prepare these? He meow thought for a moment. Just take them home, wash them, and stew them with meat. She had originally considered stir-frying them, but that seemed too troublesome, and they hadn't found many anyway. Stewing them with meat was more practical. The two of them searched every patch of grass around them, but only gathered over 30 mushrooms split into 2 portions, hardly anything at all. By the time the two of them returned to the tribe, the hunting party had already come back. Yize noticed he meow returning joyfully and couldn't help but smile along with her. Meow, what's got you so happy? He meow opened her hide pouch and smiled. I found edible mushrooms today. We'll make bone broth with them shortly. The moment Yize saw what she was holding, his expression turned sharply alert. Meow, that thing is poisonous. You cannot eat it. He meow chuckled lightly and emptied the cleaned mushrooms into a wooden basin nearby. Take a good look. Does this mushroom resemble the poisonous ones you know? Yize examined the basin full of dull grayish-brown, rather unsightly mushrooms and realized they truly did not match the poisonous varieties he was familiar with. During a previous winter, he had seen certain wandering beast people, driven half-starved, consume a kind of red mushroom and die almost immediately afterward. Even though they look different, I would still rather not eat these. What if they are poisonous after all? He meow smiled gently. Rest assured, these are not poisonous. I have eaten them before, and Zixian just tried one raw outside. A complete nothing. Beiming watched as he meow returned and immediately fell into cheerful conversation with Yize, not sparing him so much as a glance. A wave of irritation surged within him. What was the meaning of this? The previous night she had been with Ying Lu, and today she was laughing with Yize, as though he was always the one being ignored. He had originally resolved that if she refused to acknowledge him, he would simply ignore her in turn. But upon overhearing talk of poison, his concern flared instantly, and he hurried over. Seeing what was in the basin, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried for nothing. It's just a few mushrooms. They're quite common, perfectly safe, and taste rather good. He meow was pleasantly surprised to learn that beast people here had eaten this particular variety as well. You've eaten them. At those sudden words, Beiming's heart clenched. Memories of the past flooded back and his expression stiffened instantly. Yet faced with meow's radiant smile, he found himself unable to keep a stern countenance. He managed a faint forced smile. Yes, I have only once or twice. With that he turned and walked away. None of them noticed his subtle disturbance. After receiving Beiming's confirmation, Yize finally dared to let meow eat. Passing by Zixian's cave, he saw she was still lively and energetic, and his last lingering worry was entirely dispelled. He meow was also busy preparing ginger and wild onions at home. Meow, this meat was brought by the shaman for me. Suddenly Ma Ji carried over a large piece of premium pork belly. Upon seeing such a huge chunk, he meow couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. As a male who doesn't even exercise, does he really need to eat that much? How long would it take to roast all of this? Every time she saw Yize and the others, they hadn't consumed nearly such a large pile, roughly only 30 jin per day at most. Alright, just put it there. Ma Ji stole a glance at he meow and saw nothing different from usual. He didn't understand. The shaman had already mated with her own partner. Why make him come deliver the meat? Why didn't he come himself? And the Wind Clan leader too. Since Yize arrived, he hadn't seen him bring meat to meow once. Though their relationship had always been distant, she was still his maid after all. He truly couldn't understand what these beastmen were thinking. Unlike them, if one had a female mate, one ought to pamper her at the very least. Just as he set down the meat and turned to leave, he happened to run into Beiming and Yize returning. Seeing that premium pork belly, he didn't need to guess to know it had been sent by someone else. He just didn't know whether it was from Jifeng or Ying Lu. Who sent this? He meow's expression darkened slightly. Ying Lu asked them to deliver it. Once it's done, we'll have to take it over to him.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
But upon hearing the next sentence, his brows instantly knitted together. What did that mean? They were expected to prepare it and then deliver it. Before he could speak, Beiming exploded in rage. He certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Make it for him, my foot. Just thinking about last night filled Beiming with fury. This guy didn't even bother to announce himself and had already mated with meow. What made it even more detestable was that he expected them to prepare the food and deliver it to him. He truly thought too highly of himself. He was nothing but a lowly fox beast man. I'll go throw this meat back at him. As she reached for it, he meow felt irritated just thinking about last night. If she'd known beforehand, she would never have agreed. But a promise was a promise. She wouldn't go back on her word. I made this promise to him. The moment those words left her mouth, Yize and Beiming both turned to stare at her in shock. Especially Yize. To be honest, he had once been cared for by meow with food brought straight to his lips. But that had been when he was severely injured. And this Inglu, he had both arms and legs fully functional. What right did he have to demand a female prepare roasted meat for him? Even worse, expecting it to be delivered to him. Yize felt it necessary to have a serious talk with Miao Miao. Yize spoke with utmost seriousness. Miao Miao, you are a noble female. You cannot keep indulging him. Bei Ming wholeheartedly agreed. Good heavens, he himself had never enjoyed the privilege of Miao Miao delivering meat to his cave. How could that lowly fox get to enjoy it first? Exactly right, Miao Miao. Yize is correct. You are a female and Inglu has both hands and feet. He should make the roasted meat himself. Speaking of which, the more Bei Ming thought about it, the angrier he became. Moreover, he already mated with you. If he had any sense, he should come and make the roasted meat for you, not expect you to prepare it and deliver it to him. Hearing Bei Ming say this, Miao Miao's face instantly flushed crimson. What about keeping it secret? How could he possibly know? She felt somewhat embarrassed about not telling either of them before. Whatever had happened with Inglu, there was also a hint of guilt, as if she had done something wrong. How did you both find out? Her voice was faint, still somewhat cautious. Seeing her like this, Yize immediately understood everything. She must have been tricked by that cunning Inglu. He was clearly taking advantage of Miao Miao's delicate feelings. Taking a deep breath, he gently pulled her into his arms and softly soothed her back. Miao Miao, you are our mate. As long as you do not choose a male inferior to us, we will both agree. Besides, Inglu was originally your mate to begin with. What happened between you is entirely natural, you need not blame yourself. Miao Miao had not expected Yize to see through everything so clearly. His gentle comfort brought profound relief to her anxious heart. But I didn't even tell you beforehand, I just... Mentioning this, she felt deeply frustrated and quickly explained, but I didn't mean to. Last night, I accidentally ate a poisonous passion fruit. He wanted to help extract it, but I had already swallowed it. Who could have known what would happen afterward? Upon hearing her explanation, Bei Ming finally understood the circumstances. A wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness she had been with Inglu last night. If she had been with them, something serious might have happened. This time he felt no resentment toward Inglu at all. In fact, he was quite grateful. He quickly reassured her, Miao Miao, Yize is right. You need not blame yourself. Inglu was always your mate. Mating between you is nothing extraordinary. It's just that he shouldn't have asked you to prepare the meat. I'll go return it to him right now. Though the matter was discussed openly and Miao Miao understood the reasoning Yize and Bei Ming had presented, she felt that backing out of a promise in such a crude manner was inappropriate. Never mind, Bei Ming. It's already dark tonight. I'll just tell him myself when I deliver the meat later. Seeing her determination, neither Yize nor Bei Ming objected further. Although they were family matters of the heart, were not theirs to interfere in. They simply helped her roast the meat together. Miao Miao looked at the enormous pile of roasted meat and the large pot of mushroom soup, feeling a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected that roasting such a large quantity of meat would be such a monumental task. Bei Ming, Yize, thank you both. If not for you, I don't know when I would have finished on my own. Yize, I'll help you deliver it. Miao Miao did not refuse. There was too much for her to carry all at once. Very well, then you carry the meat soup. Inglu had already been anxiously waiting in his cave when he sent another male to deliver meat. Last night's delicious roasted meat was still vividly etched in his memory. A small flying insect suddenly appeared on the pure white fur rug. He immediately waved his hand to shoo it away. If it got dirty, it would ruin the appearance. He then checked inside and outside once more. The entire cave was spotless and tidy with no flaws whatsoever before he felt satisfied enough to sit down. But no sooner had he sat down than he heard Miao Miao's somewhat heavy footsteps approaching. He was about to go out to greet her when another familiar set of footsteps sounded. His brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Yize to accompany her. Just thinking about his long-awaited chance for private time being ruined, discomfort stirred within him. Soon Miao Miao's footsteps came to a halt at the mouth of the cave. It wasn't that she didn't want to enter, but rather that in just one day the stone floor had been completely covered with pristine white beast fur blankets. She feared dirtying them. Washing them would be a minor issue, but compensation would be a huge loss. Standing at the entrance, she called inside, Inglu, your meat is ready. I'll leave it at the entrance for you. Come in. Inglu cleared his throat and said. However, Miao Miao flatly refused. No need. Your cave's beast fur is so clean, I'd hate to dirty it. Hearing this, Inglu's gaze fell upon the meticulously laid beast fur blankets. He hadn't expected that this would prevent Miao Miao from entering, a miscalculation. Even if it gets dirty, you don't have to wash it or pay for it. Come in. With that said, and since Miao Miao was carrying a heavy load of roasted meat, her arms were already aching. Seeing that he truly didn't intend to come out and fetch it, insisting she deliver it inside, she glanced at the beast fur blanket underfoot, then simply took off her beast hide sandals and carefully stepped onto it. She looked back and saw no black footprints, letting out a sigh of relief. As she entered, she saw Yinglu sitting at the stone table. Setting down the wooden plate of roasted meat, she smiled and said, "Wait for me, there's still soup." So saying, she ran to the entrance and took the soup from Yize's hands. Yize smiled slightly. "Meow Meow, come back soon. We'll wait for you to eat together." Then he turned and left. Yinglu, sensing Yize's departure, finally let a faint smile surface from the depths of his heart. Unexpectedly, this last snake beast man was quite clever, knowing to give him and Meow Meow some alone time. He Meow Meow set down the wooden bowl and shook her slightly numb arms. "This should be enough to eat, right?" Yinglu didn't speak, instead picking up his chopsticks and reaching for the small mushrooms floating in the meat soup. Taking a bite, his eyes instantly lit up. "These little mushrooms are quite tasty." He Meow Meow was very surprised. Beiming had said he'd eaten them. Had Yinglu also eaten them? "Have you eaten them before?" Yinglu shook his head. "No. Even in his most destitute days, he had never eaten such wild herbs." He Meow Meow was curious. "Aren't you afraid they might be poisonous?" Hearing this, Yinglu looked up to meet her large black eyes blinking like stars in the night sky. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed she knew very little about the abilities of a witch doctor. Any object, whether poisonous or not, they could tell at a glance. However, he wouldn't tell her that. Instead, he said, "As long as you made it, I'd eat it even if it were poisonous." With that, he picked up another piece of mushroom and ate it. His sexy Adam's apple bobbed up and down, indicating he had swallowed it. But at that moment, he Meow Meow's heart nearly leaped into her throat. Startled, she stepped back. She had only come to deliver the meat, never expecting to hear such syrupy words. For a moment, she was at a loss. Flustered, but feigning composure, she said, "Well, I'm a female. You should be the one making roasted meat for me. From now on, I won't come over." Hearing this, Yinglu thought of Yize, who had just been outside, and instantly understood. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt like laughing. "What are you going back on your word?" Mentioning this, he Meow Meow felt utterly ashamed. She had always been a female of her word. This was the first time she was breaking a promise. But she felt that Yize and Beiming were right. Setting aside the matter of female dignity, Yinglu had perfectly good hands and feet. It was already generous of her to cook for him, and having to deliver it too. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't sit right. "No, it's just that you're perfectly capable, and if I bring you food every day, other beastmen might misunderstand that you're unwell." TSK. Yinglu wasn't stupid. He understood the implication. He Meow Meow was indirectly calling him disabled. However, he liked interacting with clever beastmen. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he stared straight at her. "Then aren't you afraid other beastmen will find out about us?" At this, he Meow Meow felt only frustration. Although he didn't need to keep it secret, she didn't want it to become common knowledge. Especially not to Yize and Beiming, but surprisingly they already knew. So much for keeping a secret. Fine, tell whoever you want. Anyway, they already know. With that said, he Meow Meow couldn't be bothered to argue. He was already eating while she was still hungry. "If you want me to fulfill my promise of 30 days of roasted meat, you'll have to come get it yourself from now on. If you don't come, I'll take it that you don't need it." With that, she turned, put on her shoes, and left. This time, Yinglu didn't stop her. Instead, he watched her retreating figure and smiled. He thought of her panic-stricken expression earlier that morning when she left the cave, only to discover that many beastmen already knew the secret she had tried to hide. He wondered what expression Meow Meow had worn. If she ever found out that all of this was a lie, would she want to punch him? At this thought, Yinglu suddenly felt a twinge of regret that he hadn't given in to her last night. He lowered his gaze to the fragrant roasted meat and soup. It seemed that from now on, if he wanted to eat, he would have to swallow his pride and go over there. Otherwise, his 30-day promise would go down the drain. A Meow Meow with no secrets left wouldn't be easy to handle. Beiming was guarding the entrance. Seeing Yize return alone, he stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to look behind him. But he didn't see the figure he was hoping for. "Where's Meow Meow? She'll be back soon." Though he said that, Beiming didn't believe Yinglu would let her go so easily. A male who had just tasted pleasure would be reluctant to let Meow Meow leave. Tonight, no matter what, Meow Meow belonged to him. No one else was going to compete. With that thought, he immediately strode outside. Yinglu's cave was just ahead. Along the way, he hadn't seen Meow Meow, so she must have been kept inside. Beiming's disgust for Yinglu's behavior surged to a peak, and a wave of anger rushed to his head. He was tempted to charge and drag him out and beat him to a pulp. But unexpectedly, just as he reached the entrance, Meow Meow emerged. He hurried over, gazing at her with concern. Her hair wasn't disheveled, and her beast-hide skirt was still in place, which set his mind at ease. But he couldn't help complaining. "That Yize leaving a female alone here. If I had known, I would have delivered the food myself. The roads are dark and hard to walk. What if you fell?" He Meow Meow knew he was worried about her. She took his arm and said with a smile, "Don't worry. If I fell, you could rub it better for me tonight, couldn't you?" Beiming, who had been somewhat displeased, felt his heart warm at her words. He knew she was joking, but it still made him feel good. A grin spread across his face, bright and joyful. He scooped her up in his arms. "I'll massage your arms and legs." He meow meow chuckled lightly and seized the opportunity to place her hand on his soft ear. Then tonight. Bei Ming knew exactly what that gesture meant, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. "You can play with my tail too." The three of them had dinner together, and normally it was Yi Zhe's turn to wash the dishes tonight. However, last night had been Bei Ming's turn, but Yi Zhe had done it for him instead, so Bei Ming quickly gathered up the dirty pots and bowls and ran to the river to wash them, leaving only Yi Zhe and Meow Meow alone in the cave. Outside, the autumn wind rustled through the trees, while inside the cave it was quite warm. It was so warm that she hardly wanted to move from her spot. But remembering that she would soon have to follow Bei Ming to the distant chilly cave, she felt a hint of reluctance. Wrapped in soft beast fur, Yi Zhe sat by the bedside and couldn't help but touch her slightly emaciated cheek. "Meow Meow, have you told him, If you're uncomfortable saying it, I'll do it for you." He Meow Meow knew exactly what he was referring to. Joking aside, how could she possibly keep such things to herself? She had no notion of selfless dedication. With a confident tilt of her head and a faint smile, she replied, "Of course I told him. I told him either he comes to eat here from now on or he goes hungry." Yi Zhe nodded, running his hand through her smooth hair. "That's good then." Meow Meow leaned against his warm chest, the familiar musk of him making her slightly intoxicated as she took a deep breath. "You smell so good." Before he could finish, Bei Ming burst in, his smile freezing at the sight before him. "Meow Meow, let's go back and rest." He Meow Meow nuzzled against Yi Zhe's chest. She really didn't want to move. It was getting chilly outside, and Bei Ming's cave was rather far away. "Bei Ming, how about tonight?" She trailed off, unable to bring herself to finish. After all, this was their scheduled time with Yi Zhe, and openly disrupting it felt rather unreasonable. Besides, they had discussed staying together tonight while walking earlier. She quickly explained, "It's a bit cold outside, and it's also quite far. I don't want to move." Yet the moment those words left her mouth, both Yi Zhe and Bei Ming, both males, felt their hearts racing with excitement. Especially Yi Zhe, who as a snake beast man naturally carried some serpentine instincts within him. Nights without Meow Meow were the hardest to endure. If she were to take on more partners in the future, wouldn't he be stuck waiting in line for ages? Overcome with excitement, he wrapped his arms tightly around her, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Meow Meow, are you truly willing?" Bei Ming crouched before her, equally thrilled. As a young male, and a particularly powerful one at that, heaven knew how agonizing his restraint had sometimes been. If he could help it, he would never wait in line. He longed for what other males had, with everyone together as a family. Looking up at her, he said, "Meow Meow, I've wanted this for so long, but you never said anything." He Meow Meow observed the two males' confusion, knitting her brows. She'd only asked them to swap nights. Why were they acting so thrilled? She understood Yi Zhe's excitement, but what was there to be so cheerful about for Bei Ming? The fact that he wouldn't be with her tonight seemed to delight him far too much. The thought unsettled her. "Bei Ming, do you not like me anymore?" Still caught up in his excitement, Bei Ming turned puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" They were alone, just the three of them, no outsiders. He Meow Meow had no need to hold back, especially when it came to matters of the heart. She refused to let disagreements linger. "Then why are you so excited about not being with me?" The moment those words left her lips, both Yi Zhe and Bei Ming understood. They had completely misinterpreted her unfinished sentence. But the opportunity was right there, and neither intended to let it slip away. Yi Zhe smoothly deflected the conversation, raising his hand to channel his power into filling the wooden tub beside them nearly halfway. He exchanged a look with Bei Ming. "Bei Ming, heat the water. Meow Meow needs it for her bath." At a moment like this, with that meaningful glance, how could Bei Ming fail to understand what Yi Zhe was implying? If things went well tonight, they'd be living happily ever after as beastmen. But if it failed, they'd simply have to keep waiting in line. Recognizing the stakes, Bei Ming immediately rose to heat the water, deliberately ignoring the dark look on Meow Meow's face. "Meow Meow, go wash up first." He Meow Meow felt as though she'd punched cotton. These two males had simply ignored her question altogether. Even Yi Zhe was complicit, steering the conversation away. She glared sharply at both of them. Suddenly recalling what Bei Ming had promised on their way here, she addressed him curtly. "You remember our deal. You're massaging my arms and legs." Then turning her glare toward Yi Zhe, she ordered, "You come scrub my back." Both were more than eager to comply. Yi Zhe stepped straight into the tub and took his position behind her. Warm steam enveloped her face as Yi Zhe gently scrubbed her back behind her while Bei Ming worked on her arms beside her. Being tended to by both of them, he Meow Meow felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and contentment. The earlier irritations had long since drifted away. Bei Ming stole a glance at her, and a pair of fluffy ears instantly popped up on his head. He softly nudged against her hand. "Meow Meow, would you pet my ears?" The soft fur brushed gently against her palm, and he Meow Meow instinctively reached out to squeeze it. Her heart melted in that instant. She felt as though bathed in a spring breeze, but before she could fully process it, Bei Ming had transformed into a massive black panther. Looking down at him, she jolted back to awareness. Only then did she realize he was licking area she had never allowed him to touch. Don't. Yet Bei Ming shifted back into human form, a sly grin spreading across his face. Meow meow, didn't you say you didn't believe I liked you? I'll prove it to you right now. His long serpent tail coiled around her, pulling her close into an intimate embrace. And there's me, Yi Zhe added. The air once cool grew thick and sultry. He meow meow's entire body glistened with a fine sheen of sweat, while outside the autumn wind rustled through the leaves. As the moon climbed above the treetops, soft murmurs drifted from within the cave. Meow meow, do I like you? Meow meow, tell me, between Bei Ming and me, who loves you more? I like you both. When she finally managed to climb down from the beast's skin bed shakily on her feet, 2 days had already passed. Bei Ming and Yi Zhe had refreshed the warm water twice during that time, otherwise with the exertion they'd endured. He meow meow would have kicked them out of the cave long ago. Taking a sip of warm water, her parched and scratchy throat finally found some relief. She glared at the 2 ringleaders, particularly Yi Zhe. They'd used their serpent tails to toss her skyward, like a roller coaster ride. You two, no more of this nonsense from now on. She had assumed that after everything their days of bliss would finally begin. Who could have anticipated this outcome? The 2 males exchanged a glance, reading the same uncertainty in each other's eyes. Bei Ming looked somewhat crestfallen. Meow meow, don't you enjoy this? The memory of the previous night made he meow meow shoot them both furious glares. Neither had pure intentions, each was trying to seduce her. Otherwise, how could she have ended up like that the night before, half-conscious and overwhelmed? Her voice rough, she retorted, enjoy it. Don't be ridiculous, I nearly died. And it happened multiple times. At this, both Yi Zhe and Bei Ming grew slightly embarrassed. Who would have guessed that Meow Meow had fainted several times at crucial moments? Though they understood it wasn't true unconsciousness. Any experienced male would know. From now on, you'll take turns in line, or don't expect to come near me at all. Yi Zhe handed her a cup of warm water. All right, I'll follow your rules. We won't overstep from now on. Having received Yi Zhe's promise, he Meow Meow finally nodded in satisfaction. You're the most considerate, Yi Zhe. Bei Ming, who had been sulking nearby, overheard this and glanced at Yi Zhe beside him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been used as a pawn, but he had no proof. Ahem. Suddenly a clearing of throats echoed from outside the cave. If you're in there, could you come out and speak with us? Jifeng stood outside, a look of awkwardness on his face. This was his second time coming here. He had visited once last night. But before he even reached the cave entrance, he had heard indescribable sounds from within, so he had to give up for the time being. Time was pressing, so he had no choice but to come this afternoon. Fortunately, there were no longer such sounds inside, so he coughed deliberately to announce his presence. Bei Ming and Yi Zhe recognized Jifeng's voice and knew he wouldn't come unless it was important. They hurried out, and a thick scent of mating hit Jifeng's face, making even him blush. Well, the beastmen for this trip to Shiyuan City have been decided. Meow Meow will go, and Yi Zhe, you'll come with me. Hearing this news, suddenly Yi Zhe's heart surged with excitement. He had been to Shiyuan City in his early years, but back then he had been alone. After so many years, he never expected to go again with his mate. This would be the first time he accompanied Meow Meow on a long journey. Bei Ming, standing nearby, didn't hear his own name and felt puzzled. What about me? Jifeng glanced at Bei Ming and said with a smile, you of course will stay in the tribe with Yinglu. No way. Bei Ming refused without a second thought. I'm not staying in the tribe alone. Wherever Meow Meow is, I'll be. I'm going to Shiyuan City too. Jifeng frowned slightly. He knew this would happen. This guy would make a fuss, but he had a backup plan. He smiled at Meow Meow. Meow Meow, you decide for yourself. Yi Zhe and Bei Ming are both brave and strong males in the tribe, but only one of them can accompany you to Shiyuan City. The other must stay behind to protect the tribe. Having left the question, he turned and walked away. He wasn't a masochist. The 3 beastmen had already washed, but there was still some lingering scent on them. His own heat period had just ended, and he didn't want to endure it again. Yi Zhe and Bei Ming both looked at Meow Meow, their eyes direct and impossible to ignore, each yearning to go. Especially Bei Ming, who had already made his stance clear. Meow Meow chuckled dryly. Well, of course, I'd like both of you to go. So, are you choosing me or Yi Zhe? Bei Ming couldn't wait to know the answer. In his eyes, this was the moment to reveal his and Yi Zhe's place in Meow Meow's heart. Whomever she chose meant she loved him most. Yi Zhe wanted to ask the same question. He wanted to go too. But he knew that asking like this would put Meow Meow in a difficult position. He loved Meow Meow and didn't want her to feel troubled for his sake. Yet that didn't mean he would simply give up the opportunity without a fight. He reached out and gently stroked her fair shoulder, caressing it lightly. Meow Meow, you can choose either of us. Bei Ming, and I will accept it. Just follow your heart. He Meow Meow placed her hand over his, smiling warmly at him. She knew Yi Zhe was the best. And them I know. But Bei Ming was impatient, his eyes full of hope. So Meow Meow, who do you choose? How about me? With me by your side, I'll definitely keep you safe. Pfft. Suddenly a mocking snicker came from the side. He meow meow, and the others finally noticed that Ying Lu had arrived no one knew when. He stood with his arms crossed leaning casually against a nearby tree trunk, apparently having heard quite a bit. Bei Ming, are you sure you can bring he meow meow back safely from Shiyuan City, eh? Have you forgotten that weasel that lets out stinky farts? Hearing this abruptly, Bei Ming's entire body stiffened, his lively eyes instantly turning dull. As if plunged into a past memory, his gentle aura faded, completely replaced by a fierce, chilling, killing intent. He cast a cold glance at Ying Lu, who was mocking him, then turned slightly to Yi Zhe, and he meow meow. You two go ahead. I won't go. His voice was desolate. He meow meow watched him leave, his back filled with loneliness. She had never seen Bei Ming like this before, and her heart ached with a sharp pang. She said to Yi Zhe, I'll go see what's wrong with him. Then she ran after Bei Ming. Yi Zhe didn't follow. He wasn't stupid, he could tell that Bei Ming had a secret. And that secret for now only Ying Lu knew. Ying Lu had used that secret to make Bei Ming voluntarily give up the trip to Shiyuan City. Still, Yi Zhe was curious. His eyes met those of Ying Lu, who stood opposite him, white-haired, wearing a white beast-skin skirt immaculately clean. Why did you help me? Ying Lu didn't seem surprised by the question, but he raised an eyebrow dismissively. He chuckled disdainfully, you're overthinking it. Ying Lu never helped other beastmen. He did this only for himself. Rather than dealing with that troublesome Bei Ming, he would rather get along with Yi Zhe. At least Yi Zhe was calm and wise. Yi Zhe hadn't expected him to refute, but it didn't matter. He understood. Will you come over for dinner tonight, or? Before he finished, Ying Lu knew what he meant. He brushed off imaginary dust from his beast skin garment, his voice slightly softer than before. I'll come. Then he turned and left. But Yi Zhe felt like laughing. This male was incredibly pretentious. After saying those cold words, he had thought Ying Lu wouldn't come to eat. It seemed he would need to add another wooden stool to the cave tonight. He meow meow jogged after Bei Ming, who knew she was following him. But he didn't want to stop. He wanted to see how long Meow Meow would follow him, whether she would be like the other beastmen who had once trailed behind him only to scatter after a short while. However, the deeper into the forest they went, the worse the path became. The ground was covered with dead branches and leaves, and one misstep could land in a pit. Branches scratched against her bare skin painfully. Staring at the black figure ahead, her heart filled with anxiety. Bei Ming, wait for me. Don't walk so fast, I can't keep up. The moment Bei Ming, who had been walking ahead, heard this, he immediately slowed down but didn't stop. Instead, he kept a steady distance from him. Meow meow. Suddenly a scream came from behind. Bei Ming whipped around and saw her fallen on the ground. His heart leaped to his throat. He rushed over and picked her up, immediately noticing the scrapes on her body and the red vine marks on her cheek. Guilt flooded him. It was all his fault for running so fast. He had made Meow Meow get hurt. Meow Meow, you're injured. Let me take you back. He meow meow clutched her scraped knee tightly. After the pain subsided, she turned to look and saw that she had tripped over a dead branch. She glared at the culprit that had made her fall. It's all your fault. If I hadn't been chasing you, I wouldn't have fallen. Hearing this, Bei Ming felt even more guilty. His golden eyes lost all their sparkle. Seeing him like this, he meow meow frowned slightly and wrapped her arms around his neck. She lowered her head to meet his eyes. Hey, did I say something that upset you? Bei Ming turned his face away, unwilling to meet her gaze. He felt pathetic at this moment and didn't want her to see his failure. You shouldn't have followed. He meow meow pinched his handsome face, forcing him to look at her. If I hadn't followed, would you have run away? Don't forget we have a mate mark. No matter where you run, you're still my male. He meow meows. Hearing Meow Meow's words, Bei Ming felt his desolate heart suddenly fill up and his eyes burned with unshed tears. He held her tightly in his arms, pressing his cheek against her hair. His voice was hoarse. How could I ever run away? He wished he could be with Meow Meow every moment. How could he ever run away? It was just that Ying Lu's words had deeply wounded him. He was afraid that Meow Meow and Yi Zhe would press him, afraid that his secret would be exposed. He feared that Meow Meow would despise him and leave because of it. That was why in that moment he had fled from their sight. He Meow Meow didn't know what was between him and Ying Lu, but judging by Bei Ming's current state, he was genuinely suffering. Meow Meow gently stroked his head and whispered in his ear, let's go home then. I'm hungry. Seeing that she didn't press him, Bei Ming's earlier worries eased. But at the same time he felt a faint hope that Meow Meow would continue to ask. Aren't you going to ask me? He Meow Meow blinked, knowing what he meant, but she tilted her head slightly, pretending not to understand. She didn't want to put too much pressure on him. After all, they were together for happiness. When Bei Ming was ready to speak, he would naturally do so. She didn't need to ask. Ask about what? Bei Ming nervously clenched his fingers, gripping the fur of the beast skin skirt behind Meow Meow. His golden pupils reflected her delicate, slightly bewildered face. He took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and finally spoke. I'm not a beastman from here. He Meow thought he was going to say something serious and couldn't help but laugh softly. I thought you were going to say something else. Of course I know you're not from here. You were found and brought back to the Qingshan tribe. I mean, I'm not a beastman from this forest. Hearing this, he Meow realized he was ready to talk, so she asked gently, then which tribe are you from? Bei Ming saw her earnest expression, but the words stuck in his throat. He was afraid that once Meow knew, she would hate him. He Meow could tell he wasn't mentally prepared. She burst into laughter. I'll tell you a secret, I'm not a female from here either. Bei Ming, who had been struggling, was startled by her laughter and looked at her in confusion. Wasn't she the daughter of the former Qingshan tribe? How could she not be a female from here? His expression amused he Meow. She lifted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. I'm the female in your heart, Bei Ming. Hearing this, Bei Ming couldn't help but chuckle, his heart filled with sweetness. He never thought that one day a male like him would need a female to comfort him. He lowered his head and gently bit her red lips, then picked her up. He let go, realizing that he had been foolish earlier to throw such a tantrum. He had even made Meow fall for no reason. He smiled and said, "And then you are my most precious female, the one I hold dear. I want you to live in my heart forever and never come out." Hearing this, he Meow knew his mood had improved. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Taking the opportunity, she said, "Actually, I've already decided. No matter which of you, Yize or you, accompanies me to Shiyuan City, I'll bring back a gift for the other." When Yinglu had said those words, Bei Ming had already stated he wouldn't go. But he hadn't expected Meow to still think about bringing them gifts. It was always males who brought gifts back for females. He had never heard of a female giving gifts to males. Even if Meow didn't bring anything, just hearing her say this was enough. He ruffled her soft hair. "Alright, then I'll wait in the tribe for you to bring me a gift. But don't bring me anything ugly." The two of them chatted and laughed cheerfully while Yize and Yinglu at the mouth of the cave remained utterly silent. Upon seeing them return, a faint smile graced Yize's lips. "Bei Ming, since you're back, go prepare the roasted meat." Bei Ming set Meow down and nodded, heading over. The fact that he hadn't been treated differently because of his earlier mood made his heart ease considerably. Yize treated him exactly as usual, as though nothing had happened all day. Meow glanced at Yinglu, who sat motionless like some ancient patriarch, and pouted. Something just felt off inside her. Sure, she had taken advantage of him that night, but thinking back on it now, she had genuinely only seen him as Yize or Bei Ming, nothing more. Besides, she hadn't enjoyed it in the least. She had hoped to keep it a secret and let the matter rest between the two of them, otherwise she would never have agreed to cook for him for 30 days. But who would have guessed that almost everyone already knew about them? That made the prospect of cooking for 30 days feel like a terrible bargain. At that thought, she cast another glance at the immaculately composed Yinglu still sitting upright, and her heart turned heavy. Why should Bei Ming and Yize be the ones cooking for him? With that, she grabbed several large wooden bowls and plates and marched over to Yinglu, her tone noticeably sour. "Hey you, take these to the river and wash them." Yinglu knew Meow was speaking to him, and a wave of quiet delight rippled through his heart. Yet he kept that small emotion carefully concealed. Staring blankly at himself, he looked utterly incredulous. "Me?" Meow strode right up to him, her face darkening, and jammed the bowls and plates into his arms. "Yes, you. Hurry up, the roasted meat will be ready soon and we'll need them then." Yinglu glanced at the items pressed into his arms. Several pairs of chopsticks were stacked on top. With the slightest tilt they would tumble to the ground. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, his hand moved subtly, and the once steady chopsticks clattered noisily to the floor, instantly stained with dirt. Watching Meow bend down to pick them up, he could barely contain a smile. "I'm carrying too much right now, you take the chopsticks." With that, he strode toward the river. Meow hurried after him, knowing the mud and dust-covered chopsticks couldn't possibly go unwashed. When she reached the riverbank, she found Yinglu crouched by the water, his silver-white hair cascading down, wearing a white beast-skin skirt, leisurely washing the wooden bowls and plates. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, the sight suddenly reminded her of Shishir washing silk by the river in ancient tales. He must have been just as breathtaking, white locks drifting with the wind like an immortal untouched by mortal dust. "What are you staring blankly for over there?" Yinglu turned and spoke, jolting Meow back to her senses. She had been gazing so transfixed and quickly moved forward to finish washing the chopsticks. How could Yinglu fail to notice the subtle movements behind him? His gaze fell upon her slightly flushed earlobes, and he understood exactly what she had been thinking. The corners of his lips curled upward. "Meow, were you secretly watching me from behind?" Hearing those words, suddenly Meow's heart skipped a beat, and the chopsticks nearly slipped from her grasp. Panic surged within her. She hadn't expected him to sense anything from over 10 meters away. "You wish you could think like that? Why would I possibly look at you? Then why were you spacing out behind me?" Caught red-handed, Meow Meow steeled herself and met his semi-amused, semi-mocking gaze head-on. She tried to defend herself. I wasn't spacing out, I simply didn't want to stand so close to you. But before the words had even left her lips, a strand of silver-white hair drifted before her face. She turned her head and came face to face with his magnificently close features. Her heart hammered wildly, her breathing became labored, and her mind went completely blank. Ying-Lu found her reaction thoroughly satisfying. He snapped his fingers to break the spell over her wandering thoughts and smiled gently. Then what are you doing so close to me now? Meow Meow's face flushed crimson, instantly her heart racing, as she felt perpetually led by the nose by this man. She immediately stood and took 2 steps back to create some distance. Pretending to be fierce, she stuck out her chin. This river is huge, just because you're here doesn't mean I can't be. Ying-Lu realized that if he pushed any further, the little female before him would explode with rage. He abandoned his teasing and chuckled softly. I think you were behind me plotting how to renege on your promise, to refuse these 30 days of cooking. Exactly, she admitted without hiding it. At the time I only agreed so we could keep it secret. Now everyone knows the secret is gone. Do you really expect me to cook for 30 more days? Absolutely not. Ying-Lu's eyes shifted slightly. He had indeed taken advantage of her desire for secrecy to force her into agreeing to cook for 30 days. But giving up after just 1 round. Ying-Lu would not permit that. He stepped 2 paces forward and leaned down slightly, studying the way her eyes darted nervously whenever he drew near. It was quite amusing to him. He tilted his head slightly, a brow arching. Meow Meow, I think you've been mistaken from the very beginning. You were the one who proposed compensation. I set it at 30 days of cooking. And moreover, this is restitution for you forcibly mating with me, not for anything else. Though her heart raced from his overwhelming presence, the mention of mating instantly erased all her fluttering feelings. Instead, a faint smirk appeared on her face. Hey, you've got some nerve saying that. Speaking of which, you should be compensating me. You're the male and I'm the female. Did I really have the strength to force you? I didn't drug you, I didn't tie you up, in fact I didn't feel a thing. Honestly, I'm the one who suffered the loss. Ying-Lu heard these words with neither surprise nor anger. Instead, he was overjoyed inside. He had known Meow Meow's cleverness would eventually catch up, and yet her reasoning still wasn't thorough enough. There was no helping it then, he would stop holding back. His brows furrowed slightly. What did you say? You actually claim you felt nothing. Are you looking down on me? A slightly angered tone rumbled forth, and Meow Meow suddenly realized she had let her slip of the tongue escape. She had laid bare everything she truly felt. She had forgotten that no male simply by virtue of being male could remain indifferent to such a remark. Looking at the male before her, whose anger was now palpable, she suddenly remembered the incident at the cliff edge. Her heart tightened and she forced a trembling smile. Hey, I must have misspoken. I said nothing at all. With that, she turned and bolted straight for the tribe, only daring to slow her pace once she spotted Yizhe and Baiming. Only when she was certain Ying-Lu was not pursuing her did her heart, which had nearly leaped from her throat, begin to settle. Damn it, she would never ever be alone with that man again. She might as well dutifully finish the 30 days of cooking and consider it her loss. Ying-Lu watched her retreating figure and could no longer suppress his smile. For the first time he felt that teasing the little female was actually quite amusing. By the time he slowly returned, Baiming and Yizhe had already finished grilling the meat, all arranged on 2 large wooden platters. As Yizhe turned to take the wooden bowl from Meow Meow's hands, he noticed the abrasion on her wrist and immediately pulled her hand in concern. He then discovered that her knees and elbows were also covered in scrapes. Meow Meow, why are your injuries so severe? Where did you get hurt? Meow Meow didn't think much of it, as she used to get these kinds of small injuries all the time. She laughed it off. Oh, it's nothing. It doesn't hurt anymore. However, Yizhe's gaze shifted to Baiming and Ying-Lu. Ying-Lu shrugged. It has nothing to do with me, but I can help treat it. He had wanted to say this for a while. When Meow Meow and Baiming returned, he had already noticed the scrapes on her body. But he knew that at present Meow Meow was very wary of him and held many grievances against him. Afraid that his sudden kindness would provoke her dislike, he had held it in until now. Hearing Ying-Lu say this, Yizhe immediately had an answer in his heart. Ying-Lu was a shaman, and he did not now refuse to treat Meow Meow, which indicated that the injuries were indeed not caused in his presence. Moreover, based on Meow Meow's attitude toward him, if it truly were Ying-Lu, she would have spoken up the moment he denied it. Therefore there was only one answer: Baiming. Baiming also had no intention of hiding it. It was just that on the way back Meow Meow kept saying it was fine and didn't hurt, and once they returned she was busy grilling the meat and forgot about it. Seeing Yizhe notice it now, he quickly stepped forward. Meow Meow fell when we went out together. Meow Meow sighed. I really just have minor scrapes, I don't need treatment. Mainly she was afraid Ying-Lu would ask for her beast hide. Last time they had argued for a long time over a piece of beast hide, and she didn't want to argue tonight. But Yize was not reassured. Some places had no skin left at all, how could it not hurt? After all, Meow Meow had snow-white skin that looked incredibly delicate. Sometimes if the beast hide bed was not laid flat, she couldn't sleep well the entire night. Lu, sorry to trouble you. Lu smiled slightly at Yize. It's nothing, just a small favor. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the unwilling Meow Meow beside him, and he said with a smile, no beast hide required. Meow Meow certainly knew these words were meant for her, but thinking of what had just happened by the river, she felt uncomfortable. Just as she was feeling awkward, a gentle white light softly brushed over her wound, and within a blink it healed completely. Thanks. The voice was quiet, yet Lu heard it clearly. Watching her every move with interest, he said, you're welcome. Beiming said gratefully, thanks Lu. Lu nodded, acknowledging the thanks. He knew his current situation and what he wanted. To be with Meow Meow, he had to gain the approval of the two males before him. Although he had already bonded with Meow Meow long ago, he knew he had been wrong in the past. To stay with Meow Meow, he could only start over. This cave had originally belonged to Meow Meow. When it was just Yize and Meow Meow, it had felt just right. Later, with Beiming added, it became a bit cramped, but still manageable. Now with the tall and burly Lu joining them, the entire cave suddenly felt overwhelmingly crowded. At the small stone table, 4 beastmen sat, and Meow Meow was the shortest. The other 3 all seemed particularly towering. While eating meat, they would accidentally bump into the person beside them. Right then, as Meow Meow took a bite of meat, an elbow from her right side jabbed over, nearly knocking the meat off her chopsticks. But quickly another elbow came jabbing over. This time it directly knocked the meat into her bowl, making Meow Meow somewhat angry. She turned her head, ready to scold Lu. Are you trying to? Before she could finish, a chopstick of grilled meat was stuffed into her mouth. If you wanted me to feed you, you should have said so earlier. Why play riddles? Facing Lu's gentle smile, all of Meow Meow's anger surged. She was 100% certain that this fellow was doing it on purpose. And he had stuffed her mouth with meat. The meat in her mouth made her feel stifled if she swallowed it, yet she felt it would be a waste to spit it out. Meow Meow was so flustered that all she could see was Lu's smug, triumphant smile. His crimson lips were nearly stretched to his ears. Suddenly an idea popped into her mind. She abruptly stood up, grabbed Lu's cheeks with both hands, and leaned down to kiss him. The sudden kiss left all 3 people present stunned where they stood. Even Lu hadn't expected her to suddenly kiss him. The unique fragrance of Meow Meow lingering between his nostrils made him want more. But soon he realized something was wrong. There was actually a large piece of meat in his mouth. Meow Meow was very satisfied with his expression, nothing but shock. Smirking proudly, she said, now this is feeding. Lu stared blankly at her charming and confident appearance, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. That bite of meat even carried a sweetness from Meow Meow. He never imagined she would be even bolder than him. For a moment his limbs felt awkward, unsure where to place them. However, Yize quickly snapped out of it, cleared his throat twice, and shot a glance at the still-dazed Beiming. Beiming, are you full? Hearing Yize's voice, Beiming finally came back to his senses, his eyes filled with some resentment. Meow Meow had never fed him meat like this before, instead the first time was given to that lowly foxing Lu. I'm full. Yize said, I'm full too. Let's clean up. Although Beiming was envious of Lu now, he also knew that by the schedule it was indeed Lu's turn to accompany Meow Meow tonight. This rule could not be broken, otherwise none of the 3 of them would have a good life in the future. Picking up the remaining meat on the table, he followed Yize out in a huff. By the time Meow Meow realized it, the entire cave was left with only her and Lu. Noticing how close they were, she immediately stepped back 2 steps to create distance. You've had your fill, so leave. Lu stood up and nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. As he spoke, he walked in front of Meow Meow, bent slightly, and directly picked her up in his arms, striding toward the cave entrance. Suddenly being held, Meow Meow was very surprised and pushed hard against the chest in front of her. Put me down. However, the male, who usually appeared gentle, now had a chest as hard as stone, impossible to push. This only drew a light laugh from Lu. Don't worry, I'll put you down shortly. The cave here was not too far from Lu's cave, it would take only a blink of an eye to arrive. And next was Jifeng's cave. Having just finished eating the grilled meat and come out, he saw the scene, and was quite satisfied with the result of his earlier push. Smiling, he asked, are you preparing to rest? It's only just gotten dark, that's too early. Of course, we'll exercise first. Suddenly Jifeng's cheerful greeting came from nearby, followed by Lu's chaotic response. Meow Meow wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide, and it was simply mortifying. Meow Meow never expected that in such a situation she would encounter Lu, and what on earth was Lu's response? What did he mean by exercise first? Such damned wild words. She wished she could just die from embarrassment. However, thankfully after a few steps Lu carried her into the cave, at least shielding her from the outside gaze. As soon as her bottom touched the soft white beast skin bed, she immediately sprang up and tried to leave. Last time when she had spent a night alone with him, she ended up with 30 days of roasting meat tasks. If she stayed alone with him again, she didn't doubt that he would scheme against her. Yet just as she took 2 steps, Lu extended his long arm to block her way. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. What, now that you've entered my cave you still want to leave? His condescending expression made Meow Meow extremely nervous. She had never been this nervous with Bei Ming or Yize. Clutching tightly at the yellow beast skin skirt she wore, she forced herself to raise her head and meet his smiling gaze. Move aside, Yize will be worried. Hearing this, Lu's smile grew even brighter. He sat on the stone table beside him, picked up a green fruit, and took a gentle bite. Speaking of Yize, I have him to thank. If it weren't for him and Bei Ming agreeing, you wouldn't be in my cave tonight, would you? At these words, Meow Meow's mind buzzed instantly. She replayed everything that had just happened and finally understood. So that's why Yize suddenly called Bei Ming away. Realizing this, Meow Meow felt a bit awkward and secretly glanced at Lu, who was eating fruit nearby. His handsome profile, tall and upright posture, even when lazily sitting on the stone stool, he appeared remarkably elegant. His looks were beyond reproach, but in her heart she felt a deep aversion. The pain of her heavy fall into the water and the terror of suffocating underwater, those memories were still vivid. If only she hadn't accidentally eaten that love fruit last time, none of this mess would have happened. Taking a deep breath, Meow Meow felt they should have a proper talk. She sat down directly across from Lu, looking at him with utmost seriousness. Lu, let's talk properly. Lu finished the last bite of fruit, placed the brown pit by the plate, picked up a small beast skin cloth to wipe his hands, and only then turned his gaze to Meow Meow's face. A faint smile appeared. All right, go ahead. Meow Meow, I agreed to make you roasted meat for 30 days as compensation for that matter, so it should be considered as if it never happened. We can't be together. Lu raised an eyebrow. You're right, we should regard it as if it never happened. But why did you kiss me in the cave in front of Bei Ming and Yize? Suddenly asked about this, Meow Meow was slightly stunned. She didn't even know why herself. She was just annoyed by him, and seeing him smile so happily, she wanted to get back at him and disgust him. She had completely forgotten that Yize and Bei Ming were also in the cave. Suddenly she realized that every time she confronted Lu, her mind seemed to fall short, and he always led her by the nose. Thinking of this, a layer of wariness instantly clouded her eyes as she looked at Lu. Lu saw that she wasn't speaking, her expression shifting from dazed to vigilant. He knew she must have realized something. Meow Meow, about the mating we had in this cave before, just between us, I can tell the other beastmen that nothing happened. But tonight you kissed me in front of Yize and Bei Ming, and now I've carried you into my cave. If you walk out of here and we become strangers, all the beastmen will know that I Lu have been abandoned by you. As he spoke, Lu subtly shifted his toes, gently rubbing his other leg under the table. His eyes were full of seduction. His words made Meow Meow feel like a heartbreaker. It seemed everything was her fault, making her heart race with tension and her breath come in short gasps. Suddenly her vision darkened, and she recalled the time she fell into the water. She snapped awake immediately, shaking her head repeatedly. No, we're not suited for each other. She didn't want to stay there a moment longer, only tension, still tension. She stood up and headed for the cave entrance. She wanted to go back to Yize because here she felt as if she were stripped naked, exposed for all to see. Always being led by Lu, losing control of herself, she didn't like it. Lu hadn't expected her to resist his charm and come to her senses, turning to leave. This opportunity was granted by Yize and Bei Ming, and it was also something he had carefully plotted. He absolutely couldn't let it slip away. Seeing her about to leave, he grabbed her arm, but with a bit too much force, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Lu reacted quickly and caught her by the waist, preventing a fall. Yet now pinned against the stone table with no way to retreat, Meow Meow was even more nervous than if she had fallen. It would have been better to have just fallen. She twisted her wrist, trying to break free. Let go of me. But Lu at that moment couldn't hear a thing. He stared straight at the little female in front of him. His mind was filled with Meow Meow's words just now, and he asked in a low, suppressed voice, "What's not right? Where are we not suited?" Once he had thought he was destined to be alone forever, but the more he interacted with Meow Meow, the more he found his heart yearning to be with her. Especially that night when the big tree tribe came, he heard Meow Meow muttering names, Yize, Bei Ming, but not him. At that moment a thought had flashed through his mind. He would carve his name into Meow Meow's heart. Even if the beast god's destiny for him was loneliness, he would still fight. Rather than living a dull, lonely life, he would rather live intensely. Even if it meant death, he would relish it. Back then it was you who insisted on bonding with me, and now you say we're not suited. What do you take me Lu for? A beast to toy with? At this, Lu's eyes reddened, his voice low and suppressed. Meow Meow's heart trembled. She had never seen Lu like this before. Not the gentle breeze as before nor the coldness he showed by the river after falling into the water. But he Meow Meow had her own thoughts. Since they had already torn off the mask and brought up the past, she didn't need to preserve any dignity. She was a little afraid of this Lu, but she was even more afraid of having more ties with this male. Her previous anxious mood shifted, giving way to a hint of stubbornness. She met his reddened eyes without flinching and directly demanded, "Then what do you take me for? Don't think I don't know how much you wanted me dead before. Last time you forced me off the cliff, if it weren't for the deep pool below I would have died. Do you think I could be with a male who nearly killed me?" Hearing this, Lu's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Meow Meow to be so fixated on this matter. True, she was right. If it hadn't been for the deep pool below, she would have died from the fall. He Meow Meow took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "What happened last time was a mistake. I apologize for what I did tonight. I only acted rashly because I was irritated by your elbow. I lost my head. To avoid making the same mistake again, we should keep our distance from now on." Those words struck straight into Lu's heart, a dense piercing pain that spread throughout his entire body. Every inch of skin, every joint ached. Back then he had been alone with nothing tying him down. Now he had accepted his new identity, and this female had moved into the heart that had always longed for her. But now she was telling him all of this was a mistake, and that she wanted to distance herself from him. Lu felt an overwhelming heaviness in his chest, suffocating and tight. This was not what he wanted. He reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her firmly against his body, forcing her to rise onto her tiptoes as her entire weight came to rest on his arms. He bent down and sealed his lips upon hers in a fierce kiss. Only when he sensed she had held her breath for too long did he release those flushed red lips. "Since we've been wrong again and again, then why not be wrong one more time tonight?" A scorching dominant kiss fell upon her once more, and he Meow Meow had no way to retreat. She could only press her hands hard against his chest, keeping some distance between them. In the next instant, a large hand pried open her defensive arms, pressing his burning chest firmly against hers. The heat made he Meow Meow's heart feel as though it were catching fire. She had never been treated so dominantly by anyone before. She wanted to but could barely move at all. She let herself be yielded to the male before her entirely. She knew she had already shared such intimacy with Lu before, and facing it again, she should not be so pretentious. Yet, she simply felt uncomfortably conflicted inside. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing between them, that this was not how it should be. She turned her head away. "We can't do this. There is no affection between us at all." Hearing these words, suddenly Lu stopped his movements and looked at the female before him, trembling like a startled rabbit. His internal organs involuntarily clenched in pain. He had always believed that Meow Meow liked him. That was why she had chosen to pair with him, why she had come seeking him out that night when she knew he was displeased, why she had agreed to roast meat for him for 30 days, and why she had kissed him first inside that mountain cave. Yet now she claimed there was no affection between them. It turned out that all this time it had only ever been his fantasy, his one-sided infatuation. Boom. Crack. A deafening thunderclap accompanied by lightning flashed, illuminating the already dim cave brilliantly. Torrential rain poured down at once, and soon the muddy ground outside the cave entrance turned to sludge. Lu stepped back 2 paces, his eyes lowering slightly. "It's raining outside. Why don't you wait until tomorrow before leaving? Rest assured I won't touch you." He then lay down on the floor beside the beast's skin bed on his own and fell asleep directly. He Meow Meow saw him turn his back to her, his earlier domineering manner gone, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But inside her heart a strange feeling was growing and spreading. She walked to the cave entrance and looked out at the heavy rain. Everything outside was pitch black. Going back now was absolutely impossible. She glanced at Lu's unmoving figure, and a cold wind swept past, raising goosebumps all over her skin. She could only walk over to the beast's skin bed, grab the nearby blanket, wrap it around herself, and sit by the edge of the bed. She didn't want to catch a cold right now. Lu did not open his eyes, but his keen hearing caught every sound she made with perfect clarity. Only after the last flicker of light in the shell oil lamp went out, plunging the entire cave into darkness, did he slowly open his eyes. He saw Meow Meow sitting by the edge of the bed, her head nodding as she fought sleep. Soon she leaned back, curling into a ball as she fell into a deep slumber. Outside, thunder and rain raged, and cold winds drifted into the cave from time to time. Lu quietly rose, laid Meow Meow flat on the bed, and tucked the blanket back over her. He had planned to return to the floor afterward. But the next moment a fuzzy little head nudged its way into his embrace. He no longer wanted to leave. Staying here like this motionless should be fine, right? As long as he slipped away before she discovered him. The heavy rain fell relentlessly and leaves danced in the wind. This kind of weather was perfect for sleeping. Without a doubt no one disturbed them that night, and he Meow Meow slept deeply and sweetly. Slowly opening her eyes, a familiar scent drifted into her nostrils, and she finally remembered this was Lu's cave. She turned her head sharply and saw Lu still sleeping on the floor, his back to her, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barefoot on the fluffy beast skin mat, she walked to the cave entrance and looked outside. The heavy rain had stopped, but the path was covered everywhere with thick mud. If she wanted to return, she would inevitably step into it. Moreover, the path leading out of Lu's cave was a downhill slope. If she lost her footing, she would surely tumble all the way down. Outside, only a few males were walking about. No beastmen had come out. Just as she was mentally simulating the route back, Lu's voice slowly reached her from behind. The ground outside is slippery. Wait until it dries before you go back. Meow Meow's lips moved slightly. No need. I'm going back now. Last night they had cleared the air between them and agreed to keep their distance. This path wouldn't dry in a day or two, and she did not want to stay here. She slipped on her beast skin sandals, stood at the cave entrance, and began descending slowly. As long as she walked steadily, it should be fine. Even if she took a tumble, it wouldn't matter. She could just wash up when she returned. The muddy path beneath her feet was terribly slippery, and one wrong step could send her falling. There was not a single branch or blade of grass around for support. Lu stood at the cave entrance, watching her struggle so painfully just to leave his cave. The heaviness in his chest grew worse. Was he truly that unwelcome in her eyes? Suddenly Meow Meow's words from the previous night echoed in his mind. Do you think I would stay with a male who nearly killed me? Those words were like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. If only time could flow backward, he certainly would not have forced her like that, nor would he have made her eat those poisonous fruits. Admittedly, he had gone too far. Since he had always been so excessive in her eyes, then perhaps today he should be excessive one more time. Just this once. At this thought, he immediately stepped forward 2 paces, scooped up the stumbling Meow Meow, and strode firmly toward Yize's cave. A cold voice rang out above her head. I'll take you back. This time Meow Meow did not struggle. She simply allowed herself to be carried. No sooner had they reached the cave entrance than her words of thanks remained unsaid, and Lu turned and left. Yize, who was slowly packing his things in the cave, was quite surprised to see Meow Meow return. The heavy rain last night had left the tribal grounds especially muddy today, and he had thought she would not come back for a couple of days. He had planned to pack the necessities for the journey as they were set to depart for Shiyuan City in 2 days. Meow Meow, why are you back so soon? As soon as he stepped out, he saw only Lu's retreating figure, which piqued his curiosity. Why did Lu leave without a word? Meow Meow slipped off her mud-caked beast hide sandals, changed into a clean pair, and walked to the stone table. After taking a sip of water, she listlessly threw herself onto the beast hide bed. The silence from both of them left Yize bewildered. Drawing closer to Meow Meow, he noticed that her body bore no scent of mating, which deepened his confusion. What's wrong with you two? Meow Meow beckoned him over. Nothing, just lie down with me for a while. The beastmen who were to accompany them to Shiyuan City spent those 2 days packing at home, and the ground outside was still too wet to venture out. Yize could tell something had happened between her and Lu. He walked over, gently lay down beside her, and drew her into his arms. The familiar scent brought comfort to Meow Meow. Lu and I are not suited for each other. Last night we agreed to keep our distance from now on. Yize was startled by this sudden revelation. How could they have been so intimate at the dinner table last night, yet return this morning declaring themselves unsuitable? And there had been no mating. Could it be that Lu had gone back on his word? At the thought, a surge of anger rose within him, and he felt an urge to confront Lu immediately. That bastard thought too highly of himself. Given a chance, he still toyed with Meow Meow's feelings. He patted Meow Meow's shoulder soothingly. If it's not meant to be, then let it go. We'll just stay away from him. Meow Meow buried her face in Yize's chest, feeling the warmth of his body. She held him tightly around the waist. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those nights, Lu neither brought meat to roast nor came to eat, as if everything had reverted to how it was before. Beiming, on the other hand, was much happier. He had never liked Lu anyway, and his absence was a relief. The departure party had been ready since dawn, but there was an unexpected familiar figure among the crowd. Beiming frowned, looking at the leisurely Lu. Lu, are you coming too? Lu gave him a faint smile and nodded. Yes. This time Qingshan tribe is not cooperating with other tribes. The journey will face heavy snow and wind, and it would be unwise to travel without a shaman. Though that made sense, weren't the beastmen left behind in the tribe more important? After all, almost all the females were in the tribe. What would they do without a shaman? Then what about the beastmen staying behind? This was also the concern of other beastmen, especially the males participating in the journey. They themselves didn't mind roughing it outside, as they were tough and could endure minor ailments. The presence or absence of a shaman made little difference to them. But their female mates were not so resilient. What if they got hurt or caught a cold? Without a shaman, what would they do? Ma Jinyuan and others disapproved of shamaning Lu leaving. Beiming is right. If the shaman leaves the tribe, what about our females? To this concern, Ji Feng stepped forward to explain. Rest assured, since the shaman made this decision, he has certainly considered the situation. He gestured toward the back of the beastman crowd, and a somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar male face emerged with a smile. Hello everyone, I am the shaman of Dashu tribe. You can rest easy. After Shaman Inglu departs, I will temporarily take his place. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. Hearing this, the beastmen finally recalled who he was. Maji chuckled. No wonder he looked familiar. We've met before. With a shaman in the tribe, we're relieved. But Bei Ming felt otherwise. Last time Ji Feng's scheme had embarrassed the chieftain of Dashu tribe, and the two tribes had essentially fallen out. It seemed unrealistic for the shaman of Dashu tribe to come and oversee their tribe at this time. Does your chieftain know about this? Will he agree? At these words, many beastmen recalled the earlier incident. Some who had been present remembered the chieftain of Dashu tribe's face turning green with rage. He Miao Miao wasn't there, but she had heard about it from Zi Xian and the others and knew there must be some trickery involved. Li Si, aware that his sudden arrival had caught them off guard, said, Everyone please be assured, our chieftain is very willing for me to come. There will be no issues. Afterward your shaman will teach me 2 new shamanic arts. It's a fair exchange. Hearing this, the beastmen nodded, expressions of pride appearing on their faces. Their shaman was so powerful that other tribes' shamans came to learn from him. Ing Lu smiled. Now you can all rest easy, can't you? Xiang Lai and Maji chuckled. Yes, we're relieved. Ji Feng walked up to he Miao Miao and spoke earnestly. Miao Miao, please take good care of the toothbrush and tooth powder business this time. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's fine if they don't sell, we can use them ourselves. The most important thing is for you to return safely. He Miao Miao was puzzled. Hadn't he said he was going to? You're not coming. Ji Feng smiled faintly. He had wanted to go. But with Ing Lu leaving, the only capable fighters in the tribe were Bei Ming and Xiang Lai, and he felt uneasy. I'll stay. The tribe needs guardians. I'll wait here for your return. Then he shouted to everyone, the male leader for this trip to Shiyuan City is Yi Zhe. All of you must follow his orders. Return safely. Everyone knew it was time to depart. Some were reluctant to leave their mates while others were brimming with excitement. Among the excited crowd was he Miao Miao. She carried a beast-hide bag slung across her shoulder filled with dried meat that Shi Yizhe and Bei Ming had made in the past 2 days. Though the autumn wind was biting, it couldn't dampen her eager spirit. Bei Ming was reluctant to let her go but couldn't follow. He held her tightly. Miao Miao, remember to think of me. Remember to protect yourself. Promise me you'll bring back a gift. Their affectionate display annoyed Ing Lu, who watched from the side. He had been kept at a distance when he approached Miao Miao, yet Bei Ming could hold her tightly. Thinking of the difference in how she treated them, his heart ached with jealousy. Let's go. No more wasting time. As most of the beastmen had already moved on, Bei Ming had to release his arms, watching as Miao Miao was held by Yi Zhe and turned to leave the tribe. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Ji Feng, knowing his distress, patted his shoulder. It's fine. With Ing Lu and Yi Zhe there, Miao Miao will return safely. We just need to wait at home. But Bei Ming didn't quite agree. In the past 2 days, Ing Lu hadn't come to eat meat nor shown his face, and Miao Miao and Yi Zhe hadn't mentioned visiting him. Their relationship didn't seem good. Perhaps Ing Lu followed just to stir trouble, otherwise why hadn't he been so eager during last year's trade gathering? He only hoped that Yi Zhe would protect Miao Miao well. If she returned with even a single hair out of place, he would not let that damned fox Ing Lu off. Leaving the tribe, although after a heavy rain the temperature had dropped considerably. But walking through the forest, he Miao Miao's heart was filled with joy and excitement. This was her first time venturing far since coming to this place. Even an ordinary mountain or a common tree seemed novel and fascinating. Sitting in Yi Zhe's embrace, she couldn't help but ask, Yi Zhe, what is Shiyuan City really like? I've never been there. Yi Zhe, although he had only recently arrived at Qingshan tribe, had been a wandering beastman before, and was extremely familiar with the routes from the nearby forest to Shiyuan City. He had also been to Shiyuan City for trade a few times. After thinking for a moment, he smiled gently and said, it's big, very lively, and full of beastmen. From morning until now she had only drunk some hot water and was already hungry. She took out a small piece of dried meat, tore off a bit, and fed it to Yi Zhe, then tore another piece and popped it into her own mouth. Their tender gestures required no words, one feeding the other, gently opening his mouth to accept. Ing Lu, standing nearby, took in the scene, and his fists clenched behind his back until his knuckles cracked. It was too dazzling, he didn't want to look. He simply slowed his pace and moved to the back. The long line of males in the middle were all carrying huge bundles, and the 2 figures at the front were already out of sight. All he could see were large bundles. Ing Lu's mood was low as he mechanically followed step by step. He wanted to get close to Miao Miao, but feared she would hate his approach. For the past 2 days he had held back from visiting her, and even skipped eating grilled meat, all for fear of angering her. Now that he was part of the trade caravan, appearing before her should be reasonable, shouldn't it? Beastmen traveled quickly, and by the time it was almost dark they reached their first resting point. Yi personally entered the cave to inspect it. Finding no issues, he allowed everyone to enter and store their luggage. Then they divided tasks. Some gathered firewood, others went hunting. All the beastmen were busy, and even Meow Meow was off to the side, selecting a good spot to lay out bedding for herself and Yi for the night. Yi meanwhile was counting the bundles. After confirming everything was in order, he spoke. Meow Meow, stay here and don't go out. I'll scout the area for any danger. Meow Meow nodded. This season was the peak period for tribes to travel to nearby large cities for trade. It was also the prime time for wandering beastmen and rogue beastmen to prepare for robbery. If any of them were nearby, they would have to be especially vigilant tonight. Yi glanced at Lu, who was calmly laying out his own beast hide bedding, and said nothing. With Xiong Lai and the others here, it should be fine. As soon as Yi left, the cave fell silent. The two males, Xiong Lai and Ma Ji, looked at Meow Meow and Lu, whose bedding was far apart. They felt something was off. How could mates act like this? It was one thing if they hadn't mated before, but now that they had, why were things still like this? Could they be quarreling? Thinking this, Xiong Lai and Ma Ji exchanged a glance and tactfully said nothing. After spreading their bedding, they silently walked outside the cave. Only she and Lu remained in the cave. Meow Meow felt awkward. She didn't want to be alone with Lu. Every time they were alone, something happened. She got up and followed them out, helping to tend the fire. Lu sat on his beast hide, his gaze following her figure. When she left the cave, he let out a soft sigh. He leaned his head against the cold stone wall behind him. The cheerful laughter outside shut him out, making him feel even more isolated. Yi returned from his patrol, reporting no danger in the vicinity. Only then did Xiong Lai and the others begin to divide the meat. Tonight's meal couldn't compare to usual. Everything was simplified. Knowing she couldn't stand the strong taste of unprepared meat, Yi specially hunted a clucking beast and cooked it separately. Meow Meow moved a stone and sat beside him. A large stone pot of hot water was boiling nearby. Though they were in the wild, it was the first night out and everyone's spirits were still high. Lu knew Meow Meow didn't appreciate him, so he simply ate a little with Xiong Lai and the others. This made Xiong Lai and the others somewhat embarrassed. After all, the shaman's mate was right there. Yet the shaman was traveling with them. Xiong Lai glanced at Meow Meow and Yi, who were chatting and laughing on the other side, and couldn't help but approach the shaman to ask, "Shaman, why aren't you with Meow Meow and the others?" Already in a bad mood, Lu's eyes narrowed slightly at this question. "Do I need to tell you where the shaman eats his meat?" The oppressive words made Xiong Lai immediately shut up and walk away. But he couldn't help grumbling in his heart. With such a bad temper, no wonder Meow Meow didn't want him over. Once Xiong Lai left, the other males nearby silently took a step back, afraid they might also anger the shaman. In the entire Qishan tribe, one could offend anyone except the shaman. Soon all the beastmen around Lu had left, leaving him alone sitting there. He didn't care about such things. He only cared about Meow Meow. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Meow Meow, her smile like a flower, feeding Yi a sip of water. The sight drove him mad with jealousy. They were both mates, so why was the treatment so different? A flame of fury burned larger in his chest. He suddenly stood up from the ground and strode toward the nearby forest. He couldn't hold it in anymore, he needed to vent. Meow Meow noticed this male who was nearly isolated, and she also saw him leave. She felt somewhat worried. After all, Lu was a member of their team. It was already dark, and going into the forest alone was a very dangerous move. Yi also noticed. As the leader of this caravan, he had an obligation to ensure everyone's safety. He patted Meow Meow's leg and smiled gently. "You go ahead and eat. I'll go check on him." Meow Meow nodded. "Be careful and come back soon." She had already eaten most of the grilled meat. After Yi left, she lost her appetite, tidied up a bit, and went into the cave to rest. Yi caught up with Lu not long after leaving. Seeing him still walking forward, he immediately called out, "Where are you going?" Lu had only wanted to get some air and vent his anger, never expecting someone to interfere. And that beastman was none other than Yi, the one who drove him mad with jealousy. He stopped and turned to look at Yi, who was dressed in a black beast hide skirt with a tall, slender build, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His long black hair was tied back neatly with a beast hide band complementing his sharply defined features, a completely different type from himself. So this was the male Meow Meow liked. If he died, would Meow Meow finally look at him? At this thought, Lu's radiant eyes revealed a faint smile. "Yi, let's have a contest." His soft voice, however, carried suppressed anger and provocation. Yi was no fool. Seeing his expression, remembering Meow Meow's demeanor these past few days, and the way she had returned from him the other day, he understood that this was all about Meow Meow. but at this moment it was unwise for the two of them to fight here. Whoever got hurt would be a loss to their small team. Besides, wasn't he the one who had always despised Meow Meow? Now he was pulling this stunt. What was his intention? Yinglu, I don't have time to mess around with you. This is a wild forest, we can't stay away from the group for too long. Seeing him so eager to go back, Yinglu's anger soared. He stepped forward excitedly. Go back for what? To go back and hold Meow Meow in your arms lost in bliss, and then let me watch you two being affectionate. Since he brought up Meow Meow, Yize felt it necessary to have a proper talk with him. Otherwise, if the whole journey was like tonight, no one could stand it. Yinglu, when you say that, please put your hand on your conscience. Meow Meow used to like you. Later Bei Ming, and I even gave you chances. It was you yourself who didn't want them. Now who are you complaining to? Hearing this, Yinglu let out a sarcastic cold laugh. Like me. She gave me love potion, forced mating, threatened to tear the beast mark, and cursed me whenever she was unhappy. You call that love? She never liked me. It was just possessiveness. And now even that possessiveness is gone. He felt utterly defeated now. Yize had heard about these things when he first arrived. The previous Meow Meow was, well, indescribable. But he knew that the current Meow Meow was the best female, otherwise Bei Ming and Yinglu wouldn't have fallen for her. That night Meow Meow kissed you in the cave in front of me and Bei Ming. After that she gave you a chance. I don't know what happened between you two, but right now we are both Meow Meow's male mates. Everything we do should consider her first, not just think about ourselves. If you want to compete with me, I'm game, but definitely not out here in the wild. Having said this, Yize felt he had said enough. Any more words would be pointless. Better to go back and be with Meow Meow. He couldn't feel at ease with a female alone in the cave. With that he turned and left. He left Yinglu standing there in a daze, his mind full of Yize's words. We are both Meow Meow's mates. Before doing anything we should consider Meow Meow first. These words echoed repeatedly in his mind. The more he thought, the more alarmed he became. In the contest with Yize, even without fighting, he had already lost. Completely lost. All this time he had never considered what Meow Meow wanted, only what he wanted. As a mate he had even charged for healing her other mates and taken more beast hides than other beastmen. Not to mention giving Meow Meow beast hides or grilled meat. He had always held a condescending attitude, looking down on Meow Meow as if she were just another beastman. He thought that by merely crooking his finger she would come running eagerly like before. Only now did he realize he was wrong. Terribly wrong. The current Meow Meow was no longer the Meow Meow of before. There was not a trace of her former self. With him giving nothing and expecting to win Meow Meow's heart, it was a pipe dream. Having realized this, Yinglu's heart, which had just sunk to the depths, immediately kindled with a flame of hope. He strode toward the cave. From now on he would change. When he returned, only 2 males were keeping watch at the cave entrance. The other beastmen had already fallen asleep. Yinglu went straight to his own bedding and stole a glance at Meow Meow's spot. He saw her nestled entirely in Yize's arms, with only her little head peeking out from under his arm. She seemed to be already asleep. One day he too would be like this. Tonight was Meow Meow's first time sleeping outdoors, with only an animal hide spread on the ground. Though it wasn't cold, the ground was truly hard, pressing painfully into her body. She endured it through the first half of the night, but during the second half she couldn't help tossing and turning. Sensing her discomfort, Yize immediately transformed his legs into a beast form, coiling them into a circle and gently placing her on top. Only then did Meow Meow fall into a comfortable sleep. But this directly resulted in her still dozing off when the other beastmen rose in the morning. Yize had many tasks to attend to. Upon waking, he not only had to count the people, but also recount the goods. He could only ask Meow Meow to stand still by the side. Meow Meow forced herself to stay awake, leaning against the stone wall, trying her best not to cause any trouble for Yize. Only after Yize finished his busy work did he walk over, and she sat in his arms to continue catching up on sleep. After leaving the forest, a vast grassland lay ahead, which they needed to cross. Though it was late autumn, the sunlight pouring down was so dazzling that it drove away Meow Meow's drowsiness. She finally woke up, and taking the opportunity, while everyone stopped to replenish water, she simply washed her face and hands by the river. Just then, sudden hurried footsteps came from behind the grassy slope, immediately putting all the males on high alert. Meow Meow had just washed her feet when she saw all the beastmen staring in one direction. Some had already begun their beast transformation. They looked poised for action, clearly indicating something was amiss. The next moment, 2 wolf beastmen stumbled out from behind the grassy slope, looking disheveled. Upon seeing them, they immediately cried out for help. You're from the Green Mountain tribe, right? We're from the Big Tree tribe. Our beastmen were ambushed by a group of rogue beastmen in the forest ahead. Please save us. At these words, Meow Meow instantly grasped the severity of the situation. She quickly ran to Yize's side. At such a moment, not running around was the greatest help she could offer. However, some males objected to saving them. Yize, maybe we should take a detour. Exactly, it's not just one rogue beastman ahead but a whole group. We're all carrying packs, we can't fight like this. That's right. Xianglai also agreed to take a detour. But it wasn't because he feared these rogue beastmen. If it came to a fight, given his beast form's physique, few males could match him. Yet he simply couldn't swallow this bitterness. He glared at the two males seeking help, displeased. Last time we treated them with generous hospitality. Not only did they not show gratitude, but they even insulted our chieftain as useless. We won't save such beastmen. At this mention, many beastmen showed displeasure on their faces. Last time when their tribe's forest caught fire, these big tree tribesmen didn't offer help. Instead, they mocked them and even threatened not to travel together to the trading post. And now the big tree tribe had encountered a group of rogue beastmen. What did that have to do with the Green Mountain tribe? Yize knew they were still angry about what had happened before, and truth be told, he felt the same way. That night, the meat for Jifeng and the other big tree tribe chieftain had been personally prepared by him, Miao Miao and Baiming. The three of them hadn't even had a chance to eat a single warm mouthful, and in the end Miao Miao was subjected to such harsh treatment by the big tree tribe's female. If it weren't for Jifeng's final scheme that embarrassed that female, he too would have found it hard to swallow his pride. However, at this moment what they carried on their backs was the entire Green Mountain tribe's hope for surviving the winter. Only by trading for enough salt could they endure the long, harsh season ahead. This was no time for impulsive decisions. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. If we take a detour, our journey will be extended by 5 days, and even then we might not avoid another group of rogue beastmen. Instead, since the rogue beastmen have already been exhausted by the big tree tribe, if we provide support now, our chances of winning are greater. The beastman, who had just been seething with anger, nodded in agreement after hearing Yize's analysis. Xianglai thought it over. That's true. If we detour, not only will it take more time, but there's also a very wide river over there. To cross it, our packs might get completely soaked. Besides, there's no guarantee that there won't be rogue beastmen on that side. Maji said, then we'll fight our way through. Let the big tree tribe see the true strength of the Green Mountain tribe. In such matters, he Miao Miao could not be of help, so she remained silent throughout. It was only when Yize picked her up with one arm that she spoke with great concern. Will I hinder you while I'm in your arms? Why don't you put me up in a tree? I promise I won't make a single sound. Yize knew she was worried about becoming a burden. He gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, it's nothing. Just a group of desperate rogue beastmen. If you get scared, just close your eyes and don't look. He couldn't bear to let Miao Miao leave his arms at a time like this, and nowhere was safer than by his side. He Miao Miao tightly hugged his neck, trying to minimize the weight she placed on him. Then don't blame me later. I'll hold you very tightly. Yize was amused by her words. Even the weakest male could easily lift a female with one hand. Although she was a bit plump, this weight was nothing to him. All right. With that, they immediately hoisted their packs, transformed into their beast forms, and under the guidance of the two wolf beastmen quickly arrived at the battlefield. Upon arrival, however, he Miao Miao saw blood everywhere. Both sides were wounded, and it was already impossible to tell who was who. Though she dared to kill fish and chickens, such a grand scene was a first for her. Her heart tightened, and she turned her head to bury her face in Yize's chest, refusing to look. Ying Lu, as the shaman, did not need to participate in the battle. She only needed to guard the packs by the side. Xianglai and the others instantly transformed into their beast forms and charged forward. Their massive figures stunned he Miao Miao, leaving her wide-eyed. She had known that Xianglai was a bear beastman, but she never expected that when he stood up and beat his chest, his height could suddenly surge to over 10 meters. He was almost as tall as the surrounding trees. With every stomp of his foot, the ground trembled. The sudden intervention in the battle made sure Yuan immediately recognized the arrivals as the Green Mountain tribe. His eyes blazed with fury. Limping on one leg, he roared at Yize and the others. The big tree tribe's affairs are none of the Green Mountain tribe's business. But before he could finish, Xianglai flung the rogue beastman he had just bitten to death in front of Shi Yuan. We don't want to meddle in your affairs. We just happen to need to pass through here. The leader Lai Mao, who hadn't expected that after they had finally cornered a tribe with victory in sight, and those furs and dried meat, almost there's another tribe, would suddenly appear and intervene. He licked his slightly wounded paw. You'd better mind your own business. I'll let you go. Get the hell out of here now. At these words, the two wolf beastmen who had come for help immediately panicked. Their strongest warrior, Shi Yuan, was already severely wounded. If the Green Mountain tribe beastmen left now, then they would surely die. Shi Yuan let them stay. The other males of the big tree tribe also pleaded, not wanting to die here. Moreover, in their view, the Green Mountain tribe had done nothing wrong last time. Everything was just the fault of their chieftain and Shueli, who had gone too far. They hadn't helped when the others' forest caught fire. Instead, they had made sarcastic remarks and even used their cooperation as a threat. And Shueli was still coveting a male who already had a female partner. Yes, sure, Yuan, we can't end up here. Yize said nothing more. With he Meow Meow in his arms, he appeared to the rogue beastmen as the easiest target to attack. Lai Mao who turned and with a dog and a cat beastmen charged at the two of them. However, the next moment before they could draw near, a dark shadow lashed out, striking them heavily and sending them flying far away. At this moment, Lai Mao who looked in shock at that somewhat familiar giant black snake tail. His eyes were filled with terror and dread, and he could not speak for a long time, tightly pressing his hands against his violently aching chest. You are that snake beastman Yize. Yize casually glanced at these substandard wandering beastmen. Good that you know. Now scram. His voice struck Lai Mao whose heart like thunder, causing his spirit to plummet. Clutching his tail between his legs, he turned and fled. However, the other wandering beastmen, unaware of what had happened, felt utterly bewildered. Everything had been fine just moments ago. How could their boss flee the instant a snake beastman appeared? Boss, don't run. If we kill that snake beastman, we'll get the moonlight gauze. At these words, Lai Mao who ran even faster, vanishing in a flash. You're courting death, don't drag me into this. The other wandering beastmen still wished to fight, but with their boss having fled, they merely lowly underlings stood no chance. He shot a furious glare at Shi Yuan and Yize, then turned away with lingering resentment. Let's go. With the wandering beastman attack over, all the trembling males of the Dashu tribe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some of the males, feeling ashamed, dragged their injured bodies forward to offer thanks. Yize gave a faint nod without reply, while Xianglai scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, it's nothing. We were just passing by. His own people bowing in gratitude to males of another tribe. Under ordinary circumstances, Shi Yuan would have stepped forward to greet them. But since his mate Xueli returned from the Qingshan tribe, she had been constantly muttering the name of one male. Even during their meeting, that name would surface, driving him absolutely furious. He tilted his head back, showing no appreciation. Don't think that just because you helped just now, Shi Yuan will thank you. Impossible. Yize did not even glance at him. At a time like this, anyone speaking such words was either foolish or seeking death. Turning his head, he said to Yinglu, let's go. Yinglu, who had been sitting aside, finally rose and instructed Xianglai and the others to carry the packages. Once the party was organized, he took the rear position. Only after everyone had passed did he leisurely fall into step behind. This carefree demeanor, clad in pristine white untainted by dust, even Shi Yuan found himself momentarily transfixed. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. Was this not the very male Xueli had been obsessing over all along? At this thought, a wave of irritable anger surged within him, and he charged forward to block Yinglu's path. Are you the Yinglu who seduced my mate? Upon hearing these words, all the beastmen turned their heads to look. Even Yize could not help but stop. He Meow Meow was quite puzzled. When Yinglu was in the tribe, he had almost always stayed cooped up in the cave. When had he gone to the Dashu tribe to seduce another male's female? Yinglu was equally confused by this question. He had only ever seduced one. His gaze instinctively fell upon Meow Meow in Yize's arms. This female was the only one he had ever seduced. Yet she had not fallen for it. At this thought, frustration welled up within him, and he could not help but press his tongue against the back of his teeth. He cast an impatient glance at the lion blocking his way. Who are you? When did I seduce your mate? As he spoke, his gaze immediately landed on Meow Meow. Could it be that you have found another male mate? All the males of the Qingshan tribe understood the meaning behind these words. Their gazes fell upon he Meow Meow, with scrutiny, brows slightly furrowed. They looked at Yinglu, pure and bright as a clearing moon after rain. They looked at Yize, calm and wise, handsome and extraordinary. And then they looked at Shi Yuan, disheveled and utterly unimpressive. Their faces were filled with disdain. Maji quietly approached Xianglai. He Meow Meow's taste really isn't great this time. Xianglai nodded in agreement. This lion's combat power was inferior even to his own, far behind the tribal chief Biming the shaman and Yize. He truly could not understand how he Meow Meow had taken a liking to him. He Meow Meow watched from the sidelines, never expecting Yinglu to turn the conversation back to her. She quickly waved her hands in denial. Don't talk nonsense. I don't even know him. How could that be? Yize knew best how many beast marks adorned Meow Meow's body. Besides the four of them, there were none. He felt a hint of annoyance at Yinglu's nonsense. His Meow Meow was certainly no casual female. This male is absolutely not Meow Meow's mate. Hearing this, Xianglai and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he wasn't. They had said it themselves. When had he Meow Meow's taste become so poor? Yinglu, of course, knew Meow Meow had nothing to do with him. But throughout this entire journey, she had not once granted him a proper glance. He knew she held no favor for him, yet being ignored, so completely treated as a complete stranger, sat heavily upon his heart. He only wanted Meow Meow to look at him properly. Politeness etched across his features, he smiled at Shi Yuan. Then you may be mistaken. I have only ever seduced one female. He Meow Meow. Yize. All the males of the Qingshan tribe. Was this still their aloof, cold, and taciturn shaman? Shi Yuan was unaware of the tangled history between them, but he caught sight of a fox beast mark perfectly positioned on He Miao Miao's fair collarbone, and the Yinglu before him was a fox beast man. The two of them looked like mates at a glance. He had seduced his mate, and now he stood here flaunting their affection, refusing to admit it. Did he take Shi Yuan for a pushover? Don't think that just because you are the shaman of the Qingshan tribe I dare not lay a hand on you. You seduced Xueli and wish to join us. You will have to step over my dead body first. Just kidding, if a male like that were truly with Xueli, where would there be any place for them? The males of the Dashu tribe could only feel deeply awkward. Shi Yuan was Xueli's first beast husband, and also the most jealous of them all. Every time Xueli bonded with a new beast husband he would throw an enormous scene. But this male before them had made it crystal clear, he already had a mate. How could he possibly be with Xueli? Shi Yuan was simply being overly defensive. Yinglu raised his eyebrow disdainfully and cast a scornful glance at the blood-stained Shi Yuan. He had wondered who this male was, and it turned out he was the mate of that female he despised. One after another, both exceedingly arrogant, truly a match made in heaven. You are overthinking it. I, Yinglu, have no interest in your domineering and unreasonable female. As for your corpse, I find it filthy. After speaking, he brushed off some dust from his clothes and walked past the flushed-faced Shi Yuan, continuing on his way. Yi Zhe instructed Xiang Lai to lead the group onward. Given Shi Yuan's current state, he could not risk leaving Yinglu as the rear guard. If anything were to happen, it would undoubtedly prove the greatest loss for their party. Yi Zhe carried Miao Miao and walked at the very rear. However, the next moment a violent voice rang out from behind. He Miao Miao saw a white-yellow shadow flash before her eyes. Just as Yi Zhe was about to intervene, he discovered Yinglu's hands moving slightly. The charging lion instantly lost its strength and collapsed onto the ground, utterly paralyzed. Yi Zhe was quite astonished. Having traveled through many forests and tribes, he had encountered numerous shamans. Yet, this was the first time he had witnessed someone possessing such reaction speed and self-preservation ability. It seemed he still knew far too little about the male before him. His earlier concern had been entirely unnecessary. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by the envoy from the Dashu tribe. Striking himself awake, he looked at Yinglu in utter astonishment. The Fox clan-born shamans. He had heard these words before but had not taken them to heart. Yet now reflecting upon them, Yinglu must indeed be extraordinary. After all, shamans of the Fox clan were the most sought after in the cities. There was absolutely no way they would end up in such a tiny tribe. Even if Miao Miao had originally used improper means to bond with him, he still could have chosen to leave. Yet Yinglu had remained confined within this humble Qingshan tribe, never once stepping outside. All of He Miao Miao's knowledge of the beast world came from the original owner's memories. She only knew that Yinglu was a shaman and important male beast man who should be well protected by the tribe. Yet she did not know that he possessed not only the power to heal, but also the power to kill. Watching the once ferocious roaring Shi Yuan now lying on the ground like a mangy dog, she gained a new understanding of Yinglu for the first time. Her mind was consumed with recalling whether she had done anything to provoke him again. She certainly did not want to end up lying on the ground like that. From now on, she would not only keep her distance from him, preferably going out of her way to avoid him, but also refrain from even meeting his gaze, lest she gain any presence in his sight and accidentally anger him. With the obstacle removed, Yinglu turned gracefully and followed the group, while Yi Zhe carried Miao Miao at the rear. Only after they had disappeared from sight did Shi Yuan regain his strength and struggle to his feet. A cautious beastman reminded him, Shi Yuan, the shaman of Qingshan tribe, actually rejected Xueli from the very beginning, so what you're worried about probably won't happen. What do you know? Shi Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring resentfully in the direction they had left. It's just a game of playing hard to get. He had been vying for affection among 16 males every day. He had long seen through such tricks. Just now that snake beast man named Yi Zhe was fully alert and ready to fight, and he didn't even hand the female in his arms over to Yinglu. That was enough for him to see through it. The relationship between Yinglu and his female mate was evidently not good. Xueli was far more beautiful than that female. This fox beast man must surely be smitten with Xueli. Originally, as the shaman of Qingshan tribe, Yinglu was a male he could hardly ever meet. But since they happened to cross paths on the road to Shiyuan City, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He would make every beastman see who was truly formidable. The fact that he had just been knocked to the ground was merely because he was severely injured and Yinglu had taken advantage of his weakness. At this thought, the stifled frustration in Shi Yuan's heart instantly transformed into a spirited fighting resolve. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let's go. He Miao Miao was held by Yi Zhe, walking at the very back. Before her eyes was Yinglu's figure, and she recalled what had just happened and what he had said. For the first time, He Miao Miao felt that his face was truly a bit thick. Her scrutinizing gaze was unabashed, staring at Yinglu until he almost forgot how to walk. He had said those words just now only because he was emboldened by the crowd and wanted to catch Meow Meow's attention. But this was not what he had expected, being stared at from behind. If he had known she would stare at him like this, he would have changed into gray or black animal hide this morning. Having traveled all this way, his white animal hide must have gotten dirty. If she saw it. At this thought, Lu felt his hands and feet become unsteady. He also wondered if his hair was disheveled or if there was dirt on his heels. The more he thought, the more flustered he became, his limbs growing increasingly stiff, so he simply stepped aside. You go ahead. I'll take the rear. Yizhe glanced at Lu's crimson ears, said nothing, and walked straight to the front. They were already some distance from the fight, and there was no other movement around, so it was safe. Those crimson ears set against his white hair were especially conspicuous. Meow Meow caught a glimpse of them and noticed that Lu's face was oddly uneasy. Curiosity stirred within her. What was he so uneasy about? Hadn't he been so composed just now? She withdrew her gaze, took a green fruit from her animal skin pouch, and nibbled on it leisurely. Although the two tribes had not cooperated this time, they had always maintained a certain distance. In the eyes of other tribes and wandering beastmen along the way, they seemed to be one group. Hence, apart from the initial battle, the rest of the journey was quite peaceful. Along the entire journey, Meow Meow was only set down from Yizhe's arms at the evening campsite to stretch her limbs. By now, Shiyuan City was already covered in a blanket of white snow. Gazing at the enormous city below the mountain, Meow Meow's heart swelled with excitement. After walking for nearly half a month, they had finally arrived. Xionlai said, I wonder if the spot we occupied last year is still there. If only that spot from last year were still available. It had trees to shelter us, and the wind and snow would be much less severe. Yizhe said, Lu, come with me to check the location. Lu had no objections, on the contrary, he was eager to go. He strode forward. By now, the outskirts of Shiyuan City were already filled with tribes that had come to trade. The snow on the ground had long been trampled into pools of icy slush, bitingly cold. Meow Meow glanced at the crowd of beastmen, almost all males with only a few females among them. They were all seated in relatively dry spots. To get a good price for their animal hides, they needed a good location, yet the best spots in Shiyuan City were inside the city. The three headed straight into the city. If there really was no room inside, they could still set up outside. However, as soon as they entered, Meow Meow felt as if she were in a bustling market from her childhood. The crowd surged, packed tightly, and some even carried large bundles. If not for Yizhe holding her with her short stature and small frame, she would surely have been trampled underfoot by these beastmen. They made a full circle inside, but every available spot was already taken. Yizhe and Lu had expected this outcome. But they felt that if they didn't come in and take a look, they might miss something. Yizhe said, there's no space. Let's go. Meow Meow was puzzled, pointing at a large puddle nearby. Isn't there space over there? Lu glanced at the spot and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Meow Meow, do you know why no beastman sets up a stall there? Why? Meow Meow asked. Lu glanced at her cradled in Yizhe's arms. After the long journey, her originally fair face had become somewhat sallow. Are you blind? Can't you see that there's a big patch of mud and water pits? Meow Meow, adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, was bluntly told she was blind. A surge of anger rose in her heart. I think you're the stupid one. If there's mud, can't you fill it with dry dirt and then lay some wood on top? Then build a simple wooden shelter over it. That's a spot, isn't it? Hearing this idea, Lu and Yizhe's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, why hadn't they thought of that? There was a water pit, but they could just fill it with mud. Fortunately, they had a beastman with earth attribute ability. Getting wood was even easier. The forest was just outside the city, and these males had no shortage of strength. Building a simple wooden shelter was no trouble at all. Yizhe couldn't help but smile. Meow Meow, you're so clever. Meow Meow was delighted by the praise, lifting her chin confidently and glancing at Lu, who had just called her blind. Yizhe, you're the best. Unlike some males who are stupid themselves and call others blind. It was obvious whom she was referring to. But Lu wasn't the least bit upset. On the contrary, his heart felt a flutter of joy. Throughout the journey, Meow Meow had only spoken to him once, and now she was talking to him again. She even glanced at him. How delightful. Suppressing the urge to curl his lips into a smile, he said, it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Meow Meow rolled her eyes at him, unwilling to bother with him. That guy couldn't spit out anything good from his mouth. Not a single pleasant word came out of it. Yizhe placed Meow Meow on a relatively dry stone nearby. You stay here, I'll go call them to work. Meow Meow nodded. Yizhe had carried her the entire way, and though he claimed not to be tired, she could see otherwise. Besides, she genuinely wanted to stand for a while. Otherwise, she felt her leg muscles might atrophy. Lu's black leather boots were caked with mud. Meow Meow glanced at them and turned her face away. This distancing gesture told Lu that his earlier words had displeased her. Yet having finally secured a moment alone with her, he didn't want to waste it. He shuffled a few steps closer to her side. He meow meow, is this your first time in Shiyuan City? There are many things you've never seen before. Would you like me to show you around? He meow meow instinctively shifted her arm as he approached, trying to maintain distance. But the stone beneath her feet was so small that she couldn't move much without stepping into the thick mud, which would ruin her shoes. With some annoyance, she said no need. She would go wherever Yize took her. She had no intention of strolling around with this male who spoke so unpleasantly. Yinglu hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. Seeing how excited she had been throughout the journey, he had assumed she enjoyed shopping. For females from remote tribes, visiting Shiyuan City's markets was the greatest allure. He casually took 2 red fruits from his spatial storage and handed one to her. Here. She recognized these red fruits. Yize and Bei Ming had picked them for her before. They weren't easy to find, but they were sweeter and juicier than the common green fruits. The entire journey had been nothing but roasted meat, dried meat, and even the green fruits had long been consumed. The sudden appearance of such a delicious fruit made her eyes gleam with desire. She wanted to eat it, but her pride held her back. She had just rolled her eyes at this fellow. Accepting his offering now felt inappropriate. She turned her head away haughtily. No. But no sooner had she spoken than a massive bundle of animal hide appeared before her, startling her into instinctively bending backward. Unexpectedly, her foot slipped off the stone, and she began to fall backward, about to land in the muddy ground. Suddenly a hand firmly grasped her waist while another pushed against the huge hide bundle. Yinglu snapped impatiently at the male carrying the bundle. Do you have eyes? Watch where you're going. The scolded male was also seething with anger. He was already struggling to carry such a large bundle, and now this white-haired male had shoved him hard, nearly causing him to fall. And he had the nerve to accuse him of being careless. He turned and roared at Yinglu. You white-haired bastard, how dare you push me? If these hides fall and get dirty, you couldn't afford to compensate. Yinglu stepped forward, creating enough space for Meow Meow to steady herself and also blocking the curious gazes of onlookers. You nearly knocked over my mate. If anything happens to her, I'll have more than just your hides, I'll take your life. At these words, the surrounding beastmen finally noticed the small female shielded behind Yinglu. Standing on the stone, she would definitely have fallen if that male's huge bundle had struck her. He was merely protecting his mate by pushing the bundle, yet this bearded male had shouted at him. How distasteful. You male carrying such a huge bundle and not paying attention. If you had hit another male, it'd be one thing, but this is a female. And you still dare to demand compensation. Exactly. You should be grateful they didn't demand compensation from you. The bearded male had been acting on impulse, having not even noticed that the person he nearly hit was a female. He had thought it was just that white-haired male. Aware of his fault, he quickly apologized with a sheepish grin and slipped away. Yinglu knew that he already had a poor impression in Meow Meow's heart, so since the male had apologized, he let it go. He didn't want Meow Meow to think him violent. If he had been alone, he would not have let it slide so easily. Once the large bundle was gone, Yinglu turned to look at Meow Meow. He noticed several mud spots on his own black leather clothing standing out vividly. Frowning slightly, he wanted to help remove them. As the thought crossed his mind, he acted on it. Meow Meow saw him bend down before her and instinctively tensed. What are you doing? Before she finished speaking, he took a piece of gray animal hide and began wiping the mud spots from the edge of her leather skirt, apparently having splashed on at some point. For a moment her heart fluttered with confusion and unease. She had never imagined that the aloof and proud Yinglu would one day bend down before her to wipe away mud. The atmosphere between them shifted instantly. She wasn't the only one feeling awkward. Yinglu's own heart was pounding with anxiety. He feared Meow Meow would reject him. He dreaded that she would rather step into the mud than accept his touch. Fortunately, she only shifted slightly backward and then didn't pull away. This gave him a sweet feeling, wishing the moment could last longer. But alas, those 3 mud spots were wiped away in the blink of an eye. Yinglu looked up and saw her reddened earlobes, knowing she was embarrassed. In truth, his own heartbeat was racing. But he knew Meow Meow disliked seeing him like this. He remembered her words clearly, they should keep their distance. Yet, he didn't want to leave her side. So he forced a nonchalant, roguish grin. Don't overthink it. Yize entrusted you to me, and I'm just responsible for you. Meow Meow, who had been feeling a bit embarrassed, suddenly had her awkwardness vanish upon hearing this. She pursed her lips, but said nothing. She hadn't overthought it at all. Just then Yize arrived with a large group of males from Qingshan tribe carrying a huge pile of timber. Seeing Meow Meow standing safely, his worried expression eased. Meow Meow, wait here a moment. Once they're done, you'll have a place to move around. Seeing Yize's gentle smile, Meow Meow's mood brightened immensely. She immediately broke into a smile. Go ahead. I'll wait right here. The surrounding vendors watched the commotion with some surprise. This place is always a mess of mud and puddles at this time of year. Which tribe would be so foolish as to set up a stall here? Xiong Lai and his team had come well prepared. They dumped a large amount of dry earth, instantly drying the ground. Then they laid the thickest logs on both sides, split them in half, and arranged them flat on top. The structure quickly took shape, leaving the surrounding vendors dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the clean flat wooden floor before them. Is this possible? He Meow Meow stood on the clean wood gazing at the bustling street. This muddy spot was right in the middle of a crossroads. Because of the heavy snowfall, the passing beastmen had trampled the area into a pit, and the snow melted into water had accumulated there. Setting up a stall here, the location couldn't be better. The ground was laid quickly, but the orientation of the shelter baffled Xiong Lai and the others. Yize, which direction should our shelter face? Previously, they had always set up their stall by the roadside, so they never had this concern. But now with roads on all sides, they were at a loss. Yize watched the passing beastmen and pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's make 4 shelters, 1 for each direction. No matter which road the beastmen come from, they'll see our furs and dried meat. Hearing this idea, Xiong Lai and the others immediately set to work. He Meow Meow, however, had a different thought. Yize, why not just build 1 large shelter here and place all the goods around it? That way our stall will look even bigger. At these words, Xiong Lai and the others brightened instantly. Hey, Meow Meow's idea is better. When beastmen go shopping, they prefer large stalls. If our stall is bigger than the others, we'll definitely attract more customers. Yize had no objections. Instead, a radiant smile spread across his face. Ever since he had been with Meow Meow, she had brought him so many surprises. Moreover, this idea was indeed better than his own. Then let's do it Meow Meow's way. Initially, they had planned to make 4 wooden framed for shelters, but now only 1 was needed. Seeing that dusk was approaching, everyone had traveled a long way and wanted to finish their work and rest. Yinglu stood aside, casting a deep glance at He Meow Meow. He stood upright not far away, his demeanor and gaze totally different from before. Even the tone of her speech and the logic of her actions had changed. And this change seemed to have begun after Yize came to the Qingshan tribe. Could it be that she liked Yize so much that she would change herself for him? Yet something felt off. No matter how much a beastman changed, their core nature was hard to alter. Such a drastic transformation could not happen overnight. And to become so clever. The large shelter had an open center surrounded by furs, serving as their resting place for the night. Just before dark, they finally finished. Yize immediately told Xiong Lai and the others to fetch Ma Ji and the rest and bring the bundles over. To ensure a decent meal tonight, He Meow Meow had early on taken a piece of dried meat and soaked it in a stone pot. Yinglu knew she was hungry. Truth be told, none of them had eaten well along the journey. As a female, she hadn't complained once, which showed considerable endurance. He walked up to her, directly picked up the stone pot beside her and carried it to the muddy ground. I'll do the cooking. This sudden move surprised He Meow Meow. In disbelief, she watched his retreating figure, and when she saw him actually starting a fire and boiling the meat, she hurried over. To be clear, in the tribe, he was the shaman, and such trivial tasks were beneath his station. Other beastmen in the tribe always roasted food for him. He Meow Meow doubted his ability to cook meat. Do you know how to cook meat? Yinglu chuckled lightly and turned to look at her. No, would you teach me? He Meow Meow's lips twitched. She knew it. If you don't know how, why did you say you'd do it? Yinglu smiled, but said nothing. He liked Meow Meow taking the initiative to come close, even if she still appeared disdainful on the surface. He added 2 more sticks of firewood beneath the stone pot, making the flames blaze brighter. At that moment, his heart burned just as fiercely. Xiong Lai led Ma Ji and the others carrying large bundles, and was astonished to see the 2 of them squatting on a stone at the other end. These 2 had barely approached each other during the entire journey, not even exchanging a word. How had they ended up together now? Ma Ji couldn't help asking Xiong Lai, who was working nearby. How did they get together again? And the shaman is smiling so happily. Xiong Lai was also puzzled. How should I know? Just moments ago, the 2 had barely spoken, yet after he went to fetch a bundle, he returned to find them together. Did we miss something? Ma Ji nodded, thinking it highly likely. Otherwise, the shaman wouldn't be grinning so broadly, his eyes nearly crescent moons. Yize walked over and saw Meow Meow's dark expression. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Meow Meow, what's upset you? He Meow Meow shot Yinglu a glare. It's all his fault. He can't cook meat, but insisted on taking over the task. Hearing this, Yize instinctively glanced at Yinglu, and seeing him rub his nose awkwardly, he knew Meow Meow was telling the truth. But he also understood that Yinglu was probably trying to win Meow Meow's favor, only to end up angering her instead. Still, he didn't believe a male could be incapable of such tasks. Come with me to lay out the bedding for tonight. And the meat. Knowing he had displeased Meow Meow, Yinglu promptly spoke up. You 2 go ahead. I'll handle the cooking. With that said, He Meow Meow finally understood. So this guy had been teasing her just now. She had actually taken him seriously. Remembering that he had pulled this trick twice in just one day, she felt irritated. She grabbed Yize's hand and turned to leave. Let's go. Although Meow Meow and Yize left, Yinglu's mood was even better than before, because he knew that Yize had given him a chance to show off. What male couldn't cook meat? A male who couldn't cook didn't deserve a female mate. Tonight he would let Meow Meow see his skills. With that thought, his gaze suddenly fell upon a stall selling fresh meat nearby. He immediately stood up and walked over. Meanwhile, when Meow Meow and Yize entered the shelter, they found the other beastmen had already laid out their bedding. The space was quite small, with furs spread right next to each other, leaving only 3 spots at the very back. It was obvious at a glance that these were reserved for Meow Meow, Yize, and Yinglu. Meow Meow noticed it too. The thought of having to sleep so close to that guy Yinglu tonight made her uncomfortable. But the shelter was only this big, so she had to keep quiet and say nothing. After all, Yize would definitely sleep in the middle tonight. The two spread out their beast-hide beds. Meow Meow deliberately left a gap in the middle, and Yize understood her intentions without a word. He then produced another beast hide to lay down. It gets cold near the edges of the shelter at night. Laying an extra one will keep us warmer. Yinglu had been busy outside for quite a while before the meat was ready, and he called Meow Meow and the others to come out. Meow Meow didn't expect him to make anything worthwhile. After all, cooking skills required daily practice. However, when she came out, she was stunned to see a gray beast hide laid on a clean wooden board nearby with plenty of meat displayed on it. The roasted meat was golden in color, and the stewed meat was tender and soft. It looked absolutely delicious. She was quite surprised. Did you make all of this? Yinglu was quite pleased with her amazed expression and introduced each dish one by one. Of course. This is honey-roasted maimai beast meat, this is mushroom stew, and this is charcoal-grilled mosho beast meat. Meow Meow looked at the large pile of meat. Out of the 3 dishes, 2 were made from fresh meat. It was obvious that after she and Yize had left, he had gone to a nearby stall to buy them. Sitting on the beast hide, as soon as she picked up her bowl, a piece of honey-roasted maimai beast meat landed in it. Looking up, she saw that Yinglu had served it, and a slight unease stirred in her heart. To ease the awkwardness, Meow Meow held her chin up and said, "Pretty presentation doesn't necessarily mean it tastes good." She picked up the piece of meat with her chopsticks, and before even taking a bite, a sweet fragrance hit her nose. She took a gentle bite, and with a crisp crunch, the exterior was charred while the inside remained tender, truly delicious. Meow Meow was extremely surprised. Looking at the half piece of meat remaining on her chopsticks, she couldn't believe this guy could cook meat so well. He really was a master hiding his skills. How did you make it taste so good?" Before she could finish speaking, Yinglu interrupted with a smile. "How's the taste? It can't be worse than what you make, right?" Meow Meow nodded noncommittally. "It's okay, I guess." Upon hearing this, Yize noticed the genuine smile on Yinglu's face. Just like in the afternoon, it was particularly radiant. "Then how about you take charge of the meat for these few days?" Hearing Yize's words unexpectedly, Yinglu was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. She cast a grateful glance toward him. She never expected that after he had ruined the night with Meow Meow last time, he would still be willing to give him a chance. "All right, tell me directly whatever you want to eat." Although Meow Meow said it was just okay, her body was honest. There was no way about it. This meal was the most comfortable and delicious she had had all along the journey. The roasted meat exuded a smoky aroma, and the dried stewed meat also had its own distinctive flavor, especially the small shiitake mushrooms inside, which Yinglu must have bought from somewhere. They were tender and succulent, and also very fresh and flavorful. Although Yinglu said so, Meow Meow didn't mention it. She felt that being able to eat ready-made food was already quite good. After the meal, Meow Meow helped Yize wash the pots and bowls nearby. Although there was no water source here, fortunately Yize himself possessed water attribute abilities, so they weren't short of water for this. Meow Meow freshened up outside before entering the shelter. Inside, many beastmen had already lain down, so she could only follow Yize through the narrow gaps along the edges. However, as soon as she reached the place where she had spread her beast hide, she discovered that her and Yize's hides had been rearranged. At their original positions, a white beast hide had been laid out. Without needing to think, she knew that throughout the entire team, throughout the entire Qingshan tribe, the only one who would use a white beast hide like this was that fellow Yinglu. Meow Meow squatted down and knelt on the beast hide, just about to roll up Yinglu's hide to swap positions back. That's when she spotted a pair of fair, well-defined large feet resting on that white beast hide. Above the joint of her big toe, 2 tiny black hairs grew. Instinctively raising her head, a vaguely visible something suddenly came into her view, startling her so much that she immediately straightened her kneeling posture. "What are you doing?" A few oil lamps were still burning in the corner, casting dim light. But this level of darkness meant nothing to a male. In fact, the darkness had absolutely no effect on their night vision. Yinglu clearly saw Meow Meow's awkwardness and her flushed red face. Suddenly realizing what she might have seen from her action just now, he instinctively tensed up and stepped back. His expression immediately became somewhat uncomfortable. You touched my beast hide and you have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing. He meow stood up and pointed to the two positions. This position of yours was taken by me first. It's my spot with Yize. Inglu said, it's better if you sleep in this current position, so you won't roll out of the beast hide shelter in the middle of the night. Yize didn't mind. In his view, any position was fine since he would always place Meow between him and Inglu. He would never leave her sleeping at the outermost edge alone. With her restless sleeping habits, it was quite possible she might actually roll out of the beast hide shelter while everyone was asleep. It was he Meow who hadn't expected him to guess her thoughts so accurately. With the current arrangement, she would either have to sleep between Inglu and Yize or between Yize and Maji. There was truly no choice. I'd rather sleep at the very edge. Yize knew there was some estrangement between her and Inglu, but now was not the time for her to throw a tantrum. As a female, if she truly accidentally rolled out of the shelter and was seen by the other beastmen outside, it would be extremely dangerous. Meow Inglu is right. This arrangement is the best. Moreover, even if our beast hides were placed at the very edge, I wouldn't let you sleep at the outermost position. He Meow looked at the two of them. It seemed there was no escaping this situation tonight. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have suggested building such a large shelter. Just 4 would have done. She wouldn't be in such an awkward predicament now. Especially just now when she had accidentally seen something she shouldn't have. Without saying a word, she turned over, pulled the blanket over herself, and lay down facing away from Inglu's direction. She clung tightly to Yize's waist without letting go for a moment. She just wanted to prove that even like this she could still sleep properly tonight. Yize was amused by her stubborn little attitude and gently patted her back. He only wondered whether Inglu, who had chased her all this way, would ever win Meow's heart. But from his perspective, of course, he hoped they would end up together. Although he had heard of the past grievances between Meow and Inglu, Meow had never mentioned it to him. Since Meow didn't bring it up, he chose to pretend he knew nothing. Moreover, throughout the journey, Inglu had shown exactly the demeanor of someone who wanted to draw near but dared not. He knew well that this male was abiding by the rules he had made with Meow. He didn't think a male who could follow rules was that bad. What's more, after being reprimanded last time, Inglu would always secretly hunt some of Meow's favorite gecko beasts and hand them over to him without letting her know. Furthermore, Inglu was a shaman capable of providing Meow with status and assistance that he and Bei Ming could never offer. Unlike himself and Bei Ming, who could only rely on brute force to protect her and do their best to ensure she had enough to eat and wear. Seeing he Meow deliberately turning her back to Inglu with a look of disdain, Inglu simply turned his back to her as well. When he had moved the beast hides just now, he had secretly added 2 extra hides to Yize's sleeping arrangement. With the two of them sleeping so close together, embracing each other, it wouldn't be long before they'd get hot. At that point, he wouldn't need to do anything. Meow would separate from Yize on her own. Thinking of this, he gazed through the narrow gap beside the beast hide shelter at the heavy snow falling outside, and his mood was exceptionally good. 5 layers of beast hides were spread beneath him, with 2 more covering his body. Packed into the cramped hide tent were over 20 males, their breaths warming the air until the entire shelter grew stiflingly hot. He Meow clung tightly to Yize's chest. Before long, fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She extended her arms and legs to feel the coolness, and only then drifted into a sound slumber. However, soon Yize noticed her back was drenched in sweat. He could only lift a corner of the beast hide and create a slight distance between them. At the rustling sounds behind him, Inglu could guess exactly what was happening without looking. Outside, the snow fell heavier and heavier. Long before the snores of the males sleeping in the beast hide tent had already begun. Everyone had fallen into dreamland except him. He was still waiting. Suddenly, a leg draped itself over his thigh, light as a feather. Uncontrollably, a smile emerged across his face in the darkness. He reached out and lifted the edge of the beast hide before him. A cool breeze swept in, blowing against he Meow's body, bringing undeniable relief. Half asleep, she instinctively crawled toward the cooler spot. Only when she encountered an immovable barrier did she stop. Inglu gently shifted his body, gazing at the little female sleeping beside him. Her long black eyelashes fluttered softly, and he wondered what sweet dreams occupied her mind. At any rate, his mood was wonderful. The little female he cherished now had one hand resting on his waist and one leg draped across his thigh. He gently pulled up a corner of his own hide blanket and carefully tucked it around her. Having breathed in the cool night air for a while, he Meow subconsciously burrowed toward the warmth. Completely unaware, she had already shifted to a new location. Seeing her palm-sized face resting against his chest, Inglu couldn't resist pinching her slightly round cheek. It felt exquisite. His nostrils were filled with the faint herbal fragrance of Meow's skin. Lowering his head, he placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Among all the nights that had passed, tonight was the most restful sleep he had ever known. Before dawn broke the next day, everyone rose and began their preparations. Today was far too important. A luxury of extra sleep was unthinkable. During the middle of the previous night, Yize had noticed Miao Miao had wandered over to Yinglu's side and was sleeping quite peacefully. Thus, when morning came, he did not rouse the pair.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
It seemed as though even the slightest pressure from his hand could snap her wrist. Yet on that occasion she had slammed heavily into the water's surface, her features contorted in pain, a clear sign of how much it hurt. The memory brought Yinglu endless regret. If only time could flow backward, he wished it had been him who had fallen, not Miao Miao. What angered him most was that back then, while claiming on his lips that they were even, he had still laid claim to the position of her mate. In truth, from that moment onward his heart had grown turbulent. He could not pinpoint exactly when it had begun. He simply knew that by the time he recognized his own heart's desire, he had already caused too much harm. Suddenly the little female in his arms stirred slightly. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he found himself meeting Miao Miao's eyes. Seeing the shock and panic crossing her face, a faint smile graced his lips. "Good morning, Miao Miao," he whispered softly. Slap. A sharp blow landed across Yinglu's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. He had imagined her waking to curse him, but never expected a direct slap. Yinglu sat up wearing an expression of utter innocence. "Why would you hit me?" He Miao Miao glanced down at her somewhat disheveled beast-hide skirt, uncertain whether anything improper had occurred the previous night. But this fellow had certainly taken advantage of her. Seated upon the beast-hide, she glared upward at him indignantly. "And you have the nerve to ask?" Her voice carried too loudly, drawing the sideways glances of the other males still present. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, her face flushed crimson in an instant. She quickly lowered her voice. "Did you take advantage of me last night?" At this, Yinglu cast his gaze downward. Had he taken advantage? Indeed, he had claimed something precious. The female he cherished lay nestled within his arms, pressed tightly against him. He was a normal male, and any physical response was entirely natural. Since he had done it, he naturally dared to admit it. "You were the one who crawled into my arms and refused to let go. I am your mate. Kissing you is hardly improper." Leaning slightly forward, Yinglu murmured softly against her ear. "I care for you. Didn't you know?" Hearing the first part of his words, that she had run into his arms and clung to him, he Miao Miao felt a surge of panic. The previous night she had held tightly to Yize. It was impossible she had wandered over he must be deceiving her. She raised her fist ready to strike him. But the moment she heard what came next, her face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Her eyes widened with astonishment, her heartbeat quickened, and her mind raced with Yinglu's words. The atmosphere between them grew charged. Overwhelmed with confusion, he Miao Miao no longer knew what to do. She could only quickly straighten her beast-hide skirt and flee the tent in haste. The cold wind outside finally began to fade the flush from her cheeks. Spotting Yize heating water nearby, she immediately stormed over in frustration. "Yize, why didn't you hold me last night?" From her tone, Yize understood that Miao Miao had woken to find Yinglu beside her and was rather displeased. Moreover, the fact that she had slapped Yinglu inside the tent was now known to every beast human present. With a light laugh, he recounted the events of the previous night in full. He Miao Miao remained somewhat skeptical. "Really?" Yize gently tousled her somewhat disheveled hair. "Of course. Would I lie about such a thing?" He Miao Miao knew her sleeping habits were restless, which was why the previous night she had clung tightly to Yize before bed, terrified of rolling about in her sleep. She never expected she would still end up elsewhere. In truth, when Yinglu had claimed she had gone to him on her own accord, she had harbored some suspicion. She never imagined it was actually true. At this thought, she felt utterly overwhelmed with embarrassment, unable to face anyone. Covering her face with both hands, she sat in hopeless despair. He Miao Miao covered her face with both hands, looking utterly hopeless. She never imagined that last night she had been the one to roll over to him. Yize handed her a cup of warm water. "Don't overthink it. Yinglu is your mate after all, so it's nothing unusual. Drink some warm water, then go wash up. It'll be dawn soon." He Miao Miao nodded. Now was not the time to be emotional. Their position was right in the middle of the road, and if any guests arrived and saw her in such a disheveled state, it would be terribly improper. She walked to the side and silently began washing her face and brushing her teeth. Yinglu, though slapped, was not angry. Instead, he proudly emerged with the imprint of 5 fingers still visible on his face. He loved talking with Miao Miao, even if it was just bickering. What he feared most was her ignoring him. Seeing her squatting alone brushing her teeth, he smiled and walked over, bent down, and gently took out a comb to brush her hair. "Don't move." His voice was very soft. He Miao Miao recognized who it was and felt her whole body stiffen. She didn't know how to face this male. Yize had said that they were mates and all this was normal. but she didn't feel it was normal at all. In the past, Lu had hated her to the bone. Now that he said he liked her, she found it rather terrifying. Although this guy was good-looking, had been much more docile lately, and was kind to her, the memories of before were too vivid. Whenever she began to sink into his kindness, those memories would surface to remind her. You. Are you trying to harm me again? At this moment, Lu's heart was brimming with joy. In his eyes, the fact that Miao Miao allowed him to touch her hair was a sign of progress in their relationship.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Are you afraid of me? He Miao Miao stood up and immediately stepped back. The last time you spoke to me so gently, I almost died. You must have some scheme again. The strands of hair slipped from his hand, and Lu felt a sharp pang in his heart. He met Miao Miao's wary gaze as if she might vanish from his sight at any moment. He could no longer bear the days when Miao Miao ignored him. He didn't want to experience that again. Hastily, he apologized. I'm sorry. What happened before was my fault. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Why don't you slap me again? Or do whatever you want as long as you calm down. He Miao Miao looked at the very obvious slap mark on his other cheek. She wasn't in the habit of hitting people. The slap just now had been given in a moment of panic. She wanted to tell Lu to follow the previous rules, but recalling how she had rolled into his bed last night, she felt a little guilty. The words "stay away from me" stuck in her throat. Not knowing how to face him, she could only change the subject. Move aside. I need to go help Yuze. With that, she brushed past him, casually tied her hair back, and walked to the stall to neatly arrange the animal hides they were about to sell. Then in a corner, she set out the tooth powder and toothbrushes. Suddenly a large stall had appeared in the middle of the road. It was at a crossroads, and any passing beastmen could hardly miss it. All around was mud except here, which was very clean. Many beastmen as they walked chose to pass this way, turning the empty wooden planks beside the stall into a thoroughfare. He Miao Miao immediately spotted two females among the crowd of beastmen and approached them with her tooth powder. Two beautiful sisters, smell this. Isn't it fragrant? The two females had come with their tribe to explore Shiyuan City, so they were naturally curious about anything novel. The taller one had wanted to leave, but when she heard the words, beautiful sisters, she couldn't walk away. She was the prettiest female in her tribe, but out here this was the first time a stranger had complimented her looks. She glanced at the black thing in Miao Miao's hand, bent down to sniff it, and a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted into her nose. A slight smile curled at the corner of her mouth. What's this? He Miao Miao immediately picked up a wet toothbrush, dipped it in the tooth powder, and smiled. This is a toothbrush and tooth powder developed by our tribe with a large number of beast crystals. It's specially designed for cleaning teeth and mouth. With it, we no longer have to worry about bad breath. It can even leave a very fresh scent. As she spoke, she called over Ma Ji. She had specifically made Ma Ji refrain from brushing his teeth for half a month. Ma Ji showed these two beautiful females the effect. Ma Ji deliberately smiled, revealing his yellow, foul-smelling teeth, and began brushing in front of the two females. Although Ma Ji had just demonstrated his unbrushed teeth and breath, the two females were unimpressed. That was the usual smell they were used to, and there were even worse ones. They were just curious, could this thing really make the mouth fragrant? Ma Ji moved quickly, rinsing his mouth and cleaning it, revealing a row of white, neat teeth. Look at my teeth, two beautiful females. Then he exhaled a breath. The two females immediately noticed the difference. The shorter one exclaimed in surprise to He Miao Miao, it smells just like your mouth. When He Miao Miao had spoken to them earlier, she had smelled the fragrance, but she had assumed the female had eaten some fragrant fruit that morning. She hadn't expected it to be this black thing. He Miao Miao smiled. That's right. I used it to brush my teeth this morning too. Would you like to try it? It's free to try, no beast crystals needed. The two females who had been hesitating immediately became interested upon hearing it was free. After all, in their minds, their mouths weren't smelly. They picked up the toothbrushes, imitating Miao Miao's movements, wet the brush, dip it in the powder, and put it into their mouths. But as soon as the brush entered and they scrubbed a few times, a cool sensation filled their mouths, delighting them. The taller female said, it feels like I have an ice cube in my mouth. The shorter one nodded repeatedly. And it's so fragrant. He Miao Miao had them brush for a full 5 minutes before stopping. Once you get used to it, you won't need to brush for so long. The two females spat out the black water and looked at a basin of water prepared nearby, reflecting their images. Instantly their faces were full of uncontrollable smiles. My teeth. They're so white. The shorter female scraped her teeth with her fingernail, her face brimming with excitement. The dirt on my teeth is really all gone. The males following them, seeing their mates so delighted, immediately stepped forward. The male standing in front of the taller female smiled. Then let's buy some to take home. But as soon as he said that, the two females covered their noses and stepped back. The taller female was full of disgust. Your breath is so foul. She hadn't noticed before, but now she knew what fragrance was. The male also smelled the fragrance on her breath and felt a bit embarrassed. He had been traveling for days without even scraping the dirt off his teeth with his nails, so naturally there was an odor. He turned to He Meow Meow. How much is this stuff? He Meow Meow smiled and held up 2 fingers. 1 beast crystal for 2 boxes of tooth powder plus a free toothbrush. As soon as she said this, the beastmen who had gathered around watching immediately pulled out their beast crystals and crowded forward. I want 2 boxes. I want 4. This was something He Meow Meow hadn't expected. She had just been promoting to the 2 females, and there were quite a few onlookers, but she hadn't paid them any attention. She never thought they would go so crazy, nearly knocking over her stall. Fortunately, Ing Lu reacted quickly and held it steady. He Meow Meow quickly shouted, "Everyone, don't push. Take your time, there's enough for everyone." But her words were useless to them. Of course these beastmen were clearly from a distant tribe, otherwise they wouldn't have such a huge pile of animal hides. Moreover, something so good for cleaning the mouth and teeth, leaving a pleasant fragrance at such a low price. If they didn't grab it now, it would be gone soon. Most of these males had promised to bring gifts back to their mates. In the entire Shiyuan city, even a wolf tooth necklace cost more than 1 beast crystal, and many of them could make such necklaces themselves. This was far more worthwhile and novel. He Meow Meow had no choice but to have Ing Lu collect the beast crystals while she handled the sales. Soon the large beast hide pouch of tooth powder behind her was completely sold out. Seeing this, Yize immediately fetched another pouch from the beast hide shed, helping to sell and stabilize the stall. It wasn't until Meow Meow was sweating from exhaustion that this pouch was also sold out. However, the 2 females who had been pushed aside earlier rushed in with their mates, only to find the stall completely empty. The tall female stomped her feet in anger, shooting a vicious glare at her male mate. "It's all your fault, all your fault. See, there's nothing left." Bai Peng felt a bit embarrassed. He had tried to push his way through, but there were simply too many people, and the beastmen were unreasonable, shoving him aside. As the future chieftain of the 100 Beasts tribe, he really couldn't stoop to fighting with common beastmen over such trinkets. Meanwhile, the short female was pounding her mate's chest with her little fists. "Now it's done. Nothing left. Are you happy now?" He Meow Meow immediately took out 4 boxes of tooth powder and 2 toothbrushes and walked up to them. "Don't be angry. These are for you as a thank you gift for bringing me so many customers. If it weren't for these 2 females willing to listen to her, who knew when she would have sold anything?" The 2 females Hu Dai and Xing Ting stared at the tooth powder and toothbrushes they had wanted, feeling a bit embarrassed. They had already brushed their teeth for free earlier, and now they were taking more. Besides, that box of tooth powder looked like it would last a long time. But they truly desired it. The tall female Hu Dai blushed slightly. "This doesn't feel right." The short female Xing Ting nodded repeatedly. "Do you have any more? We'd like to buy some more." With that, she hurriedly told her male mate to take out 6 beast crystals. "Quick, bring some back for the others." At this, Hu Dai also immediately urged her mate Bai Peng to take out more beast crystals. By now the snow was falling heavier, and though it was still early, the sky had long since darkened. It was evident that even heavier snow was on the way. So Meow Meow, having sold 2 pouches and seen off these customers, decided to take a breather. Since the customers in front of her wanted to buy, she had no reason to refuse and immediately asked Yize to fetch more. After seeing them off, the number of beastmen on the street had noticeably decreased. The males Xiong Lai and Ma Ji were clearing the snow and mud from the wooden boards. Seeing that there were few customers left, they lit a campfire nearby to warm themselves. Meow Meow stabilized the teetering stall and, brimming with excitement, told Yize and Ing Lu to take the beast hide bags filled with beast crystals into the shed. She couldn't wait to count how many beast crystals there were. Yize was amused by her eagerness and emptied both pouches onto the ground. Ing Lu, however, was utterly delighted. He didn't care how much they had earned. He only cared whether he had a place in Meow Meow's heart. Just now she had called his name, which meant she was no longer angry about what happened last night. Sitting on the black beast hide, they counted the beast crystals in piles of 10. Yize said 212 beast crystals in total. At this number, He Meow Meow was ecstatic, counting on her fingers. "If I take 30%, that means I'll have 63 beast crystals as income. There are still 2 pouches left. If I sell them all, I'll earn over 100 beast crystals." The more she calculated, the more excited she became, her eyes sparkling. "I wonder what I could buy with 100 beast crystals in Shiyuan City." Yize smiled and produced a small beast hide pouch. "These are my beast crystals. Buy whatever you want." Ing Lu suddenly remembered something, inwardly scolding himself for being slow-witted lately. He quickly retrieved his own beast hide pouch from his small spatial storage and placed it before Meow Meow, a grin spreading across his face. "This is mine. Spend it as you like." Suddenly 2 small beast hide pouches lay before her, their contents obvious. She could accept Yize's as they were close as could be. But Ing Lu, she felt that something was off. No, I'll ask when I need beast crystals. Yize helped her gather the scattered beast crystals into the pouch, smiling gently. Sure, I'll accompany you when you go shopping. Yinglu, however, was somewhat surprised. This little female was clearly a money grubber. She had argued with him for ages over a few beast hides before. How could she remain indifferent in the face of so many beast crystals now? He reached out and poured his own beast crystals directly into hers, mixing them together. Keep them. I feel safer with you holding them. Meow Meow was tidying up her own beast crystals when unexpectedly Yinglu poured all of his into the pile. She understood what this meant and felt a flutter of panic. Aren't you afraid I'll spend it all? Seeing that she didn't directly refuse, Yinglu stood up and took a step back, his face full of mirth. Spend it all, that's perfect. Carrying it around every day is a real burden. He knew that if he went on, Meow Meow would refuse. He didn't want to hear those words, so he smiled and changed the subject. You two clean up. I'll go outside and see what's good to eat tonight. With that, he strode away, leaving Meow Meow no chance to speak. So many beast crystals, it was clear that Yinglu had been saving them for a long time. Being a male himself, Yize understood the meaning behind this gesture. He simply handed his own to Meow Meow as well. Put mine in with yours. Suddenly, Meow Meow had a large bag of beast crystals. She would naturally accept Yize's. She lifted it. It was quite heavy, and her face broke into a joyful smile. Put it in your spatial storage. If it's still light out after we eat some meat, can we go for a stroll? Yize gently ruffled her hair and replied softly, sure. The two of them came to an agreement. Eager to go out and play soon, Meow Meow and Yize both helped Yinglu prepare the meat. The weather was too cold, they needed a hearty stew to warm themselves. Meow Meow had something on her mind. She hastily downed a bowl of meat soup and ate a piece of roasted meat before urging Yize to leave. She still had to bring a gift for Baiming. Yinglu quickly followed. This was a rare opportunity to go out and have fun. The ground was muddy and Yize carried Meow Meow in his arms as they looked at the stalls and shops one by one. After walking for a while, Meow Meow noticed that the goods here were almost monotonous. Everyone sold roughly the same things. The most common items were dried meat and animal hides along with stone pots and bowls. The craftsmanship was nowhere near as smooth and practical as the items Yize and Baiming had polished for her. Suddenly a different stall caught her attention and she pointed toward it. Yize, let's go over there. Yize turned on his heel and walked over to a fairly large jewelry stall. Meow Meow took a look. Almost all the ornaments were made from animal bones, and the walls were covered with animal skulls. Not a single piece appealed to her. Then she noticed a small red square plaque hanging on the wall. Boss, could you show me that one? The proprietor, who had been waiting nearby, was delighted to hear this. He cheerfully took down the palm-sized red plaque. Little lady, you have excellent taste. This is carved from the rarest red stone of the Huang Kingdom, truly the most beautiful. Meow Meow held it in her hand. It felt cool and smooth with high transparency and no impurities at all. It reminded her of the rubies she had seen in the Geological Museum. She looked at the back. There was a simple pattern, though she couldn't tell what it depicted. How much is this? The proprietor's excitement surged at her question. This item had been sitting in his stall for years. Many beastmen admired it, but every time they saw the character on the back they lost interest. Now a clueless buyer had finally appeared. If he didn't sell it at a high price, he would be wasting his time freezing out here. And not expensive, just 200 beast crystals. Hearing the price, Meow Meow felt a pang of disappointment. She touched the red stone square in her hand and handed it back to the proprietor. Forget it, that's too expensive. She had earned only a little over 100 beast crystals in total. Even if she had used all of them, she couldn't afford it. Besides, this was a gift for Baiming and she couldn't use Yize's or Yinglu's crystals. With that, she turned to leave. Apart from this item, nothing else here caught her interest. Seeing the deal about to fall through, the proprietor immediately blocked her path. He couldn't let a potential buyer who couldn't read slip away so easily. Then name your price. Tell me what you think it's worth. Meow Meow was all too familiar with this bargaining tactic. She genuinely wanted the item, but she didn't think it was worth spending her entire savings on. So she tested the waters, holding up 5 fingers, 50 beast crystals. The moment she said it, Yize and Yinglu were stunned speechless. They had never seen anyone haggle like this. Most people would ask for a discount of a few crystals or round down the price, but Meow Meow had slashed it from 200 straight to 50. Meanwhile, the proprietor was shocked because he had only made the remark out of habit from years of business. He hadn't really expected her to counteroffer on this item. After all, any beastman who recognized it would be wary of it. When Meow Meow offered 50, he clapped his hands together. Deal. He quickly wrapped it in a small piece of animal hide and shoved it into Meow Meow's hand as if afraid she might change her mind. His speed was so swift that now it was Meow Meow's turn to be amazed. Could it be that she had offered too high a price? Was this item not even worth 50 beast crystals? Yinglu had thought the proprietor wouldn't sell it so cheaply, but he had agreed. He gave Meow Meow a long look. Meow meow, are you sure you want to buy this, and give it to that Black Panther? Hearing Ing Lu refer to Bai Ming like that, he meow meow felt a little displeased. The goodwill she had just built up vanished instantly. What is there a problem? The tone told Ing Lu that meow meow was angry. Still he understood. After all, Bai Ming was her mate, so it was natural for her to be upset. But they were in Shiyuan City, and he had to use that term. He leaned close to Meow Meow and whispered, "Then take a closer look at the back of that red stone plaque. What character is it?" "A character." He Meow Meow was puzzled. She picked it up again and examined it. There was nothing but a pattern. "Where's a character?" "It's just a design." At this, Yize and Ing Lu exchanged astonished glances. They realized that their Meow Meow couldn't read. Yize pointed at the curving pattern on it. "This is the character Ming." "Ming? What name? Whose name?" Once Yize said that he Meow Meow no longer wanted to buy it. She didn't want something with someone else's name on it. Ing Lu chuckled. "It's not a name, this character is Ming, the same one in the Black Panther's name."
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
After all, including 3 years of kindergarten, she had studied for 19 years, only to become illiterate after crossing over. But then again, a red stone square engraved with the character Ming was absolutely perfect as a gift for Bai Ming. She immediately told Yize to pay. "I'll take it." Phew. The proprietor sighed in relief. This hard-to-sell item had finally been offloaded. He respectfully accepted the beast crystals and cheerfully escorted Meow Meow and the others out of the stall. Ing Lu couldn't help but wonder what Bai Ming's reaction would be when he saw this gift. By now the sky outside was growing darker. Even held in Yize's arms, he Meow Meow felt a chill. Just then a faint call came from not far away. "Brother, sister. Brother and sister, please buy something from us." He Meow Meow curiously glanced over and saw a dark-skinned little boy clad only in beast fur standing in the snow. His feet were already covered with severe frostbite sores, swollen and red. Behind him crouched an elderly male covered in snow, barely moving. His dim yellow eyes blinked occasionally, the only sign that he was still alive. However, the beastmen around merely glanced at the items and turned away. He Meow Meow was curious about what they were selling. In this weather, beast furs should not be unsellable. She signaled Yize to approach. "Little boy, what are you selling?" Little Fuzi had been calling out here for 3 days, having not eaten a single bite of meat, starving to desperation. Not a single passerby beastman had bothered to look at his and his grandfather's goods. Yet here came someone at last, a beautiful young lady accompanied by 2 handsome young men. For a moment he gazed in a daze. He Meow Meow watched his bright, sparkly eyes and stifled a laugh, waving her hand in front of him. "Hey little boy, where are your things?" Hearing the voice again, little Fuzi snapped back to reality and hastily clawed the items buried deep under thick snow. His small black hands moved skillfully. Once he managed to unearth everything, he Meow Meow saw them clearly. Basket carriers. Little Fuzi's eyes lit up with surprise. "You recognize these, sister?" He Meow Meow lifted one basket carrier and felt its sturdiness. It was beautifully crafted with 2 tightly woven baskets beside it. "Did you make these?" At this, little Fuzi nodded proudly. "Yes, my grandfather made them all." By now the elderly beastman, nearly buried under snow, shifted his body and shuffled forward with a smile. "I figured this out myself. I call it the back carrier and the hand carrier. If you'd like, I can sell them to you at a discount." "Name your price," he Meow Meow said. The old beastman lifted his gaze to observe the 3 before him. Both males were strikingly handsome, and the female was beautiful, clad in fine-quality beast fur. They clearly lived well. If little Fuzi could follow them, perhaps he would no longer suffer from cold and hunger. And he himself, an old wandering beastman with nearly all his teeth fallen out, might not survive this winter. His only concern was little Fuzi. He did not want the boy to die alongside him. Suddenly self-interest stirred within him. He pulled the little boy beside him, tears welling in his eyes. "Kind beastman, if you do not disdain us, I will give you these things for free. I only ask that you take little Fuzi in. He is diligent and sensible." But upon hearing these words, little Fuzi immediately clung tightly to his grandfather's waist, tears streaming down his face. "No, I do not want to leave Grandpa. Grandpa, don't abandon me. From now on I will do more chores. After spring arrives I will learn to hunt and definitely support you." None of the 3, he Meow Meowing Lu and Yize, had expected to witness such a scene while out shopping. Ing Lu frowned slightly and looked away in silence, though his expression darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. But upon seeing this, Yize was reminded of his own past. When he was young, his father had similarly brought him to Shiyuan City to sell beast furs and dried meat. After his father passed away, only he remained in the forest as a lone male. To survive, he had eaten grass, roots, wild fruits, various insects, and small animals. The old and young before him selling things on the street were clearly wandering beastmen. As one who had once wandered, he knew full well what lengths such beastmen would go to for survival. He did not want to expose Meow Meow to danger. Meow Meow wee. Before he could finish, Meow Meow interrupted, questioning their situation. Which tribe do you belong to? The old beastman hunched his back, finding it difficult to speak. In the beastman world, wandering beastmen were considered inferior to tribal beastmen, even though wandering beastmen often possessed high combat strength. But he also knew that lying now would prevent them from accepting little Fuzi. We have no tribe. Hearing this, the old beastman quickly looked up. Do not worry, I will not come along. There is only this little boy, and he will never bring any danger to you. He is merely a rabbit beastman I found in the forest. Even when he grows up, his combat power will not be significant. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow's spirits instantly lifted. Would you be willing to follow me to our Qingshan tribe? Hearing Meow Meow's sudden proposal, everyone froze for a moment. Lu was the first to react, immediately refusing. Absolutely not. Why? Meow Meow could not understand. In her view, the old beastman knew how to weave. If he could teach several other beastmen bamboo weaving after returning, it would create another source of beast crystal income, quite a profitable deal. As for the younger one following the old beastman every day, he would inevitably learn something as well. Moreover, such a young boy shivering and starving here was truly pitiful. Lu frowned deeply. Why? He could not explain it himself, it was simply a feeling that something was amiss. In his eyes, these two giving away their goods for free clearly harbored ulterior motives. Many tribes came here for trade during winter. Why did this old man not try other tribes to give away the boy, but instead singled them out? After all, a male cub of little Fuzi's age would be welcomed by any tribe. Once this winter passed, he could begin learning to hunt, and food would never be a concern. It was possible that the bond between this old man and the boy was entirely fake. What adult male would be so devoted to a cub, especially one he had picked up? At this point, Ize's stance aligned with Lu's. Meow Meow, they are wandering beastmen. Admitting them into the tribe may pose risks. Hearing this, Meow Meow immediately disagreed. She pulled the two of them aside and whispered her thoughts aloud. So, what if they are wandering beastmen? That old man has lost nearly all his teeth. Are either of you too afraid he could overpower you? As long as they join our Qingshan tribe, there will be endless beast crystals in the future. Hearing these words, Ize studied Meow Meow seriously before him. Infinite emotion surged within his heart. He had always known his partner was clever. Yet he never imagined she would be this brilliant. If they had actually agreed, the old beastman would likely have been profoundly grateful to Meow Meow. In truth, the greatest beneficiary was her Meow Meow. Lu also realized this, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he gave a thumbs up. Brilliant, truly brilliant. I admire you. Seeing their expressions, Meow Meow knew they had agreed. She confidently tilted her head up and hummed at them. If you thought I was beneath you. Although I am a female, I am no less capable than either of you. Yize chuckled at her confident demeanor and affectionately ruffled her hair. Yes, you are right. It was our mistake to underestimate you. Meow Meow turned around and gestured for Yize to hand the old beastman 2 beast crystals with a smile. If you are willing, come to our Qingshan tribe. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, the old beastman knelt down in the snow in gratitude. Thank you so much. He quickly pressed little Fuzi's head down and made them kowtow 3 times to the trio. Although Yize remained somewhat guarded, he respected Meow Meow's decision. Besides, Meow Meow was right. Were they not male companions? Could they really be afraid of an old wandering beastman? By now the sky had completely darkened, with bone-chilling winds sweeping through as most shops around had already shut their doors. A raging fire burned beside many of the beast people groups. Lu knew they were about to head back, so he immediately stepped forward, bent down, and scooped up Meow Meow, turning around to walk back. The sudden movement caught Meow Meow off guard, and by the time she realized what was happening, she was already held tightly in his arms. She tried to struggle free, but with 2 newly met beast people following behind, she could only lower her voice and grit her teeth. Let me down. Absolutely not. Lu refused outright. The feeling of holding her in his arms the previous night had been utterly intoxicating, and now that he finally had the chance, he had no intention of letting go so easily. Yize carried you the entire day. Don't you feel a bit sorry for him getting tired? The voice was barely audible, and under normal circumstances Yize and the others might have overheard. But now the howling of wind and snow filled the air around them, and Lu deliberately whispered lowly beside her ear. Only the 2 of them could hear what was said. Meow Meow recalled how Yize had carried her throughout the journey, right up to arriving in Shiyuan City. He never once put her down. He truly must have been quite tired. Feeling a trace of regret that she hadn't thought of this herself. Seeing that she hadn't struggled or refuted his words, Lu took it as tacit consent. He took her other hand and guided it to rest around his neck. A smile crept across his face as he said, "Hold tighter. If you happen to fall later, don't come crying to me." Meow Meow knew he was deliberately teasing her over these past few days. Such remarks had become all too familiar from him. She directly withdrew her arm from around his neck and let out a haughty snort. Then that just proves you're an incompetent male who can't even carry a female properly. Hearing those words, Lu instantly felt a surge of frustration. He badly wanted to give this loose-tongued little female a proper lesson. How could a female speak to a male like that? Thinking quickly, his eyes shifted, and he immediately called out to Yize. Yize, take them back first. I'll bring Meow Meow to buy some meat for dinner. Without waiting for Yize's response, he turned sharply and strode into a nearby alley. Meow Meow had absolutely no desire to accompany him to buy meat. Having passed the meat stalls earlier, she had already noticed the place was foul-smelling and filthy. She certainly didn't want to breathe in those awful odors. Besides, she was feeling rather cold right now. But before she could say a word, the fellow had already carried her and turned into the alley. However, as soon as they entered, he pressed her firmly against the trunk of a massive tree. Looking down at her, his eyes held not only a trace of amusement, but also something else that made Meow Meow slightly afraid. His long white hair fluttered in the biting wind, and amidst the falling snow, even the world around them seemed to pale in comparison. Her heart raced as she nervously gazed into those affectionate eyes before her hands gripping the tree trunk behind her tightly. What are you? What do you want to do, eh? Lu leaned closer, a smile playing on his lips. You tell me. Naturally, to prove myself. I won't let you say I'm useless. Slowly, Meow Meow sensed his weight pressing down increasingly harder. The scorching heat radiating from him made her face flush, her heart hammering wildly, until all she could hear was each other's breathing. This sensation was entirely new to her. Even deep within her heart, a tiny spark of anticipation flickered. Lu noticed what shimmered in her eyes, along with the subconscious rolling of her throat. For the first time, she was being so obedient and docile in front of him, making it incredibly hard for him to resist the urge to tease her further. His earlobes, flushed nearly blood red, resembled a perfectly ripe fruit, sending restless tingles through him that made him long to take a bite. He lowered his head slightly, his burning breath ghosting across Meow Meow's neck, causing her entire body to tense. Hey, you too. If you want a mate, take it home, and do it slowly. What's the meaning of doing it by the roadside? Can't stand seeing us single males, huh? An atmosphere thick with intimacy had enveloped them, but hearing those words shattered the mood instantly. Meow Meow's face turned even redder than before, a mixture of shame and anger washing over her features, making her wish she could simply disappear into the ground. Lu had never imagined that beast people would still be wandering around in this alley at this hour. And they actually spoke up to interrupt them directly. He pulled Meow Meow into his embrace, not wanting any other male to even cast a glance at her, even though he himself felt a touch embarrassed. Glancing over at the male who had interrupted them, he had already walked far away. Quickly, he lowered his head and pressed a kiss to the corner of Meow Meow's lips. This was his first time kissing Meow Meow's lips. They were sweet and soft, leaving him utterly captivated, his heart melting away. Startled by the sudden kiss, Meow Meow's eyes widened in shock. This unexpected assault, carrying the crisp scent of wind and snow, actually made her heart skip a beat. Lu reached out and pinched her warm cheek, his eyes brimming with doting affection. He ran his tongue along his own lips, as if savoring the taste of the moment. I'll let you off this time. But if you call me weak again in the future, it won't end so gently. Saying this, he scooped her up into his arms, thoughtfully draping a pristine white beast hide around her shoulders before feeling satisfied. Let's go home. Throughout the journey back through dinner and even until bedtime, Meow Meow remained lost in thought, her spirit wandering elsewhere. Her mind was entirely occupied by what had transpired between her and Lu in that alleyway. That intense, overwhelming heartbeat stirred fear within her, yet what overwhelmed it was an even stronger sense of anticipation. She knew she had fallen for him. For a male who had once dealt her harsh cruelty, she now harbored deep affection. The feeling terrified her, yet at the same time, she found herself drawn to it, reluctant to let go. Last night had been too warm, so Yize had only spread 2 beast hides on the ground tonight. Lying in his embrace, Meow Meow's mind was in complete disarray. She had grown fond of Lu, and deep in her heart, she longed to draw closer to him. But her reason told her she must not. That male Lu had 800 schemes up his sleeve. Nothing he said or did could be trusted. Otherwise, the abyss awaiting her would be immeasurable. She desperately tried to shake Lu's image from her mind, forcing herself to think of Beiming, thinking of Yize. Wasn't either of them far superior to him? Shaking off her troubles, sleep soon overtook her. Her gentle snores were barely audible amid the loud snoring of the many beast people males around her. To be precise, if one were slightly further away, they likely wouldn't have heard it at all. Yet Lu, lying right beside her, heard every sound clearly. His mind was consumed with the memory of that afternoon kiss. At that time, she had been just as tranquil as she was now. The only difference was that in the afternoon she had been in his arms, now she rested in Yize's embrace. He wanted to hold her. Wanted to hold her until he went mad. But he could never voice those words. Last night Yize had yielded to him. Tonight he could not steal the night that belonged to Yize. Feeling restless, he simply rolled over, turning his back, refusing to look or think. Perhaps it would pass. However, when he turned facing the beast hide, a profound emptiness seized his heart. He turned back once more, catching sight of Meow Meow's small figure, and only then did he feel somewhat at peace. That night he slept more comfortably and securely than he had the night before. The next day Meow Meow got up and helped sell the animal hides. After a busy day they had only managed to sell about 100 pieces. Xiang Lai was anxious. Yize, this year's snow is heavier than any before. This morning several of our hide sheds were crushed by the snow. If we can't sell all the hides and return before the snow seals the mountain passes, the journey back will be extremely dangerous. In previous years they could take 10 or even half a month to sell, but this year's snow was simply too heavy. If they failed to return before the snow blocked the passes, they might not be able to leave until the thaw. Yize was also aware of this problem. In previous years at this time, even when it snowed, there was at least an occasional sunny day. But they had been here for several days without a single glimpse of the sun, and each day grew darker earlier. The snow was falling heavier every day. It seemed this winter would be a deadly one. How many hides do we have left? This was the first year Jifeng had become the chieftain, and he had made many preparations for the winter. Thus the number of hides brought for trade this year was much larger than before. Xiang Lai replied over 500. Upon hearing that number, Ying Lu's head ached. They had brought 1,000 hides to the best spot in Shiyuan City and sold over 400 in 3 days, quite an achievement. But time was pressing and they needed to return soon. How could they sell them quickly? Frowning, he found no clue. Then his gaze fell on a large sack of unsold toothbrushes beside him, and an idea suddenly struck him. Meow Meow was energetically promoting hides to a customer when she saw Yize hurrying over. Meow Meow, I need to discuss something with you. Seeing his urgency, Meow Meow put down the hide and followed him aside, puzzled. What is it? Yize said, I want to bundle your remaining toothbrushes with the hides. 3 hides come with 1 free toothbrush. Is that acceptable? Meow Meow was amused by his serious expression. Originally, she had packaged each box of tooth powder with a toothbrush, but to sell more she had changed the method, leaving a large pile of toothbrushes. Of course it's fine. If all the toothbrushes could be sold, she would get a larger share of the profit back home. Having obtained Meow Meow's consent, Yize tugged at her animal hide cloak. The wind and snow are fierce outside. Stop working and go warm yourself. Ying Lu walked over, took Meow Meow's hand and said with a smile, You go ahead, I'll take her to the fire. With Ying Lu there, Yize felt relieved and immediately went to rearrange the sales plan. With the new plan, the beastmen who had previously bought tooth powder flocked to take advantage of the deal, since they could buy hides anywhere. But here they got a free toothbrush, why not? The hides that would have taken 4 or 5 days to sell out were gone by noon the next day. Looking at the empty hide sacks, Xiang Lai and Ma Ji were overjoyed. 1,000 hides sold in just a few days, that's fast. I've traded in Shiyuan City many times, but never this quickly. Hearing these words, Ying Lu was proud. That's because of Meow Meow's toothbrushes and tooth powder. They brought in many customers. No beastman disputed that, for they thought the same. If not for Yize's clever idea of bundling toothbrushes with hides, it wouldn't have been this fast. Xiang Lai smiled at Meow Meow. Meow Meow, you're the smart one. Without you we could never have sold out so quickly. Yes. This year's snow is much heavier than before. We thought we'd never sell them all, but we did it in just a few days. These praises were pleasant to hear, but Meow Meow knew it wasn't all her credit. Smiling, she said, Don't flatter me. It's the credit of everyone. Without Yize's good idea and everyone's joint effort, we couldn't have sold them so fast. Hearing this, the beastmen burst into laughter. In their eyes, both Yize and Meow Meow were outstanding. One made toothbrushes and tooth powder, the other came up with the bundling idea. Neither could be missing. Yize gently rubbed Meow Meow's thin shoulders. She had lost weight during this time with him. Smiling, he said, The idea wasn't mine. I just copied your method of selling tooth powder. Meow Meow replied, Still, you're clever. Other beastmen saw it too, but only you learned from it. Everyone was trying to give credit to one another, and the cohesion of their team reached a peak. Yize looked at the sky. By normal reckoning, it wasn't even noon. Pack up, everyone. Let's try to leave the city today. Ooh. The beastmen cheered. They were finally going back. Just then a group of robust beastmen strode over. One of them shoved Ma Ji, who was standing at the edge, sending him sprawling. You outsiders, get the hell out. This spot is ours. Ma Ji, who had been standing still, never expected to be knocked over. Xiang Lai was instantly furious. That was his brother. He had promised Zixian to protect Ma Ji when they left. Immediately, he began to beastify, pounding his chest ready to attack. Yize instantly hid Meow Meow behind him and stopped Xiang Lai. One punch could lead to a fierce battle. Who are you trying to fight me? The leader had a huge scar on his head that extended to the back of his skull, and he was extremely arrogant, followed by a group of underlings. He snorted contemptuously at Yize. Since you know my name, get lost now. If you're late, I'll make sure your head leaves your body. As he spoke, his gaze swept over to Meow Meow, and his eyes lit up. His lecherous eyes roamed over her body. Taking 2 steps forward, he said, "Oh, I didn't expect such a pretty little female here. Little female, come with me and have some fun." Before he could finish, an invisible pressure crushed him to the ground, unable to move. At the same time, a thick black snake tail slammed heavily onto his back. With a loud bang, flesh and blood splattered. He was instantly lifeless. The underlings who had been swaggering moments ago upon seeing the sudden black snake tail trembled with fear in their legs. You're Yize." They scrambled away, rolling and crawling, terrified of being too slow. Rumor said that in Shiyuan City, there was a great killer named Yize, a venomous black snake beastman, hideous, with 3 eyes, 6 arms, and 8 legs. But they never expected him to be such a handsome male. If they had known, they would have taken a detour long ago. Yinglu tightly pressed Meow Meow's face into his chest, unwilling to let the bloody scene pollute her eyes. He teased Yize, however, "I never expected you to be so famous in this Western Plain city." Yize knew he was jesting, trying to keep the atmosphere from becoming too grim lest Meow Meow grow fearful. He smiled meaningfully. "Aren't you the same?" Yize, who had never made a joke in front of himself before, suddenly uttered this remark, catching Yinglu off guard. He shook his head in amusement. Himself. His fame was nothing like Yize's fearsome reputation. If he could, he wished to spend this life peacefully by Meow Meow's side forever and ever. Though the two shielded Meow Meow well, Meow Meow was fully aware of what was happening. The males who had come to cause trouble were clearly seeking a quarrel, intent on seizing their territory. Many stalls from other tribes stood untouched, yet these beastmen charged straight at them and attacked directly. It seemed they were habitually tyrannical. Even if their leader had died, they might return to occupy the spot the moment the group left. Meow Meow felt irritated. That ugly male with a cracked skull had dared to flirt with her. "Yize, Yinglu, let's tear down this entire place when we leave." At these words, Xiong Lai was the first to agree. "I agree, those damned males pushed Ma Ji as soon as they arrived. They're clearly no good." Yize nodded in agreement. Though he disliked stirring trouble, he was not afraid of it. Having offended him, they would not keep the ground intact. Impossible. Xiong Lai, Ma Ji, take care of this. Yinglu carried Meow Meow and followed the main group as they left. The remaining beastmen were tasked with restoring the area to its original state. Soon the large clean wooden boards were reduced to a muddy mess in the blink of an eye. The males who had fled earlier watched from a hidden corner, gnashing their teeth in fury. They had thought that once the group sold out their furs, they would leave, and they could seize the spot to continue selling furs themselves. But to their surprise, these beastmen even tore down the stall they had built. So infuriating. "Second brother, should we go and beat them up?" "Beat them? Didn't you see the boss died without even a whimper? Which of you can stand against that demon Yize?" The underlings exchanged glances. They had only spoken out of habit. They were wandering beastmen living on the edge, their lives hanging by a thread. Their vigilance was razor-sharp. Yize the demon was notorious, few dared to provoke him. And the white-haired male beside him was not to be underestimated either. They had seen it clearly. Before Yize made a move, their leader had already collapsed, completely drained of strength. That was why under the strike of Yize's serpent tail he had died without even a groan. From now on, it's best to avoid them. "Let's go find some mud and wood to build our own stall." Meow Meow sat in Yinglu's arms, following Yize as they immediately left the city. They carried the entire year's supply of salt for the Green Mountain tribe, which was far more valuable than furs or dried meat. If they didn't leave quickly and attracted the attention of malicious beastmen, they would be in trouble. It was the peak of the trading season, and few tribes were departing. When a tribe that had sold out its furs suddenly emerged from the city, the beastmen outside turned to stare, their eyes filled with envy and curiosity. Only the Great Tree tribe huddled in a snowy patch, all their males shivering in the slush. When they saw the Green Mountain tribe emerge, they were stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Is that the Green Mountain tribe? Many beastmen remembered Meow Meow, Yinglu, and Yize. They were especially easy to recognize. All of them were exceptionally good-looking. A single glance was unforgettable. It's them. How did they sell out so quickly? And they came out of the city. Everyone knew that the spots inside the city were prime locations, but the Great Tree tribe and the Green Mountain tribe were too far away. By the time they arrived, all the city spots were already taken, and most were permanently occupied by local merchants. It had little to do with outsider tribes. Sure, Yuan was also puzzled. Every year the two tribes were about equal, so how had the Green Mountain tribe sold out so quickly this year? And they themselves had sold less than 30% of their furs. Some males couldn't resist curiosity and sidled up to Xiong Lai and the others to ask quietly, "Xiong Lai, did you really sell out that fast?" Speaking of this, Xiong Lai and his companions were extremely proud. Although the Great Tree tribe's chieftain had insulted them, these males were still part of the Great Tree tribe, so they felt a little displeased. They glanced at them and said proudly, "Of course. This time we set up our stall at the best spot in the city, no wonder we sold so quickly." Xianglai himself hadn't expected such smooth sailing, and he grew more excited as he spoke. All of this is thanks to Miao Miao and Yize, especially Miao Miao. She came up with many of the ideas. Otherwise we'd never have sold over 1,000 furs in just a few days. At these words, many beastmen around turned to look at the Green Mountain tribe group with surprise and envy. Only wandering beastmen knew of Yize's name, most tribes were not familiar with him. So most didn't recognize him, but the name Miao Miao was clearly a female's name. She must be the one held in the white-haired male's arms. Who would have thought this tribe had such a clever female? If only she were in their own tribe. Amid the surrounding beastmen, a pair of calculating and vicious eyes fixed on Miao Miao's figure. She's quite attractive. If we snatch her back to our bolder tribe, she'll surely bring us many benefits. At these words, a fierce-looking male beside him immediately perked up his gaze, turning lecherous, as he stared at Miao Miao. "Hui, when do we make our move?" Hu chuckled softly, glancing at the 100 or so furs at his feet. Even if they sold all of them, they wouldn't earn enough beast crystals to buy salt this year. Right before them was a plump piece of meat. Why not take it? Follow them, and we'll act once we leave the area. As soon as he finished, Heya immediately ordered the others to pack up. However, based on Xianglai's words just now, those who had set their sights on them in a moment were not limited to this single group. Yize sensed the hostile glances around him, but did not turn around. Instead, he subconsciously leaned closer to Miao Miao. Yinglu had also noticed. He tugged at the animal hide cloak draped over Miao Miao, covering most of her face, and said with a soft laugh, "The wind's too strong, don't let it roughen your face." Rather than push back against his concern, Miao Miao stayed silent. She actually found herself preferring the warmth and security of being wrapped in the animal hide. Xianglai and the others remained completely unaware of those malicious stares, consumed as they were by their own excitement. They had already sold through their hides early and gotten to show off in front of the big tree tribe. It had been incredibly satisfying. It wasn't until they had left the bounds of Shiyuan City and entered the dense forest that they finally noticed they were being followed. This was nothing new. They encountered it nearly every year and had long since grown accustomed to it. Feigning nonchalance, he approached Yize and murmured quietly, "Yize, we have tails following us." Yize glanced at the snow-covered path ahead. "I've noticed. And it seems there is more than one." At these words, Xianglai immediately tensed up. They had never before encountered multiple pursuers at once. He quickly lightened his steps, carefully listening for any sounds around them. Sure enough, someone behind them and another to the side. Yinglu shifted his body away from Yize, wanting to shield Miao Miao from hearing this troublesome situation and getting scared. Instead, he spoke up, taking out a small red fruit. "Are you hungry? Eat this first. We will be able to have meat once we reach the cave." Miao Miao accepted the fruit that had been warmed by Yinglu's body temperature. She was truly a bit hungry and thirsty. The night before, she had not eaten much due to being preoccupied. This morning, she had only drunk some warm water, and the green fruits Yize had prepared for her earlier had already been finished. There was still some jerky left, but she did not particularly feel like eating it. However, eating alone made her feel a bit embarrassed. Besides, she had not walked a single step. "Do you have any more?" Yinglu understood what she meant and casually tossed one from his storage space to Yize. "Here to quench your thirst." Yize, who was constantly monitoring the surroundings, nearly missed catching the fruit thrown to him. A faint smile appeared. "Thanks." Hearing this from Yize, it suddenly made Yinglu feel slightly uncomfortable. Since arriving at the Qingshan tribe, he had been seen by most of the beastmen as an exalted shaman. After treating them, most of the beastmen would say 1 or 2 words of thanks. But Yinglu knew this gratitude was merely built upon their position as beneficiaries. Yet that ordinary red fruit, which Yize could obtain with ease given his abilities, had earned him these words of thanks. It made him somewhat uneasy, especially since neither Jifeng nor Beiming nor even the former Zhangyang had ever spoken such words to him. For the first time, he felt equal to them. He was just an ordinary beastman, nothing more. He was no cursed creature, nor was he insignificant. No wonder Miao Miao liked him so much. No wonder she wanted Yize to be her primary beast husband. In this moment, Yinglu finally understood. It was not just him compared to Yize. Even Beiming and Jifeng fell somewhat short. A faint smile graced his lips. "You are welcome." His voice was so quiet that only Miao Miao and the two of them could hear. Miao Miao asked, "What about you?" Yinglu glanced at the uneaten fruit in her hand. He had wanted to tease her, but now was not the time. "You eat it. I am neither hungry nor thirsty." Though he said that, Miao Miao did not believe it. They had walked for so long, she could not possibly not be thirsty. She could see the males behind them, some of them drinking water. She held the fruit toward his lips. "Take a bite." When the fruit touched his lips, Yinglu was somewhat surprised. Though Meow Meow had not been particularly averse to his touch over the past couple of days, this was the first time she had offered him food. A wave of sweetness filled his heart, his lips curving upward as he bowed his head slightly and took a gentle bite. Hurry up and eat it before it gets cold. Eating cold fruit will give you a stomachache. That gesture had really just been Meow Meow being polite, since both she and Yize had fruits while he did not. She had felt embarrassed to eat it herself. But she had not expected Yinglu to actually take a bite, which made her awkwardness vanish in an instant. Turning to the other side of the fruit, she took a bite, and the fruit's fresh fragrance immediately filled her mouth. The warmth of his body heat at 37 degrees gently warmed both her stomach and her heart. As dusk approached, the group finally reached their destination. Yize immediately positioned himself outside the cave entrance, directing Xianglai and the others inside to properly store the salt. Yinglu carried Meow Meow into the cave, spreading animal hides on the ground, deliberately keeping her away from Yize, who was conferring quietly with Xianglai and the others at the entrance. After traveling all day, they were each exhausted and starving, with two groups of predatory beastmen lurking outside waiting to strike. They had to eat well tonight to maintain their strength for whatever came next, but he was uneasy about sending only Ma Ji and a few other males to hunt. Turning to Yinglu, who was busy inside, he asked, "Yinglu, I will go hunting with Ma Ji and the others. Leaving you and Xianglai here should be fine, right?" Yinglu, who was preparing hot water for Meow Meow nearby, instantly understood Yize's meaning upon hearing this. The entire Qingshan tribe's trading party was only this large. If Yize led a group away to hunt, separating them from the rest, it would be dangerously risky. Should both pursuing groups target either Yize or the cave directly, the pressure on them would be immense. Moreover, they had no idea of the enemy's combat capabilities. If things went wrong, it could cost lives. Yet tonight they had to eat their fill of meat no matter what. Otherwise they would be worn down and defeated by those pursuing groups within days. Nodding solemnly, he replied, "Do not worry. With us here, not a single grain of salt will be lost." Yize nodded. "We will be quick." Turning to Meow Meow with a faint smile, he added, "Stay here and listen to Yinglu. Do not wander off." Meow Meow waved back with a smile. Outside was dark, cold, and windy. She would have to be out of her mind to venture out. Yinglu pressed the warm water into her arms. "Stay here. I will join Xianglai and the others at the entrance to start a fire. Once Yize returns, we can roast meat." Holding the warm bamboo cup, its heat seeping into her palms, she immediately rose from the animal hide. "Let me help start the fire." Yinglu, who was just about to leave, paused at her words, his heart skipping a beat. At a time like this, leaving a female outside the cave was clearly dangerous. Even with all the males present, he could not risk it. Yinglu was not afraid of these beastmen's attacks, but he needed to ensure Meow Meow's safety. If they encountered a speed-type ability user, she could disappear in an instant. These beastmen might not attack tonight, and he did not want Meow Meow subjected to prolonged fear and anxiety. Turning back, a crooked smile played on his lips, his handsome eyebrows raised as he leaned close to whisper in her ear. "What can you not bear to be apart from me after being held all day?" He breathed lightly against her ear. "Do not worry, I will still hold you to sleep tonight, no switching partners." Hearing these teasing words, Meow Meow's face flushed instantly. She should not have let her guard down around this man, not after such a short time, and he was already showing his true colors. She glared at him fiercely and turned away, refusing to engage. "Who wants to be near you, narcissist? I was only trying to help." Yinglu lowered his gaze, his eyes brimming with playful amusement. This female was so easy to fluster, just 2 sentences and her face was already red. Seeing her sitting puffed up with anger on the hide with no intention of following, he finally relaxed and turned toward the cave entrance. On a snowy night, the sky was devoid of any light, without a fire it was pitch black. In the dark forest, an occasional glimmer of green light flickered. Every male beastman well-versed in dealing with wild beasts in the forest needed only a single glance to know that a pack of beastmen lay in ambush ready to raid. They just couldn't tell how many. Xianglai and his companions were tense, frequently glancing toward the dark depths of the forest, fearing that the beastmen would pounce on them at any moment. After all, their group had lost nearly half of its males, making it an opportune moment for an attack. This too was known to the beastmen lurking in the shadows. Bucktooth Yellow Fox narrowed his eyes slightly. "Boss, we can't let such a golden opportunity slip. I'll go persuade the other group nearby and see if we can join forces." The male, with a face full of ruthless features and a large mole on his cheek upon hearing this idea, immediately broke into a confident grin. "All right, we'll wait for your news." With that, Bucktooth Yellow Fox turned and slipped away into the darkness. Meow Meow, left alone in the pitch-black cave, found herself utterly bored. She was so bored she nearly plucked the fur off her beast hide. Glancing toward the cave entrance, she saw that all the males were outside, not a single one coming in, and none were speaking. Meow Meow frowned slightly. Normally these males were quite talkative. Why were they so quiet today? There must be something amiss when things deviated from the norm. The only thing that could make them this vigilant was danger nearby. With that thought, Miao Miao's heart instantly leaped into her throat. Yi Zhe and Ma Ji had gone out. That meant they were in grave danger. She quickly rummaged through her small bag, pulled out the bone knife Yi Zhe had given her, clutched it tightly in her hand, and crept slowly toward the cave entrance. A resounding elephant's trumpet suddenly echoed through the night, followed by the ground trembling. Xiang Lai and the others who had been warming themselves by the fire instantly transformed into their beast forms. There was no need to guess. Something had gone wrong outside. Miao Miao was terrified. She had barely sensed the danger when it arrived so swiftly. Watching the male beastmen locked in combat outside, she knew that stepping out now would be nothing short of suicide. She quickly shrank back, scanning the entire cave. Aside from a large pile of salt sacks, there was no place to hide. She could only press herself tightly against the stone wall, hoping that her black beast-hide skirt would blend into the darkness of the cave and go unnoticed. Yinglu stood by the cave entrance, keeping a sharp eye on the surroundings, terrified that an unwary enemy might slip inside. Given Miao Miao's frail frame, a single blow would be enough to end her life. Xiang Lai was locked in battle with the elephant beastman, and the two were vastly mismatched in size. But Xiang Lai's agility and sharp claws allowed him to hold his own against the elephant beastman. However, soon another wave of raiding beastmen surged in, and Xiang Lai and his group, who had been handling things with ease, immediately began to falter. Miao Miao couldn't see the full extent of the battle, but from the part illuminated by the fire at the cave entrance, she could tell the situation was grim. With a heavy thud, a massive wolf beastman's body crashed in front of her, splattering hot blood across her face. She screamed in terror, instinctively trying to retreat, but the stone wall behind her left no room to escape. The next moment, her eyes were shielded by a solid, warm chest. "Don't be afraid. He's dead." A warm voice sounded above Miao Miao's head. It was Yinglu. She curled up in his arms, trembling, afraid to move a muscle. All around, the sounds of fighting and the groans of wounded males filled the air. A rush of hurried footsteps charged into the cave. Miao Miao instinctively tried to peek out to see if it was Xiang Lai and the others, but Yinglu held her firmly in his arms, preventing her from moving an inch. Bucktooth Yellow Fox, leading a band of rogue beastmen, burst in and saw Miao Miao and Yinglu locked in a tight embrace. This male he knew. Throughout the journey, he had never hunted or carried any luggage. He simply carried the female in his arms. Clearly, he was a weak beastman. Such a weakling had a beautiful female mate, while he, Bucktooth Yellow Fox, brave and clever, had none. The thought filled him with resentment. His gaze fell upon Miao Miao's petite figure, sizing her up from head to toe. He stroked his sharp chin, a lascivious smirk spreading across his face. Well, I never noticed before. This little female is quite a looker. Brothers, kill this useless male, and the female is ours. We'll take her back to bear our cubs. At his words, the rogue beastmen behind him burst into raucous laughter. This cave held not only salt, but also a female. Just imagining it this winter was bound to be wonderful. Damn it. Yinglu turned his head and shot a venomous glare at these reckless males. How dare they harm his Miao Miao? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he moved. In an instant, several enormous white tails unfurled behind him. With a mere flick, the rogue beastmen, who had been sneering just moments before, were slammed violently to the ground, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The once clean cave was instantly drenched in blood. Yi Zhe returned from hunting with Ma Ji and the others, only to find the ground littered with wounded beastmen. Even Xiang Lai, a male of formidable stature, lay on the ground with a deep gash in his abdomen, barely clinging to life. Among the wounded there was no sign of Miao Miao. Yet from the cave drifted a thick metallic stench of blood, even stronger than outside. Yi Zhe's heart plummeted. Dropping his prey, he rushed over in panic. Miao Miao. But the next moment he was frozen in shock at the sight before him. The cave walls were splattered with blood, and the ground was littered with dismembered corpses. At the deepest part of the cave, Yinglu stood with his back to the entrance, 9 enormous white tails swirling behind him, spotless, pristine, flawless. Before he could retract his tails, Yi Zhe appeared at the cave mouth. Startled, Yinglu stiffened, his arms tightening around Miao Miao. Panic flooded his eyes as he quickly withdrew his tails. "I'll take Miao Miao out," he said, carrying her out of the blood-soaked cave. Seeing that Miao Miao was unharmed, merely frightened, Yi Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. He followed Yinglu outside, only to find that Yinglu made no attempt to treat the severely wounded beastmen. Instead, he sat by the fire holding Miao Miao in silence. She had truly been frightened. Miao Miao sat cradled in Yinglu's arms, gazing around at the beastmen wailing in agony. They were all faces she knew from the tribe, yet Yinglu remained utterly unmoved, as though he could not hear their cries at all. However, given Yinglu's current state, she could tell something was deeply wrong. She tilted her head up, her eyes tracing his sharply defined jawline, then fixed upon the firelight flickering before them. But it was clear his mind was drifting somewhere far away. Miao Miao whispered softly, "Yinglu, what is wrong?" Seeing him motionless, she gently nudged his chest. Ing Lu. Only then did Ing Lu snap back to reality. He looked down at the little female in his arms and forced a faint smile. I am here. Miao Miao pointed towards Xiang Lai and the others who were barely alive. Maji had long wanted to come fetch the shaman for help. But seeing the shaman in such a dazed hollow state, he had dared not disturb him. After all, he had witnessed the scene inside the cave himself. Such a gruesome death, even he who accompanied the main group on trading expeditions year-round, found it chilling to behold. When Miao Miao brought up their situation, he summoned his courage and hurried over. Shaman Xiang Lai and Quan Ming need your help. Otherwise they will die. Ing Lu turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping coldly over the males. Though they belonged to the same tribe, in his eyes the fate of the Qingshan tribe beastmen meant little to him. In the past, he had only offered treatment and aid when it came to barter for beast pelts or when his mood permitted. But now, Yize had seen everything. If Yize told Miao Miao, would she too come to despise and loathe him just like his own clansmen? At this thought his brows furrowed, a bitter ache swelling in his heart, and his eyes stung with unshed tears. Ing Lu could indifferent to how the other beastmen viewed him, but he could not bear for Miao Miao to see him the same way. Miao Miao opened her arms and wrapped them tightly around his shoulders. She was not foolish, she knew what had transpired in the cave. Though her eyes had been firmly covered by Ing Lu, the bloodthirsty stench in the air had been overwhelming, and the sudden abrupt silence of those taunting voices could only mean one thing: Ing Lu had struck. Perhaps he had been frightened as well given the sheer number of enemies. She held him comfortingly and patted his back gently. Do not be afraid. They are all dead. It is over. We are safe. Lost in other thoughts, Ing Lu suddenly heard Miao Miao's words and felt warmth flood his chest. A smile broke through and he chuckled. Perhaps he should not remain so despondent. He ought to speak with Yize openly. Yes, you are right. They are all dead. We need not fear. He rose, lifted her, and placed her upon a wooden stump nearby. Sit here by the fire. I will go help. Seeing his smile return to normal, Miao Miao finally felt reassured and nodded with a grin. Yes, go. Ing Lu walked over to Yize, his eyes icy and unyielding. You did not see what happened just now, did you? Yize understood exactly what these words meant. For all beastmen each possessed only one pair of eyes, one nose, one mouth, 2 hands, 2 feet, and 1 tail. Whoever had more was an outcast. Especially one like Ing Lu, who had gained so many extra tails. Legend held that such abominations were harbingers of doom. Wherever they appeared, calamity would follow. Yize was Miao Miao's mate, her first and foremost partner. He would never allow such a male to exist beside her. He had refrained from acting earlier simply to spare Miao Miao from knowing, lest it sully her ears. His Miao Miao was the finest little female in this world. Such matters were to be settled in private. Only now did he truly understand why Bei Ming always sneered, calling Ing Lu a lowly fox. Exposed like this, the fellow showed not an ounce of guilt and yet dared to threaten him. Hey! Yize feared no threats. He met those frigid eyes without yielding an inch. You should vanish of your own accord. Yize spoke plainly. Ing Lu had anticipated this, but since he had resolved to speak, he would not give up so easily. He was no ill-omened freak, he was simply different in appearance from other beastmen. As for combat prowess, even this black serpent Yize before him was nothing to fear. A male as mighty as he was far more worthy of standing at Miao Miao's side. With open disdain, Ing Lu let out a scoff. You think you can control me? He strode over to Xiang Lai and immediately unleashed his shamanic power to heal. Soon the males with less severe injuries were back on their feet. But Xiang Lai and Quan Ming, though saved from death, bore wounds too grievous to walk. Yize's eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow was still somewhat useful, and without him today, Miao Miao might have come to harm. Let him stay quietly until they returned. However, during this time, he would never permit this fox to approach Miao Miao by even a step. He took the prepared beast meat and placed it slowly over the fire before Miao Miao. Tonight everyone had eaten simply. After their meal they set up crude beast skin shelters in the snow. The cave was full of filth and unfit for habitation. To ward off the cold, Miao Miao had laid 6 beast pelts on the ground before lying down to rest beside Yize. The bitter wind howled against the skin shelter, whistling through the night. So much had happened today that most of the beastmen were exhausted and fell asleep as soon as their heads touched the pelts. Only Yize and Ing Lu remained awake. And hidden in the nearby forest, another group of beastmen lay concealed, whose brows were knit tightly. Both waves of roaming beastmen had launched their attacks simultaneously, and he and his companions had watched clearly from their vantage point. They had intended to strike when the Qingshan tribe beastmen emerged carrying salt, only to receive news that all of them had perished. To think they had attacked when the Qingshan tribe was weakened and still failed to prevail. This proved the formidable strength of the Qingshan tribe. He was beginning to feel discouraged. There was no chance of victory in this plunder. Beside him, however, Heya bristled with eagerness. Throughout his life aside from Huey, he had never regarded any beastman as a worthy opponent. Huey, many of them are injured. Why not ambush them now and wipe them all out at once? And seize that clever little female while we're at it. The other males behind him eagerly endorsed the plan. They understood the principle of striking when an enemy was vulnerable. Moreover, they were thoroughly cold and starving. To avoid detection during their stalk, they had to sip water with extreme caution. Yet Huyu shook his head. No, we cannot go. Such a move would only seal our doom. Upon hearing this, many of the males grew restless and irritable. What nonsense. They had abandoned their time selling pelts in the city to track these people here, all for that salt. Now he told them it was a death sentence. What had they been doing earlier? One male could not contain his complaint. If it means death, so be it. We have no salt, no pelts, we are doomed either way. Better to fall in battle. Absolutely correct. The snow this year is clearly far heavier than in previous years. If we wait until we sell our meager pelts, we will likely be buried alive by an avalanche halfway home. That's right, Huyu. We cannot simply give up. Our females and cubs are waiting for us back at the tribe. Without salt, what will become of them? Hearing these words, Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. I have an idea. He beckoned Heya and the others over and immediately shared his plan. Every beastman's face burst with excitement. Heya grinned. This plan is brilliant, Huyu. You are truly remarkable. Huyu cast a cold smirk toward where he meow and the others had made camp. If they could not overpower them with strength, then they would enlist another force entirely. Though she had slept in the open wilderness the night before, he meow had slept quite comfortably and felt no cold at all. Rising early to dress, she lifted the hide shelter and saw Inglu sitting by the fire heating water. Seeing her emerge, Inglu offered a gentle smile and waved. He meow ran over to him immediately. Yize, who had followed behind, found the two already seated together. He had intended to tell meow about Inglu the previous night. However, he always felt it would be unjust to do so since Inglu had also helped protect meow. If he were to ask Inglu to leave, he should at least allow him to depart with dignity rather than forcing him to go as an alone. To his surprise, the fellow was already coaxing meow over first thing in the morning. He strode over immediately and wedged himself between the two as if Inglu did not exist. Tilting his body slightly, he smiled gently. Meow, let me cool the boiling water a bit, so you will not burn yourself. He meow, unaware of anything amiss, took the warm water he offered and sipped it softly to moisten her throat. She then poured the remainder into her bamboo flask and sealed it tightly with animal hide. Inglu harbored a trace of annoyance that Yize had come so early in the morning just to separate them. But he did not wish to show it, fearing meow might notice. After all, yesterday's events had already frightened her somewhat, though what surprised him most was meow had actually returned to comfort him. She must have worried about his silence the day before. That furrowed brow was etched with concern, and he could not bear to see her unhappy. Rising, he gathered his own hide shelter. While Yize was organizing the group, he approached meow, picked her up without hesitation, and wrapped her snugly in a hide blanket. With a tender smile, he said, "Let us go." Meow nodded and settled into a comfortable position in his arms. All their belongings were retrieved from the cave. Every beastman who entered was startled by the scene inside. Blood was everywhere along with scattered limbs, making it quite repulsive. Maji tried hard to avoid the filth as he retrieved items from within, but when he emerged again, his beast hide boots were already caked with dark red mud. Only upon seeing the snow-white expanse outside did he breathe a sigh of relief, casting a deep look at the shaman beside him. She still wore her pristine white beast skin skirt untouched by dust, exactly as she appeared back in the tribe. They had only known that a shaman could save lives, but never imagined one so immaculate could also take them. Especially not with such ruthless methods. An overwhelming sense of reverence surged from the depths of their hearts. Such a shaman who could both save and kill was truly formidable. They felt a sincere reverence for her. Suddenly Maji recalled something the shaman from the Big Tree tribe had said when she visited their Green Mountain tribe. The Fox clan-born shamans. His gaze toward Inglu was filled with reverence and admiration, and he could not help but murmur softly. Could this be the power of a naturally born shaman? Move out. Yize's loud shout snapped Maji back to reality. Now shouldering a massive pack, he would also have to help the males behind carry the severely injured Xianglai. Originally, Inglu would have led the way while Yize brought up the rear. However, he could not bear to leave meow in Inglu's arms. As an inauspicious beastman, Inglu was most likely to attract disaster. If anything were to happen, meow would be in the greatest danger at his side. Upon thinking this, Yize immediately strode to the front and blocked Inglu's path, his demeanor stern. Give meow to me. Just as he meow had grown warm in Inglu's arms, Yize intercepted them. She did not understand why his expression was somewhat cold. Yize, I'm quite fine here. She was a restless sleeper and Yize had tended to her all night the previous evening. It would be exhausting for him to carry her now. Lu met Yize's icy gaze with a faint smile. You cared for Miao Miao last night, so today it should be my turn to carry her. Besides, Miao Miao also wishes to be with me. His voice was low, audible only to the three of them. Having said this, Lu simply sidestepped Yize and strode forward. Yize's fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking with anger. Now he understood why Bai Ming despised this damn fox so much. Speaking with daggers hidden beneath soft words, he was indeed treacherous. If not for consideration of Miao Miao's feelings, he would have dragged this fellow into the forest and dealt with him right now. Yize, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Your complexion is quite poor, perhaps you should let the shaman examine you. As Ma Ji passed by, he noticed Yize's rigid expression, icy gaze, and pale-knuckled fists. Clearly in distress, he immediately spoke up. Only now did Yize realize his loss of composure. Fortunately, he had not shown too much in front of Miao Miao. Stepping aside to clear the path, he brought up the rear. It seemed he would need to have a serious talk with Lu tonight. Miao Miao curled in Lu's arms, feeling quite comfortable, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When she awakened, she was already in the resting cave, covered with a thick beast skin quilt. Rising, she walked into the cave and looked around at the beastmen roasting meat and heating water, yet she could not find Lu or Yize anywhere. Walking over to Ma Ji and the others, she asked Ma Ji where are Lu and Yize. At that moment, Ma Ji also realized two were missing. I don't know, he replied. However, one of the males who had seen them pointed in a direction. Miao Miao, I saw the two of them heading into the forest. Miao Miao followed his finger and gazed into the direction, but it was pitch black and she could see nothing. Wondering what could have taken them away from camp at this hour, she grew somewhat worried. It was so dark and cold outside, what if they encountered danger? Standing by the fire, her heart raced with anxiety. She wanted to go find them, yet feared that going out might only cause them trouble. She could only sit down and warm herself by the fire. Meanwhile, the two men had no idea that Miao Miao had already awakened. Yize firmly blocked Lu's path. Lu, for the sake of having protected Miao Miao, I advise you to disappear on your own accord. At least spare yourself some dignity. Upon hearing this, Lu let out a scornful, mocking laugh. So you say I should thank you? As he spoke, his expression shifted, and he directly confronted Yize's aggressive demeanor. Let me tell you. Lu love Miao Miao. I am her partner, and being with her is only natural. Do not assume that because Miao Miao regards you, a latecomer, as her primary beast husband, you truly hold that position. I, Lu, am no fool like Bai Ming. The tension between the two flared instantly. Yize had never expected this fellow to be so domineering. All that gentleness earlier had been nothing but a facade. Only then did Yize realize that Lu's earlier gentleness had been nothing but an act. However, in his eyes it was merely empty posturing. He had seen this guy's expression clearly last night. He sneered contemptuously. In that case, do you dare to reveal your true face in front of Miao Miao? Upon hearing those words, Lu's previously domineering eyes flickered with hesitation, his heart sinking. He feared Miao Miao would find out, which was precisely why he had come here to speak with Yize instead. He cared for no one's feelings except his own. All that mattered was how Miao Miao viewed him. But since Yize was also present, it meant Yize did not want Miao Miao to know either. Forcing calmness, he chuckled lightly. This is between me and Miao Miao. What does it have to do with you? I am her partner, and I have a duty to ensure her safety. You, on the other hand, are the greatest threat to her right now. Yize spoke without any restraint. Feeling humiliated that he was labeled as a threat to Miao Miao's safety, Lu gazed deeply at the fully furred serpent beast man before him and fired back sharply. I'm the one who should be called a threat, a cold-blooded snake beast man who wandered in from nowhere. You keep talking about protecting Miao Miao, but have you actually done anything for her? When Bai Ming struck Miao Miao with lightning, you were lying in bed motionless. And when she fell into the water, where were you? I speak more grandiose words than you, Lu. What right do you have to stand here telling me to protect her and disappear? The fact that he was a wandering beast man had always been Yize's deepest insecurity. No beast man had ever brought it up, not even Miao Miao. Every time he thought of it, he felt unworthy of Miao Miao. She was so lively, intelligent, beautiful, and so kind to him. But now Lu had torn it all away, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yes, I am a wandering beastman, but I am far better than some cursed beastman like you. At the very least, I would never bring disaster to Miao Miao. And don't think I don't know what you did when Miao Miao fell into the water that time. Just because she didn't tell me doesn't mean I'm ignorant. What right do you have to bring this up now? From beginning to end, you've been the one hurting her. You wanted her dead. And now you pretend to be so devoted. You're simply envious that she's living well. Bastard. Lu exploded with curse words. This damn serpent beast man had the audacity to slander him and his feelings for Miao Miao. As for you, you were forcibly bonded to Meow Meow and compelled to mate with her, yet you stayed, without a hint of resentment. I'd say you're the one with dark intentions. Or maybe you're just after the little bit of kindness Meow Meow showed you. You don't love her at all. Come on, throw insults, everyone knows how to do that. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the area, sending all the snow from nearby trees crashing down and carving a deep black trench into the ground. Yize's eyes burned crimson and his long serpent tail struck Yinglu with devastating force. Since you won't leave, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yinglu transformed into a massive white fox beast form, but concealed his extra tails with witchcraft. He did not want other beastmen to discover his secret. His narrow black eyes gleamed with captivating yet murderous intent as he licked his fluffy paw. Fine then. I'll peel off your snake skin and make a pair of shoes for Meow Meow. The moment the words left his mouth, he surged forward. A single claw strike tore through the wind with a sharp rip, demonstrating the terrifying speed and power behind it. Maji rushed over anxiously and witnessed the scene, immediately bellowing, Yize, stop fighting. Meow Meow has been taken. The two fighters mid-battle immediately separated and reverted to human forms. In unison they shouted, "What did you say?" Maji, shortly after you left, a group of beastmen charged in and abducted Meow Meow. Upon hearing this, Yize became frantic and sprinted toward the cave. Perhaps if he arrived early enough, he could catch a trace of her scent. However, Yinglu frowned, deeply puzzled in his heart. Although Xianglai and several other males were injured, how could so many males fail to protect a single female? What were you all doing? At this, Maji felt guilty and lowered his head. We thought they were coming for the salt and animal hide, so. His gaze turned icy cold. So you abandoned a lone female and went to protect lifeless goods instead. Maji was startled by those words and shivered uncontrollably. The witch was too terrifying right now. Moreover, he also felt they had done wrong. They were males, many males, and yet at a critical moment they couldn't even protect their noble female. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, witch. It wasn't intentional. We failed to protect Meow Meow." Yinglu's heart sank. He knew it. These beastmen were utterly unreliable. He shouldn't have followed that damn black serpent Yize here to waste time arguing. I think you didn't just fail to protect her, you never intended to protect her in the first place. He glanced at the male who dared not lift his head. "If anything happens to Meow Meow, I will make every single one of you beastmen pay with your lives." With that, he vanished into the forest. He was so frightened that Maji sat down hard in the snow. Their witch was terrifying. In that moment, he felt as though his head might explode, just like those beastmen in the cave last night. But then again, if something truly happened to Meow Meow, they would blame themselves for the rest of their lives. After all, the witch had spoken the truth. It wasn't that they failed to protect Meow Meow, it was that at that moment they only thought of the salt and completely forgot there was a female who needed protecting. They all stood at the cave entrance attempting to guard the salt, never expecting the robbing beastmen to act so unpredictably, simply grabbing Meow Meow and fleeing. Even Meow Meow herself never imagined that in the presence of Salt these beastmen would abduct her. Salt was, after all, a vital survival resource for any tribe. She was slung over the back of a wild boar beastman, her head facing downward as he raced wildly through the forest, the wind howling around her. It stung her face and exposed arms painfully. Her head felt extremely uncomfortable from being inverted for so long. She simply could not bear it any longer. "Hey, put me down." But no beastman paid her any attention. To prevent her from falling, others flanked her on both sides and behind. "Big brother, can you switch positions? I'm getting dizzy." At this, the galloping black Fong finally stopped. "Tiger Yue, let her ride on my back." Tiger Yue had no objections. This female must not come to any harm. If handled properly, the Big Stone tribe would lack nothing this year. He lifted her by the arm and placed her onto Black Fong's back, then had the wood attribute male beast man bind her tightly with vines. Meow Meow was frustrated, but fortunately, while being lifted, she had secretly removed the pearl necklace from her neck and dropped it beside the snow. She hoped Yize and Yinglu could follow the trail. Soon they reached the peak of a snow mountain where the wind and snow were particularly fierce. Black Fong untied the ropes and set her down, pointing at Meow Meow's nose with a ferocious warning. "Don't even think about running or I'll beat you senseless." Meow Meow shivered at those words. This guy looked absolutely fearsome, with a face full of harsh features and dark swarthy skin. When he spoke fiercely, his eyes bulging like the deity Zhong Kuei, she didn't want to actually get beaten, so she forced a flattering smile. You're overthinking it. With this terrible wind, where would I run? Besides, do you really think I could outrun you? Her voice was so quiet that it dispersed with the wind for anyone standing farther away. But Tiger Yu and Black Fong were close enough to hear clearly. They couldn't help but glance at this petite female, surprisingly sensible indeed. If it were another female, they suspected she would have turned and fled the moment they set her down. If that had happened, they would have dislocated her legs temporarily to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although this female was clever compared to salt and animal hides, they needed those supplies far more. As long as they leveraged this female, those supplies would belong to the Big Stone tribe, except for those two powerful snake beasts and the white-furred one. Meow Meow couldn't fathom why they were all standing atop this snowy peak, but she was certain they harbored no good intentions. Otherwise, why would they be braving the biting wind in such freezing weather? Perhaps they planned to use her to threaten Yize and Ying Lu, otherwise she couldn't understand why these beastmen were so conspicuously gazing ahead as if waiting for something. Thinking this, Meow Meow scanned her surroundings, but there was no shelter from the wind, let alone a place to hide. Suddenly her gaze fell upon a steep snow slope nearby. It was treacherous, one misstep, and she would tumble all the way down. If Yize and the others came looking, they would surely approach from below. With her own feet, she could never outrun these battle-hardened males. But if she could roll down from here, perhaps she would gain much more speed. The snow was thick, so she needn't worry about injury. Even if she got hurt, Ying Lu was there to ensure her survival. But if she fell into their clutches and was used as a hostage, her life would truly be over. With this in mind, Meow Meow cautiously edged toward the slope, breathing a sigh of relief only when she stood at its brink. She tugged at the milky white cloak, thick and warm, which Ying Lu had draped over her that morning. Hu had long noticed her subtle movements. However, he thought that the terrain over there was even more dangerous than where they stood. Surely such a clever little female would steer clear of peril. Still, he was puzzled. Why hadn't the other beastmen caught up yet? Had they run too fast? These beastmen, already thinly clad, now stood in the wind, shivering uncontrollably. Heiya's teeth chattered from the cold, and he could no longer resist sidling closer to Huyu. Huyu, why aren't they coming? Could the wind have scattered their scent? Should I go down and lure them out? Huyu considered this. It was possible. But they couldn't send their own people, otherwise they might lose their lives. Let's wait a bit longer. Yize tracked the faint traces of scent left in the air, but the blizzard was too fierce and the beastmen too fast. He had to stop frequently to discern the lingering odor and eventually lost the trail. Around him there was only the biting wind and snow. Suddenly he detected a somewhat stronger scent in the snow nearby, and his heart tightened. It was Meow Meow's scent. He immediately crouched down and dug through the snow, revealing a gleaming white pearl necklace that was all too familiar. This was Meow Meow's belonging. Yet aside from the necklace and her faint scent, there was nothing else around, not even the footprints of the fleeing beastmen, which had long been buried by the heavy snow. By then Ying Lu had also caught up. He surveyed the surroundings, finding no further traces. With a swift motion of his hands, a faint white shamanic power swirled in the air, then stretched into a straight line pointing in one direction. Without even glancing at Yize, he followed the line. Yize knew nothing of shamanic arts, but he understood that the direction pointed to where Meow Meow was. Without a second thought, he followed Ying Lu. Soon they spotted a group of beastmen standing atop a snowy peak, and beside them was a small figure, none other than Meow Meow. Yize and Ying Lu rushed out of the woods shouting in alarm, "Meow Meow." Meow Meow had been staring at the junction of snowfield and forest, afraid of missing the perfect moment. Hearing the two familiar voices, she turned to see two dark figures racing toward her. She waved her hand and called out, "Catch me." The moment her words fell, the beastman from the Boulder tribe sensed something amiss. He saw her tighten her cloak, tilt her body, and leap down, rolling swiftly downward. All the beastmen's hearts sank. Their hostage was gone. Ying Lu and Yize had never expected Meow Meow to dare jump from such a dangerous spot. The snow gathered thicker around her until she became a massive snowball. The two of them charged up the slope, desperate to intercept the snowball before it rolled too far. Without air inside, Meow Meow would suffocate if it took too long. Heya jumped up in frustration. That little female got away. I'll go catch her." Huyu grabbed his shoulder, his brow furrowed. Such a brave and clever female, she had earned his respect. That spot, though dangerous, had thick snow. Falling would hardly cause injury, and she would only roll faster. Even he might not be able to catch her. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. No need. Go with the other strength beastmen and roar at the snowy mountain. Heya and the others immediately understood. Their mission was to obtain salt and animal hides. Since that little female had slipped away, they would have to die along with the two males below. They ran to a more open area, and a cacophony of beastly roars erupted, deafening the air. Crack. Crackle. Yize and Ying Lu, who were racing forward, suddenly heard the sound of a snowfield breaking apart, followed by a thunderous rumbling. Only then did they realize the beastmen's true intent in luring them here. At that moment, Meow Meow's snowball rolled down. Without a second thought, Yize and Ying Lu threw themselves onto it, digging her out. Meow Meow had barely gasped for air when she saw a massive wall of snow surging toward them. Yize shifted into his beast form, clutching Meow Meow, and sprinted away. But the avalanche was faster. It was clear they couldn't outrun it. Yinglu cast a deep look at the two ahead, then transformed into his nine-tailed beast form shrouded in white shamanic power and landed directly on them. Suddenly Yizhe felt a powerful force thrusting from behind, propelling them forward at an unimaginable speed. He Miao sensed the anomaly too. She turned to see Yinglu bathed in white light, his numerous tails swaying behind him, standing sacred and resolute on the snow. In the next instant he was buried under several jang of snow. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Yizhe knew that the strange force was Yinglu's doing. His shoulder was soaked with warm tears. He understood that Yinglu had been swallowed by the snow. His heart was filled with a mix of emotions. If he hadn't insisted on talking with Yinglu today, they wouldn't have both left Miao alone, and she wouldn't have been taken. He had always claimed Yinglu was ill-omened and would bring disaster to Miao. Yet now it was his own negligence that had caused her harm. If not for Miao's bravery in jumping from the peak, escaping the beastman's grasp, both he and Yinglu would have perished here today. As for Miao, he dared not think about it. A beastman who was captured and brought back to a tribe without absolute strength would forever be bullied by others. A female would be no different. She might even become a tool for the unmated males to vent their desires. Miao anxiously patted Yizhe's shoulder. Yizhe, save Yinglu, save Yinglu. Yizhe turned and looked at the avalanche that had ceased. Moments ago they had been on a steep slope, but now it was almost level, filled with snow. Yizhe had indeed wanted Yinglu to leave before, but never imagined it would be in this way. They had just been fighting, yet Yinglu chose to save him, and Miao sacrificing himself. Perhaps he was wrong. He shouldn't have held prejudice against Yinglu. One was a wandering beastman, the other an inauspicious beastman. Neither was any more noble than the other. What right did Yizhe have to disdain other beastmen? He softly comforted Miao Yinglu. He's fallen asleep. Let him sleep here. When Miao heard these words, bitterness filled her heart. She refused to believe it. They had just been buried. There should still be a chance to save him. However, before she could speak, Heya and the others surrounded them. Hu sneered, I didn't expect you to be so fortunate actually escaping the avalanche. But you won't be so lucky next time. Hey, attack. Heya immediately raised the bristles on his back, each one hard as steel needles. If you want to kill the beastmen of our Qingshan tribe, you'll have to answer to us first. Suddenly a large group of males emerged from the side and stood directly in front of Yizhe and Miao. Miao recognized them at a glance. It was Ma Ji, Quan Ming, and the others. Even Xianglai, who was severely injured and should not have been able to walk, had come. She found it hard to believe. After all, a female being taken captive usually meant little hope of survival. Yinglu and Yizhe were sought out because of their partnership, but these beastmen were merely acquaintances back in the tribe. Yet now they had all come running, which moved Miao deeply. Why have you come? Xianglai's beast form was enormous. As standing forward, he naturally became like a high wall. You're my partner's close friend. When we set out, I promised Zixian I'd take care of you. Of course I had to come. The thought of it made him angry. These fools had actually allowed enemies to kidnap a noble female right under their noses. They simply didn't want to live. After all, Miao was not only the partner of the shaman, but also the partner of the tribal chief, even if the chief currently showed no interest in her. However, the chief cared deeply about his reputation. With his partner gone like this, these beastmen would surely face severe consequences. Not to mention there was also the extremely volatile Bei Ming in the tribe. None of them could withstand his wrath. Yizhe set Miao down and glanced at this group of reckless beastmen. Xianglai and all the other beastmen follow Miao to rescue Yinglu. Leave these beastmen to me. Miao felt uneasy. There were so many beastmen, nearly a dozen, and that porcupine male called Heya had sharp tusks protruding from his mouth. They looked very lethal. Yizhe, let Ma Ji and the others stay here to help you. Xianglai, a few injured males, and I will go rescue Yinglu. Ma Ji and the others agreed. While rescuing the shaman was important, Yizhe's safety was equally crucial. Yizhe will stay behind to help you. Quan Ming stepped forward. That's right. Let these reckless ones see the true strength of our Qingshan tribe. Xianglai also agreed with Miao's plan. The few of us are enough. He then directly let Miao sit on his beast form back. Miao, you guide the way. Miao immediately pointed in the direction. Even if she couldn't see with her eyes, she knew that place. Right there, Yinglu is buried underneath. Xianglai, Yuan, and the others, all strength-type beastmen, immediately began digging vigorously at the surrounding snow. Miao also helped nearby. She knew her strength was negligible compared to Xianglai and the others. But the snow was extremely thick. Every additional person meant more strength, and she wanted Yinglu to get out as soon as possible. At this moment, beneath the snow tens of meters deep, it was bitterly cold and pitch black. The crushing pressure prevented the air in Yinglu's chest from escaping, making it difficult to breathe, a terrible suffering. In that final moment, he knew Miao must have seen his appearance. 9 tails, clearly ugly, a freak. Her eyes had been filled with terror and fear. She must have been scared by him. Thinking of this, Yinglu's heart turned to ashes. Perhaps it would be better to just die like this. No need to face Meow Meow, no need to see her disgusted gaze. This way he could at least deceive himself. Perhaps in Meow Meow's heart he should still be beautiful. Meow Meow, go up quickly. We're here. Look, your hands are swollen and cracked from the cold. Meow Meow shook her head. Her hands were swollen and cracked, but from the extreme cold they had lost all sensation. She couldn't feel the pain at all. Moreover, the males like Xiong Lai weren't faring any better with their limbs, especially the injured ones. Some were still coughing violently without stopping. As a healthy person, she certainly couldn't stop. I'm fine, just superficial injuries, and it doesn't hurt at all. Suddenly a familiar female voice reached Yinglu's ears, and his heart, which had just died, instantly came alive. It was Meow Meow's voice. She was saving him. Her hands were even injured. He wanted to get out, he didn't want to die, he wanted to be with Meow Meow. Even if she despised and rejected him, he would stay by Meow Meow's side and protect her for life. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, and the snow that had been compacted underground instantly flew everywhere. Meow Meow, Xiong Lai, and the others were all blown to the ground. Turning their heads, they saw Yinglu emerging from the deep pit in a beam of white light. His pristine white fur, deep eyes, holy and mysterious. Especially those extra tails made him even more flawless. Yinglu slowly walked toward Meow Meow and saw her 10 fingers red and swollen with traces of blood seeping out. His heart ached instantly. With a gesture, a wisp of shamanic power fell onto her hands, instantly restoring them to normal. Yinglu looked at Xiong Lai and the others who came to save him despite their severe injuries, and he felt moved. After all, he had never cared about the lives or deaths of these beastmen before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so severely injured, and he wouldn't have thought to act. Yet they had come to rescue him. Moving his hands slightly, several strands of white shamanic energy fell upon them. Xiong Lai and the others who had been barely holding on immediately felt much more comfortable. Only when they realized the shaman was healing their wounds did they come to their senses. Thank you, shaman. Meow Meow stood dazed behind, watching Yinglu come back to life, her heart overflowing with emotion. She hugged his waist tightly from behind, as if afraid he might disappear before her eyes again. Yinglu, I thought I would never see you again. Yinglu's heart suddenly trembled. Beneath the dark ice he heard Meow Meow's voice and knew she was trying to save him. Yet now that he truly faced her, a trace of timidity crept over him. He dared not hear her words of disdain. To his surprise, what awaited him was this tight embrace, and the warmth of her tears soaked through his back. Yinglu felt a suffocating ache. He turned around and pulled her tightly into his arms, wishing he could melt her into his body and never part. Meow Meow, thank you for coming to save me. Meow Meow was a little annoyed at this. What kind of talk was that? Weren't they mates? Why did he need to say thank you? Besides, if it weren't for saving her, the burden, Yinglu would never have been in trouble. She wiped her tears and snot directly on his chest, then angrily pinched his waist hard. What kind of relationship do we have? You don't need to say thank you. If you must thank someone, it should be me thanking you. If not for you and Yizhe, I would have been suffocated by that snowball long ago. Suddenly she pinched his waist. Yinglu was amused by her small strength and playful gesture. But he truly wanted to know how Meow Meow saw him. If these words were left unsaid, even in sweetness, he would feel a fishbone stuck in his throat. He lowered his eyes to gaze at her face, now crying and laughing, took a deep breath to steady his mind, and then slowly spoke. Then, did you see it? He wanted to know Meow Meow's thoughts, yet he couldn't bring himself to say it. As Yizhe had said, he had grown too many tails, ugly, ominous, bringing disaster. Perhaps if it weren't for him, Meow Meow wouldn't have suffered this undeserved calamity. Meow Meow wiped her tears and heard this whisper as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She was puzzled. She blinked, see what? All she had seen just now were Xiong Lai and the others digging snow with her, and the scene of him bursting out from under the ice, or the surrounding white snow. Nothing else. It's just those several tails were his eternal wound. At this moment Yinglu began to hate himself. Why hadn't he listened to Yizhe earlier? Perhaps if he left for a while, severed those extra tails, he could come back. Now he had to let Meow Meow face such an ugly version of himself. He couldn't continue. He waited for Meow Meow to pronounce his death sentence. If she said one word, he could disappear from her sight forever. He would only need to silently watch from afar, that would be enough. Meow Meow looked up at his embarrassed expression and burst out laughing. She clasped her hands behind her back, frowned thoughtfully, and nodded. I actually did see something just now. At these words Yinglu's heart clenched. He fixed his gaze on her face, his expression grave. It was clear she was upset. So she had seen, and she minded. But the next moment Meow Meow revealed a brilliant smile. I saw you, pure white all over, not a single stray hair, wrapped in a layer of white light like a god descending from the heavens, sacred and spotless. If I hadn't known it was you, I would have knelt on both knees and worshipped you. Hearing this, Yinglu's gloom vanished instantly, and he was even amused by her words. If he hadn't known Meow Meow's nature, he might have believed her nonsense. But what did she mean by not a single stray hair? Did she think he was some wild fox? He couldn't help chuckling. If I believed that, I'd have water in my head. I'm talking about my tails. Meow Meow understood. This guy was showing off. Remembering that during their entire journey together, he had never let her see his tails, she felt a little annoyed. She pouted and snorted, "Humph. You've got some nerve. Don't you know I love stroking for the most? With so many tails, why didn't you bring them out earlier for me to touch?" Stingy. At this, Meow Meow's palms itched. Since leaving Baiming, she hadn't stroked any fur for a long time. At the first sentence, Yinglu's heart sank like a stone into an icy abyss, more painful than being buried under the ice. But the next words confused him. She didn't despise his tails. She even wanted to touch them. Yinglu was stunned. Since he could remember, all the beastmen around him had loathed and rejected him, calling him an ill-omened beastman who brought disaster. From the death of a beastman to someone sneezing in the tribe, everything was blamed on him. Yet he had never heard any beastman say they wanted to touch his tails. Even now he could hardly believe Meow Meow would say that. Perhaps it was just a hallucination born of his wish. He asked seriously in a low voice, "Meow Meow, did you really see it clearly?" "I have 9 tails. Just now Meow Meow had only seen many tails, but hadn't counted how many. Suddenly hearing that Yinglu had 9, her eyes lit up and she stared straight at his rear. "Yinglu, can I see them again?" Since the words were out, Yinglu had no reason to hold back. He directly transformed into his beast form, a massive figure. When Meow Meow stood on the ground, she didn't even reach his knee. Meow Meow jumped up in excitement, covering her mouth in disbelief. The next moment she threw herself onto Yinglu's leg, hugged it tightly, and reached out to pull one of the tails, dancing beside him, stroking it gently. But her heart was so thrilled she could barely speak. "Oh my god, I'm actually seeing a living 9-tailed fox. Meow Meow, you've made it. Alive, alive." She ran behind Yinglu, touched every single tail, draped one around her neck, and looked up at the towering figure before her. For the first time, Meow Meow had the urge to ride a beast form voluntarily. She hopped in front of Yinglu, a little embarrassed. After all, apart from being forced to ride the porcupine beastman's back and Xiong Lai's back, she had never ridden her own mates. Besides, Yinglu was usually quite proud. She was afraid he might refuse. But she really wanted to ride. In a negotiating tone, "Yinglu, can I ride on your back?" Yinglu truly hadn't expected that Meow Meow genuinely liked his tails, and now she even wanted to ride on his back. His narrow fox eyes shifted slightly. "Don't you think they're ugly?" "Puh." Meow Meow instinctively denied. How could that be? The 9-tailed fox is the most beautiful beastman of the Fox clan. How could it be ugly? Besides, 9-tailed foxes are divine beasts, not comparable to ordinary beastmen. Saying this, Meow Meow clasped her hands together and pouted, "Please, Yinglu, just let me sit for a little bit, just once, okay?" When she was little, she had seen female 9-tailed foxes on TV, but this was the first time she had seen a male one. No wonder every time she looked into his eyes, her heart fluttered, as if he could see right through her. Yinglu's heart surged with emotion. He had imagined Meow Meow might despise and reject him, or perhaps reluctantly accept him. But he had never imagined she would be so ecstatic, not only touching his so-called ugly tails, but now wanting to ride on his back. She even called him the most handsome and a divine beast. So this was how she saw his true form. If he had known earlier, he would have revealed it long ago instead of hiding it so tightly. He crouched slightly, gently curled his tail, and placed Meow Meow on his back. Since she liked his tails, he would never hide them again. He didn't care about the opinions of other beastmen. As long as Meow Meow was happy, he would even go through fire and water willingly. Yinglu hoisted Meow Meow onto his back and strode swiftly toward where Yizhe and the others were. Seated on his broad back, she was wrapped in snow-white fur that radiated warmth, and Yinglu walked with remarkable steadiness. Looking up and around, she felt this must be the pinnacle of her life. Who would have thought that an ordinary corporate drone like her, after transmigrating, would get to ride on the back of a 9-tailed fox? Just thinking about it thrilled her. By the time Yinglu emerged from beneath the ice, the battle at Yizhe's location had already concluded. Yizhe was just about to go lend a hand when he spotted Yinglu rising from below the ice in his beast form. He understood this was Yinglu's way of communicating with Meow Meow in his own manner. He was genuinely curious about what Meow Meow thought of Yinglu. After all, as a wandering beastman, he wasn't much different from Yinglu's kind of outsider. It would be dishonest to claim he wasn't anxious. Part of him wished Yinglu would leave, yet he feared that very possibility. He was terrified that if Yinglu departed, the same fate might await him. He turned his head away and leaned against the tree trunk, trying not to look, when suddenly Ma Ji's startled cry pierced the air. Wu's beast form is so massive with so many tails. Meow Meow looks magnificent riding on his back. The moment those words left her lips, a flicker of joy stirred in Yizhe's heart. Has Miao Miao accepted Yinglu? Turning his head, he saw Miao Miao seated atop Yinglu's towering, elegant beast form, the nine tails swaying behind her, standing out vividly. Miao Miao's face showed no trace of unhappiness. Instead, her lips curled upward and her eyes sparkled with pride. Rushing over, he called out, "Miao Miao, Yinglu." Yinglu transformed back into human form and offered Yizhe a friendly smile. He thoroughly understood Yizhe's earlier hostility. After all, he knew how deeply Yizhe cared for Miao Miao. Miao Miao, who had been sitting proudly on his back, suddenly found herself in Yinglu's arms, feeling oddly empty, without the fluffy warmth beneath her. How did I end up down here? Yinglu had come to understand just how much she cherished his fur. With a soft chuckle, he replied, "The forest is full of obstacles, and my beast form is too large to navigate easily. Holding you is the same thing." Without that fragrant soft fur, Miao Miao felt a pang of disappointment. Seated in his arms, it hardly compared to the comfort of his broad beast back. She turned her gaze to Yizhe and offered a sly smile. "Yizhe, I haven't ridden your beast form yet." Yizhe knew exactly what she meant, but his beast form differed from other males. It wasn't suited for riding. That explained why he'd held her throughout their journey to Shiyuan City. Shaking his head with amusement, he said, "Miao Miao, my beast form really isn't made for sitting on." Hearing this, Miao Miao suddenly remembered that Yizhe's beast form was a serpent, one so massive that riding it would feel no different from sitting on the ground. Embarrassed, she scratched her head and laughed nervously. "Oh, I forgot." "Never mind then." Yinglu noticed her desire to ride and leaned close to whisper with suppressed amusement, "If you want to ride me, come to my beast skin shelter tonight. I'll let you ride your fill." The sudden words made Miao Miao's face flush crimson instantly. This guy always cracking jokes without considering whether other beastmen were nearby. Didn't he see that Xiong Lai and Ma Ji were right there? She shot him a furious glare and reached out to Yizhe, saying, "Yizhe, I want you to carry me." Yizhe noticed her face and neck were completely flushed and understood she was flustered by Yinglu's words. Cradling her in his arms with a grin, he gave the bewildered Yinglu a long look before turning back toward the cave. Yinglu might be clever and perceptive about details, but when it came to Miao Miao's emotions and preferences, he still struggled to read her accurately. After all, how many times had they actually mated? How could he possibly understand that Miao Miao would feel shy about such jokes, especially with so many beastmen watching? If Yinglu knew what Yizhe was thinking, he'd protest the injustice loudly. So far, he'd only held her hand and kissed her lips. They hadn't truly connected in any deeper way. Still, he understood that his remark had embarrassed Miao Miao, otherwise she wouldn't have blushed so deeply. Even as she nestled into Yizhe's arms, she couldn't resist shooting him another fierce glare. Yet he couldn't help wondering whether Miao Miao would actually come to him tonight. Remembering how she'd gently touched his tail with such affection, he believed she likely would. Never mind that now, he needed to return and build the beast skin shelter first. It had to be spacious and warm. More importantly, it should be far enough away from these meddling beastmen. Xiong Lai and Ma Ji followed closely behind, but they barely paid attention to what the three of them were saying. All their attention was fixed on Wu. They knew there were superstitions about beastmen with so many tails being Elomans. But they also knew that without Wu they would have died long ago and never made it to this day. Whenever anyone fell ill back in the tribe, Wu was always the one who healed them. And besides, the Eloman beastmen they'd encountered before were all grotesque. But their Wu was so sacred and beautiful, it seemed impossible to connect him with any sense of Eloman. This was the view of most beastmen, but for some, no matter how beautiful Wu was, it couldn't change the fact that he possessed so many extra tails. Quan Ming felt uneasy. Honestly, he admired Wu's strength, but what if those extra tails truly brought disaster to the tribe? He crept closer to Xiong Lai. "Xiong Lai, our Wu." But Xiong Lai cut him off before he could finish reading his thoughts immediately. "As long as our Wu doesn't betray us, he'll always be our Wu." Hearing this, the other worried beastmen began to see the logic in it. Their tribe had already changed when the old chieftain died and passed leadership to an outsider. Zhang Yong, their former warrior, had long since fled, replaced by two outsiders, Bei Ming and Yizhe, alongside Xiong Lai. Since Wu joined their tribe, nearly anyone he treated survived. Over the past 2 years, no one in Qingshan tribe had died from wounds or minor illnesses. Their Wu had never wronged them. To suspect him of something terrible simply because of his extra tails felt deeply unfair. Understanding this, Quan Ming and the others lowered their heads in shame. By the time they returned to the cave, dawn was breaking. Rather than rest, they loaded the salt and beast skins and began the journey back. With this year's heavy snow, every day they returned early meant an extra day of safety. Fortunately, their beast skins sold quickly, allowing them to head back sooner. Aside from a few groups of beastmen who had targeted them back in Shiyuan City and tried to ambush them, the journey was uneventful. What frustrated Yinglu was that since that joke, Miao Miao had been sleeping only beside Yizhe each night, and even when he secretly used his tail to tease her, she wouldn't come to him. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have made those risque remarks. Having crossed numerous mountain ranges, the surroundings gradually grew more familiar. Magi quickened his steps with excitement. Look ahead is where we often hunt. Yize, holding Miao Miao, instructed Xianglai, who had not carried luggage due to his injuries, to rush back and deliver the news. Xianglai, overwhelmed with excitement, instantly transformed into his beast form, let out a roar that echoed through the mountains, and charged forward. That's Xianglai's voice. Zixian Ehua and the others were gathered around the tribe's fire, warming themselves and chatting when they suddenly heard the familiar call. They leaped up from their wooden stools, gazing toward the tribe's entrance. At that moment, the other beastmen in the tribe also heard it. It really is Xianglai's voice. They're back. Jifeng and Bei Ming were in their cave dwellings when they suddenly heard the sound, and they rushed out. But as soon as Jifeng emerged, he glanced at himself. His beast-hide skirt was dusty and unsightly, so he turned back to change. Bei Ming, however, was even more dramatic. He picked up a handsome black beast-hide skirt, about to put it on, when he suddenly remembered he hadn't bathed in 3 days. He dashed to the river, swiftly washed himself, changed into the beast-hide skirt, carefully combed his hair, and checked his reflection in the water. Not bad, decent appearance. Only then did he scurry over, squeezing to the front, hoping Miao Miao would see him the moment she returned. The sound of footsteps grew nearer, and all the beastmen trembled with anticipation, craning their necks. They all prayed to the beast god for the safe return of their families and mates. Miao Miao, sitting in Yize's arms, looked at the familiar path ahead, her heart brimming with joy. She hadn't been back for so long, she wondered how thick the dust in the cave had become. Miao Miao. Miao Miao. Bei Ming spotted the figure emerging from the forest and was overwhelmed with excitement. But unexpectedly, a small shadow suddenly darted past him. Seeing it was Zixian, Miao Miao quickly slipped down from Yize's embrace and hugged the charging Zixian with delight. Miao Miao, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Without you, the grilled meat doesn't taste as good. Miao Miao was nearly knocked over, but Ying Lu steadied her from behind. She said happily, I missed you all too. You don't know how lively West Plain City is, so many beastmen. The two females chattered endlessly when they got together. Bei Ming, who had been waiting nearby hoping for a hug from Miao Miao, was utterly annoyed. He shot a fierce glare at Xianglai and Magi, who had just returned. So annoying, they just came back and don't even take their mates back to the cave, insisting on loitering outside. The two males suddenly glared at, felt equally wronged. Especially Xianglai, who had returned first. He longed to take Zixian home and enjoy some intimacy. But Zixian refused to go back, insisting on waiting for Miao Miao. Otherwise, why would he be standing in the wind? Zixian clung tightly to Miao Miao's arm, chattering endlessly. Miao Miao, why don't your whole family come to my place for grilled meat tonight? You just got back and you'll be too tired to cook. Miao Miao was overjoyed at the offer. Although she had been carried the whole way, sitting on Yize's arm for an entire day was still exhausting. Great. But before she could finish, Jifeng interrupted. No way, if she goes to Zixian's house for dinner, he'd have to tag along, right? After all, on the surface, they were one family. Besides, he wanted to ask about other matters. And the grilled meat from their household was only slightly better than his own earlier attempts. Zixian, no need for your family to go to the trouble. Tonight, to celebrate everyone's safe return, the tribe will hold a bonfire party. We'll all eat grilled meat together, much more lively. Ooh. The beastmen cheered joyfully at the news. Especially Magi and Quan Ming, who had been exhausted, hungry, and tense throughout the journey. Now that they were finally back, all gathered together, their happiness knew no bounds. Miao Miao beckoned to the elderly beastman and the young cub at the back. Uncle Hushan, Xiao Fuzi, come over. The two had been staying behind, knowing that as an old man and a child they were burdens to the group. They had tried their best to stay unnoticed. They didn't want to cause trouble for Miao Miao. Hearing her call, they cheerfully trotted out. Miao Miao. Miao Miao smiled at Jifeng. Chief Jifeng, these are the gifts I brought back for you. The other beastmen, puzzled, exchanged glances. What does she mean, huh? A gift for the chief, an old man and a young boy. Ahua's eyes widened in shock, and she whispered to the female beside her, heavens, could it be that our chief has a taste for this sort of thing? Chan, you couldn't believe it either. After all, the chief was handsome, especially in his beast form. He could even fly. I think it must be true. Why else has he never mated with Miao Miao? Jifeng heard every word of these whispers. Being an eagle beastman, he was extremely sensitive to sounds. He coughed awkwardly and looked at Miao Miao, who was still smiling, oblivious to the gossip. Well, what kind of gift is this? He didn't believe Miao Miao would bring him those two as something of that sort. Miao Miao gave a mysterious smile. Uncle Hushan, show the chief what you have. Hushan immediately took out several backpacks, baskets, and hampers from his small storage space. Zixian Ehua and the others watched with curiosity, and even Xianglai and his group were puzzled. They knew that these two beastmen were the ones Miao Miao the shaman and Yize had planned to bring back from West Plain City, but they didn't know why. Jifeng's gaze fell on these strange, never-before-seen items. This must be the real gift you're giving me, right? He meow meow chuckled softly, wanting to retort, but since all the tribe members were around and the guy was too proud to be contradicted, she refrained. Picking up a backpack, she introduced them one by one. This is a backpack. It can be used to carry things and replace some beast hide pouches. These baskets and hampers can hold items, so we don't have to pile beast hides in the corner of the cave, making it look messy. She then pointed at Xiaofuzi and Hushan. And these were all made by them. If the tribe can use these, we'll save a lot of beast hides. That's why I brought them back. Hearing this, the other beastmen's eyes lit up, staring intently at the backpack's baskets and hampers. If these could really replace beast hides, they wouldn't have to be so frugal and could even sell the hides for beast crystals. And these items, clearly made of knotwood, were abundant in the nearby hollow. Even Jifeng felt a stir of interest, but he harbored doubts. Who knew if these two were spies from other tribes? He scrutinized the beastmen before him. Which tribe do you belong to? Are you truly willing to join our Qingshan tribe? Hushan, having lived most of his life, understood the young chieftain's concerns all too well. Hastily, he bowed his head and pulled Xiaofuzi forward, placing him before himself. We are wandering beastmen. This one is a gray rabbit beastman I found in the wild. Rest assured, we will never do anything to harm the tribe. If you doubt us, we can swear an oath before the beast god. This was their only chance. Hushan knew he must seize it. He was old with few days left, but Xiaofuzi could not be allowed to perish. He was still so young and could not die like this. His eyes, clouded with age, were filled with hope and a pleading gaze fixed upon Jifeng. As for these two, Xianglai and Quan Ming knew that they had been obedient throughout the journey, never causing trouble even when attacked by other beastmen. Moreover, Xiaofuzi was very well behaved, helping to build fires and roast meat, a diligent little cub. Seeing their chieftain silence, Xianglai spoke softly. Chieftain, perhaps we should take them in. Yes, chieftain, they have been obedient and hardworking the entire way. Of the beastmen who had returned, only Yinglu and Yi Zhe remained silent. All the others urged Jifeng to accept them. In their eyes, Xiaofuzi, being so young and a rabbit beastman wandering without a tribe, would surely die young. Yet Jifeng remained unmoved, his gaze filled with nothing but scrutiny and the cold indifference of a superior. Having reached his position, he was well accustomed to deceit and treachery. Such seemingly harmless old and weak beastmen might well be the most dangerous of all. He raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. Very well, then both of you swear an oath before the beast god. If you break it, may you be devoured by 10,000 beasts. Hushan had long anticipated such an outcome. After all, they were wandering beastmen seeking to join a tribe at such a time. He immediately straightened his back and raised his hand devoutly. I, Hushan, swear before the beast god that from this day forth I join the Qingshan tribe. If I ever do anything against the tribe's interests, may I die a miserable death, torn apart by 10,000 beasts. Though Xiaofuzi was very young, he understood the gravity of the moment and quickly imitated the oath. Jifeng was satisfied with their conduct and offered a standard smile. Welcome to our tribe. With that, he stepped aside, and the other beastmen immediately rushed to gather firewood and begin stewing meat. The entire tribe burst into life. Zixian was about to pull Miao Miao inside when Bei Ming pushed past her as if he hadn't even seen her. He directly scooped up Miao Miao and strode toward his own cave. Zixian stamped her foot in frustration. Miao Miao, come find me later. Miao Miao hadn't expected Bei Ming to shove Zixian aside, and she found it amusing. She hadn't seen him in a while and missed him. Leaning over Bei Ming's shoulder, she called to Zixian, "All right, I'll be over soon." But Bei Ming was somewhat annoyed. He placed her on the soft beast hide bed and wouldn't let her get up. He bent down and gave her a deep kiss, his eyes full of resentment. You just got back and you immediately saw Zixian and Jifeng without saying a word to me. He Miao Miao reached up and stroked his long black hair, which was as smooth as black silk. She couldn't help but embrace him and planted a kiss on his ear, suppressing a smile. Jifeng is the chieftain. I brought two strange beastmen back, so I had to inform him. Besides, Zixian is a female. Are you jealous of her too? The kiss on his ear delighted Bei Ming, but the lingering pique in his heart wouldn't dissipate. He held Miao Miao tightly, almost in a coquettish manner, and let out a humph. That female clearly wants to monopolize you. No matter what, you can't stay with her too long tonight. He Miao Miao laughed at his words and smoothed his long black hair. All right, I'll stay with you, okay? Upon hearing this, Bei Ming immediately propped himself up, his eyes brimming with joy. Really? You're not lying to me. If I lie, I'm a dog. Then let's do it now. Saying this, Bei Ming raised his hand to tear off his beast hide skirt. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. Heaven knew how hard it was for a male to stay home alone. Before he had tasted meat, he didn't know the flavor, but now that he had going back to a vegetarian diet was unbearable. He Miao Miao saw this and sat up, pressing his hand down. No. We still have to go out and eat meat later. Usually missing this kind of gathering was fine, but she didn't want to miss tonight's feast. Besides, she had just promised to talk with Zixian and couldn't break her word. Bei Ming moved her hand away. Don't worry, I'll be quick. He Meow Meow didn't believe him. Which time hadn't he said that, and what had been the result? Having been deceived so many times, if she believed him again she'd be brainless. She refused outright. No. I've been weathered by wind and snow all the way. I'm filthy. Wait until I've washed properly tonight. Bei Ming felt a bit deflated. He removed his hand from his beast hide skirt and let out a deep sigh. He knew Meow Meow loved cleanliness and always liked to take a hot bath before and after such matters. Fine, but you have to compensate me now. With a sly grin he leaned down to kiss her, but Meow Meow turned her head away. She took something from her beast hide bag and placed it directly into his palm. The moment Bei Ming touched the cold hard object he looked down and saw a flash of crimson. His heart tightened and his hands trembled violently, causing the object to fall to the ground. He Meow Meow quickly got up, picked it up, dusted it off, and examined it carefully. Seeing no cracks, she breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful when you hold it, it's very fragile. She looked up and noticed Bei Ming's face was extremely pale, his eyes panicked, and his complexion ashen. He Meow Meow was puzzled. He had been fine just a moment ago. What was wrong now? She frowned. Have you not been eating meat properly lately? Are you sick? Let's go seeing Lu right now. Hearing her worried words, Bei Ming finally snapped out of it. His reaction had been too strong and had frightened Meow Meow. He forced a faint smile. I'm fine. A gust of wind blew in just now and I felt a bit cold. He Meow Meow rolled her eyes at him. This cave was L-shaped. How could any wind blow in? He couldn't even lie properly. I think you just don't like the gift I gave you. You dropped it on the floor just now. Mentioning this made he Meow Meow feel a little hurt. She had spent a long time choosing it. If she had known he wouldn't like it, she would have bought him the most common dogtooth necklace. I bought it with the beast crystals I earned myself. If you don't like it, fine. With a disappointed heart, she began to put it back into her bag. But Bei Ming snatched the square gemstone token and held it tightly in his hand, lowering his gaze to meet Meow Meow's unhappy face. He had never thought this thing would ever return. And in such a manner. But this item had been stained with too much blood. He didn't want to remember. I like it. I like anything you give me. He Meow Meow was not naive. She could tell how forced his words were. She held out her hand. You don't have to force yourself. If you don't like it, just give it back. Bei Ming immediately shook off the unpleasant memories and forced his usual carefree smile. He tucked the token into his small space, pinched Meow Meow's angry little face, gave her a loud kiss, and said with a smile, Why would I return something you gave me? He quickly changed the subject. Let's eat quickly tonight, and I'll heat up a big tub of hot water to help you wash. He Meow Meow wasn't one to hold grudges. Since he was trying to cheer her up, she let it go. She waved his hand away impatiently and snorted playfully. Humph. From now on, don't expect me to bring you any gifts. I'll just pick up a useless stone for you wherever I go. Watching her walk out of the cave with that cute demeanor, Bei Ming's heart melted. When she left, he had only casually mentioned bringing him a gift because he hoped she wouldn't forget him. He never imagined she would actually bring one. And she brought back this. He would rather it had been a roadside stone. He Meow Meow hurried straight to the center of the square, searching twice near the bonfire, but failing to catch sight of Zi Xian anywhere. Hua, aware of what the two had been saying earlier, spoke with a smile. Stop looking. She was carried back to the cave by Ma Ji and Xiang Lai just now, and she likely won't be coming out for the next 2 days. Upon hearing this, he Meow Meow felt somewhat embarrassed. She had just been contemplating checking the cave since she hadn't spotted anyone here. Fortunately, she hadn't gone eavesdropping, was not her custom. It would have been better to help Yizhe clean the cave instead. It must be filthy after such a long absence. Meow Meow, come with me for a moment. She was about to turn away when she heard Ji Feng call out to her. Turning around, she found him standing right behind her. Puzzled, Ji Feng rarely sought her out. She asked, What's the matter? Ji Feng didn't respond, but headed straight toward the cave where they held their meetings. Seeing this, Meow Meow understood. This was indeed serious business. She immediately followed and paused at the cave entrance to peer inside. It was remarkably clean and tidy. A long rectangular stone table dominated the space, covered with beast hide scrolls, surrounded by a few wooden stools. A large fire in the corner illuminated the entire cave with bright warm light. Ji Feng sat on a stool and watched her lingering at the entrance, peering inside, but not stepping in. He recalled her previous visit, bold and strutting, only to end up with Bei Ming choking her. Yet even then her presence hadn't wavered in the slightest. Now, however, she seemed hesitant to enter. He smiled. Why linger at the doorway? Come in and sit. Meow Meow chuckled and quickly entered, taking a seat on the wooden stool opposite him. What did you want to see me about? Ji Feng went straight to the point. Yizhe told me you played a major role in selling the beast hides this time. And you also sold the tooth powder and toothbrushes. He Meow Meow furrowed her brow slightly. What was his meaning? Did he doubt what Yizhe had said and come to interrogate her, or was he simply accustomed to speaking from a position of authority? Either way, she felt a bit bothered. It felt like being questioned by a superior. Still, she knew how to handle this conversation. Admitting it would only invite trouble, she understood the principle that tall trees catch much wind. Besides, she could see he was vain about his face. She smiled and replied, "That's not how we should put it. Everyone contributed, and no one's effort stands out more than another. I'm just a female who relies on her words, incapable of any heavy labor. Furthermore, the success this time stems from your excellent leadership as clan leader. You guided everyone to prepare so many beast hides in advance and had us depart early, which allowed us to secure prime timing and location in Shiyuan City and return safely. When it comes to merit, it's undoubtedly yours, clan leader. Without your wise guidance, we wouldn't have today." Hearing this, Jifeng burst into loud laughter. He acknowledged being cunning, but he hadn't planned to use those tactics on He Miao Miao. His tone had simply been a habit from speaking with other beastmen, a subconscious response. Unexpectedly, this made Miao Miao alert and fill him with flattery. Ha ha. He laughed so hard he could barely catch his breath, pointing at Miao Miao, as he recalled hearing her argue with Ying Lu outside the cave. To be fair, those words might not come from just any beastman. You Miao Miao, I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to know whether our tooth powder and toothbrush business can continue and whether we can trade again after the snow melts in spring. He Miao Miao watched his demeanor, her vigilance not diminishing at all. In fact, she found it somewhat artificial. She had never seen Jifeng laugh so boisterously before. Even when he smiled, he had never bared his teeth like this. Since he wanted to play a part, she would play along. After all, he was the clan leader. Squinting her eyes with a fake smile, she scratched her head. Well, I suppose it should be possible. However, I think we should modify our tooth powder. It's far too simple that anyone attentive can tell what's in it and how it's made just by looking and smelling. Who knows, next time we go there might already be countless tooth powders in Shiyuan City. Though Jifeng couldn't stop grinning, he clearly saw through Miao Miao's affected demeanor. It seemed he ranked lower than Xiong Lai and Ma Ji in Miao Miao's heart, given how guarded she was. But Miao Miao's thoughts aligned with his own, so he nodded in agreement. "Do you have any good ideas?" Miao Miao's eyes darted, then she grinned broadly. "Well, that depends on how the clan leader speaks about it." On the way back, she had already considered this. The current toothbrushes and tooth powder were too easily replicated, so to sell better next time they needed to alter the tooth powder's properties. Adding a few herbs like Liangmian's Herba cochlearii, officinalis dandelion, and locust flowers would be excellent choices, all abundant on the hillsides in season and beneficial for oral health. However, she wouldn't be foolish enough to hand it over for free. Jifeng chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. She really was quite skilled at bargaining. It seemed bringing her along to Shiyuan City this time had been the wisest decision. This time it remains the 3-7 split. He Miao Miao traced her fingernails, noting they'd grown a bit long. They'd need trimming tonight, perhaps with Baiming's help using a knife. Jifeng noticed. She didn't look up, but instead fiddled with her nails, and his gaze dipped slightly. He could tell she wasn't satisfied with the split. "How much do you want?" He Miao Miao raised her eyes to meet his questioning gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. "Clan leader, it's not that I'm greedy. There are simply many mouths to feed at home. Once the snow melts tomorrow, our household may welcome more beastmen, all requiring food, drink, and care. Moreover, I had to devise the solution and provide the technique, and in the end, still had to travel far to sell it. You have no idea, I nearly didn't make it back alive this time. All I earned were hard-won beast crystals." Upon hearing this, Jifeng's heart skipped a beat. His expression instantly tensed and his gaze dropped to her flat abdomen. It showed no sign of pregnancy. Yet that didn't guarantee anything. Furrowing his brows, he leaned forward. "Are you carrying a child?" "Whose? Yize Baiming or Ying Lu?" The moment the words left his mouth, he shook his head. "No, it can't be Baiming." If he'd sensed the bloodline power, he would have said something. He Miao Miao watched him question and answer himself in confusion. She hadn't mentioned anything about carrying a child. Besides, even if she were pregnant, what business was it of his? Why the urgency? "I'm not pregnant. I meant we might take in more beastmen." Hearing this, Jifeng, who had been speculating wildly about the father's identity, immediately exhaled in relief, his body finally relaxing. Fortunately, she wasn't pregnant. As long as that was the case. He regarded Miao Miao seriously. "Miao Miao, the purpose of a female isn't solely to bear children. Do you understand?" He Miao Miao was utterly astonished upon hearing these words. She turned to Jifeng, whose eyes were filled with unspoken words and a trace of pain. She had never expected to hear such a sentiment from a tribal chief, and a male at that. In the entire tribe, many males courted females and formed bonds, all for the primary purpose of bearing offspring. Even Bei Ming had once mentioned wanting a child, but she had refused. She had no desire to be burdened with a baby so soon. Still, she was very curious as to why Jifeng would say such a thing. Why? Jifeng felt a pang of guilt under her direct gaze. After all, as a nominal partner, he had no real standing to meddle in such matters. Moreover, he could resign himself to never having children, but he could not stop Bei Mingyize or Yinglu. Yet he truly did not want anything to happen to Miao Miao. His eyes flickered, and he tossed the question back with a slight curl of his lips. Why do you ask? How old are you this year? Is it appropriate to bear a child? At these words, Miao Miao came to her senses. Her inner self had long reached adulthood, but this body had only passed 18 autumns. She had been thoughtless and failed to consider this. It took a native male to remind her. She smiled apologetically. Oh, I understand. Given Jifeng's current status, he could only go so far. He looked at Miao Miao earnestly, hoping she truly took it to heart. In his view, he would rather she never bear a child. That way, she would always be safe. Changing the subject, he chuckled. Then starting from the next trade, it's 60-40, no more changes. He let out a light laugh, watching her with interest. After all, I have to feed so many beastmen working for me. Miao Miao was speechless. This fellow was quick-witted, using her own words against her. Still, securing a 60-40 split was already satisfactory, since she planned to contribute only herself this time. Deal. I'll take 40, you take 60. During the winter lull, you can have some people start making charcoal. Everyone can burn it in the caves. It's much better than direct firewood, which is terribly smoky. As for the rest, we'll make further plans after the snow melts. As she spoke, she fanned away the white smoke that stung her eyes. The fire had been fine when she entered, but somehow it had gone out, filling the entire cave with choking fumes. Tears streamed from her eyes. Miao Miao wiped them. It's too smoky in here. I'm leaving. We'll talk later. With that, she ran out of the cave. Only when she stood at the entrance with the cold wind blowing did she feel better. Jifeng frowned, looking at the extinguished firewood beside him. Was it really that smoky? A puff of white smoke drifted toward him, and he blinked, his eyes stinging. It really was smoky. But wasn't everyone used to it? Besides, dry firewood was precious in the snowy season. Who would use it for anything other than cooking meat? He walked over to the fire, picked up a small wooden stick, and poked the extinguished pile. Instantly, flames flared up and the white smoke vanished. Perhaps he should consider charcoal. He remembered that charcoal could be made from wetwood. In this season, dry wood was scarce, but wetwood was everywhere on the mountains. Thinking this, Jifeng decided it was the perfect task for tomorrow. The sky was filled with heavy snowflakes, but the ground of Qingshan tribe remained clean and tidy as beastmen cleared the snow every day. A bitter wind howled, tilting the flames to one side. But no one paid it any mind. All the beastmen were immersed in the joy of reunion. Even Miao Miao was infected by the lively atmosphere. The females, Hua Chunyu and the others, pestered her to tell them about the outside world. Miao Miao, tell us about Shiyuan City. What is it really like? Yes, we've never been there. Miao Miao rubbed her dry hands, thought for a moment, and smiled. Shiyuan City is huge, packed with beastmen everywhere. The streets are lined with stalls and shops. It's very lively. Hua's eyes filled with envy, and she covered her mouth in excitement. Oh my goodness, what is it like? Is it as bustling as tonight? Chanyu interjected, it must be much livelier than our tribe. The other females nodded in agreement. We really want to see it too, what the outside world is like. It must be far better than our tribe. Whenever they asked their mates about the outside, those males always returned with only one thing on their minds and gave perfunctory answers. Now finally a female had gone along, and they could learn more about the outside world. Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh at their envious expressions. The outside isn't all good. The streets of Shiyuan City are filthy and stinking. One step in the mud and the muck buries your feet. And people just toss their used water onto the street. It's disgusting. Hua and the others grimaced in distaste. In this season it snowed almost every day. With so many trampling feet, the snow turned to slush and ice. Add dirty water and the smell on the streets. Just thinking about it was enough. Chanyu looked at the clean dirt floor beneath them. It's not even as clean as our tribe. The other females agreed. They longed for the outside world, but only for a clean and beautiful city, not a chaotic, stinking place. Suddenly a male beastman bellowed, stew is ready. Females first. Miao Miao noticed that Hua and the others already had wooden bowls tucked under their arms. She stood up, brushed the dust off her backside, and said, you go ahead, I'll get my bowl. Hua called back, hurry up. We'll save you a spot. But as soon as Miao Miao took 2 steps, she saw Yize and Yinglu both holding out wooden bowls to her. One was her old familiar bowl, and the other was brand new. She took her own special bowl from Yize, but her gaze fell on Yinglu. It's the female's turn to get meat now. If you want some, you'll have to wait. Although she was a female, Yinglu was a male. Since no one else was fetching food for their mates, she didn't want to set a precedent by bringing him some early. If you're really hungry, I'll share some of mine when I come out. With that, she ran to the long line. Hua waved her over. Miao Miao, over here. He meow meow glanced behind her. There were still a dozen or so females. She felt a little embarrassed. She wasn't used to cutting in line. But Chunyu and the others behind her noticed her hesitation and cheerfully urged her to go ahead. It was just a matter of a few moments. They didn't mind. Moreover, Meow Meow was no longer the same person. She no longer snapped at beastmen, and she had made the tribe those lightweight convenient wooden bowls and basins which were far better than the old stone ones.
在古老的森林里，每一片叶子都藏着秘密，每一阵风声都在讲述着过去。
Meow Meow, the spot is the one Ahua saved for you. Meow Meow felt a bit sheepish. Then I won't stand on ceremony. She squeezed into the line and filled her bowl to the brim with stewed meat, some fatty, some lean, and no bones. He Meow Meow carefully carried the bowl over to Yizhe and Yinglu. Quick, take out your bowls and chopsticks and take some, or my bowl will be too hot. At her words, Yinglu immediately took the bowl from her hands with a soft laugh. Give it to me. Yizhe brought out his own bowl and chopsticks, picking out 2 fatty pieces. Then he Meow Meow took the bowl back and gave Yinglu 2 big chunks of fat. The 3 of them sat in a row by the fire eating heartily. He Meow Meow took a sip of the cured meat broth. It was incredibly satisfying, warming her whole body. In the tribe, salt was precious, so the amount needed to cure meat without spoiling was precisely measured. Thus the cured meat was not at all salty. During the journey, Meow Meow had often eaten in fear, and it had been a long time since she had enjoyed meat so peacefully. Soon she finished the large piece of stew. Yizhe was not surprised by Meow Meow sharing. Back then, if she hadn't roasted meat for him, his wounds wouldn't have healed so quickly. Yinglu, however, found the 2 large fatty pieces in his bowl amusing. The brand new wooden bowl he had brought was actually for Meow Meow to use, but she had mistaken it as him wanting to eat meat. And she had given him the best fatty parts. Even though Meow Meow herself didn't like fatty meat, he felt that she had given him the best. He took a bite. The soft, tender fat melted instantly in his mouth. But after eating 2 pieces, he found it greasy and much worse than what he cooked himself. He glanced at Meow Meow, who was devouring the meat, and frowned slightly. Meow Meow, is this meat good? He Meow Meow looked up at his expression and knew he was having trouble with it. But she was not picky. As long as someone else cooked, she could make do, except for Jifang's grilled meat. That wasn't even edible. She turned to him with a sly smile. It's okay, but not as good as what you and Yizhe make. Yizhe lifted his head. How about we go cook outside ourselves? Having grown accustomed to the meat he and Yinglu had been making lately, he also found this fare less appealing. Great. Meow Meow's eyes lit up at the idea of eating separately. I'll go get Beiming. Yinglu set down his bowl and stood. I'll call him. You and Yizhe go back and prepare some pots and utensils. He Meow Meow had no objection. Yinglu would be faster. She turned and went back to the cave with Yizhe to fetch some ginger, chili peppers, and salt. Let's go to the place where we planted mint and pick some mint and wild chives. Yizhe smiled softly, amused by her cheerful demeanor. If he had known she disliked it so much, he would have taken her out to cook earlier. Now it was almost dark. Yinglu headed straight for Beiming's cave. At the entrance, he saw the interior pitch black, not even a fire lit. Obviously, the Black Panther was sulking. He crossed his arms, leaned against the cave entrance, and looked at Beiming lying motionless on the bed. Hey, Meow Meow sent me to call you for some grilled meat. But Beiming did not move, as if he hadn't heard Yinglu's words. This state made Yinglu frown. It was a good thing Meow Meow hadn't come, otherwise his mood would have brought hers down. Isn't it just a lifeless object? Why let it affect you so much?